Imagine being a billionaire CEO, a total boss babe who literally spent her life doing good deeds just to survive a terminal illness. You're just one tiny merit point away from being cured when, boom, a restaurant explosion sends you straight to the afterlife. But instead of pearly gates, our girl wakes up in a tiny, freckled body as a room full of people scream, is finally awake. Our poor heroine, whose real name is beyond confused as she stares at the ceiling thinking, where am I? And who is shouting in my ear? She's trapped in the body of a little nugget named, who apparently had a fever so bad she was out for days. But the real shocker comes when her old merit system restarts right in front of her eyes. Congratulations on resurrecting, the system chirps, but the shop screen shows a number that would make anyone faint. The original owner of this body was such a menace that her merit score is sitting at a soul-crushing negative 100 million. Are you kidding me? What the hell did the original host do? Screams, snapping up in bed. The system's mascot, a sassy little fox creature, decides it's time for a memory dump. As the fragments shoot into her brain, realizes she's inherited the life of a literal mini-villainess. In the flashbacks, we see the original was a total nightmare, screaming, "How dare you call me ugly," while trying to burn down buildings. She even used a whip on a poor mute boy, shrieking, "It's not fair, why do I have to be disfigured while you're born pretty?" Our girl is absolutely horrified, realizing she's now responsible for this chaotic mess. "Why do I have to clean up after her?" she groans, but the system isn't playing around. "If you don't earn back those 100 million merits in 5 years, be ready to die from a cancer relapse," the fox warns before vanishing. Is left reeling, cursing the fox for having zero work ethics. Just then's mother enters, fussing over her fever and immediately blaming that mute for pushing her. "I'll never forgive him if anything happened to you," the woman roars, ready for blood. Has to pivot fast to stop a disaster, putting on her best innocent child face and saying, "Mother, I'm all right." She learns the poor boy has been locked in a woodshed, and even her father is terrified she's going to beat him again. "Don't worry, I won't hit him, not anymore," she says with a sweet, suspicious smile that leaves her parents stunned. She grabs some ointment and a tray of buns, heading straight for the dark, gloomy woodshed. Inside, she finds the boy collapsed on the floor, covered in bruises and filth. "Sigh this child," she whispers, her heart breaking for the kid the original tortured. She carefully tries to apply ointment to his wounds, but as soon as he wakes up, the trauma kicks in. The boy recoils in absolute terror, scrambling away from her as if she's a monster. Even though she's a strong, independent woman from the modern era, she can't help but feel a sting of betrayal at his reaction. She leaves the food on the floor, softly telling him, "Don't worry, it's not poisoned," before shutting the door to give him space. But as the door clicks shut, the boy's fear turns into icy, savage determination. He clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with a dark promise. "One day I'll kill you," he thinks, shivering in the dark. Our heroine wanted to do a good deed, but it looks like she's just finished raising her own future executioner. A notification pops up in front of. Boom, she just earned 10 merits. Wait, I get points just for sending him food and medicine? She wonders, her eyes going wide with realization. It's a bit suspicious, though. Why are you being so nice this time? She asks the system, feeling a bit skeptical of this sudden generosity. She thinks back to how the poor boy was treated before, pushed around and left in a miserable state by the original owner of this body. But hey, she's not complaining. He's basically a living ATM. She cheers, already planning how to treat him like royalty just to milk him for more points. Our girl is literally whistling a tune as she carries her tray back, feeling like she hit the jackpot. But then she spots a familiar face in the distance. It's her second brother's daughter, who takes one look at and bolts like she's seen a ghost. "What's with this girl? Why'd she run once she saw me?" mutters, completely baffled by the sudden sprint. And then the memories hit her like a freight train. It turns out the original owner of this body, R, was an absolute nightmare who once tried to burn with boiling water. In the chaos of that struggle, the original girl ended up falling and dying right on the spot. So the original host was killed like that? Honestly, she deserved it, thinks, feeling zero sympathy for the brat she replaced. But she's got bigger plans than dwelling on the past. "System, there's something I want to exchange," she calls out. The little system fox appears, looking as grumpy and unimpressed as ever. She checks the shop menu, but the prices are totally insane. "Why is it so expensive, you profiteering merchant?" she shouts at the floating screen. One skill, however, catches her eye: plant manipulation. With this, she'll be able to sense life forces and even create high-end beauty products. "Not only can I make a profit, but I can fix this host's face too," she realizes, already imagining her massive glow-up. After all, she achieved the pinnacle of her past life by selling makeup products. She tries to haggle for a discount, but the fox isn't having it. "Leave if you can't afford it, I want a nap," he scoffs. "Fine, she'll take it." Later that night, it's time for a family feast because chicken is on the menu. The whole family is gathered around a table overflowing with delicious food. Grandma is busy making sure everyone knows how generous is being by sharing her nourishing soup with the rest of them. Little do they know our girl only shared it because the chicken was too oily. Who knows how many more pimples I'm going to get if I eat it, she thinks to herself. Approaches the table nervously, carrying a bowl of soup for her aunt. But her hands are shaking so much from fear that the soup spills everywhere. Ah, yelps as the hot liquid splashes toward her. Immediately drops to the floor, trembling and begging for mercy. I'm so sorry, Auntie, I was too careless, please forgive me, she cries out. Keeps her cool and helps the girl up. It's all right, she says calmly, but it's the little mute you really should be apologizing to, not me. She leans in close, her eyes boring into soul. You pushing me with self-defense, I won't hold that against you, she whispers, completely catching the girl off guard. Is shaking, admitting she was just too terrified at the time to think straight. Desperate to stay out of trouble, she drops to her knees and begs, I'll take up all of his responsibilities, just please don't tell Granny. Our girl gives a satisfied little nod, now that is a deal she can get behind. She graciously helps the girl up, acting like a benevolent lady while secretly securing a better life for her favorite merit ATM. Later that evening, joins her family for dinner, but she's not there for the food. Mother, father, there's something important I need to discuss with you, she announces. Her parents exchange worried glances, whispering that R seems like a completely different person lately. Once they're in private, the atmosphere gets heavy and her father asks what's wrong. Tells them not to be afraid because she has great news. With a flourish, she pulls out a glowing treasure. Her parents' jaws hit the floor as they scream, my God, what is that? Plays it cool, telling them it's a celestial palace gifted to her by an immortal. In reality, she's laughing internally because it's just a cheap music box that cost her 5 merits. She spins a wild tale about falling unconscious and meeting a deity in her dreams who revealed she was once a spiritual child. She even points to her freckles, claiming they are a divine punishment from the heavens. To return to her former glory, she explains she must do good deeds to earn merits. Her parents are totally sold, crying out that their daughter is a blessed immortal. Trying to gauge the damage the original host did, innocently asks if she was a bad person in the past. Her parents look incredibly guilty. Her mother admits they used to hit and scold the mute boy, but she tries to justify it by saying it wasn't life-threatening. She even claims they did him a favor by bringing him from Mount Euphoria. Her father wonders if the mountain's legends are linked to ascension. Tells them to keep this a total secret. And her father agrees, worried that outsiders might try to exploit her. Our girl sighs with relief, glad she finally has a cover story for her personality shift. Under the cover of night. Heads out with a tray of goodies, whispering, here I come, Merit ATM. She enters the boy's room with a candle and medicine. She starts tenderly bandaging his injured arm, telling him he doesn't have to work until he's fully healed. She gives him strict orders to keep his wounds dry and get plenty of rest. The boy looks at her with total confusion, unable to process why his former bully is suddenly acting like a nurse. While she's working, notices something tucked into his clothes and reaches out, asking, what's this? But the boy isn't having it, he slaps her hand away with a loud crack. And glares at her, his eyes full of guarded suspicion. Relax, I won't rob you, I just want to take a look, tells the wary boy. She spots a mysterious wooden tag hanging from his neck with a cryptic message carved into it. When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours, she reads aloud, trying to make sense of the ominous words. She pauses for a moment, wondering if this is some kind of code or a dark hint about his past. Deciding he needs a proper identity, she smiles and says, I can't keep calling you mute, can I? Why don't I just call you Lee? The boy looks absolutely floored, staring at her with wide eyes as if she just read his deepest secret. What's wrong? Don't tell me that this is your original name, she asks, shocked by the coincidence. Trying to shake off the weird tension, she finishes up his arm and tells him to remove his outer robe so she can reach his shoulder. But once he strips down, our girl is hit with a major case of the hard eyes. Even though they're both technically kids right now, she can't help but notice he's way too good-looking for his own good. Her inner angel and devil are having a full-blown argument about whether it's okay to fangirl over him. Completely flustered, she makes a break for it, shouting that she's used up all the medicine and needs to buy more. As she turns her back, the boy watches her leave with a heavy, unreadable gaze. His expression turns dark and suspicious the moment she isn't looking. I am heading back first, I'll come visit you again soon, yells over her shoulder as she bolts out the door. The door slams shut with a loud clack, leaving the boy staring into the distance with eyes that look far too old for his face. But the awkwardness was worth it because ding, she just earned 5 merit points. He's truly a merit ATM, she cheers, realizing she's found a gold mine for her system. She vows to treat him well, cure his diseases, and eventually buy out his slavery contract. Her current goal is simple: grind 100 merits so she can exchange them for a plant manipulation skill. The next morning, the village is looking peaceful and is already hard at work. She's playing the part of the helpful neighbor, carrying a heavy basket for an old lady to snag another 2 merits. She even jumps in to help Uncle Big carry his water buckets, racking up points one by one. But just as she's feeling good about her progress, whack, a rock hits her right in the head. A group of local bullies starts laughing and chanting, calling her an ugly monster from the family who is unloved by everyone. The village brats are at it again, mocking our girl and calling her an ugly thing for just trying to exist. But isn't the pushover she used to be, snapping back that they have absolutely no integrity. "I'm gonna break your arms," she screams, looking ready to go full feral on them. The bullies are absolutely stunned by her sudden spike in aggression. One of the little terrors tries to act tough, taunting her to bring it on. But Karma is a fast worker. He trips over a rock and goes flying backward with a scream. With a massive splash, the brat lands right in the middle of the river, leaving his friends panicking on the shore. His eyes go wide, realizing this just turned into a life-or-death situation. She doesn't even hesitate, screaming for the others to back off as she sprints toward the bank. The water is deep and the current is strong. She manages to grab the flailing boy, yelling at him to stop thrashing so she can actually drag his heavy self to safety. She finally reaches the muddy bank and hauls the brat out of the water with a heavy thud. The other kids rush over to their friend as he coughs up water, completely shaken by the near-death experience. Suddenly, a system notification dings in his head. She just earned 20 merit points for the rescue. Even the local villagers are gossiping in the distance, shocked that the wicked would actually save a life. Is more annoyed that her favorite outfit is ruined, though she can't help but wonder where that sudden burst of strength came from. Night falls over the estate, and our poor heroine is exhausted, grumbling that a whole day of dog work only netted her a few dozen merits. Her grumbling is cut short by a chilling sound: "Crawl faster." She freezes, her golden eyes narrowing as she realizes something is very wrong. A series of sickening thuds echoes from the shadows. She rounds the corner to find a disgusting sight. Yin is riding on E's back, using him like a horse. The brat is even using a whip, screaming at E to speed up while the poor boy struggles under the weight. As blood boils, she lunges forward, catching the brat's arm mid-swing. "What are you doing, Yin?" she demands, her voice dripping with pure menace. The abuse is sickening, with E's clothes torn and his dignity shattered. The little monster actually has the nerve to smile, telling her he's just having fun riding his horse. He tries to play the victim, claiming the brat was slacking off and needed a lesson. Doesn't want to hear another word. With a surge of fury, she hurls the brat off E's back. Yin lets out a pathetic ah as he's sent flying, landing hard on the cold stone floor. He looks up in disbelief, whining that E is merely a mute boy and doesn't matter. Our girl shuts that down instantly, declaring that the mute is hers and no one, absolutely no one, gets to bully him. She pulls E into a protective embrace, looking him in the eyes and promising that she will never let this happen again. But as she holds him, her heart sinks. E is burning up with a terrifying fever. "Itchy, it's so itchy," screams the local brat eye as he thrashes around like a fish out of water. His mother is in a total panic, watching her son scratch himself raw while looks on from the corner. "Help, quick, call Dr. Joe," the mother shrieks, as if the world is ending because her precious boy has a little skin irritation. An hour passes by, and the doctor finally arrives to assess the damage in the middle of the night. According to the doc, it's just a bite from a poisonous insect, and he'll be fine after some medicine. But I isn't having it, jumping up to claim it wasn't a bug at all. It was the mute who scratched him. "Nonsense," a voice booms through the room. Our girl isn't letting this slide, calling out the brat's logic by pointing out that if E was actually that aggressive, he never would have let I treat him like a literal horse. Grandpa isn't buying the lie either, scolding the boy for sneaking out to Mount Euphoria and trying to shift the blame onto someone else. He pulls close, calling her R with a much softer tone than he used for his grandson. The mother tries to get the doctor to check on, since she jumped into the water earlier to save someone. But our selfless heroine has other priorities, pleading with Dr. Joe to check on E instead because his fever is getting dangerously high. Under the starlit sky, they head to the shed where E is resting, looking pale and completely out of it. The doctor sighs, mentioning he'll prescribe some basic fever reducers and ointment for the child, but can tell there's a but coming and begs him to express himself clearly. The news is grim. E has a mysterious, strange old illness that makes him exceptionally frail, and the doctor fears he doesn't have many years left. Starts putting the pieces together, remembering how badly injured he was when he was first picked up. He had that rare engraved tag with him that ominously read, "When it rains, it pours." She looks at his sleeping face, realizing his condition is much more complicated than a simple cold. As he remains unconscious, asks if there's any solution to his illness. The doctor's answer is a classic: there are herbs to build up his health, but they are incredibly expensive. Our poor heroine's soul basically leaves her body as she realizes she's going to need a mountain of cash to save her friend. She politely thanks the doctor as he prepares to leave, watching him walk away into the night. Turning back to the sleeping boy, she gently reaches out to him. "Owed you, I'll slowly repay you," she whispers, her heart breaking for the boy who has suffered so much. She vows right then and there to do something about his illness, no matter the cost. But they aren't as alone as they think, as someone is peeking through the gap in the door. The witness looks stunned, wondering what exactly means by her mysterious promise. After quietly closing the door, our girl is startled by a sudden ding-dong as her system fox pops out of thin air. "You just gained 20 merits," it chirps, leaving stunned that her simple actions could earn so much so fast. She immediately checks her balance, and including the recent bonus, she's sitting on exactly 100 merits. Without wasting a single second, she pulls up the shop and makes her choice. "I want to exchange it for the plant manipulation skill," she declares. A golden glow surrounds her as the new power flows into her veins. She's still a beginner, but for her grand plans, this is more than enough to get started. "Time to get to work and make some money," she cheers, before herself vanishes into the night. While is busy planning her empire, we see her leaving the small hut where the mysterious silver-haired boy is resting. He's been out cold, but his eyes finally flicker open. He looks down at the bowl of food left by his bedside, sitting up slowly as he takes in his surroundings. As he reaches for the spoon, a traumatic memory flashes through his mind. In the past, the original Cruel would whip him mercilessly. "It's not fair, why am I disfigured while a mute leech like you gets to be born pretty?" she would scream while lashing him. But our new is a different soul entirely. Her voice echoes in his mind, promising to repay the debt of the girl who came before her. "Next time no one else can bully you," she had told him. Confused by this sudden kindness, the boy stares at the meal and finally takes a hesitant bite. Morning arrives and is already out at the family flower field working up a sweat. She's digging deep into the soil, carefully planting sprouts with her own two hands. After a long morning of labor, she wipes her brow and admires the rows of green. These are wild gardenias she brought back from Mount Euphoria, and she's determined to make them hers. Now it's time for the real magic. She looks at the tiny sprouts and activates her new ability, plant manipulation skill. "Bloom," she commands, touching a leaf. Under her fingertips, the plant surges with life, growing at an insane speed until massive, beautiful white flowers burst into existence. "Not bad at all," she smirks, already moving to the next phase of her plan. She takes a deep breath of the intoxicating scent, then uses her power to break the flower down into glowing essence. She carefully captures a single drop of concentrated plant energy, watching as it flies perfectly into her small vial. But her secret gardening session is cut short when an older woman stumbles onto the scene, gasping in shock. "Oh my God, where did these flowers come from?" she screams. She looks at our girl like she's seen a ghost, trembling as she stammers out, "What?" Smother looks over the garden, noting how well the flowers are blooming, but she's even more impressed by how much our girl's complexion has cleared up. Plays it off cool, claiming she's been doing good deeds and an immortal taught her spiritual magic to create perfumes and maintain her beauty. She offers her mother a small bottle to try. The second the woman takes a whiff, she's transported to another dimension. "My God, this is the work of the flower goddess herself," she exclaims, looking like she's seen heaven. Realizing they're sitting on a gold mine, Mom suggests selling the fragrance to high-end cosmetic shops in town. Agrees, but she admits she's still missing a few crucial seedlings to scale up the business. Her mother doesn't even blink, promising to send older brothers to Mount Euphoria first thing in the morning to find whatever she needs. But then our girl gets serious. She tells her mother she wants E's life contract back so she can finally give the poor guy his freedom. Her mother is absolutely floored, letting out a shocked huh. As night falls over the estate, the moon hangs high and shadows begin to creep through the halls. While is dead to the world, someone is lurking in the darkness. It's E, and he's currently rummaging through her things, desperate to find his contract. He comes up empty-handed, wondering if the document is hidden in the main house instead. Flips over in her sleep, nearly giving him a heart attack. He stands over her bed, looking down at her as she sleeps with a bit of drool hanging out of her mouth. His expression darkens as he reaches his hand out toward her throat. He stops just inches away, his mind racing with memories of how this heinous woman used to torture him. He can't understand why she's suddenly acting like a saint. He stands there jaw clenched, staring at the girl who holds his life in her hands. Finally, he turns away, deciding to let her live a few more days, at least until he can get his hands on that contract. The next morning, the sun rises on what should have been a productive day. But the peace is shattered by a frantic scream. Oh no, this is bad. A neighbor comes running toward the house, looking like she's seen a ghost. Smother is annoyed, telling the woman to stop screaming before she wakes the dead while they're trying to plant. But the neighbor gasps out the terrifying news. His father and brothers had a run-in with a massive tiger on Mount Euphoria. The village is in absolute chaos as the injured are carried in on stretchers, the air filled with the desperate cries of wives recognizing their husbands. One woman collapses in grief at the sight of her husband's mangled leg. The survivors are trembling, babbling about a massive white tiger on Mount Euphoria that tore through them like tissue paper. Our girl stands there frozen in shock, wondering how a simple trip for flowers turned into a bloodbath. But the grief quickly turns into a toxic blame game as one woman points a finger right at, screaming that it's all her fault for making them harvest those flowers. Even the cowards who ran away join in, shouting, "Yeah, it's all your fault." Her father struggles to sit up, his voice raspy as he calls them out for their hypocrisy, reminding them they were the ones who fled and left him and to face the danger alone. While the adults are busy screaming, E quietly slips away toward the house. He's not interested in the drama. Instead, he's seen tucking a mysterious letter into his robes with a cold, calculated look. He enters the room just as the men outside continue to make excuses, claiming anyone would have fled for their lives in that situation. Just stands there head bowed, absorbing all that undeserved hatred while the villagers gossip behind her back. Inside, E watches the scene unfold with an unreadable expression, looking far too calm for a boy his age. Enough, a voice booms, cutting through the noise. The family elder steps forward, commanding everyone to shut their mouths before ordering the injured to be taken to the rejuvenation hall in town. She explains that physician is an imperial descendant and the only one capable of saving the men now. As the crowd disperses, the angry wife corners, her eyes filled with venom. "If my husband never walks again, I will never forgive you," she hisses, blaming a literal child for a tiger attack. Looks up, her golden eyes shimmering with a mix of sadness and resolve. Another woman tries to intervene, but the bitter wife isn't hearing it. She storms off, leaving a heavy, suffocating silence in her wake. Turns her gaze toward the house, her heart heavy with the weight of her family's misfortune. E meets her eyes from the doorway, his usual icy mask flickering for just a second. Realizing she needs to move fast, decides to call for an ox-pulled cart to get the men to the physician. She looks back at E one more time, then waves him over, saying, "E, come with me." The boy looks genuinely stunned that she's including him in her plans. As they walk beneath the swaying trees, explains her reasoning. "It's a mess at home now and they might bully you just to vent their anger," she says softly. "I'll send you to the village chief's house where you'll be safe." She looks back at him with a gentle smile, assuring him that the chief's family are kind people. He stops in his tracks, watching her walk ahead. He's spent his life looking over his shoulder, but now he has to wonder, is she genuinely worried about me? He quickly rushes to catch up with her, reaching out to grab the edge of her clothing to stop her. Blinks in surprise, asking him, "What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving?" He doesn't say a word, but his heartbroken expression says everything. He doesn't want to be sent away, even if it's for his own safety. He looks hesitant, but after a moment, he slowly nods his head. Our girl gives him the most dazzling, reassuring smile and tells him there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. She even reaches out to give him a gentle pat on the head, promising, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect you." Look at him blushing. It's clear our little hero is starting to catch some serious feelings under that moonlight. But while things are sweet for those two, the rest of the family is dealing with a total nightmare. The mother explains that the physician managed to set the bones, but the injuries from the tiger bites are incredibly severe. Apparently, the only way to save their lives is to get their hands on 100-year-old ginseng. The sister-in-law is immediately stressed out, asking exactly how much a treasure like that would even cost. The mother doesn't care about the price tag, declaring they'll sell the family land if they have to, just to save them. Of course, there's always one person who cares more about money than family, and the fifth uncle comes stomping over to protest. He tells them that if they sell the fields, the whole family will be begging in the streets. Then he smirks with the most sinister look I've ever seen and says he knows a middleman who buys pretty ladies for wealthy households. He starts listing off the girls in the family like they're items on a menu, claiming they're all beautiful enough to fetch a high price. He's convinced he can negotiate at least 100 taels for them. The mother is absolutely livid, calling him out for trying to sell his own kin into prostitution. One of the daughters is eavesdropping by the door and hears the horrifying word. She is completely terrified. She runs out and throws herself on the ground, begging her granny and uncle not to sell her off. But then she does something truly unforgivable. This absolute snake points toward the house and screams, "You can sell little mute, he's prettier than all of us." The mother slams her cane down, shouting enough. She makes it clear that no matter how poor they get, she will never resort to selling her children. Is sobbing at her feet, but the shady uncle isn't backing down. He points out that the little mute isn't actually her son or daughter, so why should they care? Suddenly, a voice rings out through the yard, "I will not let you sell him off." Our girl arrives on the scene with E right behind her. She stands her ground and tells her mother that there is no need to sell the land or a single person in this family. The mother is confused, wondering what she could possibly mean, but leans in close and whispers about the secret treasure she's been hiding. As the village falls quiet under the stars, E is alone in his room and his innocent persona completely vanishes. He stares into the shadows, thinking about what a ridiculous and disgusting family this is. He hasn't forgotten his deep hatred just because of a few acts of kindness. It turns out he found his life contract, and now that the family is distracted by their own drama, he realizes nothing can stop his revenge. He ignites a flame, ready to burn it all down. But just as the fire catches, a sharp knock-knock at the door startles him. He freezes as voice calls out from the other side, "E, have you slept yet?" A door creaks open as finds E waiting in the shadows. "E, let's talk inside," she says, her voice soft but firm. She drags him into the room, clutching a mysterious wooden box. "This here is your life contract," she reveals, holding up the paper that once bound him as a servant. Our girl explains that she originally wanted to wait to free him through the local authorities, but she decided she'd feel much better giving it back to him right now. "With this, no one will be able to sell you off anymore," she says, handing over the box with a gentle smile. She warns him to take good care of it and hide it somewhere so secret that no one will ever find it. He looks down, his expression unreadable as he processes this sudden act of mercy. Reaches up, cupping his face with her hands in a moment of pure main character energy. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" she asks, looking right into his eyes. He nods obediently, his face turning a bright, unmistakable shade of red under her touch. He stands there, clutching the box and blushing like a total maiden, while our girl stays completely oblivious to the effect she's having. "I'll be leaving first then, E, don't stay up too late," she chirps as she waves goodbye. Once she's gone, E stares at the box in a heavy silence. He begins rummaging through it, his heart sinking as he realizes the gravity of the situation. It turns out he had already switched the real contract with a fake one earlier, never expecting that she would actually try to return his freedom. "This woman," he mutters, his gaze narrowing with intense conflict. He remembers the heartless and cruel of the past who used to lash out with a whip. There's no way this girl is the same person he once hated. Looking at the flickering campfire, he realizes his plans might have to change. He pours water over the logs, watching the smoke rise as the fire dies out. "I'll let you guys live for now," he growls, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. "Her kindness is the only thing stopping me from burning all of you alive." Talk about a dark horse, our boy is low-key terrifying as the moon hangs high over the quiet house. Is resting in her room when a sudden ding-dong echoes in her head. "Congratulations, dear host, for achieving 350 merits, the system announces. Our girl is completely floored by the sudden jackpot. "Huh, 350 merits?" she gasps, looking around in confusion. "What good thing did I do this time?" "Girl, you just saved a whole village from a literal arsonist, and you don't even know it. The journey into the city is anything but glamorous. While the scenery might be nice, our girl is currently rethinking her entire existence as she's tossed around in the back of a rickety ox cart. "I think I lost half my on the way into the city," she groans, looking absolutely green. "I miss modern cars so much." Finally, the bumpy ride comes to an end as they pull up to their destination. They've arrived at the rejuvenation clinic and the mood is heavy. And her mother hop off, looking exhausted but determined. Her mother quickly takes charge, telling the others to head inside and check on her husband and the rest of the family while she and go hunting for her sixth brother. But the situation is dire. One of the sisters stops them, her voice trembling as she reveals they've only been able to pay the physician 50 taels. "The medicine we can afford won't last after tonight," she admits, clutching her chest in worry. Her mother doesn't flicker, putting on a brave face for the girls. "And I will worry about the money," she commands. "You girls just remain here and wait patiently." As they walk away under the clear blue sky, the weight of their empty pockets hangs over them. They weave through the crowded market stalls, two women on a mission. Her mother looks at her, still a bit hesitant. Sure you want to sell the celestial palace? She asks, knowing how precious the item is. But gives her a soft, reassuring smile. I'm sure, she says firmly, it is the only way to afford medicine for father and my brothers. Our girl is a selfless queen, but she's also got a business brain. She turns to her mother with a sparkle in her eyes. Mother, which is the most popular accessory shop in town? Her mother explains that it would be the Jin family's Jade House, though she warns that the Jins are high-tier imperial merchants. Just narrows her eyes, a devious smirk playing on her lips. Don't worry, she whispers, I have a plan. She knows they have to spend money to make money, even if it's the last of what they have. Cut to the front of the prestigious Jin's Jade House, where a high-end carriage suddenly halts. A delicate foot steps out onto a stool. And out steps a completely transformed. Gone is the country girl, replaced by a mysterious noble lady hidden behind a silk veil, escorted by her mother who now looks like a high-ranking attendant. The shopkeeper's eyes practically turn into dollar signs at the sight of them. Oh, esteemed guests, he shouts, bowing so low he might hit the floor. He practically trips over himself to usher them inside. Bragging about their wide selection of jade bangles and hairpins made by masters who have polished their craft for decades. But they aren't the only VIPs in the building. In a private corner, a wealthy manager is busy sucking up to a handsome young man. Young Master Yuan, there's really no need to come all the way here yourself, he fawns. Young Master Yuan, however, is on a mission of his own, looking for a gift that would be worthy of his elders. He sets down his tea with an air of authority. There's no need to persuade me anymore, he says. Bring it here and let me take a look. Back in the main hall, the shopkeeper asks Ardu what they're looking to buy. Keeps her cool, her voice steady behind the veil. Allow us to take a look first, she says regally. We'll let you know if there's anything we fancy. The shopkeeper scurries off to the back to bring out the good stuff from the showcase. Once the coast is clear, her mother whispers, he left already? The two of us are the only ones left in the hall. This is exactly what was waiting for. She closes her eyes and activates her secret weapon, plant manipulation skill, Wind. A magical breeze carries the conversation from the back room straight to her ears. She hears everything, the name Young Master Yuan, the mention of the Yi tribe and the elders. A predatory glint appears in her eyes as she realizes she's found her golden goose. Buyer acquired, she purrs. Get ready, young master, because is about to take you for every tale you've got. The shop is buzzing with complaints about ordinary items, but our girl is just waiting for her moment to strike. As she steps forward, she's blocked by a young man who clearly thinks he's the main attraction. Doesn't flinch, asking straight for the manager of Jin's Jade House. The young man turns around, looking a bit surprised by her sheer boldness. And you are, he asks, while politely inquires if they're in the market for actual treasures. The shopkeeper beside him immediately catches an attitude, shouting that this isn't some street stall for scraps. Just gives a little shrug, saying she'll leave if they're so displeased, but she starts pulling out a mysterious wooden box. The young man in red signals for the shopkeeper to chill out. Suddenly, the shopkeeper's tone does a full 180, saying they might as well take a look. He's internally rolling his eyes, wondering what a village girl could possibly have that's worth their time. But then the lid pops open. Their jaws hit the floor as a glowing, sparkling castle inside a glass orb is revealed. They can't even blink, staring at the sheer craftsmanship of something they've never seen before in their lives. The shopkeeper is so mesmerized he can practically see his reflection in the glass. Before they can get a better look, snaps the box shut with a satisfying thud. The young man in red has to cough just to remember how to breathe. The shopkeeper is sweating bullets now, realizing he almost kicked out a literal gold mine. He immediately bows, apologizing for his rudeness and inviting her to the VIP area on the third floor. Follows him, keeping her cool behind that veil while her plan works perfectly. Once they're settled in a private room, sets down her tea with total grace. She requests that the blinds be lowered for a little more privacy. The shopkeeper barks orders at a servant to get it done immediately. With the room dimmed, tells them to watch closely. The manager is visibly nervous, sensing something big is about to happen. Clicks a hidden switch on the back of the treasure. Suddenly, the room is filled with music and colorful lights. This treasure can sing on its own, the manager gasps, absolutely floored by the foreign melody. Smoothly explains that this is the snow-peaked celestial palace, featuring a dance tune of foreign immortals. As they imagine ethereal goddesses dancing to the music. The manager is completely sold. Keeps a straight face, but she knows the truth. These foreign immortals are actually just modern fan dancers from a cheap snow globe. She doubles down on the lie, claiming it's a sacred treasure passed down through generations of her family. She even throws in a tragic backstory about losing her family and wealth to sickness, saying she only came here because of the Jin family's reputation. The manager falls for it hook, line, and sinker, getting lost in deep thought as he calculates the value. Finally, he looks up with a smile, promising not to take advantage of her situation. "I shall buy the snow-peaked celestial palace from you," he declares. "Please state your price." Plays it cool, telling the young master that since his family is known for being generous, she'll let him set the price. This one trusts you, young master," she says, flashing him a look that screams damsel in distress through her veil. Poor young Master Yuan is hook, line, and sinker for her act, thinking about how hard it must be for a noble lady to lose her family and wealth. He looks at the crystal globe and decides that if he gives her a low price, he'd be a total monster. He takes a moment to mull over the value, trying to be as fair as possible. Then he drops the bomb. "How about 1,000 taels of silver?" Our girl and her mom are absolutely floored by the massive number. Even the shopkeeper tries to jump in and stop the madness, but Yuan shuts him down with a cold, quiet. He asks if she agrees to the deal and takes a second to pretend like she's actually thinking it over. In reality, she's doing the math and realizes this is the deal of a lifetime. Internally, she's doing a literal happy dance because she just hit the absolute jackpot. She accepts the offer with eternal gratitude but makes a smart move, asking for 100 taels in silver ingots right now. Yuan doesn't hesitate and orders his man to get the cash and the contract ready. Once the deal is finalized, they make their grand exit from the shop with pockets full of silver. Mom is still shaking, saying she's never seen that much money in her entire life. But isn't done spending yet and calls over another assistant. She points right at a solid gold bangle, deciding her mom deserves a little luxury. When the assistant brings it out, Mom nearly has a heart attack because the piece costs 50 taels. This is too much for me," she frets, clutching her face in shock. But just smiles and tells her to get used to it, because life is only going to get better from here. They hop into a carriage to head home, finally leaving the market behind. As they roll away, it turns out our girl was right to be paranoid. A mysterious man is watching them intently from the shadows of a nearby alleyway. Inside the carriage, Mom is confused why they're taking the long way around. Explains that they have to be cautious. Showing off this much wealth makes them a huge target, so they'll roam the city and change their clothes to lose any pursuers. Back at the shop, the spy returns to Yuan with some embarrassing news. "What, you lost them?" Yuan shouts, completely stunned. He realizes our girl is far smarter than he anticipated, and with a smirk, he decides to just leave her be for now. The head of the Jin family stares at the mysterious snow globe, admitting that such craftsmanship is completely unheard of in the Tang dynasty. It would be another way of making profits if the Jin family found a way to create such treasures, his subordinate suggests, but the master shuts that down fast. He refuses to use sinister methods for greed, and honestly, he's convinced he'll never see or her mother in Sunview Town ever again. Meanwhile, over at the Rejuvenation Physician's Hall, things are looking pretty grim. Our girl's father is laid up with a nasty leg injury, and the medical bills are stacking up faster than a villainess's body count. Where will we find the money? His wife worries, knowing they need to pay for months of recovery. Just then, our little savior and her mother walk in, looking way too calm for people in a financial crisis. "Mother, have you borrowed the money?" the daughter asks, sounding terrified. Even the injured dad struggles to sit up, panicking that they've gone to the local loan shark or, heaven forbid, married off their sixth son to pay the debt. "Calm down, dear, I would never," Mom screams, trying to keep him from popping a stitch. She drops the bombshell. They didn't borrow a single cent, they already have the money. And who do they have to thank? Our girl. Mom spins a wild tale, claiming saved a wealthy old man from a runaway horse, and he just happened to be an elder of the Jin family who handed over 200 taels of silver as a thank you. Just stands there looking like a literal angel, playing the part of the perfect filial child. The rest of the family is absolutely floored. The wealthy Jin family, the imperial merchants, they gasp, their jaws hitting the floor. Watches them with a side-eye, thinking, wow, they actually believed her. Mom doubles down, telling the boys they better never forget what their sister did for them, especially since she's using the leftover cash to buy them tonics. The sisters are crying tears of joy because they don't have to sell their land anymore. But Dad isn't a total fool. He stares off, thinking this whole situation feels a little too good to be true. Before he can interrogate them, Mom interrupts with a question. Suddenly, ding-dong, a system notification pops up in front of. She just earned 60 merits for saving her family's skin. Our girl is internally screaming with joy. Between this and her previous deeds, she's sitting on over 200 merits now. But the drama isn't over. She notices her parents' hushed conversation and perks up. Mom finally confesses that she didn't just find the money, she sold the celestial palace, the very snow globe that was supposed to be his identity marker. Dad loses it. What? How could you sell it? He bellows, devastated that they sacrificed her future for his leg. But steps in with the grace of a saint. Father, it's all right, she says softly, claiming the immortal who gave it to her wouldn't mind if it was used for an act of kindness. She even lies and says she hid the rest of the money with a concealment spell to keep it safe. Dad is moved to tears, but he refuses to take another coin. He insists keep the rest of the money as her future dowry. Our girl flashes a sweet smile, but she's already on to the next phase of her master plan. There's one more thing, she tells her parents, her eyes sharpening. It's time to head to the local authorities and finally strip away Little Mute's servant status for good. His mother is stressing out about the cost of freeing a servant, noting it would take over 100 taels of silver to make it happen. But our girl isn't backing down, declaring that this was their fault to begin with and she's decided to free him regardless of the price. If that is what you wish, then do it, her father says, finally giving his blessing. He tells her to head home for now while he stays back to heal up a bit more. Bows deeply, thanking her parents for finally seeing reason and supporting her decision. As they make their way back on a slow-moving bull cart, is busy stress-eating some buns. Seriously, she's stuffing her face like it's her last meal. Her mother is more worried about the budget, grumbling that these buns cost 5 coins each and aren't exactly daily snacks. She turns to with a serious warning, aren't you afraid he'd run away once you get rid of his servant status? Our girl just keeps chewing with a smug look, seemingly unbothered by the idea of her little mute taking off. Suddenly, a desperate scream for help shatters the peace. A girl comes sprinting toward them, her face pale with terror. Save me, my uncles want to sell me off. She cries out to anyone who will listen. His mother isn't having any of this nonsense and demands to know what these insolent boys think they're doing. They step off the cart to confront the group. And the mother goes full mama bear mode, screaming, how dare you sell your niece? The uncles try to play the victim card, claiming the girl is a liar who stole the family's silver. But reveals the real, dark truth. The uncles only tried to sell her because the little mute escaped to Mount Euphoria, and since they couldn't catch him, they decided to sell the girls instead. Freezes, her heart dropping as she demands to know what they just said. Begs her for help, explaining that the boy fled into the mountains after the uncles chased him. Who knows if he's still alive or not, she sobs, sending a chill down spine. One of the uncles tries to shout her down, but he's about to face a very angry grandmother. His mother starts laying into the rascals, beating them for being such absolute disappointments. While the family drama explodes, stands there with a look of pure, icy determination. She tells her mother she's just a little tired and heading inside to rest. But we know our girl is already planning a jailbreak. As soon as she's behind closed doors, she pulls up her op system interface. She doesn't hesitate to drop 200 merits on a strength pill and a golden bell cover to gear up for a fight. She pushes open the back window and leaps out into the wild. She has one mission and one mission only, she's going to find him. Deep in the mountains, things are looking pretty grim for E, who's currently stuck in a tree while a massive white tiger stalks below. The beast lets out a terrifying roar that echoes through the forest. E is clearly injured, looking down at the predator with a mix of fear and resignation. He chuckles bitterly, thinking to himself, who would have thought this would happen to me today? Karma, huh? I guess this is where I die. Blood continues to seep from his wounds, dripping down the bark of the tree and onto the grass below. The tiger approaches the puddle, sniffing it curiously before giving it a long lick. But instead of attacking, the beast suddenly recoils. In a shocking turn of events, the apex predator actually bows down before him. He can't believe his eyes, stammering, the white tiger is bowing. The forest falls silent as the dynamic shifts completely. Next thing we know, E is actually hitching a ride on the tiger's back. As they move through the woods, he can't help but feel that there's something strange about his new companion, thinking, that's weird. This white tiger seems almost human to me. After a quick sprint, the tiger suddenly halts. It brings him to a hidden, beautiful meadow filled with vibrant blooms. While looking at the sea of flowers, he spots something extraordinary, a plant that's literally glowing with a magical aura. He pauses, wondering if this is the legendary spiritual herb of Mount Euphoria. Desperate and hurting, he decides to take a gamble, muttering, well, spiritual or poisonous, I hardly doubt the situation can get any worse. He plucks the glowing stalk and swallows it whole. For a second, nothing happens, but then a wave of agony hits him. My heart, it's too sudden, he gasps, clutching his chest as cold sweat pours down his face. He collapses to his knees, screaming out in pain as the herb takes effect. Just then a voice rings out through the trees, It's our girl, and she looks absolutely frantic. She rushes toward the clearing, tears in her eyes as she cries out, I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you. Is frantically sprinting through the dense forest, her heart hammering against her ribs as she desperately calls out for E. She knows that if anything happens to that boy, she'll never be able to forgive herself. Seeing a rustle in the nearby bushes, our girl's face lights up with hope, thinking she's finally found him. But as she pushes through the foliage, her relief instantly turns into pure, unadulterated terror. A bone-chilling roar rips through the trees, vibrating in her very soul. Towering over her is a massive, majestic white tiger that looks like it hasn't had breakfast yet. Sighs nearly pop out of her head as she realizes she's just walked into a nightmare. She immediately pulls a U-turn, screaming at the top of her lungs, Stop chasing after me, I'm not tasty. She's running for her life, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she bursts into a clearing. Suddenly, she spots a slumped figure in the distance. It's him. E is lying unconscious in the middle of a flower field, completely defenseless. Even though she's shaking like a leaf, our heroine stands her ground, shielding the boy from the approaching beast. She knows she stands zero chance against a literal apex predator. But there is no way she's leaving E behind to be a tiger's snack. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so she quickly tosses back a secret weapon. She spent all her hard-earned merits on a high-grade strength pill, and she prays to the gods that it actually works. As the power surges through her veins, she grabs E by the collar. In a flash of blinding speed, she scoops the boy up and Princess carries him like he weighs absolutely nothing. She might not be able to outfight a tiger, but with this buff, she can definitely outrun one. As she zooms across the field, she notices the beast is still hot on her heels and realizes this must be the same crafty monster that injured her father and brothers. She keeps pushing her limits, leaping across the terrain with E in her arms. She can't help but scold the unconscious boy, calling him an idiot for fleeing to a dangerous place like Mount Euphoria. The sudden movement starts to wake E up, and he's beyond confused to find himself being hauled away by a girl half his size. The tiger lets out another roar, refusing to give up the hunt. As they blur past the trees, E stares up at with wide, bewildered eyes. He knows she could have easily saved herself by leaving him behind, yet she's risking everything. He begins to realize that the girl carrying him is far too powerful to be the original weak, and he starts to wonder who she really is. Peeking over her shoulder at the pursuing predator, E's eyes suddenly flash with a mysterious, supernatural purple light. The tiger instantly freezes, looking completely baffled as if it just hit an invisible wall. The massive beast stops dead in its tracks, watching them disappear into the distance. Finally slows down, gasping in surprise when she realizes the chase is over. She looks down at the boy in her arms, her voice trembling with worry as she asks if he's all right. But E remains silent, slipping back into a daze as our girl continues to carry him to safety. Collapses under the shade of a massive tree, her lungs burning as she realizes her strength pill has finally worn off. Looking down at the unconscious E, she sighs, noting that he's managed to get himself covered in injuries once again. But as she leans in closer, something catches her eye, a wound that looks completely wrong. She swipes back the torn fabric of his pants and recoils. The injury is a sickly, bruised black. Confused, our girl leans in for a closer look. And then she does the unthinkable, she takes a sniff. It stinks, she cries out, nearly gagging from the foul odor. She looks at his limp body with a mix of pity and disgust, asking, Did you roll about in the sewers or something? Little does she know, E is actually awake and feeling beyond insulted, fuming internally that she has the nerve to laugh at him. Starts to worry when he doesn't respond, deciding she'll have to get a physician to look at him the moment they return. She begins checking his vitals, her hand resting right on his chest. This sends E into a total tailspin as he panics, wondering exactly where she thinks she's touching. He finally opens his eyes and beams with relief that he's finally awake. As he struggles to sit up, she fussily asks if he's in pain, even offering to carry him. E ignores the offer, instead pointing a shaky finger toward a specific part of the woods. Do you want to go there? She asks, trying to follow his lead. He gives a firm nod, leaving wondering what on earth he's looking for. They eventually reach the water where waits by the shore. She can't help but chuckle to herself, thinking about how persistent he is when it comes to protecting his dignity. While E is busy submerged in the water and blowing bubbles like a disgruntled fish. Sharp eyes spot something in the grass. Huh, fish mints, she exclaims, realizing she's stumbled upon a natural remedy. She immediately rolls up her sleeves, determined to mash them into a medicine that will stop E's bleeding and heal those nasty wounds. Just as she's getting to work, she hears a massive splash. She looks up, still clutching the herbs, and finds E standing before her, soaking wet and half-dressed. stands there completely stunned. Her jaw drops as she stares at his bare skin, stammering out, where did your wound go? E stands there in the fading light, completely stunned as he looks down at his own skin. Forget about the new wound, even all the old ones are gone, he thinks, realizing his body has miraculously healed. He wonders if this is the power of that spiritual grass, while our girl stands just a few feet away, her brain currently short-circuiting. She's staring a little too hard at the view, gulping as her face turns a shade of red that would put a beat to shame. Even E starts to feel the heat, turning into a blushing mess as he realizes he's basically giving her a free show. See, come on up then, stammers, desperately trying to look anywhere but at his chest. She tells him he needs to get out of the water before he falls sick, her heart racing a mile a minute. As the sun begins to set over the horizon, the two of them stand alone in the vast, quiet field. E hurriedly straightens his tattered robes, trying to reclaim some dignity. Gathers her courage and looks at him with a determined smile. I already gathered the silver to pay for my father and brother's treatment, she explains. No one will sell you off. She steps closer, her eyes full of sincerity as she promises that this nightmare will never happen again. E looks at her, his expression softening as he suggests they head back before it gets any darker. Beams at him, reaching out her hand with a warmth that's almost infectious. When their hands finally meet, it feels like a spark of magic in the air. She leads the way, pulling him along as they head toward the village. He can't help but blush again, his gaze fixed on her back. Her hand, it's very warm, my body feels so light, he muses, feeling a sense of comfort he's never known before. It hits him then, the poison that's been plaguing his system is completely gone. By the time they reach the house under the glow of the crescent moon, the peace is immediately shattered by smother. What were you thinking? She screams. You went to Mount Euphoria just to bring little Mute back. Our girl doesn't miss a beat, putting on her best innocent daughter face. I didn't, mother, E was smart, he just hid in the bushes by the river. She spins a wild tale about slipping into the river and E being the hero who pulled her out, begging her mother not to be mad. The mother narrows her eyes, looking between the two of them with deep suspicion, asking if that's really the truth. Doesn't give her a chance to investigate, ushering her mother inside while complaining about how cold she is and how she needs to change. As she disappears into the house, she gives E a cheeky little wink, letting him know they're in the clear. Left alone in the quiet yard, E looks down at his hands, the weight of the day finally hitting him. He takes a breath and suddenly two words escape his lips, I sore. His eyes widen in absolute shock as he clutches his throat. Did I just speak? Inside the quiet room's mother is tenderly drying her hair, pleading with her to never pull a stunt like that again. She pulls our girl into a tight embrace, her voice trembling as she says she just wants her to be safe, and can't help but feel a pang of guilt as she promises it won't happen again. Even though she's a transmigrator, she realizes these parents are genuinely kind, and since she's taken over this body, it's only right that she treats them with the love they deserve. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoes through the door. A woman bursts in, her face pale with terror as she screams that something horrible has happened. She gasps out that has fallen deathly ill, burning up with a fever and slipping into a delirium she won't wake up from. Mother's maternal instincts kick into overdrive as she immediately orders the woman to fetch physician Joe. She's so panicked she starts shouting for her to handle it instead, cursing the people who terrified by threatening to sell her off. Tries to be the voice of reason, gently telling her mother to calm down so they can actually go check on the poor girl. They rush out the door and enter the sick room where is lying motionless, a cooling cloth pressed to her forehead. She looks absolutely miserable, covered in a cold sweat. Our heroine is genuinely shocked. How on earth did she get this sick so fast? Looks down at her, thinking that while was a scheming brat who bullied her in the past, she is still just a child. Deciding to be the bigger person, she reaches out, using her manipulation skill to hopefully at least take the edge off the pain. As a soft green light glows from her fingertips, ragged breathing finally begins to calm. Just then, physician Joe is ushered into the room to take over. Quietly retreats, her mind immediately jumping to E. If got this sick from stress, she's terrified that he might be suffering too. She gets a determined look in her eyes, knowing she has to check on him. Under the cover of the starry night sky, the mysterious silver-haired E stands alone. He stares into the distance, realizing something impossible. The poison he's carried in his body since birth has completely vanished along with his wound. He wonders if this village is some kind of land of hidden opportunities, but his thoughts immediately drift back to. He pinches his sleeve tightly, his suspicion growing. He's determined to find out exactly who she is and what she's done to him. But his brooding is cut short when a familiar voice calls out from the darkness, E, are you inside? Finds E standing in the doorway and immediately asks if he's doing okay. Our boy looks absolutely lost in the sauce. So our girl steps in to check his temperature with her hand. Not too cold but not too hot either. That's good then, very good, she muses, looking satisfied. She admits she has no idea what went down on Mount Euphoria, but she isn't going to pry, she's just happy he's alive and well. This sweet gesture has E's face turning into a literal tomato. Looks him over and decides he's way too skinny and needs some serious fattening up. She grabs his hands with a bright, determined smile. We're returning to the city in 2 days to fetch my father and the others. Come with us, we can buy good food, she chirps. E can't help but look at her with soft eyes. As he holds her hands back, he can't get over how warm she feels. Poor guy is still blushing like a maiden in love. But as night falls, things get dark, is tossing and turning, looking completely restless in her sleep. Suddenly, she gasps out in the middle of a nightmare, "No, don't kill me." She's clutching her blankets for dear life, clearly haunted by some deep-seated trauma. The sun rises on a new day, and the group visits physician. He tells them their condition has stabilized, and as long as they take their medicine and rest, they'll be just fine. Outside, the ox guard is ready to roll. The family is incredibly grateful, thanking the doctor for his help. But isn't done yet, she asks the doctor to check out E because his body seems so weak. The physician takes his pulse and looks him over. Explains that another doctor said he had an incurable old ailment and that's why he's mute. But physician just strokes his beard and says he's merely malnourished. Wait, what? He checks further and notes that his throat is actually in perfect condition. There's no physical reason he can't talk. E is absolutely stunned, realizing the poison that's been in his system since he was a baby is actually gone. Bows and thanks the doctor for the good news. She then tells her parents to take the others back home while she and E stay behind to buy a few things. Her mother praises her for being such a filial daughter. But the bitter aunt in the background is suspicious of this sudden change of heart. In the market, starts ordering the premium stuff, pork belly, ribs, lard, and even cotton fabric. E is watching her with growing suspicion. She's buying high-quality goods like she's a secret millionaire. He's internally screaming, how did she get so much money? But before he can overthink it, turns to him with a sparkling smile. What are you thinking about? She asks, catching him off guard. The village is absolutely buzzing because our girl just dropped a massive bag on supplies. From high-quality cotton fabrics to piles of fresh meat, the courtyard is overflowing. The village matron isn't letting anyone be ungrateful either, shouting, bought all of these. Don't you guys forget the good she's done for you. While the adults are busy hauling crates, is standing by with E, watching the chaos with a smile. She waves the local kids over, teasing that she has something special for them. Their eyes nearly pop out of their heads when she reveals a stash of golden Maltose candies. Is this really for us, Auntie? One asks, as warns them to play fair and not steal from one another. The kids run off cheering, leaving and E in the quiet of the yard. E watches her, his heart feeling a bit heavy as he thinks, so she's just as kind to everyone. But wait, our girl is one step ahead. She reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a separate, tied-up parcel. E is genuinely stunned as she holds it out to him. She leans in close and whispers, E gets his own packet, don't tell anyone though. Seeing her favoritism, E can't help but let out a soft, blushing smile. And oh my god, is absolutely losing it internally. He smiled, such a pretty smile, she screams in her head, completely smitten by her own ward. But of course, someone just has to ruin the mood. Is lurking in the shadows, looking like she just swallowed a lemon while watching them. Her sister spots her and asks why she's out of bed so soon after being sick. The sister is carrying a load of fabric, explaining that she was paid 20 copper coins to sew a blanket for the little mute. His eyes turn cold as she ponders this. Suddenly acting like the world's best sister, she grabs the fabric, insisting she'll help finish it so her sister can rest. We all know that look, guys, she is definitely up to no good. Back at the house, the dinner table is looking like a 5-star buffet with braised pork and egg custard. The matron is making sure everyone knows who to thank, declaring that without they'd never see food this grand. She even points a finger at the men, barking, get up and you two don't get to enjoy the food. The look of pure betrayal on their faces is absolutely priceless. Takes a moment to reflect on her first real home-cooked meal since transmigrating, but her first thought is still about her boy. She's about to bring some food to E when intercepts her with a fake sweet auntie. Puts on an acting, bowing, and thanking for the generosity shown to her family. She then offers to take the food to E herself. Being the trusting soul she is, smiles and says, sure, as long as he gets it, it doesn't matter who brings it. She hands over the tray and heads off to use the bathroom, totally unaware of the snake she just handed her dinner to. As soon as is out of sight, mask completely shatters, revealing a face of pure, terrifying malice. Someone protect E because this girl has officially lost it. The silver-haired boy sits alone in the dim shed, clutching a small gift and waiting with bated breath. He looks down at the package, his eyes filled with a rare softness as he wonders if she'll actually show up. Suddenly, a knock echoes through the room and his heart leaps. It must be her, he thinks, rushing to the door. But as the door swings open, his face instantly falls into a mask of pure disappointment. It's not our girl at all, it's this other girl who's come to play house, and he can barely stand the sight of her. She sets down a tray of hot food, trying to act like a saint. "I'm sorry about many things I did before," she says, putting on her best damsel in distress face. "I didn't have another choice." He lets out a cold scoff, turning to glare at her. "Didn't mean it," he mocks, his voice dripping with venom. He remembers exactly how she used to be, always framing him, the little mute, while pretending to be the innocent one in front of everyone else. The memory of her vicious scheming makes his stomach turn. He stands there, back turned, refusing to give her even an ounce of his attention. In a move that is absolutely savage, he takes the bowl of soup she brought and dumps it right on the floor. "Who are you to call me E?" he demands, his eyes cold enough to freeze hell over. He looks down at her with nothing but pure contempt, making it clear that her kindness is worthless to him. Left alone outside, the girl looks totally rejected. But don't feel bad for her because she's already plotting her next move. "I am no longer the I once was," she thinks, her eyes narrowing with a dark determination. She's convinced the heavens chose her for this world, and she's determined to win him over no matter what. Meanwhile, our girl is living her best life, humming a little tune while working in the fields. She spots a healthy aloe plant and her eyes light up. "Aloe in the village," she chirps, realizing she's just stumbled upon a literal gold mine. It's time for some cheat code magic as she whispers, "Plant manipulation skill activate." Under her touch, the plant begins to glow and grow at an impossible rate. Pure, concentrated essence begins to drip from the vibrant green leaves. She carefully catches every single drop in a small jar. "And the aloe essence is done," she cheers, already thinking about the merits and money she's going to rake in by curing the village's acne problems. Our girl is a total girl boss, laughing to herself about what a genius she is while she imagines the mountains of cash heading her way. The sun is high over the village as a new day begins, but the drama is already simmering inside the house. A local girl named approaches E, acting all sweet and innocent as she presents him with a gift. "E, I sewed a new blanket for you. Here, try it out and tell me if you like it, okay?" she chirps, practically begging for a gold star and girlfriend points. But our silver-haired boy isn't easily impressed. He just stands there with his arms crossed, giving her the ultimate "I'm not buying what you're selling" look. Honestly, his "done with your nonsense" face is a total mood. Doesn't take the hint and keeps rambling about how her family bought new fabrics and how she wants him to have her share so he can get some fresh robes. "That way you'll get to have a change of robes," she says, clearly trying to secure the top spot in his heart. Her little play-acting session is cut short when someone screams for her to stop lazing around and get to work gathering ragweed from the mountains. With a heavy sigh, she realizes her time is up. "I'll get going first then. Rest well," she says, making a quick exit before she gets in real trouble. The moment the door thuds shut, E's expression shifts from bored to straight-up disgusted. She's got to have an ulterior motive trying to get into my good graces out of the blue, he thinks, and honestly, he's right on the money. He knows exactly what's going on. It was actually our girl who commissioned that blanket and paid for it with her own hard-earned copper coins. He's annoyed that this girl is trying to take credit for his kindness, and even more annoyed that he has to deal with such mediocre deception. He realizes it's been a few days since he's seen our heroine and wonders what she's so busy with, but he's got his own problems to solve, like whatever happened on Mount Euphoria. He isn't just going to sit around acting like a frail damsel, though. He decides to use fetching firewood as a cover to head out and search for spiritual plants. He needs those herbs to heal his meridians so he can finally start cultivating and get his strength back. Meanwhile, back at the main house, is having a heart-to-heart with her father. She's got a big plan. She wants to save up enough money to buy E's freedom and wipe away his servant status for good. She admits she treated him harshly in the past, but ever since that immortal told her to do more good, she's been on a mission of redemption. Her father is a total softie for his daughter and agrees to support her as long as it makes her happy. He explains that the village chief's son-in-law handles the household registration documents, so they have a way to make it official. Is thrilled, thanking her dad for the brilliant idea as they prepare to head to the village chief's home with some gifts to grease the wheels. But's ambitions don't stop at just freeing her favorite boy. She tells her father she wants to head back to the city to start a perfume business. Her dad is confused since they already have plenty of silver, but is internally screaming because she's on a deadline. "I wouldn't be doing this if not to earn more merits. It's game over for me if I don't make more than 100,000, she panics to herself. Talk about high stakes. Her father, oblivious to her system-enforced stress, just pats her head and promises to take her to the city in 2 days. Later that evening, the pair returns from their meeting. Her mother is waiting at the gate, anxious to hear how the visit went. His dad confirms the village chief is going to keep an ear out for them, especially after they handed over 5 taels of silver as a thank you. But's mind immediately shifts back to her favorite person. Mother, where's E? She asks, looking around the courtyard. Her mother points toward the trail, mentioning he went out to gather firewood and should be back by now. Looks at the setting sun and starts to spiral. It's getting late, his body is still incredibly weak, and the mountains are no place for a recovering boy alone in the dark. Without a second thought, she decides she's going out there to find him herself. The sun sets on a scene that feels just a little bit wrong. Our girl is heading home when she spots something that makes her do a complete double take. Usually is the one causing all the trouble, but today the roles have totally flipped. Lee is strolling along, snacking on an apple like he hasn't a care in the world, while is lugging a massive pile of firewood behind him like a pack mule. Is genuinely confused, wondering if the sun rose from the west today since E, our mysterious white-haired hottie, is actually the one ordering around for once. She figures must be acting out of pure guilt after her recent sickness, so decides to let her sincerity shine and keep carrying that wood. E shouts, running to catch up with them. He turns around, looking totally unbothered, while stands in the background looking like she's about to snap. As they meet up on the path, is left in the dust, absolutely fuming. She's thinking, he didn't spare me a single glance even when I've been working so hard. What is his heart made of? Stone. But then's thoughts take a dark, suspicious turn as she wonders why her auntie is suddenly being so nice to the little mute. Suddenly, a chilling memory flashes through her mind, a vision of standing over a fallen Lee with a whip in hand. Sighs go wide as the realization hits her like a freight train. She isn't the only one who has reincarnated. You see, in her past life 10 years ago, things were a total nightmare. Her fifth uncle dragged her away to be sold because of his gambling debts, completely ignoring her screams that she'd work harder and eat less. He had the audacity to claim he was doing her a favor, promising she'd become a wealthy concubine while wearing a disgusting, greedy smirk. She tried to fight, but there was no escaping the hell of the brothel, where she was beaten and chased by the madam for trying to run. Karma eventually came for the rest of the family when their house burned to the ground. But the most gruesome part, they found Auntie chopped into pieces and left to rot in a water barrel while the little mute's body was never found. It wasn't until was dying years later at the hands of barbarians that she saw a familiar silhouette on the city walls. It was him, Lee the King. Waking up in a cold sweat from the memory of her past deaths, vowed that since the heavens gave her a second chance, she wouldn't waste it. Standing there now with the firewood, she declares that in this lifetime, she will climb the social ladder and join the upper class. Her target, Lee. She believes that if she can just gain his trust and stay by his side, the world will be half hers. And as she glares at the pair, she thinks, if you must stand in my way, Auntie, then I'm sorry. Looks like our girl has a rival who's playing for keeps, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. The quiet village is bathed in a warm, golden glow. Decides it's time for a little heart-to-heart with her mysterious. Don't simply run into the mountain again, okay? It's very dangerous there, she warns him sternly. She reminds him that he nearly became a snack for a wild beast last time, but he isn't exactly shaking in his boots. In fact, he's judging her pretty hard. That beast is a pet, he thinks, clearly unimpressed by her survival tips. Our girl sighs, realizing that since E doesn't speak, she has no clue what's going on in that head of his. She comes up with a brilliant plan. I'll teach you how to read and write from today onwards. She picks up a brush, wondering where to even start with this silent boy. After a moment of inspiration, she realizes the best place to start is his own name. She carefully writes out Li Ziming on the paper. The only problem, E is a total critic. What ugly handwriting, he thinks, staring at her messy script with pure disdain. Feels the awkward tension and starts sweating bullets. Internally, she's screaming because ancient traditional characters are basically a final boss level for someone from the modern world. Trying to play it cool, she hands the brush over to E. He stalls for a moment, pretending to struggle as he makes shaky, uncertain marks on the paper. He manages to scrawl a very wobbly lay. Ever the optimist, decides he just needs a more hands-on approach. It's all right, here I'll guide you, she says, leaning in close to steady his hand. As she explains the horizontal and vertical strokes, E suddenly finds himself turning a bright shade of red. Up close, he notices she has a sweet floral scent. His suspicion starts to flare up. He knows a person's character can change, but for their scent and handwriting to be this different from the original, it doesn't add up. No way, a flower demon. he wonders, staring at her as if she might start sprouting petals at any second. 2 hours later, the sun is almost gone and is totally defeated. The paper is covered in absolute gibberish. She looks at him with pity and asks, "Is it that you're just not academically inclined?" She even gives him a patronizing head pat, telling him that the heavens are fair and we can't all be good at everything. E is absolutely fuming. "This stupid woman, how dare you call me stupid?" he thinks, his eyes narrowing. Little does she know she's being played. E remembers his childhood, where his birth mother made sure his studies were never neglected. He's actually been able to write since he was 3 years old, but he's hiding his genius to keep his true identity a secret from everyone, especially our clueless heroine. He might look like a struggling student, but he's playing a much more dangerous game. Our girl is determined to turn her silver-haired ward into a top-tier scholar, because let's face it, he's way too frail to be hauling hay in the fields. She's already planning out his entire future, convinced that an esteemed education is his only ticket to a safe life. He picks up the brush and starts to write. And the result is actually incredible. His calligraphy is so elegant it puts professionals to shame. Stares at the paper, her jaw hitting the floor. "Holy tea," she screams, absolutely floored by his hidden talent. She gives him a massive thumbs up and declares that she'll sell her own soul, or at least her belongings, just to pay for his tuition. The boy's face turns a deep shade of crimson as he gives her a soft, shy smile. Calls him a smart boy and starts rummaging around for a reward. She pulls out a little treat and feeds it to him, but the way her finger lingers on his lips sends the romantic tension into overdrive. The atmosphere is suddenly filled with invisible rose petals as they stare at each other. Both of them realize how intimate the moment has become and they completely freeze up. Our girl's face is practically steaming from the blush. "Oh, it's getting late, let's stop here today," she coughs out, trying to escape the awkwardness. But the boy just keeps smiling that devastatingly handsome smile. Can't even look him in the eye anymore. "Stop smiling dumbly, that's enough charisma for today already," she shouts, literally pushing him out the door to save her own sanity. She yells at him to show up for lessons every single day and not to be late. Once he's gone, she clutches her chest, gasping for air. "His smile is bad for my old heart," she groans, joking that she'll need a coronary bypass before she even hits 20. Little does she know the boy is watching her leave with a knowing smirk, calling her a soft-hearted flower demon. Later that night, finally makes it back to her room after a long day in the flower fields. She's exhausted, but she notices something strange sitting on her vanity table. She leans in for a closer look, and her eyes widen. It's a dead mouse. And this isn't just a regular dead mouse, its limbs have been cruelly amputated. Most girls would be screaming bloody murder, but our heroine just scoffs. "As if I'd be scared of such a simple prank," she says, realizing one of the rowdy kids must be behind this. She marches over to the window and tosses the rodent outside with zero hesitation. In a stroke of pure karmic justice, the mouse lands right on the head of who is crouching outside waiting to hear cry. Is absolutely baffled, why didn't she react? This was supposed to be a reminder of her death. Starts wondering if just hit her head too hard and forgot her past. She throws the mouse away in disgust, her eyes burning with hatred. It turns out has lived 2 lives, and she's not about to let a little lady like stand in her way of total domination. Our girl is finally seeing some results as she spends her morning pampering herself. She's been slathering on aloe gel like her life depends on it. "Thank goodness," she sighs, checking her reflection because her acne is finally clearing up. She's so hyped that she won't even need a veil to go outside today. Her father calls out that it's time to head out and she's ready to roll. They head into the bustling marketplace, which is absolutely packed with people and vendors. While they walk, her dad drops some serious world-building lore about the 4 major clans that run this town's economy. He breaks it down for her. The Jin family handles trade, the family owns cosmetics, the Su family deals in salt, and the family runs the gambling dens and brothels. Realizes the guy who bought her music box must be part of this high society circle. Her dad gives her a stern warning, reminding her that as mere commoners, they can't afford to step on any powerful toes. Their best bet is to sell their unique perfume directly to the family. They arrive at the prestigious Pavilion of Elegance, the crown jewel of the family's business. The moment they approach is hit with a wave of expensive scents. "It smells so good," she chirps, her eyes sparkling as she realizes the level of quality she's dealing with. They're greeted by the shop staff and led to an appraiser to show off their goods. The shopkeeper takes one look at the small, unassuming bottle they've brought. But the moment he opens it, the air is filled with the ethereal essence of gardenias. He's absolutely floored, calling the fragrance elegant and refined. He demands a closer look at the mysterious green liquid. His father plays it cool, explaining it's an ancestral recipe that requires hundreds of gardenias for just one tiny bottle. He adds that just one drop lasts for 3 days and even has the power to calm the mind. The shopkeeper knows he's holding a literal gold mine and tries to keep his composure while he inspects it. The scent is so potent it's actually wafting out into the street, drawing a massive crowd of thirsty customers. People are literally screaming to buy it, but the clerk has to hold them back, shouting that the sample isn't for sale yet. Seeing the chaos, his father leaves the sample behind so the pavilion can test it properly. As they head out, the shopkeeper watches them go, realizing this otherworldly perfume might be the biggest business deal of his life. If his master likes this, he's definitely getting that promotion he's been dreaming of. You really are the best, father. I could tell that shopkeeper was totally persuaded. Our girl cheers, giving him a massive double thumbs up. Her father just chuckles, bragging about how he lived quite the wild life back in his younger days. Since they've finished their business early, he suggests they head over to visit her sixth brother. Pauses, trying to recall who this guy even is. According to the original host's memories, is a soft-spoken scholar who married into a wealthy family and is currently living in town. Our girl isn't exactly power-hungry, but she knows having a family member in the government would be a massive win for their security. What's wrong, Ar? What are you thinking about? Her father asks, noticing her zoning out. She just flashes a sweet smile and chirps, family, while plotting their future social standing. They arrive at a cozy estate where the neighbors immediately recognize them as Master Lee's in-laws. They're in luck because the scholar is actually on leave today, two little bundles of energy, and come charging out of the house screaming for their grandpa. They tackle the old man in a hug, telling him how much they've missed him. One of the boys looks up at and blushes, telling her she looks so pretty now. What a sweet talker, she giggles, patting his head and handing out candy like the cool aunt she is. Their mother, Ms. Lee, steps out to see what the commotion is and is stunned to see her father-in-law and standing there. Father R, you're here, she exclaims, though she looks a bit on edge. She quickly ushers the kids away, worried their dirty hands might ruin his robes. Our girl can't help but sigh internally, realizing the original host must have been a total nightmare if her own sister-in-law is this terrified of her. Ms. Lee explains that her husband is out socializing with some high-ranking scholars. Father agrees that it's important to network before the big autumn provincial exams. They plan to have a nice lunch and head out, but the peace is shattered when a servant comes sprinting down the street screaming for help. Miss, your husband 's about to be beaten to death, what do we do? He bellows. Ms. Lee's face goes pale as she demands to know what happened. Apparently, her husband was having tea with some classmates when one of them got a little too drunk and started talking trash about a man on the other side of a screen. The drunk idiot started mocking the man's looks, calling him absolutely abominable. Little did they know that ugly man was actually the powerful young Master Fang, and he has zero chill. The guy went nuclear, ordering his servants to beat the scholars and specifically aim for their faces. If they end up, they won't be allowed to sit for the imperial examinations ever again. It's a total career ender. Ms. Lee goes into full panic mode, ordering the servant to find her father while she prepares to go beg for mercy. His father isn't about to let her go alone, shouting, "I'm coming with you," as they rush out. In his haste, he trips over a stone but is fast, catching him before he hits the pavement. "Father, be careful," she cries out, knowing this family visit just took a dark turn. At the Pavilion of Delicacy, things have gone from bad to worse as a guard brutally slaps one of the tied-up captives. While the victims suffer, young Master Fang just sits back, calmly sipping his tea like the arrogant prick he is. A frantic woman rushes in, screaming for her husband as she sees him and his companions bound and gagged on the floor. She throws herself at Fang's feet, sobbing, "Young Master Fang, please show mercy, please don't hurt my husband anymore." But her pleas fall on deaf ears while her husband can only make muffled sounds through his gag, powerless to help her. Fang isn't looking for an apology, he wants blood, declaring that people like them should be thrown in jail and questioned severely. Our girl steps forward, totally confused, and asks, "What jade pendant?" With a wicked smirk, Fang shows her exactly what he's talking about. He heartlessly tosses a jade pendant onto the floor, watching it shatter into pieces right in front of the bound man. And her father are absolutely stunned by this blatant display of cruelty. This one, Fang says, pointing to the debris as if it's all their fault. Realizes this guy is just a high-status bully preying on and she is absolutely fuming. Her knuckles turn white as she grips her dress, trying to keep her temper in check. She considers using an invisibility talisman to save everyone, but she knows that would just cause more trouble later. She needs a smarter, more roundabout way to handle this. Fang doesn't care about her inner monologue and orders his men to drag the three prisoners to the magistrate dungeons. Just as they're about to be hauled away, a goes off in his head. Wait, she shouts, stopping them in their tracks. She explains that her brother wasn't mocking him but was dragged into it by a classmate. Then she drops the bait. If he lets him go, she'll help him sit for the provincial exams this autumn. Fang just scoffs at her, thinking she's delusional. Where did you come from, girl? Stop with this nonsense, he snaps. But isn't backing down, doubling down on the mention of the exams. She looks him dead in the eye and points out that his application was only because of the sudden breakout on his face. Her father tries to pull her back, terrified she'll offend him further, but leans in and says, I have a way to return your previous appearance. If you don't believe me, look at this. She points to her own clear, radiant skin, noting that her own scars have almost completely vanished. Fang is genuinely taken aback, leaning in to inspect her face to see if she's lying. She twists the knife, knowing he's desperate. I'm sure you've seen many physicians, but the situation only got worse, right? He reluctantly admits she's right, his ego finally taking a backseat to his vanity. Offers the final deal, let her brother go and she'll promise to fix his face before the autumn exams. Fang narrows his eyes, skeptical of this little girl's claims, and asks what happens if she fails. Our brave girl bows low, declaring, then you are free to do whatever you wish to me, young master. Talk about high stakes. At the Pavilion of Treasures, the atmosphere is thick with tension as the young master finally agrees to release our girl's brother. But of course, there's a catch. He demands that come and live in the palace with him, which clearly catches her off guard. Ever the smooth talker doesn't panic and playfully asks, aren't you worried I'll besmirch your name if I live there? She cleverly negotiates, explaining she needs to gather rare herbs from the forest and suggests he visit her brother's home for treatment instead. The young master just smirks, clearly finding her boldness and her little bargain entertaining. He isn't feeling merciful toward everyone, though, ordering the two schoolmates to be tossed into the dungeons immediately. He dismissively tells the rest of the family they are free to leave. Isn't finished making demands yet, she informs him that she needs a special tool made of pure silver to properly cure his condition. I'll draw you a picture, she says confidently, looking him right in the eye. She tells him to get his best craftsman on the job and have it finished by tomorrow. He warns her not to be up to any tricks, but our girl just bows and says, I would never dare, with a straight face. As they finally make their exit from the pavilion, her brother is absolutely racked with guilt over his schoolmates being locked up. Reaches out to comfort him, promising that once she gains the young master's trust, she'll beg for their release too. Even her father is skeptical, asking if she can actually cure that guy's face, but tells him to stay calm. Her brother is still in a total panic, screaming that he can't let the family get dragged down with him. He tells them to leave quickly, urging his wife to take the children and the parents and flee the town as fast as possible. He's ready to face the consequences alone, claiming he can handle whatever happens even if he loses his title. But shuts that down fast, reminding him of her own transformation. If I were not confident, I would not have put the whole family's lives at risk, she declares. Finally, her father steps in to end the argument, stating that he trusts and they should all just go home and talk. Meanwhile, deep in the quiet mountains, a mysterious white-haired youth is seen meditating peacefully beside a massive white tiger. He's deep in a trance, chanting ancient texts as cosmic energy begins to swirl around him. With a sudden, sharp movement, the power he's gathering reaches a fever pitch and erupts into a massive explosion at the base of a tree. The tiger looks absolutely stunned as birds fly off in terror. The boy stares at his own hands in utter disbelief. He can't believe that the simple tricks he secretly learned at the Mew Mansion have turned out to be this devastatingly powerful. Back in the day, our mysterious narrator happened to witness the Duke of Defense teaching his children martial arts. While he possessed a photographic memory, his fragile health prevented him from ever practicing the moves himself. But everything changed after he ingested a legendary spiritual plant, which didn't just neutralize the lethal poison in his veins. It completely overhauled his body, bestowing him with a power he never thought possible. Petting his massive white tiger, he whispers a word of thanks for being led to the plant. It's time to head back, but as he gets up, a book slips from his belt and thuds onto the grass. He scoffs at the contents, muttering that that woman had the audacity to make him memorize such simple things. He looks around, wondering where she could be. She really should have been home by now. Meanwhile, things are getting loud back at the estate. A group of men burst through the doors, shouting for someone to come out. It's young Master Fang, and he's arrived way earlier than expected. He looks as grumpy as ever, pointing out that he's already prepared the specific instrument our girl asked for. Inside a velvet-lined box lies a single sharp needle. Is genuinely impressed, noting how quickly he got it done. She inspects the blemish extractor, marveling at the talent of rich people craftsmen. Fang is ready to get this over with and demands they begin the treatment immediately. But then he drops a heavy threat. If even the slightest incident happens to me, your entire family will be buried with you. Doesn't even flinch at the death threat. She calmly tells him to wait in the guest room and asks her sister to go find a bronze mirror. She starts heating the needle over a candle flame, warning him that this part is going to sting a bit. Seeing him look a little pale, she leans in with a smirk. Oh, young master, are you scared? She even offers to demonstrate on her own face first if he's that much of a coward. Scared? How could I be scared? He bellows, slamming his hand down to hide his trembling. Just gives him a sweet, predatory smile. Then you'll just have to tough it out, young master. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoes throughout the entire compound. Finally, the ordeal is over. Starts listing off the recovery rules. No spicy food, no stimulating snacks, and absolutely no alcohol. She hands him a small jar of her secret medicine, which is definitely just aloe, but he doesn't need to know that. She explains that some of his sores haven't reached a head yet, so he's going to need more sessions. As he applies the cooling gel, he realizes his face doesn't feel like it's on fire anymore. For the first time, he looks actually satisfied, noticing the immediate effects. He's totally sold, declaring that he'll be back tomorrow for more treatment. Looks like just gained a very powerful, albeit very pimply, new client. Knows exactly how to play her cards, calmly telling young Master Fang that she's almost out of her special ointment. She plays it up, explaining that the medicine requires a massive amount of energy to craft, and the herbs can only be found deep in the mountains. She sighs dramatically, adding that the main herb is nearly impossible to find, and only her family knows how to recognize it. She even warns him that Mount Euphoria is a death trap, meaning she's literally risking her life for his skin routine. Master Fang isn't an idiot. He knows our girl is squeezing him for every cent, but he's too desperate to care. He grumbles, fine, as long as the medicine works, and tosses a heavy bag of gold onto the table. He promises to return in exactly 1 week for his next fix. As the sun begins to set, Master Fang and his guards finally clear out. His father and siblings rush over, having noticed the young master look surprisingly relaxed when he left. Our girl just beams, clutching the bag of coins. Don't worry, father, she chirps. He won't be back to cause trouble for at least 7 days. Her father's jaw nearly hits the floor when he sees the size of the payment she secured. Her siblings are in awe, praising her for how much she's grown, while suggests they should probably head out since it's getting late. Her sister suggests they stay the night in town and head back in the morning. Since there won't be any carts available this late anyway, happily agrees to the plan. Night falls over the town, and the family sits down to an absolute banquet. Her sister piles delicious meat onto her plate, telling her to eat her fill. Is in total heaven, thinking about how long it's been since she's had a meal this scrumptious. She stuffs her face, realizing this is easily the best meal she's had since she traveled back in time. Suddenly, she feels a tickle in her nose and lets out a massive HCHOO. Her father worries she's caught a chill, but she laughs it off, saying it's probably just her mom nagging her from back home. For a split second, she gets a nagging feeling that she's forgotten something or someone important. But then she sees another piece of juicy pork. Her eyes sparkle with pure greed, and she decides that meat is way more important than her memory. She goes right back to her meal, blissfully ignoring her intuition. Meanwhile, back at the village, a very handsome and very irritated silver-haired man is standing in the dark. He's waiting outside her empty house under the moonlight, looking absolutely murderous. He mutters, his voice dripping with icy disappointment. He's clutching a calligraphy brush, fuming because she was the one who insisted they practice writing together, yet she's the one who never showed up. You're not a woman of your word, remember that? He growls, and with a sharp crack, he snaps the brush in his bare hand. The ink spatters across the floor as he stares at the wreckage, clearly realizing he's been stood up for a plate of pork. After a nap and a feast, our girl is feeling like a total queen. Stretching her arms wide, she sighs that sleep is always so much better on a full stomach. But the vacation vibes are cut short when her family shows up, telling her it's time to pack their bags and head back home. They don't leave empty-handed, though, as they're gifted a whole basket of buns to snack on for the journey. Gives a sweet thank you, sister, as they prepare to head out. But wait, someone clears their throat, killing the mood instantly. Everyone turns around to see two stoic-looking guards blocking the path. They claim that young Master Fang sent them to help because searching for medicinal herbs is just too dangerous for a simple family. His eyes narrow as she realizes this is a trap. Sure enough, young Master Fang won't let us off so easily, she thinks, knowing these guys are actually here to keep them under a microscope. Her father tries to play the "we're too poor for guests" card, explaining their home is remote and they don't even have spare rooms. But these guards are persistent. They bark back that they don't need a room and will just commute from town every night after searching the mountains. They've even brought a fancy coach to speed things along. As they roll through the countryside, the local villagers are absolutely losing their minds. They see the horse and the carriage and assumes family has officially made it into the high society ranks. Inside the carriage, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. While the villagers think they're being supported by a noble, is fuming, thinking, support, more like a brat pressurizing you to death. They finally arrive at their humble cottage and the carriage stands out like a thumb. Smother is confused, asking why they took so long and who the heck these two guys are. After a quick, panicked whisper from the father, the mother's face drops in pure shock. The guards don't care about the drama, demanding they head into the mountains immediately. The father tries to buy some time, asking them to wait in the yard while they drop off their luggage. Quickly grabs her mother and drags her to the backyard for a secret strategy meeting. Her mother is worried about what to do with these two brats, but has gone full villainous mode. She plans to dig up a common aloe plant and lie, telling the guards it's a rare herb hidden deep in Mount Euphoria. The poisonous bugs and ferocious beasts in the mountains will teach them some manners, she says with a wicked glint in her eye. Her mother is terrified they'll get caught in the crossfire but assures her that she's blessed by the immortals and the beasts won't touch her. She's determined to give these guys a lesson so terrifying they'll never want to go on an adventure again. She even instructs her mother to have her brothers act like they're covered in horrific wounds just to scare the guards before they even start. Heads into the garden to start her scheme. But suddenly, the hair on the back of her neck stands up. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? She wonders. She spins around and catches a glimpse of a mysterious silver-haired boy peeking from behind a wall. He's clutching a book and looking at her with an incredibly intense, suspicious gaze. Is so caught off guard by this new player that her entire plan momentarily vanishes from her brain. Claps her hands together, putting on her best please forgive me face. "He's so sorry, I didn't mean to stand you up yesterday," she chirps, practically begging for mercy. She clings to his arm like a koala, desperate to make things right. "Here's what happened," she begins as E listens with his usual stoic expression. The two sit down for a heart-to-heart, and our girl immediately throws young Master Fang under the bus. She claims it's entirely his fault she couldn't come home to teach E how to read. To sweeten the deal, she pulls out a special bribe. "You're the only person who gets one," she declares, handing over a cloud cake she brought back just for him. E stares at the gift, his silence speaking volumes as he processes her sudden kindness. But the mood shifts instantly, warns him that the guests currently at her house are dangerous. "You should go and hide in case they see you and form evil plans," she tells him, looking genuinely worried. She explains that she has to lead these creeps to Mount Euphoria and insists he cannot follow her. With a final warning, the door slams shut. E looks down at the little cake in his hands, a small knowing smile tugging at his lips. "Is she consoling me as if I were a child?" he muses, clearly not planning on sitting this one out. Cut to the majestic yet deadly Mount Euphoria. Our girl is putting on the performance of a lifetime as she leads the thugs through the thick brush. She tries to warn them about the ferocious beasts, mentioning the nasty tiger wounds her family has suffered. But these guys are total arrogant pricks. "Cut the crap," one of them barks. "Do you think we brothers are normal mountain people like you?" Just smirks to herself. This normal mountain person will show you what a big, normal white cat is like tonight." As they head deeper into the ancient forest, a shadow moves through the canopy. It's E, moving with the grace of a phantom across the high branches. He's keeping a deadly serious eye on our heroine, his expression focused and intense. Under the midday sun, the thugs are starting to lose their cool. Suddenly stumbles with a dramatic gasp. "Hurry up, little girl, don't waste time," they shout as she collapses onto the grass. She looks up at them, playing the weak victim perfectly. "What bullies you are," she mutters, telling them the treasure is just straight ahead by a big tree. "A useless girl," the leader sneers, completely falling for the bait. They leave her behind and march toward the tree, eyes sparkling with pure greed. Their jaws drop when they see a cluster of rare mushrooms glowing at the base. "Bro, look at what's over there," they exclaim, thinking they've just hit a jackpot worth hundreds of taels. They're so busy dreaming of riches that they don't notice the massive predator crouching in the bushes behind them. And let's just say this big white cat is definitely not looking for a belly rub. Screams for help ring through the air as the guards realize they've bitten off way more than they can chew. Our girl was just trying to teach these arrogant city guys a lesson, thinking that if she could survive the mountain, these strong men would be just fine. She's even feeling a bit smug about her little prank. But that smugness vanishes the second one of the guards comes sprinting back, covered in blood and begging for his life. Is horrified, realizing the man is severely injured, and frantically asks where his partner is. The guard gasps out the grim news. It's too late, the other guy was bitten to death by a beast. Our poor heroine is hit with a wave of pure regret. She only wanted to scare them, not send them to their graves. And to make matters worse, this absolute coward of a guard actually pushes her toward the danger, yelling, "Eat her instead," before running away. "You coward," she yells, left to face the consequences alone while he flees. She tries to run. But she's not the only one in the woods. A massive white paw comes to a halt nearby, followed by a bone-chilling roar that shakes the trees. A mysterious silver-haired figure stands beside a massive white tiger, watching the scene unfold. He looks absolutely livid that those guards dared to hurt her, muttering that he should have just killed them both himself. Night falls over the forest as the birds return to their nests. Finally makes it back to the village, looking completely drained and haunted. Her parents are frantic with worry, thanking the heavens that she's finally back. Her father explains that the surviving guard already fled the village in a panic with a broken hand, and quietly admits that they encountered a tiger and the other guard died. Her father tries to comfort her, saying it's not her fault and that the guards were the ones who insisted on going up. But the weight of it is clearly crushing her as she retreats to her room. Inside, she finds E waiting for her. "E, you're here," she sighs, her voice trembling. She tells him she can't even think about teaching him to write today because she's haunted by what happened. She looks down, her eyes full of tears, and confesses the heavy truth. "Today I killed a man." She breaks down, sobbing that she knew the mountain was dangerous but did it anyway, and now someone is dead because of her. E reaches out to comfort her but hesitates, his hand hovering in the air. Suddenly snaps out of her grief with a new, fiery resolve. She decides she can't just leave him there, she needs to find the body and give him a proper burial. "I have to go to Mount Euphoria again," she declares, determined to make things right. Our girl isn't letting a little thing like mortal danger stop her as she sprints through the dark woods. She's on a mission, glowing like a literal angel among the trees. But watching from the shadows is a mysterious silver-haired man, and he's caught in his feels. Why does she feel guilty? He wonders, clearly frustrated that is risking her neck for someone who actually hurt her. Seriously, he's fuming, thinking, how is it her fault that he's dead? Under the pale moonlight, we see the target of her concern, a man slumped against a tree, looking 1 foot in the grave. Finally bursts through the brush, her face lighting up as she shouts, "Ah, I found you." She reaches out a trembling hand to check his vitals. Letting out a huge sigh of relief. "Great, you're still alive," she cheers, though the guy looks like he's barely hanging on by a thread. She quickly scans the area and spots exactly what she needs. "Perfect to stop the bleeding," she exclaims, proving she's basically a walking pharmacy. Activating her plant manipulation skill, she presses a glowing leaf to the man's forehead. In seconds, the wound vanishes like it was never even there. But our silver-haired stalker is still lurking in the background, absolutely stunned by her power. "What?" he gasps, unable to believe his eyes. He decides he needs a closer look at this miracle worker. But he's not exactly a ninja. Crunch goes a branch under his boot. Whips around, her golden eyes wide with alarm as she demands, "Who is it?" Before she can react, a puff of pink smoke drifts past her face. Her vision blurs as the silver-haired man steps into the light. "E, why did you come too?" she mumbles, her voice trailing off as she realizes it's dangerous here. She collapses instantly. But he's right there to catch her before she hits the dirt. He pulls her close, his expression a mix of concern and intense suspicion. As she drifts into a deep sleep, his mind is racing with questions. "Just who are you? What kind of demonic powers are you using?" he asks the empty air. He's convinced she has some hidden agenda, wondering, "What are your intentions with the little mute?" But isn't spilling any secrets, she just grumbles, "So noisy, let me sleep." The man is totally baffled now. Usually his rosemary potion makes people spill their deepest secrets, not turn them into a snoring log. She hasn't answered a single question at all, he sighs, looking down at our girl who is literally drooling in her sleep. He gently brushes her hair back, the quiet of the forest settling around them. His gaze turns dark and possessive as he whispers, "Whatever powers you have, I won't let you use them for anyone else." Night falls over Sunview Town, but things are far from peaceful. Over at the county government office, our entitled fifth young master is busy admiring his reflection, thrilled with how well the cooling ointment is working on his breakout. But his joy is short-lived when he realizes the bottle is nearly empty. "There's no way this bottle can last me 7 days, he grumbles, already dreading the return of his pimples. Suddenly, a frantic banging erupts at his door, with a servant screaming that something terrible has happened. The master snaps, "What's with all that noise? You make it seem like someone died." Well, turns out he's not far off. The servant reveals that Wu Ren has crawled back, but his arm is broken and he's severely injured. The master's jaw hits the floor in shock. In the infirmary, Wu Ren is a bloody mess, barely clinging to life as a medic tries to stabilize him. When the master arrives and demands to know what happened, Wu Ren sits up and wails that his brother is dead. He claims the family is hostile and lured them into the deep forest where man-eating beasts were waiting. He begs for justice, bowing his head in total despair. This gets the master thinking, maybe our girl wasn't just trying to scare him off when she warned him about the mountains being dangerous. Trying to play the benevolent leader, he tells the survivor to rest while he sends for the brother's body, promising the family will give them an acceptable explanation. He even orders 100 silver taels worth of paper money for the funeral. But behind that fake concern, he's seething. Once those 7 days are up, he's planning to make the family pay for everything. Meanwhile, deep in the moonlit forest, another survivor is waking up with a massive headache. He opens his eyes, only to find himself staring directly into the maw of a massive white tiger. "Ah, don't eat me," he shrieks, scrambling back in terror. But before he can run, a hand grabs him by the throat. A mysterious figure shoves a handful of leaves into his mouth. "Swallow it," a cold voice commands as the white tiger looms over him. "Or I'll feed you to the tiger." Faced with a choice between mystery herbs and being a snack, the man gulps it down. He falls to the ground, coughing his lungs out, while the mysterious white-haired figure watches with total indifference. What did you feed me?" he stammers, trembling. The figure doesn't blink, poison that puts you in excruciating pain. From now on, this man isn't a free agent anymore, he's a servant who only acts on orders. As long as he listens and acts honestly, he gets a regular antidote, otherwise. To prove they aren't joking, the poison kicks in, sending the man into a fit of agony. He immediately crumbles, clutching the figure's robes and crying, "Master, I'll listen to you." Looks like our mysterious forest dweller just gained a very motivated new spy. Under the pale moonlight, the group makes their way through the dark forest. Wu, looking a bit worse for wear, checks in on our girl to see if she's finally coming to. Blinks her eyes open, shocked to see the guy actually breathing. "Wu, you're all right?" she asks, still a bit dazed. Wu is singing a completely different tune now, bowing and scraping as he thanks her for saving his life. "Please forgive this lowly one, lady," he begs. Our girl is side-eyeing him hard, one near-death experience, and suddenly he's her biggest fan. But hey, a win is a win. Her system pings with a notification. She's earned 20 merits for the rescue. It's a bit salty about the low payout, but she's more confused about why she blacked out in the first place. She remembers a strange fragrance. Did she accidentally stumble onto some knockout plant while looking for herbs? She turns to her silent protector, E, telling him he can put her down since it must be exhausting. But E isn't having it, he just keeps moving through the brush. "Hold tight," he says simply, leaving our girl feeling like a total slave driver. Why does this feel like child labor, she thinks, feeling a twinge of guilt. Little does she know E is actually wearing a tiny, hidden smile as he carries her. Wu catches a glimpse of that expression and his soul nearly leaves his body. He's sweating bullets, wondering if this is even the same devil incarnate he saw earlier. E shoots him a terrifying side-eye that screams, "Keep your mouth shut." And poor Wu lets out a muffled eek in pure terror. They finally reach the safety of the village. His parents are absolutely frantic, screaming, "Are you silly child? Are you trying to give your parents a heart attack?" But then her mother spots the dead man walking behind them. She loses it, pointing a trembling finger and screaming, "A ghost, leave her alone." Has to quickly intervene, laughing that he's not a ghost and she's glad she went back for him. Wu frantically chimes in, "Yes, she's right, I'm still alive." Once the shock wears off, the mother is overcome with relief, thanking E for carrying her daughter all the way back. Even gives him a little head pat, looking totally smitten with her innocent bodyguard. Her father watches them, his heart heavy with guilt. He knows the family owes E big time, especially since used to be so cruel to him. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder and tells him, "You're a good child, E." But as the words hang in the air, E's expression goes cold. A good child, he thinks bitterly. He isn't moved by the praise at all, wondering if they really think a few kind words can ever make up for the years of torture he endured at their hands. The night air is thick with tension as the family finally gathers their wits. Back at the house, the elders are just relieved to have everyone safe. "Come on, let's get you inside, our," Granny insists, clutching our girl's hand. Her parents are hovering, desperate to know if she's hurt, but just gives them a tired smile, assuring them she's perfectly fine. But check out E in the background. He's clenching his fists so hard his knuckles are turning white. He doesn't care about the family, his mind is in a much darker place. "Spirit, or if she's a demon from the wilderness, she belongs to me," he seethes internally, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. Those pretty eyes are hiding some serious energy right now. He's already plotting how to snatch her away from everyone else, whispering to himself that she must be his and his alone. Talk about a red flag with silver hair. Even the local help can feel the awkward vibes and decides it's time to make a quick exit. Outside, the horses are restless, and a messenger promises to tell the young master everything that happened to help stay in his good graces. The next morning, the sun rises over the village. But the peace is short-lived. Granny is already on the move, calling for because the village chief has arrived. Hurries in with the tea. But she stops dead when she hears what they're discussing. The chief is talking about E's life contract and mentions it'll cost 60 taels of silver to settle his accounts with the local authorities. His father agrees, planning to head into town in 2 days to finalize the paperwork. Lingers by the door, her eyes widening as she processes this. I totally forgot about his life contract, she thinks, her face darkening. She realizes isn't just being nice to E out of the goodness of her heart. She thinks our girl is trying to secure a great credit for herself. And here is the kicker, guys, reveals she's actually a reincarnated woman. She's got a massive chip on her shoulder and thinks she has countless cards to play against our heroine, later out by the sheds. Is busy admiring the garden. E, where did you find so many aloe plants and gardenias? She asks, her eyes sparkling. She's so thrilled that she grabs his hands, telling him he's helped her out big time. E actually lets out a rare, genuine smile, clearly enjoying the attention. But of course, the mood is ruined when shows up, acting all sweet and calling out Auntie. She puts on her best innocent child act, asking to convince Granny to let her and her sister go to town tomorrow. Is surprised by the sudden request, but has her lies ready. She claims they've made embroideries to sell and want to keep the profit for themselves, so Granny doesn't take every single copper. She plays the "I'm just looking out for my sister" card, saying she needs to be there to negotiate a better price. Our girl, being way too kind-hearted, thinks is just a clever kid who needs to see more of the world. Sure, I'll tell mother in a bit, agrees, giving her a head pat. Beams and thanks her. But the moment she turns her back, that sweet smile vanishes. Success, she thinks, her eyes turning cold and calculating. She thinks she's won, but she's forgotten one thing. E is standing right there and he is watching her like a hawk that's found its next prey. He knows a snake when he sees one. Under the pale moonlight, a certain someone is busy hanging laundry while humming a tune of pure greed. She's recalling the tragic history of the Jin family, whose oldest young master is destined to be kidnapped soon. This poor rich boy was betrayed by his own servants and sold to bandits for a mountain of silver. In the original timeline, the bandits didn't play fair, and when the rescue attempt turned into a bloodbath, the young master was caught in the crossfire and killed. But our scheming girl has a different ending in mind. She figures if Aunt could get rich by playing hero, then she can do it even better. I'll be the one in power, I'll be the one looking down on that aunt, she smirks, already dreaming of her life as a high society queen. She's so lost in her delusions of grandeur that she doesn't notice the shadow watching her from the corner. It's a mysterious observer with silver hair, and they are definitely not here to help her hang clothes. She even chose her best robes, the observer notes with a cold gaze. While our villainess in training sleeps, a mysterious vial is uncorked, and a special little gift is poured right onto her precious outfit. The sun rises over the peaceful fields, and a cart rattles down the road, carrying our group toward their destination. Inside the cramped carriage, and the others are just trying to enjoy the ride. Our silver-haired mystery man is sitting pretty, wearing a smile that says he knows exactly what's about to happen. The scheming girl notices him looking her way and immediately starts preening. He's looking at me, I knew I had my charms, she thinks, feeling like the main character. But then her stomach decides to join the conversation with a violent growl. Her eyes go wide as she realizes her internal plumbing is about to stage a coup. Suddenly, a cloud of pure regret fills the carriage. Our girl is sweating bullets as her body betrays her in the most humiliating way possible. The smell is so legendary that everyone else is literally gagging and holding their breath for dear life. And did you eat something bad recently? One of them asks, probably wishing they were anywhere else. She clutches her stomach, screaming as the cramps hit like a freight train. Desperate and dying of shame, she begs, could you wait for me? I need to relieve myself. The men aren't exactly thrilled to be stuck in a biological hazard zone and tell her they'll give her an hour, but after that, they're leaving her behind. Tells her she can always follow them next time if she can't make it today, but we all know how this ends. An hour passes, and our girl is still struggling with the aftermath of her best robe's sabotage. She finally emerges, looking like she's aged 10 years and using a stick just to stay upright. Wait for me, she cries out, but the card is already a tiny speck on the horizon. Looks like her path to riches just hit a very stinky dead end. The sun is shining over the bustling streets as our group arrives in town. They stop the cart outside the registrar's office, ready to change a life forever. With a hefty token of appreciation slid across the desk, the official's eyes practically turn into money signs. Very well, come over then, he says, suddenly finding all the motivation in the world to help. Leans in, whispering urgently to E to pull out his life contract. This is it, the moment he stops being a servant and starts being a citizen. E reaches into his robes, pulling out the paper that has dictated his entire existence. He hands it over with steady fingers. The official inspects the document and slides a new one forward, commanding, sign your name here. With a flourish of the brush, he writes Lee, sealing his fate as a free man. E looks up, a quiet sense of peace washing over his face. Our girl is beaming with pride, telling him that from today onwards, he's his own master and no one can ever buy or sell him again. It's a huge win for the team as they head back out into the world. But the workday isn't over yet. His father reminds her that they still need to hit up the Pavilion of Elegance to sell their special perfume. Looks at E and starts overthinking, he's way too handsome for his own good. She has a mini panic attack imagining him getting kidnapped by traffickers the moment they step into a crowded area. Go wait in the bookstore and pick out some pens, she tells him, basically tucking him away for safety. Meanwhile, at the Pavilion of Elegance, a shopkeeper is breathing down his assistant's neck. He's desperate to know if that perfume-selling old man has returned. The assistant is still dazed from the scent, claiming it gave him the best dreams of his life. Is a greedy one, though. He knows this perfume is and wants to monopolize it to impress his oldest young master. Just then, and her dad walk through the door. Shopkeeper, I came to sell perfume 3 days ago, do you remember me? Her dad asks. Flips his attitude in a second, turning on the charm and praising the high-grade product. He ushers them into a private back room to talk business. Over a fresh pot of tea. The negotiation begins. Dad plays it cool, stating they can only produce 100 bottles a month and the price is 1 tael of silver each firm. Scoffs, trying to devalue their hard work by claiming it's made of ordinary flowers. He tries to lowball them with a measly 500 coins per bottle. But our girl's dad isn't a pushover. If the pavilion cannot accept my prices, then this deal is off, he says, standing up to leave. Panics, begging him to stay. He looks over his shoulder at a mysterious figure hidden behind a screen. The man in the shadows holds up 3 fingers. Suddenly changes his tune, claiming the family can provide better resources. He drops a massive offer, 3,000 taels of silver for the exclusive recipe and all current stock. But sees right through this trap. Do you take us for idiots? She snaps, her face turning red with anger. You can't buy a masterpiece for pennies, buddy. Over a steaming cup of tea, the negotiation is heating up. His father isn't playing games, telling shopkeeper that their family recipe is a sacred secret and absolutely not for sale. Perhaps I shall look for another shop then, he says, turning to leave with a calm confidence. Panicked at the thought of losing this, the shopkeeper begs them to stay, immediately folding and agreeing to pay 1 tael of silver per bottle. He quickly orders his assistant to fetch the cash, while father strokes his beard, satisfied with the deal. As a thick stack of banknotes changes hands, our girl warns her dad not to get too ahead of himself just yet. And she's right to be cautious because behind a nearby screen, a shady young master is watching them like a hawk. This guy is clearly bad news, hiding behind his fan with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Go find out who that old man is, he hisses to his lackey, and take the recipe and the money back. The lackey smirks, revealing that his men are already tailing our duo to teach them a lesson. Out on the street, his father turns to her with a sheepish request, asking if he can use some of the money for their mounting home expenses. Our sweet heroine doesn't hesitate for a second, handing over the stack and telling him that what's hers is his. She even suggests buying a bullock cart to make their farm work and travel much easier in the future. But as they walk, feels a chill down her spine, sensing that eyes are watching their every move. Suddenly, her attention is pulled away by a heartbreaking sight in a nearby alley. A group of starving refugee children are begging for scraps, only to be brutally kicked aside by a passing jerk who tells them to get lost. As heart sinks, as her father explains that these poor souls lost everything when the Yellow River flooded. We just have to do as much as we can, she declares, her eyes burning with determination. She marches straight to a food stall and buys every single bun they have in stock. There's no need to fight, she calls out as the hungry kids rush toward the food. Together with her father, she hands out the warm buns to everyone. And her kindness triggers a system notification, racking up merit points. She sighs, wishing she could do even more to end their suffering. But for now, they have to keep moving. Meanwhile, that creep from the Green Gang is still lurking in the shadows, waiting for his chance to strike. But before he can make a move, whack he's by a brutal strike to the neck. A mysterious silver-haired figure stands over him as he collapses into the dirt. Who sent you? The stranger demands, looking down with cold, piercing eyes. The thug tries to act tough, threatening them with the name of his gang. But the stranger just calmly pulls out a blade. With a terrifying. The mysterious protector makes it clear they aren't playing around. Terrified and in pain, the thug immediately snitches, revealing that the young master of the family sent them to steal the perfume recipe by any means necessary. The family, what a great opportunity, he muses with a chilling smile. He's planning to tear our girl away from her current life by showing her their true faces, so she can belong only to him. Talk about obsessive, he corners a trembling member of the Green Gang who confesses they were hired by the to do their dirty work. Gather your men, he commands, do this for me and I'll let you live. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the trap being set and her father are at the livestock market. They're looking at a sturdy bull that the merchant claims is in its prime, though it'll cost them a hefty 40 taels of silver. Her father agrees to the deal, thinking this is a solid investment for their future. The merchant grins, leading them toward a side area to draft the contract. But wait, a shady character pulls the merchant aside for a quick suspicious whisper. They're definitely plotting something sinister. The merchant returns with a fake apology for the wait, leading our duke right into a secluded alleyway. Suddenly, the trap is sprung as dark figures close in from behind. Before they can even react, bags are shoved over their heads and they're dragged off into the shadows. They're tossed like sacks of potatoes onto the hard ground of a hidden courtyard. A group of armed thugs stands over them, looking ready for a bloodbath. When the bags are ripped off, immediately rushes to her father's side to see if he's hurt. What do you people want? She barks, her golden eyes flashing with pure rage. Her father tries to claim they're just common farmers, but the leader isn't falling for it. The lead thug gets straight to the point. They want the secret perfume recipe she sold to the Pavilion of Elegance. Realizes they are going way too far and starts calculating her chances of fighting them off with a strength talisman. But this guy is a total psycho. He sneers that they only need one person alive to develop the perfume. Master said only the dead do not talk, he growls, drawing his blade. He tosses a dagger onto the stone floor with a clatter. He gives her father a horrifying ultimatum: end his own life now and will be spared to live as a slave for the family. Regardless, only one of you will get to live today, he declares. Watches in horror as her father's face pales. The thug starts a countdown, telling them not to waste his time. Shaking with fear, her father looks at the cold steel resting on the pavement. His hand slowly reaches out for the weapon. His heart sinks as she realizes what he's thinking. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as the reality of the situation hits her. Father, she screams as he grips the dagger and prepares to make a desperate move. The ground literally shatters under the pressure as the tension reaches a breaking point. Even this grown man is sweating bullets and shaking in his boots. Because our girl has had enough of these pests and she's looking absolutely lethal. Go get her, the leader screams, sending his goons to do his dirty work. But isn't just some helpless lady. She activates a strength talisman and plants her sword deep into the stone with a deafening thud. With one explosive punch, she sends a thug's jaw straight into the next time zone. He goes flying like a total. The courtyard is quickly filled with the sweet, sweet music of their pathetic screams. In seconds, the trash is cleared and our girl is ready to head out with her father. She gives the survivors one final, icy warning: go tell your master that I do not want to see you people again. She even kicks the door down on her way out just for the extra flair. I should check the calendar before I left the house today, she sighs, totally unbothered by the carnage she left behind. The leader is left groveling on the floor, wondering what kind of monster he just crossed. But wait, someone was watching from the shadows with a very suspicious smirk. A mysterious silver-haired man looks down at the pathetic failures littering the ground. He leaps onto the roof with the grace of a trained assassin. He stares down at the sword left embedded in the earth. As expected of the woman I chose, he purrs, looking way too obsessed for his own good. The thugs beg him for mercy, crying out, can you please release our fatal now? But he just looks down at them with pure, cold disgust. He's annoyed that his plan to separate her backfired, and now she's even closer to the family. He retrieves the sword with a casual flick of his wrist. Only the dead are guaranteed to keep secrets, he mutters, deciding these loose ends need to be cut permanently. He walks away casually as the floor begins to run red with his handiwork. The blood pools around the bodies of the men who failed him. He leaves no witnesses behind, turning the courtyard into a silent graveyard. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the busy streets, checks on her father, worried he might have been hurt in the chaos. He laughs it off, insisting his old bones are still going strong. Why wouldn't I protect my daughter, he asks, and honestly my heart is melting. realizes that even though she's in a new body, these parents treat her with such genuine love that she vows to never betray their kindness. Her father sighs, blaming himself for the family's struggles and wishing their sixth brother could score well in the examinations. He believes if they gain some official status, the family would no longer have to suffer humiliation from others. Smiles, promising to heal young Master Fang's face so her brother can attend the provincial exams without any issues. With the drama settled for now, it's time to go pick up the rest of the crew. They head over to a local building where a massive crowd has gathered to gawk at a handsome child. Hidden behind thee is none other than our little E, looking absolutely overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. E calls out, waving through the sea of fans. The boy looks up, looking like a total porcelain doll under the library lights. The morning sun hits the village, but the atmosphere is heavy with worry. Our girl is getting ready to head into town, and her mother is practically vibrating with anxiety. Are you sure you want to go alone? She frets, clutching her hands. But has that, don't worry, I've got this energy. She calmly explains that she's just going to treat young Master Fang's skin condition and will be heading straight to her brother's house afterward. Suddenly, pipes up with a suspiciously helpful suggestion. Grandpa, Granny, how about I follow Aunt to the town? She claims she was promised a trip last time and insists she'll be the ultimate bodyguard. She even snatches up's bag, swearing that no harm will ever come to her. But hold on, because we get a glimpse into his inner monologue, and it is juicy. It turns out Izza with a massive chip on her shoulder. She's not there to help, she's calculating her way into becoming the savior for a young Master Jin. She needs a ticket into the city and is her unsuspecting ride. Our girl, being the sweet soul she is, just smiles and agrees to let her tag along. The duo arrives in the bustling town, and they're immediately greeted by a servant who is acting way too nice. "You're here, lady, this way, please," he chirps. Is side-eyeing the guy, wondering how he became so overly polite in just a few days. They're led into a courtyard, where we see young Master Fang and's brother deep in a nerd session about the upcoming provincial examinations. The servant announces arrival, and the girls step into the room. Notices that as young Master Fang's acne clears up, his personality seems to be following suit. Perhaps he might slowly become a good person one day, she thinks hopefully. However, is busy playing a game of I Know Your Future. She recognizes Fang as the magistrate's son and remembers that in her past life, his face became totally deformed, leading him to become a bitter monster who tortured people before getting murdered. Talk about a dark backstory, but the new and improved Fang hasn't lost all his edge. As soon as he sees, he starts demanding service. "You're finally here, quick, come over and treat my face," he shouts. Our girl isn't about to be bossed around though. She gives him a look that says excuse me, and tells him she needs a breather and some breakfast first. Fang is stunned, realizing that this little girl is growing bolder every time they meet. Sensing her opening, plays the innocent niece card. She asks if she can head out to the embroidery house while the treatment is happening. Completely unaware of the snake she's traveling with, tells her to go ahead but reminds her to be back for lunch. Doesn't waste a single second. She skips the embroidery and heads straight for the massive, intimidating Jin mansion. She hides behind a tree, staring at the gate like a stalker. She's practically drooling over the power oozing from the place, remembering the brief taste of luxury she had in her past life. She watches as a group of people approach the guards. The security is tight, no invitation means no entry. Watches them hand over their papers, realizing she can't just waltz in without looking like a total lunatic. To make matters worse, she realizes she doesn't even know what the oldest young Master Jin actually looks like. She needs a plan, and she needs it fast. Just then, she overhears a guard mentioning that the oldest young master is planning a hunting trip outside the city. As eyes go wide, hunting outside the city, she gasps. A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she realizes her target is coming right to her. "The heavens are on my side," she gloats, already plotting her accidental encounter. The treatment is finally complete, and the results are nothing short of a miracle. Young Master Fang stares at his reflection, barely able to believe his own eyes as he touches his skin. "It does indeed feel much smoother to the touch," he murmurs, stunned that there isn't a single scar left behind. Our girl knows a golden opportunity when she sees one and immediately goes in for the kill. She puts on her most polite face, asking if he can find it in his heart to forgive her sixth brother for his previous offense. To sweeten the deal, she promises to work even harder to find medicinal herbs and even supply him with a jar of her special aloe gel every single month. Fang, clearly moved by the results and the attention, sighs and relents. "Stop, I will not go back on my word," he says, promising not to cause her brother any more trouble. Immediately starts laying the flattery on thick, calling him a true gentleman, which has the poor guy blushing and feeling like a hero. But she isn't done yet. She pushes her luck, asking if he could also release the two scholars who were arrested for insulting his appearance. She argues that once he outscores them in the upcoming examinations, their own guilt will be a far better punishment. Fang narrows his eyes, realizing he's been played. So that's why she praised me, he thinks, seeing through her little scheme. He lets out a heavy sigh. But honestly, how can he say no to that face? Very well, he concedes, I should teach them a lesson through official means. He orders his man, Wu, to head to the county government and withdraw the claims immediately. Is beaming, telling him he's a righteous man and she's certain he'll crush the provincial exams. Fang has had enough of her silver tongue, though, huffing, enough, your flattery will get you nowhere. After the drama is settled, meets up with her family. Her brother is incredibly grateful, but she just brushes it off, after all, their family. She tells them she has a few more errands to run in town and needs to find before heading home. Meanwhile, across town, a carriage is racing through the streets like it's in a Fast and Furious movie. Faster, someone yells from inside. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair leaps into the road, waving her arms frantically. Wait, she screams. The driver nearly has a heart attack, pulling back on the reins just in time. Where did you come from, girl? Do you have a death wish? He bellows, telling her to get out of the way. But the girl is desperate. She shouts toward the carriage, young Master Jin, this has to do with your personal safety. The driver thinks she's totally lost it and threatens to move her by force. But she won't budge. Tears well up in her eyes as she claims she overheard a plot to murder young Master Jin this morning. A voice from behind the curtain suddenly commands, let her come in. The driver is confused but obeys, and the girl breathes a sigh of relief, thanking the young master. As she quickly climbs inside. Ready to play the hero, young Master Jin she starts. But before she can finish, a massive hand clamps over her mouth. She's been lured into a trap. A rough-looking man pins her down while she struggles. He looks at his accomplice, wondering how this random woman knew about their plan. The girl's eyes go wide as she looks at the floor of the carriage. The real young Master Jin is already tied up and gagged right next to her. The lead kidnapper turns his fury on an old man in the corner. Was it you, old man? Don't forget your family's lives are in my hands, butler. The poor butler shakingly denies it, terrified for his life. Back on the main road, passes by the sign for Jin's Jade House. She watches as people enter the shop. Remembering how well the Jin family treated her when she sold them the Snow Peak Celestial Palace, they're trustworthy people, she thinks to herself. She had originally planned to sell them her new perfume, but decides it's more important to find and get home. Just then, the suspicious carriage from earlier roars past her. As the wind catches the curtain, catches a split-second glimpse of the blue-haired girl inside, gagged and looking absolutely terrified. Watches as the carriage pulls away, knowing she can't let them get out of her sight. She realizes the targets must be from a wealthy family, but she has to be careful. Our girl locks in, her expression turning deadly serious. There are way too many eyes around for her to start using her system items in the middle of the street. I can decide on what to do later, but first I must follow them secretly, she whispers to herself. Once she reaches the outskirts of town, she finally finds some privacy. Tracking a horse on foot is no joke, and our poor heroine is already huffing and puffing. She spots the fresh tracks in the dirt, realizing the carriage hasn't made it too far yet. As she lurks in the brush, a mysterious figure with silver hair and a golden mask watches from the shadows. And get a load of this guy, he isn't even riding a horse, he's mounted on a massive white tiger. Knows she'll never catch up at this rate, so she summons her system and demands to exchange her merits. Her sassy little fox spirit pops up and offers a solution for 16 merits, a literal bicycle. With a puff of smoke, a modern bike appears in the middle of the woods, leaving looking like she's about to win the Tour Ancient China. Tiger Guy is absolutely floored, shouting, "What is that?" Our girl just smirks, ready to let the power of modern technology shine. "Let's go," she cries, pedaling so hard she leaves a trail of dust behind her. Even the guy on the tiger can't believe his eyes, noting that she's moving incredibly fast. He commands his beast to follow her. And the white tiger leaps through the trees in a desperate attempt to keep up. Masked Guy is deeply suspicious, wondering if this strange vehicle is some kind of demonic magical treasure. He watches her back, wondering just how many more secrets this girl is hiding. Finally catches up and slams on the brakes, coming to a halt right behind the carriage. She gives the command to return and the bike begins to glow, vanishing back into her system inventory. She spots the kidnappers taking a break by the side of the road and starts creeping toward them silently, peeking around the side of the carriage. She listens in as the goons brag about how the Jin family will never find them. These creeps are already counting their money, dreaming of 100,000 tael ransom. They praise a guy named Brother for coming up with the plan to abduct the oldest young master Jin. His heart sinks as she realizes this is a high-stakes kidnapping, and she wonders how got dragged into this mess. She isn't about to let them get away with it, though. Her eyes turn cold as she prepares to use a strength talisman. Rescuing them is more important, she thinks, ready to throw hands. But suddenly the sound of galloping hoofbeats fills the air. A group of riders storms toward the scene, and a whole squad of horsemen surrounds the carriage before it can make her move. The sound of galloping hooves echoes through the valley as the bandits make their way back. Dust clouds follow the horses until they finally pull up to meet their leader. "Chief, why did you come all the way here?" one of the lackeys shouts, sounding surprised to see the big boss out in the field. The chief, looking every bit the villain with a nasty scar across his face, doesn't waste any time on pleasantries. "Did you bring the hostage?" he demands with a jagged grin. The lead goon laughs and gestures toward the carrot. He brags that they not only have the boy but also a girl who handed herself over on a silver platter, suggesting the rest of the crew is going to have some twisted fun with her later. The chief just smirks, clearly pleased with the haul. But little do these idiots know our girl is lurking just a few feet away, listening to every word. She realizes that even with a strength talisman, she can't take on this many burly men at once. "I have to fight them with wits," she whispers to herself, deciding her best bet is to smuggle her way right into their lion's den. She stealthily crawls toward the back of the wagon and squats down, hiding beneath the frame. "Let's go, we're going back to Fortress," the leader bellows. The caravan takes off at a breakneck pace, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Is literally hanging on for dear life to the bottom of the carriage, her eyes wide as the ground blurs beneath her. Meanwhile, back elsewhere, our mysterious silver-haired man is having a serious brooding session. He seems genuinely annoyed by selflessness, thinking to himself, "You act as if other people's lives are more important than your own." He's clearly catching feelings and hates it, wondering if he's just another insignificant ant to her since she's unconditionally nice to everyone. He grips the fur of his white tiger so hard the poor thing lets out a howl of pain. By the time the sun sets, the bandits finally arrive at the fortress gates. "Lock them up," comes the order as the hostages are hauled away. The mood in the camp is high, and the men immediately start calling for drinks to celebrate their successful kidnapping spree. Once the camp settles into a rowdy silence, finally drops from her hiding spot under the carriage. She knows she can't use violence, so she starts scanning the area for any advantage. "Huh," she mutters, spotting a strange purple plant growing near the wheels. It's toxic balm grass, and a devilish plan starts forming in her head. "I've got it," she chirps, looking far too cute for someone about to commit mass poisoning. She creeps toward the storage area where the bandits have stacked their supplies. Peeking out from behind a row of wine jars, she waits for the guards to be distracted. The men are busy bragging about how much silver the chief is going to make from the ransom. Seizing the moment, reaches into a jar and begins squeezing the toxic juice from the grass directly into their drinks. "I'll knock a portion of them out with this and save the strength talisman for the rest," she plots. The party gets into full swing as the bandits start chugging the spiced wine. But the celebration doesn't last long. I can't drink anymore," one goon groans before collapsing face first onto the table. A higher-ranking official mocks them for being lightweights, but then the room starts spinning for him too. "Wait, the wine's been poisoned," he gasps, struggling to stand as his vision blurs. Before he can raise the alarm, smack appears behind him, disguised in black and wielding a massive wooden club like a pro. "Don't be afraid," she tells the terrified village girls who were being forced to serve the bandits. "I'm here to save you." With her golden eyes flashing with determination, she asks the girls for the location of the dungeon. They warn her that it's incredibly dangerous and she doesn't have the keys, but just gives them a confident look. "Don't worry, that won't be a problem," she assures them. Deep within the fortress, the actual dungeon is a grim sight. Two hostages are tied up and gagged, shivering on the cold straw. One of the girls is crying, thinking about how she failed to save anyone and just got herself kidnapped instead. Suddenly, a thunderous bang shakes the cell door. "Identify yourself," a voice commands, causing the hostages to jump in fright. They stare at the door, hearts pounding, wondering if their savior or their executioner just arrived. Under the cover of a moonlit night, the mountain fortress sits in eerie silence. Suddenly, a heavy boot slams against the wood, shattering the peak. Inside, our girl finds two captives bound and gagged, their eyes wide with terror. Debris rains down from the ceiling as the rescue mission kicks into high gear. Doesn't waste a second, drawing a gleaming dagger. The captives tremble, thinking their end has come. But with a swift whoosh, the blade cuts through the air. The heavy ropes fall away, useless heaps on the floor. The girl in red gasps, looking up at her mysterious savior. "Who are you? Why did you save us?" she asks. Keeping her voice low and urgent, replies, "I've held back most of the bandits on the mountain for now. Leave." But as turns to go, the girl freezes, her eyes locking onto the masked figure. This fragrance, it feels familiar, she whispers to herself. Isn't here for a reunion though, stop daydreaming, go, she commands. She watches them hurry off, her eyes sharp and focused behind her mask. The captives beg her to come with them, calling her young master, but she knows her work here isn't finished. Just as she's about to vanish into the shadows, a faint sound catches her ear. Help, save us. She rounds a corner and finds a heart-wrenching sight, a cage packed with terrified children. Our girl's heroic heart can't take it. Don't worry, I'll save you, she vows. High above the fortress walls, she works fast, ushering the little ones out. Quick, we need to leave this place, I'll send you guys home, she tells them. She leads the small pack toward freedom, patting their heads to keep them calm. But just as they reach the exit, a thunderous voice stops her in her tracks. Stand right there. His heart drops. A bandit sneers from the shadows, his blade pressed against a new captive. If you dare to let them go, then I'll kill him right here. His eyes go wide as she recognizes the boy. She screams internally. Her mind starts racing. Why is here, and how is that bandit even standing? She poisoned him and whacked him over the head. Did he recover that fast? Is he immune to her toxins? She shakes off the confusion. Still, now's not the time to worry about this, she thinks. Standing her ground, she glares at the villain. Release him. The bandit leader laughs, his face twisting with rage. You stupid girl, how dare you come into the fortress, drug us, and steal our goods? He leans in, his eyes gleaming with malice. Leave the children here and I'll give him to you in exchange, or I'll cut his head off right now. Looks back at the innocent children she just rescued. Meets her gaze, his expression unreadable. The guilt is eating our girl alive as she averts her eyes, unable to look at him. Looks down, looking like he's already accepted his fate. The villain loses his patience. Come on, or I'll kill him right now. Panics, her hands shaking. Stop, I'll leave the children here, all right, don't hurt him. She tries to play it cool, negotiating for E's life. Calm down, he's just a child. Won't it be a waste if you killed him when you were planning to sell him for money? She takes a desperate step forward. Take me instead, I'll replace him. Hold me hostage, then you'll never have to worry about me foiling your plans again. The bandit leader smirks. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I take a good fighter as hostage? He points a finger at her, his voice dripping with cruelty. Very well, if you want to replace him, then break all 4 of your limbs. I'll count to 3. Either you make a move or this child dies. He starts the countdown. 1. His breath hitches as she reaches down and grabs a heavy wooden club. With a look of grim determination, she raises the weapon over her own arm, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for E. A massive white tiger lets out a bone-chilling roar as it lunges through the forest. Our girl is on high alert, gripping her weapon as the beast streaks past her like a fuzzy blur of death. It zeroes in on a corrupt official in purple robes, and before the man can even process the danger, the tiger is upon him. With a sickening crunch, the predator delivers a fatal chomp. The tiger pins the man to the ground, his blood staining the earth while a mysterious white-haired girl named E lies on the ground nearby. Chaos erupts as the remaining guards scramble to escape the carnage. Quickly moves to shield E, covering the girl's mouth to keep her from making a sound that might draw the beast's attention. Our heroine stands her ground, putting herself between the massive predator and her companion. But instead of attacking, the tiger just gives a cheeky lick of its chops, looking surprisingly satisfied with its meal. With its job done, the beast turns tail and disappears into the night. Immediately rushes to E's side, her eyes filled with worry as she asks, E, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? The girl just shakes her head, looking like she's about to burst into tears from the trauma. Seeing her safe, lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. E throws herself into his arms for a dramatic, flower-filled hug. His heart does a little skip as she blushes, thinking to herself how soft and fluffy her friend feels. She gently strokes E's hair, whispering, you must have been terrified, it's all right now, I won't let anyone hurt you. But wait, hold the phone. As E buries her face in shoulder, a devious smirk creeps across her lips. Our girl is being played. E's internal monologue reveals the truth. I knew it, you still care about me the most. All my effort into pretending I got caught didn't go to waste. Talk about a master manipulator, we see exactly how she did it. She was the one standing over that official earlier. She didn't get caught, she shoved a poison pill right down his throat. The man woke up dazed, wondering when he'd managed to get so drunk. He didn't even realize E was looming over him like a vengeful ghost. When he finally noticed her and reached for his blade, shouting, who are you? E just grabbed him by the collar, coldly informing him that he was already poisoned and would be following her orders from now on. And now she's back to playing the damsel in distress in his arms. Meanwhile, another group is trying to make their escape. Children are desperately clinging to a carriage, begging, Big Brother, please bring us with you. A blue-haired girl on the carriage is not having it, arguing that a heavy carriage will slow them down and the bandits might catch them. She heartlessly suggests they leave the kids behind and just send help later. But young Master Jin refuses to be a coward, telling her, "If we're leaving, then everyone will leave together." He shouts for the children to get on immediately. The blue-haired girl is clearly fuming at his heroism, but she stays silent. The horse begins its gallop, and the carriage starts its sluggish journey toward safety. Watching from the shadows is impressed, thinking that young Master Jin seems like a genuinely good guy who will keep the kids safe. Suddenly, her system mascot pops up. An's eyes turn into literal gold coins as she checks her rewards. "Oh my god, that's a lot, I'm rich," she squeals, realizing her hard work finally paid off. Back at the Jin mansion, the staff is in a total frenzy because the oldest young master has finally returned. Everyone is fussing over him, asking, "Are you all right, young Master Yuan?" It turns out our guy escaped the bandits all on his own, showing off the kind of courage and ingenuity that makes the Jin family famous. But he's not just a hero, he's got a heart of gold, immediately ordering his men to feed the other kidnapped children and get them home safely. He turns to the girl who is currently stealing all the credit for saving him and bows deeply. "I will not forget the kindness you've showed, young lady," he promises, swearing the Jin family will do everything to help her. The servants are already whispering that this village girl just hit the jackpot and might even become a concubine. But little do they know is playing a much bigger game. She scoffs internally, "I already have a future emperor by my side, why would I set my eyes on a mere merchant?" Our girl's rival is aiming for the top, planning to use this favor to heal the future emperor's muteness and make him forever indebted to her. She puts on her best worried daughter act, telling Jin Yuan that her family is unwell and even the local doctors can't help. One of them is also very seriously mute, she adds with a fake bashful look, begging for his help. Jin Yuan is totally hooked, thinking she's such a selfless, honest person for not asking for gold or status. He immediately offers his father's best physician from the Imperial Hall and even prepares gifts to bring to her house personally. Can barely contain her smirk as she thanks him. Cut to Prospering Fields Village, where a fancy carriage is rolling in, making the local farmers stop their work. They wonder what esteemed guest is visiting their humble fields, especially since the village has been unusually busy lately. They're stunned when they see who's inside. It's looking like a highborn lady in silk and jewels. The gossip mill starts immediately, with everyone wondering if some wealthy lord finally took a liking to her. The carriage pulls up to the house, and Jin Yuan's men start hauling in crates of gifts. Grandparents are absolutely floored, barely recognizing their own granddaughter standing there. She looks like a completely different person. "Granny, Grandpa, it's a long story," she says, playing the part of the successful lady. She leads the way inside, introducing Jin Yuan to her stunned family. As they sit down to talk, Jin Yuan introduces himself, thanking the family for heroic help. But Granny is sweating bullets. She recognizes him from the Jade House where sold that celestial palace model. She's terrified he'll remember her from when they were dressed in tattered rags. Her nerves get the better of her and she trips while serving snacks. Luckily, Jin Yuan catches her, shouting, "Careful, madam." She quickly retreats, leaving the important people to chat. But Jin Yuan is left staring after her, thinking, this madam looks familiar, where did I meet her before? Meanwhile, in the courtyard, our real hero is just chilling and munching on an apple. She's totally fine with taking the credit, thinking that as long as the family benefits, it doesn't matter who gets the praise. But someone else isn't so forgiving. From behind a door, a pair of sharp eyes is watching the scene. It's her companion, and he's fuming that his stealing's glory. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. He steps back, startled, wondering what on earth is doing here now. This girl really has some nerve, accusing our boy of stealing someone else's hard work. She starts bragging about all the fancy medicinal herbs young Master Jin gave her, even claiming she's brought a renowned physician to cure his muteness. Little does she know, E is just playing the long game. He can already speak and is practically overflowing with internal energy. Mind your own business, he thinks, completely over her drama as he leaves her in the dust. He's got eyes for only one person, and that's our girl. Without saying a word, he grabs her hand, catching her completely off guard. "E, where are you bringing me?" she asks as he drags her away from the village. The other girl is left absolutely fuming in the background, but nobody has time for her tantrums right now. Starts to get worried because they're heading straight for Mount Euphoria, a place crawling with tigers. He suddenly stops in his tracks. Seeing the look in his eyes, realizes this isn't just a random stroll. "Is there something really important that you need to do there?" she asks softly. He gives a solemn nod. Our heroine can't say no to that face, so she gives him a little head pat and agrees to follow him into the wild. They trek deep into the heart of Mount Euphoria. Eventually, they stumble upon a hidden cave draped in vines. Is stunned, she's lived here her whole life and never knew this place existed. They head deeper into the darkness, only to find a literal paradise on the other side. Sunlight pours through the ceiling onto a massive, ancient tree surrounded by lush greenery. But the real treasure is on the ground, glowing mushrooms are everywhere. His jaw hits the floor when she sees the high-grade ginseng just chilling in the dirt. She can't even process the sheer amount of wealth sitting right in front of her. This place is for any physician. How did you find this place? She asks, watching him crouch down. He reaches down and pulls up a massive, glowing root. Oh my, this ginseng has got to be at least 100 years old, she exclaims. Her eyes go wide when he holds it out to her. He simply nods, confirming it's a gift just for her. Tries to refuse, insisting it's way too valuable to take. This thing is worth at least 100 taels of silver. He just goes silent, his gaze fixed on her as if the money doesn't matter at all. But their peaceful moment is cut short as the sound of galloping hooves echoes nearby. A group of riders is fast approaching a carriage on the road, and it looks like trouble is coming for our favorite duo. Hands over a glowing medicinal root, telling her companion not to be sad and to use it to grow stronger. She warns him to keep their secret passage a total mystery, because in this world it's hard to tell a person's true character and she doesn't want him becoming a target. Our girl is heading to Mount Euphoria, but she makes him promise to be careful while she's gone. He gives her a soft, trusting nod, clearly touched by her concern. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, they decide it's finally time to head back home. The sky turns a beautiful shade of amber as evening settles over the peaks. Down in the valley, the village looks peaceful, tucked away beneath the towering mountains. And her silver-haired friend walk through the village hand in hand, looking like the picture of innocence. But the peace is short-lived when they cross paths with a man in vibrant red robes. Oof, grunts as she accidentally collides right into him. The man looks startled, immediately asking if the young lady is all right. Freezes, wondering if this guy is still hanging around. Suddenly, the man's eyes widen as he catches a familiar whiff of her perfume. He remembers that exact scent from a masked savior back at Fortress. It's you, he shouts, pointing a finger right at her. Panicked that her secret identity is about to be blown in broad daylight, lunges forward and clamps her hand over his mouth. He won't back down, insisting that his nose is way too sensitive to ever mistake her unique fragrance. Quickly drags him away, desperately whispering for young Master Jin to keep his mouth shut. She realizes that having such a distinct scent is becoming a total hassle. Please keep this a secret, she begs, looking like she's about to have a meltdown. Confused but intrigued, Jin asks why, suggesting they take a walk through the village so she can explain herself. As they walk away, the silver-haired boy is left standing by the gate. He watches them go with a look that could absolutely kill, his face shadowed with intense jealousy. Meanwhile, Jin stroll through the lush green fields of the village. Jin is practically gushing, telling her how impressed he is with her hidden skills. He claims it must be fate that they met here while he was out hunting a white tiger. Our girl just rolls her eyes internally, thinking that while he's not a bad guy, his intellect is definitely questionable. She feeds him a cover story, claiming she learned her skills from a mysterious master and only stepped in at the fortress because she saw her niece being kidnapped. She emphasizes that her family has no idea she can fight, so this has to stay between them. Jin looks at her with total heart eyes, completely buying her righteous hero act. He promises to keep her secret, declaring that it's only right since she saved his life without asking for anything in return. He starts rambling about his childhood and how his weak constitution kept him from learning martial arts, making realize he is way more talkative than she expected. He offers to send over a mountain of thank you gifts later but has a better idea. I was wondering if you were willing to make a trade with me, she asks. Jin is caught off guard by the mention of business. She pulls out a small vial, asking if he noticed the fragrance she's wearing. She explains it's a secret perfume recipe she learned from her master and suggests they partner up to produce it. She pops the cork, letting the aroma waft toward him. Jin is instantly transported, his face flushing as he inhales the scent. He describes it as a powerful but elegant jasmine, feeling like he's literally lying in a sea of flowers. As the two of them stand by the water's edge discussing their new business venture. They have no idea they're being watched. Hidden in the bushes, the silver-haired boy glares at them, looking like he's ready to commit a crime if Jin stays 1 second longer. While the atmosphere is sweet, someone in the bushes isn't feeling the love. A hand reaches down for a perfectly sized rock. With the precision of an Olympic athlete, a mysterious silver-haired man launches the projectile. Direct hit, it nails young Master Jin right in the back. The poor guy loses his balance and tumbles toward the river. With a massive splash, he's submerged. Our girl screams out his name in horror. Her guards don't waste a second, diving into the water to rescue the drowning noble. They drag a coughing, shivering Jin back to the surface. "Are you all right, young Master Jin?" they ask frantically. Watches from the shore, looking absolutely. As Jin limps back onto dry land, soaking wet and miserable. Our girl immediately starts apologizing. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have brought you over to the waters," she says. But Jin, ever the gentleman, insists, "It's all right, it's my fault for being careless." His guards aren't having it though. They tell him he needs to change and take medicine before he catches the flu. They remind him that his body is still weak after being drugged recently, so he needs a physician ASAP. Before he leaves, Jin pulls out a jade family token. He hands it to her, saying, "Come to Jin's Jade Hall after 3 days, lady. We can discuss the details of a partnership then." He makes sure to emphasize, "You must come," while waves him off. Meanwhile, back in the trees, the silver-haired man is absolutely seething, literally cracking the bark of a tree with his bare hands. He stares them down with a look that says he should have thrown a bigger rock. Later that night at the ruins of the fortress, things are looking grim. A few bandits return from a failed ransom mission only to find their entire base has been leveled. They start shouting for their big brother and second brother, but there's no answer. One of them realizes the government must have come through and wiped the place out, leaving nothing but blood on the ground. They try to look on the bright side, joking that they should be happy they were away during the attack. One is bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster, one laughs. But his celebration is cut short by a bone-chilling roar. The men instantly unsheathe their swords, terrified. Standing atop a rock is a massive white tiger with a masked rider on its back. The silver-haired man looks down at them coldly. "What a surprise, I didn't think there would be survivors," he muses. The tiger's blue eyes glow in the moonlight. The bandits are shaking in their boots, asking how he's even riding such a beast. He doesn't care for small talk, "Who I am doesn't matter," he says. He leans in with a terrifying ultimatum, "What's important is, do you want to live?" 3 days later, we see the gates of the beautiful, tranquil manor. It's a massive, stunning estate with lush gardens and ponds. His mother is in complete shock. "He gifted this whole manor to you, she gasps. Explains that it's actually the capital the Jin family invested for their partnership, along with 60 staff members. Her father is impressed, noting that while Master Jin is benevolent, it's only because perfumes are of such high quality. Our girl has a plan for her family too. Since they can't do heavy labor, she wants them to manage the manor's operations and accounts. Her mother is moved to tears by her daughter's kindness. "We're a family, mother, there's no such thing as benefiting thanks to each other," says with a smile. But she has one more request. She wants to send to the Lee family's academy to study. He's a smart boy but with a weak constitution. He'll have a better future as a scholar, she explains, with a determined look in her eyes. She asks, "Please allow it, mother, father." A carriage pulls up to the gates as the next phase of the plan begins. Inside, our girl is wasting no time securing a future for her ward. She bows deeply before the elder, pleading, "Please take care of him and make sure no one bullies him, Grandpa Lee." Master Lee strokes his beard, clearly impressed by the boy's aura, noting that he looks both handsome and extraordinary. Even the other ladies in the room chime in to help, reminding the master that was the hero who saved Young from that nasty Master Fang. With everyone singing her praises, the master finally relents. All right, he says, agreeing to take under his wing if he shows true potential. He even arranges for the boy to move into the academy dorms immediately. Is absolutely beaming as she thanks Grandpa Lee for his kindness. But don't think for a second she's abandoning her favorite person. She turns to with a determined look, promising, "Don't worry, I'll come and visit you at the dormitories every day." She's basically becoming his personal knight, telling him to report any bullies so she can personally deliver some justice. Ever the quiet one, just gives her a small, obedient nod. Of course, a drama wouldn't be complete without a jealous spectator. From the shadows of the doorway, a rival girl fumes, "Damn it, she got credit for this too." But her anger quickly turns into a devious smirk. She realizes that with staying in town and her own job nearby, she'll have plenty of chances to sink her claws into him now that the distance between them has closed. Cut to the prestigious academy grounds. Just can't stay away and ends up peeking through the classroom window like a proud stage mom. Inside, is looking every bit the refined scholar, standing out effortlessly among the other students. As I thought, is definitely more suited to be a scholar, she thinks, her eyes sparkling with pride. Senses her gaze and looks over. And our girl doesn't even try to be subtle, giving him a frantic, happy wave. He actually breaks his cold exterior for a moment, offering her a soft, genuine smile. Once the master calls for a break, the students begin filing out of the hall. Is already waiting in the courtyard, waving her arms and shouting, "E over here." She hasn't come empty-handed. She's lugging a massive basket filled with his favorite candies, new clothes, and expensive school supplies. He looks almost overwhelmed by the sheer amount of loot. But she doesn't give him a choice, shoving the basket into his hands. She assures him she bought everything with her own hard-earned money and that her family is finally doing well. "No one will hurt you anymore," she says softly. She reaches up to give him a tender head pat, and for a second it looks like a perfectly wholesome moment. But as walks away, the mask finally slips. E's expression turns chillingly dark as he looks at his benefactor. He's not happy that her relationship with her family is improving. "This won't do," he muses with a villainous smirk. "I have to find a way to show her the true colors of those animals, and I have just the perfect pawns for this." A cold blade tickles the old man's chin as he trembles in fear. "Have mercy, good men," he cries out, surrounded by bandits who have already made quick work of his guards. The father is completely clueless, asking what they could possibly want from a family that's never crossed them. But the bandit isn't buying the act. He reveals that because his daughter saved the oldest young master of the Jin family, their fortress was destroyed. The father's eyes go wide with shock. Daughter was the one who saved young Master Jin. The bandit just laughs at his stupidity, pointing out that a man like young Master Jin wouldn't hand over a massive manor for nothing. It finally clicks for the old man. If is protected by an immortal, then she's the one who actually has the martial arts skills. Desperate, he tries to buy his way out, promising money and silence. But the bandit wants more than just gold. "I want your daughter as well," he sneers. "I'm going to torture her and take revenge for my dead brothers." To make sure the old man cooperates, he grabs one of the sons by the collar. "Hand her over or I'll kill your sons one by one." The son, showing absolutely zero backbone, starts sobbing and begging his father to just give up. The father hesitates, his silence hanging heavy. Fed up with waiting, the bandit's eyes narrow. With a sharp whoosh, he slashes the son's arm, sending blood spraying everywhere. "I'll slash his neck next," the thug warns with a sadistic grin. The son is losing his mind, screaming, "Are you truly willing to let your son die all for the faults of a mere girl?" Under the pressure of the blade against his son's throat, the father finally breaks. "Please just bring R here," he shouts, officially throwing our girl to the wolves. He screams for them to stop, his face a mask of cowardice as he agrees to bring over to her certain doom. Watching this betrayal unfold from the shadows, the masked immortal tells exactly what she needs to hear. "Don't you see? They've decided to abandon you." He tells her she might as well not have a family at all if they're this fickle. He leans in close, promising her that as long as she stays with him, she'll never have to worry about being betrayed again. Meanwhile, our sweet girl is back in the city, showing the kindness her family clearly lacks. She's handing out warm buns to the poor, telling them there's no need to steal because everyone will get their own. A ragged little child tugs on her dress, and when it offers her a bun, the girl shakes her head. With tears streaming down her face, she begs, "But can you save my sister? She's too sick, she's going to die soon." While our girl is busy playing hero, she's looking after a poor, sick child who's burning up with a fever. Her sick sister arrives with a steaming bowl of medicine, warning her to be careful because it's boiling hot. Gently helps the little one drink, making sure she gets every drop of that bitter brew. It turns out our girl found this child on the streets and brought her to the rejuvenation hall, but since the place was packed, she decided to nurse the kid herself. The sixth sister looks at with a mix of confusion and awe. "You've always been a kind child," she says, clearly impressed by her selflessness. But just as the sun starts to set on this wholesome moment, a knock comes at the gate. It's father, looking absolutely frazzled. He claims he was worried sick because his R hadn't returned to the manor yet. The sixth sister explains that was just busy saving lives, then calls her out to see her dear old dad. As she invites him in, the sixth sister notices something off. There's a strange man waiting outside with a bull and a carriage. When she asks who he is, father dismisses it, claiming he's just a gardener from the manor who's acting as a driver. The two stand in the courtyard until finally emerges, asking why her father came all this way. He immediately grabs her hands, his voice trembling. He starts sobbing, calling himself a useless coward who is terrified that something happened to his precious daughter. Being the sweet soul she is, comforts him and agrees to head back to the manor together right away. Under the cover of night, the carriage rolls along a lonely mountain path. Inside, father pulls out a package of cloud cakes, telling her he bought them just for her. He is touched by the gesture, thanking him before taking a big bite. But as she chews, Her world starts to spin. She slips from the seat and faints right into her father's arms. He holds her tight, wailing, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The gardener drops the act instantly, snarling at the old man to shut up before he kills him too. Father is beyond distraught, begging the man to kill him instead for hurting his daughter. We soon find out the dark truth: this was a setup. Father is on his knees while his sons are tied up in the background. The thug mocks him, saying a daughter doesn't matter anyway since she can't carry on the family name. He orders his goons to take the girl and the money, reminding them that the master wants her unharmed. Father begs for his sons to be released as promised. But the thug just gives a chilling smirk. "Let them go, that's not for me to decide," he sneers. The traitorous old man screams in rage as he realizes his plan has gone south. The assassin doesn't hesitate, stepping down the stairs with his blade drawn and a murderous glint in his eye. He flashes a wicked grin, ready to end this pathetic struggle once and for all. Our heroine's father can only watch in terror as the cold steel swings toward his neck. But then clang. The sound of metal meeting metal echoes through the night as the assassin's sword is intercepted midair. "Huh," the killer mutters, his cocky expression vanishing instantly. Out of nowhere has appeared, blocking the strike with a simple metal rod as if it were child's play. The assassin's eyes nearly pop out of his head. "Why is she awake?" he demands, realizing his drug didn't work. Panicking, he screams for his men to hold her down. But please, these goons are nothing to our girl. With one swift, graceful movement, she sweeps the entire group off their feet. One by one, they hit the pavement with a satisfying thud. Doesn't even break a sweat, looking down at them with pure disdain. "Get lost," she commands, her voice cold enough to freeze the air. The lead goon can only crawl away in shame, trembling as he wonders how on earth he's going to explain this disaster to his master. They scramble away into the night, terrified, crying out that a literal tiger is about to eat them. With the trash cleared out, turns to her father, who looks like he's seen a ghost. She softly asks if he's all right, but the guilt is clearly eating the poor man alive. He breaks down into heaving sobs, wailing, It's my fault, I'm so sorry, just kill me." Stares at him, her golden eyes filled with a complicated sadness. She remembers the moment he handed her those cloud cakes, claiming they were a special treat just for her. He had looked so desperate as he watched her take them. In that moment, she had looked at the cake and known exactly what was happening. She had smiled and thanked him, pretending to be the innocent daughter he expected. She even hid the cake in her sleeve, playing along with the betrayal just to see how far it would go. Back in the present, she looks at her weeping father and tells him there's no need to blame himself. She reaches down and picks up a discarded sword, walking toward the rest of the family who are tied up and begging for mercy. With a violent whoosh, the blade flashes through the air, but she isn't aiming for their necks. The ropes fall away, leaving them stunned and very much alive. She explains that the real villains are the fortress for preying on the weak. In her mind, she's the one who brought this danger to their doorstep by playing the hero. "So even if you had chosen to toss me away for the sake of your own lives," she says softly, "I would not have blamed you nor felt disappointed." The brothers can only look at her with tear-filled eyes, moved by a level of grace they clearly don't deserve. She tells them to go get some rest while she takes a walk to clear her head. As the full moon hangs high in the sky, the scene shifts to a dark, ominous clearing. The failed assassins are now kneeling in the dirt, shaking like leaves in the wind. Standing before them is a mysterious, silver-haired man wearing a golden mask, looking down at his useless subordinates with a chilling, silent judgment. The mysterious masked man is absolutely fuming that his plan didn't work. He can't believe that after being betrayed, our girl still chose to save her family. He clenches his fist in rage, wondering why she would be so foolish. But before he can storm off, steps out from the shadows, catching him red-handed. "So you're the master they spoke of," she says, her voice steady and sharp. She's been tracking him through the woods, following the blood trail left behind. Standing her ground, she demands to know his identity and why he's targeting her people. Looks him dead in the eye, refusing to back down. "Why are you targeting my family?" she demands to know. The man just scoffs, his voice dripping with mockery. He reminds her that her father was the one who drugged her, and her brothers were ready to sell her out just to save their own skins. To him, a family like that isn't even worth a second thought, let alone protecting. Surprisingly, doesn't argue. She admits that her family's love was never just for her. She uses a cold, logical analogy. If you had to choose between losing one thumb or four fingers, anyone would choose the thumb to save the majority. "I do not ask that they love me more than they love themselves, so I do not blame them," she explains, her eyes full of a sad understanding. For a moment, she seems lost in thought, almost like she's seeing a ghost from her past. She quickly shakes off the feeling and snaps back to the present. Pointing her weapon, she tells him to cut the nonsense and reveal who he really is. The masked man stays silent, his gaze unreadable behind that golden mask. Instead of answering, he reaches into his robes. With a swift motion, he throws a cloud of purple smoke into the air. The lackeys start panicking, but he casually reassures them it won't kill them, it's just a little parting gift. Before can react, he leaps into the air. He glides across the moon like a phantom, telling her to hand the criminals over to the authorities and promising that the family won't be bothered again. Is left standing there staring at his retreating figure. She can't help but wonder just who is he. Back at his own estate, the man leaps over the high walls, returning to his secret life. He slips into his room, exhausted from the night's events. As he settles into bed, the traumatic memories start to flood back. He remembers a time when his mother praised his handwriting, calling him smart and talented. But that warmth was a lie. The next memory is of her whipping him mercilessly while he cowers on the floor, screaming that it's all his fault. Then, in a twisted display of love, she'd hug his bruised and bleeding body, sobbing that she'd never hurt him again. It's no wonder he's so cynical about family. The sun sets over the village, but the drama is just heating up. Smother is absolutely fuming, calling the girl's father an old fool for whatever went down yesterday, but our girl is playing it cool. There's no need to worry about that, mother, she says. It's all in the past already. Her brothers are clearly trying to get back into her good graces, calling her over to show off some rare night lotuses they dug up from the mountains just for her. But look at our poor heroine, she looks like she hasn't slept in a week. Despite her family's efforts, she remains cold and distant, the light completely gone from her eyes. She decides she's had enough of the family bonding and announces she's heading to the academy to check on E. The silence in the room is deafening as she walks away, leaving her mother to just sigh in defeat. She arrives at the serene academy grounds, but the vibe is anything but peaceful. As soon as she sees E, she's all mother hen, asking if anyone has been bullying him. She takes his hands in hers, looking him dead in the eye. This may sound ridiculous, but you're the only person I worry about the most, she confesses. E isn't a fan of the sweet talk, though. He can see right through her, noting how absolutely exhausted she looks. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence and his heart nearly stops. E, did you just speak? She gasps, her face lighting up like a Christmas tree. She's practically vibrating with excitement, begging him to say something else because she thinks his voice is finally back. But E isn't here to celebrate. He drops a total bombshell, looking her right in the soul. You're not her, am I correct? He demands. Our girl tries to play it off with a nervous laugh, claiming she has no idea what he's talking about. Seeing the walls closing in, she tries to pull the classic "oh look at the time" move to escape. But E is faster, snatching her wrist and pulling her back so hard she nearly trips. He pins her with a gaze that could melt steel. You're not the original, he growls, who are you? Is left trembling, her cover totally blown as she struggles to find an answer. Our girl looks deep into his eyes, thinking about how the original soul of this body would have likely vanished into thin air by now. To lighten the mood, flashes a playful grin and tells him not to worry. She's definitely not some man-eating demon, so he should just think of her as an angel sent from the heavens. He just stares at her, looking completely unconvinced by her angel act, realizing she's getting nowhere with the jokes, gets serious and demands to know the truth. How long have you been able to speak? He looks away, his face turning a shade of pink as he bashfully admits it started some time ago. She realizes he's been keeping his recovery a secret from everyone, and she can't say she blames him. She thinks for a moment, her finger on her chin. Before coming up with a brilliant plan, how about this, she chirps. She proposes a classic "you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours" deal. He helps keep her mysterious secret, and she'll keep his voice a secret from the rest of the world. To seal the deal, she sticks out her finger for a pinky promise. E reluctantly agrees, and they lock pinkies in the most wholesome moment we've seen yet. But the atmosphere shifts back to drama as expression softens with guilt. I'm sorry, E, she whispers, looking him in the eye. She explains that while she's taken over this body, she knows exactly what the original host and the family did to him, and she feels it's her duty to atone for those crimes. She even goes as far as to tell him that she'd understand if he wanted to take his revenge on them. E is visibly shaken by this, asking if she'd really stay out of his way even if he targeted the family. Doesn't blink, stating she has no right to fault him for wanting justice. Her only plea is that their crimes aren't worth a death sentence. E quietly promises to hold back. But then he hits her with a question of his own. Why do you worry about me? Is it just to atone for the original host's actions? Looks like she's been struck by lightning. She starts to stammer, clearly caught off guard. E tells her she doesn't have to answer right away, but our girl isn't one to back down from a confession. She shouts that she doesn't worry about him because of some sense of guilt or debt. With her face turning bright red and her fists clenched, she looks him straight in the eyes. I worry about you because she trails off for a second, before screaming at the top of her lungs, because you're family to me. She's so embarrassed she looks like she might explode. He is stunned by the outburst, but he can't help but ask for a little clarification. Does she mean family in the same way she treats the toxic family? Ouch, way to kill the mood, E. The only way to win a man is to play dirty, or at least that's what this mystery woman thinks as she moves through the shadows. Under the cover of night, a veiled figure arrives at a den of vice, looking for something far more dangerous than just a good time. She's not there for the entertainment, she's there to do some very shady business. When the attendant asks if she has a specific lady in mind, her eyes turn cold through the veil. Any strong medicine, I'll pay whatever the price, she demands, and we all know that medicine in this world usually means trouble. As she's led deeper into the building, she can't help but feel like her plan is already falling into place. She lets out a wicked smirk, thinking, I'd like to see how you're going to steal Lee from me when you've been sullied. Fast forward 3 days later, and the weather is looking a lot brighter than that woman's soul. Our girl has arrived at the Pavilion of Fragrance for a high-stakes business meeting. She's showing off her new perfume essence to young Master Jin, explaining how the scent is stronger and lasts much longer than anything else on the market. Jin looks over a document she handed him and asks, what's this? Gives him a confident smile and explains it's a full sales and business plan. Jin is absolutely blown away, admitting he's never heard of such a method, while secretly laughs because the 21st century is full of tricks these ancient folks haven't seen yet. Jin is so impressed he wants to test the perfume in the capital city immediately and agrees to bring the stock tomorrow night. To celebrate their new partnership, they decide to share a toast. Downs her drink, not suspecting a single thing is wrong. But as she finishes the cup, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Suddenly, her hand loses its grip and the cup hits the floor with a loud thud. What's going on? My chest feels stuffy, she gasps, her face flushing a deep red. A frantic thirst begins to take over her entire body. She looks up to see that Jin is also blushing furiously, looking just as affected as she is. Immediately gets suspicious, snapping, how do I know it's not you behind this? But Jin quickly defends himself, mentioning he already has a powerful in the capital. However, the medicine is working fast, and Jin starts getting way too comfortable, opening his robe as he approaches her. Before things can get spicy, our girl acts fast and stuffs a giant ice cube directly into his mouth. Jin is left stunned with a mouthful of ice, completely short-circuiting his brain. Grabs the bowl of ice water, telling him it's good he has it because she's not interested in this drama. She tells him to get it together and find out who is actually responsible for this mess. I'd like an explanation for what happened today, she demands, letting him know she's postponing the delivery. She gives him a cold farewell and walks out, leaving him to deal with his own internal heat. Finally, Jin snaps back to reality, his face burning with shame and anger. He realizes someone is trying to ruin his honor using him as the tool, and he is not about to let that slide. He slams the table and roars for his guards, demanding they bring him the manager, the chef, and the waiter immediately. Is stumbling through the courtyard, her vision blurring as a strange, suffocating heat takes over her entire body. Water, she rasps, her golden eyes hazy with fever as she searches for any kind of relief. She can barely keep her feet under her mind racing as she wonders how on earth she even ended up in this state. Just as her legs finally give out and she starts to plummet toward the hard stone floor, a strong pair of arms sweeps in at the last possible second to catch her. What happened? A voice echoes as she's pulled against a steady, firm chest. It's E, and thank goodness he's here, though our girl is currently losing her mind from the heat. E, quick, bring me somewhere with water, quickly, she begs, her face flushed a deep, worrying shade of crimson. She looks up at him with those pleading, dazed eyes. And for a heartbeat, the world seems to stop as they lock gazes. E immediately checks her pulse, his expression hardening as he realizes something is very, very wrong. His eyes widen in pure shock as he feels the frantic rhythm of her heart. Who was it? How dare they use such a drug on her? He fumes, his protective instincts going into absolute overdrive. Under the clear blue sky, things are getting way too spicy for comfort. Is completely out of it, leaning into his touch and whispering his name as she rubs her face against his shoulder. Without a second thought, he scoops her up into a bridal carry, moving with purpose to get her away from prying eyes. As the clouds drift lazily by, he retreats deep into the woods to find a secluded spot. He quickly sets up a fire to boil a pot of water, likely trying to prepare some sort of herbal remedy to counter the toxin. He settles her gently against a massive tree, watching over her with a mixture of worry and intensity. Lets out a soft, pained mumble, prompting E to lean in close. How are you feeling? He asks, his voice dripping with concern. But our girl isn't thinking about medicine or recovery. She's staring directly at his mouth, completely mesmerized. Cherries, she whispers, her brain totally fried by the drug's effects. Before he can even process the weird comment, she reaches out, grabs his collar, and pulls him down. In a moment of pure, unadulterated drama, she plants a kiss right on him. The world around them fades into the rustling grass. As the kiss deepens, catching E completely off guard. His face turns every bit as red as hers as the heat between them spikes. He lets out a heavy, nervous gulp, his heart racing a mile a minute as he tries to maintain his composure. But just as quickly as she started the fire, loses consciousness, slumping against him and leaving poor E to touch his lips in total shock. E asks if his furry companion found the herbs he needed. The majestic white tiger delivers the goods right on cue. Taking the medicine, E tells the beast to stay put and watch over her while he works his magic. He takes our girl to a glowing golden spring, cradling her as the water works its wonders. "You're awake," he says softly as finally opens those golden eyes. She's completely disoriented, asking where they are and how she even got there. E explains that she fell sick and begged to be brought to water, so he fed her some herbs to counteract the drug before she came to. He looks at her with a hint of something, is that disappointment, and asks, "Do you not remember what happened?" Is totally clueless, thanking him and saying everything after she fainted is a total blank. E's heart sinks just a little as he realizes she has no memory of their moment. Our heroine starts putting the pieces together, wondering if young Master Jin was the one behind this whole mess. She figures Jin must have tracked down the culprit by now, but she's still a bit shaken. Suddenly, E grabs her arm. Tries to play it cool, telling him he should get back to class so the master doesn't scold him for skipping. But E isn't going anywhere. "There's no need," he says, dramatically sweeping off his cloak. He drapes it over her shoulders, revealing he already told the master he'd be absent today. Cue the sparkles and blooming roses because the tension is getting thick. They stand there in a moment of pure romantic bliss, surrounded by the kind of flower petals that only appear when a male lead is being extra charming. Can't help it, her face starts heating up. E notices immediately, asking if her red cheeks mean the drug is still in her system. Panicking, she stammers out a no, and tries to change the subject by asking if he grew taller recently. "Nice save, girl," she claims it's getting chilly and suggests they head back. She even lets out a tiny sneeze to sell the "I'm cold" act as they walk off into the sunset. As night begins to fall over the estate, the atmosphere shifts from romance to a straight-up interrogation. Inside the manor, the servants are trembling on their knees. Physician Han has some bad news. He found traces of the drug in the dishes. It's a sneaky poison that melts in heat and dissolves in water, meaning someone drugged the food after it was cooked. Young Master Jin is absolutely livid, demanding to know what the staff has to say for themselves. The servants hit the floor, crying out that they have no reason to drug him and couldn't possibly remember which dish went where. One poor guy is sobbing about his family, swearing he's innocent. A guard reports that the kitchens and all employees have been searched, but they found zero traces of the actual drug. Jin isn't buying it. He glares at the two servers, threatening to toss them all into the dungeons until someone starts talking. That threat does the trick and the servants suddenly have a moment. "Oh right, I remember now," they shout. "Speak," the young master bellows at a trembling waiter. The poor guy stammers that he had a stomachache and some random waiter offered to help him send dishes to the tables. "Who was it? How did they look?" the young master demands, his voice cracking like thunder. The waiter admits he didn't get a good look while rushing to the bathroom, but the guy was unusually buff for a server. This is all the young master needs to hear. It has to be the family's green gang, those vultures who have been eyeing perfume business. Just when things couldn't get worse, a subordinate rushes in with a terrifying update. "Lady hasn't returned to the manor today." "What?" the young master screams, his heart sinking into his stomach. He knows our girl was still struggling with the effects of that drug when she left, and if she's missing now, she's in grave danger. He completely loses his cool, shouting, "Find her, send everyone out, find her no matter what." Meanwhile, under the moonlight, a lone carriage carries an E away from the chaos. Is deep in thought, wondering if she was just collateral damage in a plot against the Jin family, or if the family really is after her perfume business. E watches her quietly before asking if she really has to carry on with such a dangerous trade. Our girl isn't backing down, though. She needs the money and the Jin family's protection to keep from being framed again. But then E drops a total romantic bombshell. What did you call me just now?" stammers, her face turning bright red. This smooth talker leans in, calling her R and asking if she'd prefer he call her my lady or even darling. Practically chokes on her own breath, insisting that is just fine. But E isn't having it, complaining that her name feels way too distant. "Plus, aren't we betrothed? We are to be married in the future," he reminds her with a look that could melt stone. looks at E and decides it's time for a reality check. She explains that since his life contract is void, he's a free man and doesn't have to marry her. She even admits the original only set up the betrothal to keep him prisoner, and she won't force him into anything. You're a free person, you're not tied down to this betrothal, she insists. But instead of looking happy, E looks absolutely heartbroken. Are you planning to throw me away? He asks, his voice dripping with sadness. Our girl panics instantly at his puppy dog eyes. No, no, of course not, she cries out. She tries to explain she was just trying to be fair, but E plays the victim card perfectly. She grabs his hands, promising him that her home is his home. I will never cast you away, she vows, falling hook, line, and sinker for his act. E gives her a hopeful look, and she swears on her name that she'll keep him by her side forever. As he grips her hands tight, a smug victory finally touches his eyes. I believe you are, he whispers softly. His head is spinning from all the blushing and the intensity of the moment. She starts to realize she might have been totally played by this innocent boy. How did he get so good at this? She wonders, her eyes swirling in confusion. But before she can process it, E goes in for the kill. He tells her he can give her all the money she needs by selling rare herbs from the mountains. You don't need to do business with the jinns, he says, looking deeply into her eyes. I can provide for you for the rest of your life. Talk about a power move from our resident innocent. E, under the moonlit sky, the stakes are higher than ever. Explains that she can't just rely on others. She needs to be capable of earning her own way if she wants to help those in poverty. Did you forget that I'm actually an angel? She asks E, reminding him that her ultimate goal is to do enough good deeds to finally return to the heavens. The carriage finally comes to a halt outside the pavilion of fragrance. The staff looks like they've seen a ghost when they spot her. Lady is back, young master lady is finally back. They shout, practically tripping over themselves to spread the news. One of them sighs in relief, telling our girl that if she'd been any later, young Master Jin would have likely torn the entire restaurant to pieces in a fit of rage. Speak of the devil, Jin comes charging out, his eyes wide with desperation. You're all right, thank goodness, he cries out, looking like a man who's just avoided a heart attack. He immediately insists that physician Han take a look at her, warning that the drug she was given is dangerous and needs to be treated immediately. He reaches out to grab her, but his hand is suddenly swiped away. E steps in like a protective shield, glaring at Jin while holding his hand tightly. Jin freezes, his mouth hanging open as he stares at E. Is he angry? Nope, he's completely whispering, my goddess, as if he's just seen a literal vision from the heavens. He starts fanboying hard, clenching his fists in excitement over E's undeniable beauty. The rest of the group can only stare in pure, unadulterated confusion at the sudden change in atmosphere. Who are you? What's your name? Where do you live? Jin demands, leaning in way too close for comfort. Clears her throat, trying to bring some sanity back to the conversation. He's family. What exactly are you doing, young Master Jin? She asks, her tone dripping with judgment. She reminds him that this isn't the time for idle chatter and demands an explanation for the chaos that happened earlier. Jin finally snaps back to reality, realizing how embarrassing he's being. He offers a clumsy apology, claiming E just reminds him of someone he used to know. Decides it's best to separate her boys for now. E, it's crowded inside, why don't you head back to the academy first? She suggests. Jin watches him leave with a lingering gaze, wondering why his goddess is walking away so soon. E makes his exit. But he's not actually going home, he looks back one last time. Before leaping onto the roof with the grace of a trained assassin. He crouches in the shadows, keeping a silent, watchful eye on the conversation below. Jin turns back to, bowing his head in shame. I truly apologize for what happened today, lady, he says. He reveals that he's already interrogated everyone in the restaurant and discovered that a fake waiter drugged their dishes. The only lead they have is that the culprit has a distinct lump on his left hand. He promises not to leave town until the man is caught, but is left wondering if the attack was meant for him or her. Jin is absolutely riddled with guilt, apologizing again for dragging her into his mess. It's all right, she tells him, remaining calm despite the danger. He tries one last time to get her to see a doctor, but she politely declines his concern. With a sweet smile, she bids him farewell, asking him to keep her posted on any new leads. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, the truth comes out. A mystery woman hands over a heavy bag of coins to a man who has a very familiar lump on his hand. Thank you, young lady, he chirps, clearly satisfied with the payment for his dirty work. The woman watches him go with a sneer of disgust, thinking she'd never normally associate with such lowly people. She's the one behind the plot, hoping that by ruining his reputation, our girl will be forced to become a concubine for some wealthy family. How weird, Jin Yuan muses, staring into space. Is it even possible for someone to look this similar to the immortal from the painting? We jump back to when he was just a troublesome kid getting a massive reality check from his father. His punishment for causing trouble, 6 hours of kneeling in the ancestral hall. But our boy isn't exactly the pious type. His stomach starts growling and he decides the ancestors won't miss one little snack. "Dear ancestors, I'm so hungry," he whispers. "I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I took a fruit, right? Thank you so much," he chirps, practically drooling. But as he reaches for the apple, he fumbles and knocks a hidden mechanism. Clack, a secret compartment opens up, dropping a mysterious scroll. When he unfurls it, his jaw hits the floor. "A goddess," he gasps. The girl in the painting is breathtaking, and little Jin Yuan is officially smitten. Back in the present, he's finally connecting the dots. That can't be a coincidence, he thinks. Did that goddess live in Sunview Town too? Is that young man her descendant? Meanwhile, out in the village, is catching E up on the local gossip. She mentions that Jin Yuan had a bit of a misfortune this morning. His horse got spooked, he broke his leg, and now he's stuck at home. E just gives a dark, satisfied smirk. "That's what you get for putting my R in danger," he thinks. "I've already gone easy on you this time." Oh, our protective king is not playing around. He's still fuming about the drug used on them and vows to make everyone involved pay. Notices he's being a bit quiet. "What's on your mind, E? Why aren't you saying anything?" she asks. He immediately swaps the vengeful face for his sweet mask. "It's nothing, I'm just glad you're all right," he says softly. They arrive at a local residence and are greeted by a friendly woman. Explains they'll be staying for a bit while they wrap up business in town. The lady is thrilled and mentions that just returned as well. "Is back," she calls out. A pair of feet approach. And out steps, wearing a look of pure malice. "I'd like to see how pitiful this woman looks now that she's been sullied," she sneers internally. But the second she sees standing there looking perfectly fine and glowing next to E, her face drops. How could this be? Shouldn't she look haggard? She's spiraling, wondering where her master plan went wrong. Still, she tries to play it cool and maintain her White Lotus persona. "Why did you come over today, Aunt?" she asks, faking a greeting. Innocently explains the situation with Jin Yuan's broken leg. Immediately pivots, acting concerned. "How did young Master Jin get hurt?" she asks, before suggesting a visit to the Jin mansion tomorrow to check on him. Thinks it's a great idea, but we all know is just looking for a new way to stir the pot and salvage her failed scheme. The tension at the dinner table is thicker than the soup, especially with acting all sweet and telling E to eat more. Our girl watches this play out with a sour look, wondering why the girl who literally framed E for a crime is suddenly acting like his personal cheerleader. She starts spiraling, thinking that maybe has actually caught feelings for him. And honestly, can't even blame her because even her own old soul gets a little fluttery looking at that face sometimes. She starts pouting, feeling like is being way too improper by getting so close to him. But then a sudden realization hits her like a freight train. She tries to shake it off, telling herself that E is a free man and can be with whoever he wants. Still, her chest feels weirdly stuffy, and she tries to gaslight herself into thinking she just ate too much lunch. Later, while they're walking together, E notices her mood and asks, "What's on your mind, R?" Without thinking, she lets it slip. "I was just thinking if likes you." She immediately gasps, covering her mouth in horror at her own lack of a filter. There's a long, heavy silence between them. But then E just gives her this devastatingly soft smile. Tries to backtrack at Mach speed, laughing it off and telling him he's too young for a relationship anyway. But E isn't letting her off that easy. He reaches out and takes her hand. He looks her dead in the eye and drops a total bombshell. "I don't like, it's only ever been you, R." Our girl is absolutely stunned as he holds her hands against a backdrop of literal flowers. Her eyes are wide with shock as the world around her seems to stop. Under the shade of a massive tree, the atmosphere is pure romance, leaving completely speechless. Meanwhile, over at the Jin mansion, is busy playing the part of the devoted friend to young Master Jin, who's currently nursing a broken leg. She hands him a pair of knee braces she embroidered herself, acting all humble and sweet. He thanks her, calling her kind and insisting he'll be fine in a few days. Then pivots the conversation, mentioning that looked strange yesterday and asking if anything happened while they were together. Master Jin starts to mention someone he saw, but then tells her to forget it. He can't stop thinking about that goddess-like young man who was with. He finally gives in to his curiosity and asks who that mute young master was. His inner monologue is pure villain energy. She knows E is destined to be the emperor and plans to use Jin Yuan's interest to get herself a one-way ticket to the capital. She puts on her best concerned relative face and tells him that E isn't actually part of their family. She spins a web of lies, claiming found him and forced him into a life contract and betrothal because was disfigured and afraid she'd never marry. Master Jin is horrified, asking how the family could do something so cruel. doubles down on the drama, claiming used to have a horrible temper and would beat E because he was too weak to fight back. She sighs, saying only suddenly changed recently and now the whole family regrets what they did. Master Jin is totally falling for it, thinking he never would have guessed was so violent. He does have a moment of doubt, wondering why would shame her own aunt like this. But just tells him to go ask the villagers if he doesn't believe her, confident that her lies have taken root as she plots her next move. Young Master Jin, I have already asked the villagers about the little mute, a servant reports, bowing low. He spills all the tea, explaining that E was bought by the family as their daughter's betrothed, beaten every day by the previous lady and never given enough to eat. But apparently his temper suddenly flipped 6 months ago and she started treating him with kindness. Young Master Jin isn't buying it for a second, convinced our girl is actually a master manipulator full of schemes. He clenches his fist, feeling like he's been played, and wonders if she's the one behind all the recent trouble. He decides that if he brings E to the capital, the elders might find out his true identity, which is better than letting humiliate him. He orders his men to invite E to the mansion, making sure not to raise any suspicions. As the sun begins to set over the horizon, E is seen walking through the academy grounds, minding his own business with a book in hand. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to stop him. Young Master Lee, our oldest young master awaits you, the guards say, bowing respectfully. He's escorted straight to the Jin mansion, looking as calm and ethereal as ever. The local maids are absolutely losing it over his visuals, whispering that he looks like a literal immortal. He is led into the private quarters, and the door clicks shut behind him. As E stands there looking cold and regal, Jin Yuan is struck by a bolt of realization. He looks too similar for it to be a mere coincidence, he thinks, staring in shock. E doesn't appreciate the staring and gives him a sharp glare. Jin Yuan quickly snaps out of it and apologizes for being improper, asking E to take a seat. He gets straight to the point, saying he called him over to discuss his birthright. He mentions the rumors of E being stranded and then forced into the family. I can save you from them and bring you to the capital to reunite with your family, he offers, even suggesting E could just live at the Jin mansion if they can't find them. E remains silent, his expression unreadable. Jin Yuan is convinced that the person E resembles must be his family. He gets worked up, slamming his hand down and vowing to take E's life contract back from the family. E watches him with a small, cynical smile, thinking this guy must have a death wish to head straight into danger. Jin Yuan suddenly remembers that E can't speak and smacks his own forehead. Quick, bring him a brush and paper, he commands. A servant brings the writing materials, and E prepares to write his response. He takes the paper and writes down a series of pointed questions. Who told you I was betrothed? And who is this person of your past? Jin Yuan explains that he heard the rumors from the village and that admitted everything yesterday. He adds that while he doesn't know who the person in the portrait is, they are definitely related to the Jin family. He even swears an oath that he has no ill intent toward E. E listens, his eyes narrowing as he continues to write. His next question is crucial. Did you tell any of this to? Jin Yuan waves his hands frantically, insisting that E is the only person he's told. E continues his elegant calligraphy, while Jin Yuan peeks over his shoulder to see the result. The truth E writes down leaves Jin Yuan stunned. The family freed him long ago and he stays by choice. He explicitly states that has never tortured him and warns Jin Yuan not to trust, as she was the one who tried to frame him. He warns that going to the capital will only get him killed and demands his identity stay a secret. Jin Yuan is left reeling, realizing he's been listening to the wrong sister this whole time. The red-clothed man bows low, apologizing for overstepping and promising that today's events will remain a total secret once he returns to the capital. Our mysterious silver-haired guy just gives a chillingly calm smirk, clearly holding all the cards. To make sure that secret stays buried forever, he watches with cold eyes as the evidence turns to ash over a flickering candle flame. But while some are playing high-stakes politics, others are playing with literal fire down at the Fortune Casino. The crowd is roaring, eyes glued to the table as they beg for a big win. Is the star of the show today, but the casino sharks are already circling, whispering about how it's time to bleed him dry. For now, the dice are dancing in his favor. I win, he cheers, looking like he's just conquered the world. He's managed to win back everything he lost and then some, leaving the dealer looking less than impressed. With 80 extra taels in his pocket, is feeling invincible, bragging that he'll be rich enough to buy the whole street at this rate. But fast forward 7 days and the gambler's luck has officially run out. He's sweating bullets, screaming for another big win. But the thud of the dice tells a different story, leaving him staring at the table in utter disbelief. He tries one last desperate roll, praying for small. But the universe says absolutely not. He looks like he's seen a ghost as his entire life savings vanish into thin air. Behind the curtains, the predators decide it's time to reel in the fish. A manager gives the signal to get him. And before it can even process his loss, thugs have him pinned to the table. They slap down a loan agreement. Turns out our guy borrowed a cool 1,000 taels last night while he was riding high. Manager wears a wicked grin, reminding him that he has exactly 7 days to repay the debt. Or else, he purrs, you'll have to pay with your life. Is shaking, realizing he's essentially signed his own death warrant. He wanders the streets like a dead man walking, wondering where on earth he can find that kind of cash. He hears a commotion nearby and sees a desperate father literally selling his own son to the casino thugs. The town gossips mention that manager has a special taste for scholarly-looking boys and is willing to pay top dollar for them. Suddenly, the gears in his twisted mind start turning. He smirks, thinking he's found the perfect sacrificial lamb to save his own skin. As the sun sets, he meets back up with the thugs. They're skeptical, is this nephew of his really worth 1,000 taels? He swears he isn't lying, his eyes darting around for his target. Just then, our silver-haired beauty walks into view. The thugs' jaws hit the floor. They realize manager would pay 5 times the debt for a prize like this. Puts on his best concerned relative mask as he approaches. Little mute, something happened, got hit and fainted on the streets. He cries out, acting like a total drama queen. He leads the poor guy down a dark alley, pointing toward a secluded building. She's been calling for you, quickly go in and take a look, he urges, his voice dripping with fake concern. The moment the silver-haired guy steps through the door, a hand clamps over his mouth. The thugs swarm him, tying him up like a prize package while celebrates the fortune he's about to make. Inside the dingy room, a greedy man sighs about his gambling debts and his growling stomach. He figures since E is tied up and mute, he's got plenty of time to go grab a meal. He scoffs, reaching into our girl's clothes to steal her coin pouch. The money's useless to you anyway, you might as well let me spend it, he sneers, acting like he's doing her a favor. As soon as the door clicks shut, though, the vibe completely shifts. E's hands might look bound, but the ropes are already falling apart. She casually pops a pill into her mouth, her eyes cold as ice. It seems like I won't need to hold back, she thinks, clearly having a plan of her own, but suddenly bang. The door flies open and rushes in, screaming E's name. Are you all right? Let me get you out of these ropes, she cries out. Pulls out a knife and starts hacking away at the restraints. She explains that she followed them after seeing the 5th uncle acting suspicious. Don't worry, E, I won't let him hurt you, she promises, pulling E toward the exit. But they don't get far before they run right into the villain of the hour. The uncle is absolutely fuming. You damned girl, how dare you interfere with my plans, he roars. Doesn't hesitate, shoving E back and yelling, run away, E, I'll hold him off. She braces for a fight, but when she blinks, the space behind her is empty. Huh, there's no one, she gasps, realizing E has vanished into thin air. Little does she know, E is already watching from the shadows with a smug smirk. Our girl isn't buying the heroic rescue act for a second. Rescuing me the moment I get kidnapped? You must have been watching from the sidelines the whole time, she muses, walking away without a care in the world. Back in the courtyard, things turn ugly fast. The uncle delivers a brutal slap that sends hitting the dirt. Since that brat ran away, I'll just sell you to the brothels, he snarls, but's eyes burn with a dark, vengeful light. You already sold me once in my past life, she whispers, pulling out a hidden blade. With a lethal WOSH, she strikes. The uncle barely has time to let out an ACK before she sinks the knife deep. Blood splatters across his robes. And in seconds, the man is a cooling corpse on the pavement. Hears guards approaching and knows she has to move fast. She ducks around the corner, leaving the body behind. After putting some distance between her and the crime scene, she finally catches up to E. The casino people are chasing us, we'll be doomed if they catch us, she pants, sounding desperate. She grabs E's hand, insisting they hide in a place only she knows about. E stares at her, silent and observant as ever. They reach a sturdy gate and quickly fumbles with a key to unlock the heavy padlock. They slip inside a private courtyard. Explains she bought this house in secret with her own earnings so no one would find them. She slides the bolt home, locking them inside, and finally breathes a sigh of relief. Thinks she's finally won. She's hovering over E, thinking he's finally fallen for her charms because he's stopped looking at her like a piece of trash. She inches closer on the bed, practically drooling as she prepares to seal the deal. She starts her heroic act, promising to spirit him away to the capital so they can be together forever. Look at that smug face, she really thinks she's the main character of a romance novel right now. She leans in, pretending to be concerned as she asks how the drugs are affecting him. Big mistake, he isn't just some pretty face, he's got a trick up his sleeve, or rather some truth-inducing purple dust. Is stunned as the mist hits her. What are your intentions? He asks, his voice dripping with cold authority. Suddenly, her filter is gone. I want to gain your trust and take advantage of your drugged state, she blabs, her own mouth betraying her. She even spills the tea on her whole master plan, getting the family to catch them in bed so they're forced to marry. E's eyes narrow, he's finally got the confession he needed. She keeps going like a runaway train, admitting she rigged the casino debt just to make him hate his family and run away with her. Little does she know her audience just grew. The family is right outside the door, banging to get in. E keeps the pressure on, asking if she's the one who drugged our poor heroine. Outside, Granny and the others are frozen, listening to every single scandalous word. They can't believe their ears as brags about buying the ecstasy powder herself. She even rants about her accomplice being an idiot for failing to ruin's chances of ever having kids. Talk about a total villain reveal. Granny has heard enough and screams shameless at the top of her lungs. They burst through the door like the FBI. The look of absolute horror on their faces says it all. The golden child has been exposed as a snake. Granny is absolutely livid, demanding to know how it could be so cruel to her own blood. Down in the courtyard, the hammer of justice officially comes down. Granny lays it all out, the drugging, the debt, and the betrayal of the entire family. Is panicking, wondering why she couldn't stop herself from confessing her darkest secrets. She looks at E, and finally the realization hits her like a ton of bricks. She was played by the future emperor himself. She falls to her knees, trying to play the no harm, no foul card because didn't actually swallow the drug, but it's way too late for apologies. Just when it couldn't get worse for this family, news arrives that stoles money and vanished like a coward. Granny is done playing nice. She disowns on the spot, declaring he is no longer her son. As for she's being shipped off to the mountains to marry some random stranger, never to return. Our villainous wannabe begs and cries, but the bridge is burned and the trash is finally being taken out. Granny isn't playing around today, screaming that dirty money will only bring the family ruin. Looks like a literal hot mess, her forehead bleeding from kowtowing as she shrieks that she won't be married off like some unwanted leftover. She throws herself at her parents' feet, begging for a scrap of mercy. But Granny shuts that down real quick, telling the parents that if they even breathe a word in her defense, they can pack their bags and lose their inheritance. The parents are officially shook, realizing they're one sentence away from being homeless. Wails for her mother, but the gates of sympathy are officially closed. That's when our girl walks in, looking confused at the absolute circus happening in the courtyard. Seeing her last hope, lunges forward, screaming aunt. She grovels on the floor, begging to convince Granny to stop the marriage because she won't do it again. Granny is absolutely disgusted, asking how she even has the audacity to beg the person she tried to ruin. Smother pulls her aside, asking if she knew that was being chased by casino debt collectors this whole time. The truth starts pouring out, and's face goes from confused to stone cold. You can see the gears turning as our heroine realizes just how deep this betrayal goes. The whole family stands in judgment while sits in the dirt, her villain arc finally hitting a brick wall. Ignores the drama for a second to check on her man, grabbing E's hands and asking if he's hurt. E gives her a soft shake of the head, but you can tell he's just glad she's safe. Turns back to the snake on the floor and asks point blank, "Were you the one behind everything?" Granny doesn't even wait for an answer, shouting that the girl even tried to force herself onto E. "I want to hear it from you," demands, her golden eyes burning with disappointment. Stays silent for a long moment as the weight of her crimes finally settles. Then she actually has the nerve to scoff. She looks up with a twisted smile, telling how fortunate she is to have everything, especially love. "Why can't I have that too?" she cries out, acting like she's the victim. She screams that all she wanted was a fair chance to fight for what she wanted. Shuts that delusion down instantly, reminding her that E isn't a trophy to be won, he's a human being. Our girl declares that she's officially done being the family doormat, stating she will never forgive someone unconditionally again. She points out that even Jin Yuan was collateral damage in his pathetic drugging scheme. Washes her hands of the whole thing, telling the elders to deal with the girl however they see fit. E watches her looking like a proud, silver-haired bodyguard. Granny orders the guards to drag the wicked girl to the Jin mansion to beg for their forgiveness. And for the grand finale, Granny says to toss her in a pig pen until they find some poor soul to marry her off to. We cut to the Jin mansion, where the mood is definitely not celebratory. Finally spills the tea on how she bribed the maid to spy on Jin Yuan and Frame. Her eyes are wide and manic as she whispers that this was the only way to get to the capital. Jinyuan is absolutely floored, yelling that she's completely lost her mind. He immediately turns to and bows, apologizing for almost letting himself be deceived into framing her. Granny steps in with some high-tier diplomacy, taking responsibility while subtly reminding Jinyuan that their families are in different social leagues. She makes it crystal clear that is her darling daughter and will never be a mere concubine for some wealthy family. Jinyuan realizes he just got "it's not you, it's your social status" rejected. Desperate to stay in his life, he suggests they become sworn siblings instead. Is taken aback by the sudden promotion to sister. But E is over in the corner nodding like, yes, excellent, stay in the sibling zone forever. E's inner monologue is pure pettiness, thinking that if they're siblings, there's no way Jin Yuan can catch feelings. Truly a master strategist. The moonlight hits the roof of the shed where our resident schemer is currently tied up like a holiday roast. Suddenly, a figure leaps over the railing with the grace of a ninja. It's E. He looks down at her with eyes colder than a winter in the north and simply says, I have questions. The girl's heart skips a beat as she realizes she's no longer alone. E stands over her, his presence suffocating and dangerous. She immediately turns on the waterworks, gasping, E, are you here to rescue me? I knew you wouldn't be so cruel to me. But the innocent boy she thought she knew is long gone. Shut up, he snaps, his voice sharp enough to cut. You have no right to call me that. Our girl's jaw practically hits the floor. You can talk, she stammers, realization dawning on her. She can't believe he's been faking being mute this entire time, acting all weak and helpless while hiding a voice like that. He isn't here for a chat, he's here for the truth. He's been suspicious of her from the very beginning. He questions how a simple village girl could know so much about the underworld, noble families, and even the specific drugs sold in brothels. He demands to know why she's been trying so hard to get into his good graces, and why she's so adamant about going to the capital with him. Desperate and cornered, she tries to throw our girl under the bus. Why not suspect her? She screams, pointing out that treated him far worse in the past. She reminds him that was the one who forced him into slavery and made his life a living hell. She cries out that she's the only one who truly likes him and that everything she did was for his sake. But E is absolutely done with her performance. He can tell who is genuine and who is just acting with ulterior motives, and he's had enough of the latter. He pulls out a dagger, his patience thinner than the blade. Tell me the truth, he whispers, or bring it to the grave with you. Terrified, she blubbers that he'll regret killing her because she knows a secret that changes everything. E isn't impressed and presses the blade against her throat. A small bead of blood rolls down as he dares her to speak. Finally, she cracks, Dukchin's mansion, I know about your birthright, she shrieks. That actually gets his attention, his eyes widening in shock. Then she drops the biggest trope in the book. She claims she's a time traveler from 10 years in the future. She tells him the Qin family threw him away on purpose and that he needs to go back for revenge. He just scoffs, calling her a liar. But she doubles down, shouting that he will become the emperor and that she was his wife in the past life. She even claims tortured him in that timeline and that he eventually burned her entire family to ashes. E plays along for a second, asking for more future details to verify her story. The girl thinks she's finally won and sets her price. Make me your wife and kill first. Big mistake, huge. E's eyes darken with pure malice as he mutters, I changed my mind then. He reaches out and cuts the rope. For a split second, she thinks she's being freed and gloats about how no one would refuse a wife who can see the future. But the rope doesn't fall away, it loops around her neck. Before she can even scream, E hoists her up, leaving her dangling from the rafters. His final words are chilling, now that you know about my birthright, you have no other option but death. A woman brings food to his room only to find the unthinkable. Her face goes pale. As the bowl of rice slips from her trembling fingers, it hits the floor with a deafening clang, echoing the screams of what happened that tear through the night air. The village is in an uproar as people rush toward the scene. Inside the barn, the sight is gut-wrenching. Is on the ground, lifeless, as her mother wails over her, you can't die so young, why were you so silly? The matriarch enters, cold as ice, demanding to know what happened. Through choked sobs, the mother cries out that ended her own life. My daughter is dead, she screams. You'd think there'd be some sympathy, but the matriarch just scoffs. Isn't ending her own life over something like this a bit too much? Our girl watches from the shadows, her heart heavy with suspicion. She starts to approach, thinking that if he's still breathing, there might be a way to save her. But the grieving mother snaps, screaming, no one is touching my daughter, died because of you guys. She points a trembling finger at our heroine, demanding to know if death is finally enough atonement for her. Is left speechless by the raw pain and accusation. Beside her, E remains terrifyingly pragmatic. He leans in and whispers that the woman deserved her death and would have only caused more trouble in the future. In his head, he's already vowed to never let anyone hurt her again. The matriarch, wanting no more drama, tells the parents they can stay with the body. Because was unmarried, she can't even be buried with the ancestors, so her father decides to lay her to rest at the foot of Mount Euphoria. The matriarch simply washes her hands of the whole mess, leaving the parents alone in their grief. The tragedy leaves a dark cloud over the house as the parents mourn their loss. By the next morning, is still restless, she tells E that death feels unnatural, especially since she was just begging not to be married off the day before. E tries to soothe her, insisting it's not her fault and that she should just let it go. He tells her there's no point in talking about it now. Wonders if she's just overthinking things. But her mind quickly shifts to a new danger. She's terrified that the family casino won't give up on E because of his, let's face it, top-tier visuals. She suggests he stays hidden in the village for a while and stops going to the academy. E surprisingly agrees, admitting he has no interest in scholar exams. He actually wants to study medicine. He wants to stay here to harvest the herbs on Mount Euphoria. Our girl is all for it, I'll support you no matter what, she beams. But then she gets a hilarious idea. If E is too handsome for his own good, maybe she should give him a little make-under. She decides to use her system merit points to buy makeup and teach E how to look a lot less appealing to those casino thugs. The crowd is absolutely buzzing because there's a new fragrance shop in town, and the scent coming out of it is heavenly. A carriage pulls up to the curb and comes to a screeching halt. The locals immediately recognize the arrivals as the magistrate official's son and daughter. The young master helps his sister out of the carriage. She's already obsessed with the elegant aroma, but her brother tries to act like he's too cool for school. I only came because asked me to visit his sister's new shop, he huffs. Sure, buddy, we totally believe you. He pulls out a small bottle he got in advance and tells it's a special jasmine scent that isn't even for sale yet. The moment applies a drop to her skin, something magical happens. The scent is so potent that it starts attracting actual butterflies. Brother, look, she cries out in wonder. The crowd goes absolutely feral for the product. Everyone is waving their money around, desperate to get their hands on a bottle for 50 taels each. Up on the balcony, Jin and are watching the chaos unfold. The beauty and fragrance shop is officially the hottest spot in the city. Jin is floored, asking how on earth she managed this. Our girl just smiles. She explains that her perfumes are made with extremely concentrated flower essences. As for the butterflies, her dad and brothers actually caught them and brought them over from the manor. What's business without a little gimmick, she asks playfully. Jin is beyond impressed with business savvy. He tells her the elders have picked an auspicious date for their sworn ceremony. It's happening in just 3 days. Very well, brother Jin, she agrees. But while they're celebrating, the competition is fuming. Young master watches from the shadows, realizing his pavilion of elegance is being totally outshined. He looks like he's ready to start a war. 3 days later at the Jin mansion, is getting ready for the big event. Her mother is practically weeping with pride. You're looking prettier every day, you look like an angel, she gushes. Looking in the mirror, notices that the scars on her face have completely vanished. She's starting to look exactly like she did in her past life. She admires the ceremonial robes Jin prepared for her. It's time to head to the ancestral hall for the ceremony. Az walks out with her mother and maid. A mysterious silver-haired man watches her from behind a tree. He notes that she doesn't look anything like the original host anymore. To him, she is dignified and breathtakingly beautiful. Standing before the ancestral tablets, Jin Yuan makes a solemn vow to swear brotherhood to our girl. This isn't just for show, either. He hands her a jade pendant that officially grants her half the decision-making power over their beauty and fragrance business. With this token, can now mobilize the Jin family guards and withdraw up to 5,000 taels of silver whenever she needs to. Our girl is absolutely winning right now, smiling as she officially accepts him as her brother. Jin Yuan is set to leave for the capital the very next day, but he reminds her that the Jin family mansion will always be her safety net. Isn't letting him leave empty-handed, though, gifting him a potent medication for external bleeding to keep him safe on the long road. Back at the mansion, Jin Yuan is busy overseeing the packing of perfume chests for the capital. He's a bit of a demanding the workers be careful because the rocky paths could easily smash the glass bottles. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air. Jin Yuan barely has time to gasp before a dagger thuds into the pillar right next to his head. Tied to the weapon is a small, ominous scrap of paper. He nervously reaches out, wondering what kind of message could be this aggressive. The note is short and to the point, shut up. Looking at the handwriting, he realizes this must be a gift from the mysterious youth living with his family. He quickly puts two and two together, realizing the guy is warning him to keep his mouth shut about his identity when he returns to the capital. Fearing for his life, Jin Yuan shouts out to the empty air, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." He looks up toward the roof, where the mysterious white-haired youth is indeed watching him with a cold, silent stare. Message received loud and clear, the youth disappears in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, over at the Pavilion of Elegance, the vibe is much more toxic. A rival young master is fuming because he knows he can't openly challenge the Jin family. He's so tilted that he splashes tea all over his subordinate, screaming at the useless buffoon to get out of his sight. Just as the cup clatters to the floor, a shady man with a smug grin enters the room. The young master is beyond bitter, complaining that the success of the Jin family's new shop should have belonged to him. He's tired of being stepped on just because the Jins are imperial merchants with ties to the Duke of Defense. The shady newcomer isn't interested in business, though. He's busy hunting for an exquisite beauty. The young master warns him to be cautious and avoid targeting anyone from a powerful family, but the creep just smirks. He's convinced his target is just a mere commoner, and even though the Jin family is watching over him, he's already cooking up a scheme to get what he wants. Idea? Master asks, looking like he's just heard the most interesting gossip of the year. Come in, comes the command as someone enters the room. This absolute bottom feeder drops to his knees immediately. My father and younger sister are the ones behind the perfume business. He squeals, ready to sell out his own flesh and blood for a few coins. Master is clearly unimpressed, pointing a finger and asking, "Where did you find this beggar?" The casino owner, Master, explains that this loser isn't just any beggar. He's a gambling addict who lost 1,000 taels of silver at his casino. Now they want the real prize. Do you have the secret recipe for the perfume? Master demands. The trader admits only his father and sister know it, but he's more than happy to steal it. All he wants in exchange is a promotion at the casino. Master decides to give the snake a chance. This guy is so heartless he even plans to use his cowardly wife and obedient child to sneak into the manor and do the dirty work. He's got a massive chip on his shoulder, convinced his father only favors. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you've never been kind to me before, he fumes, acting like he's the victim while betraying his entire family. Meanwhile, far away in the serene mountains, the silver-haired master is receiving a report from his subordinate, Wu. He's been busy collecting gold and silver from selling ginseng, but the master has other things on his mind. What do you know about the family? He asks. Wu explains that they are one of the town's major clans, but they've got a dark history as bandits. Their top fighter is, but the man is a total predator who targets young, inexperienced men. What? He's a horrible excuse for a human, Wu spits. The master's eyes turn cold as he realizes is the owner of the Fortune Casino. He connects the dots. This is the man who wanted to have him abducted and sold. So this is why I was so worried for me, he realizes, his heart softening for our girl while his anger for the enemy boils. Wu is starting to feel the effects of a poison and begs for the antidote. The master holds up the tiny pill, but it's not free. What? I'll let you exchange whereabouts for it, he declares, looking absolutely lethal. Night falls under a glowing full moon. Is stumbling through the streets, drunk off his rocker and singing loud enough to wake the dead. What? He's completely oblivious to the fact that he's being watched. Perched high on the roof is the master, wearing a mask that makes him look like a vengeful spirit. With the grace of a predator, he leaps from the tiles. He lands silently right behind the drunken fool, his hand moving toward his weapon. It looks like the casino owner's luck has finally run out. A pair of boots hit the ground with lethal precision. Who's there? The guard barks, but he's already too late. Our boy E is a literal blur of motion, his reflection caught in the guard's terrified eyes as he narrowly dodges a strike. He lands with the grace of a cat. But not before a lock of the guard's hair is sliced clean off. The guard touches the fresh cut on his cheek, his blood turning cold as he realizes how close he just came to meeting his maker. Who are you? How dare you attack a member of the family? He screams as E leaps back into the shadows. But E isn't done yet, charging back in like a silver streak. The guard draws his blade, shouting, "Get ready to experience the power of the family's profound ancestral swordsmanship." He unsheathes the steel with a flourish. But against E, even the most profound techniques look like child's play as the two clash in the moonlight. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or rather a quiet mountain hut, the moon hangs high over the peaks. Knocks softly on the door, calling out, "E, are you in there?" She's met with nothing but an eerie, heavy silence. Her heart begins to sink as she stares at the empty room. That's strange, why isn't he back yet? It's already so late, she wonders, the anxiety written all over her face. Lantern in hand, she wanders out into the dark woods, desperately calling his name. Suddenly, she hears a rustle in the bushes. Her heart stops when she finally finds E slumped against a tree, clutching his side. E, what happened? She cries, but he tries to play it cool, claiming he just bumped into a leopard while he was out picking herbs. I'm all right, it's just a small scratch, he says, offering her a weak, trembling smile. Excuse me, is absolutely not buying that for a single second. How is this a small scratch? She yells, lunging forward to check the damage herself. Poor E turns beet red as she starts tugging at his clothes. We're not wedded yet, this is improper, he stammers. I shouldn't bear myself to you like this before our marriage. But our girl has zero time for modesty or his blushing maiden act. Shut it, don't move, she commands, leaning in close. So what if I want you to bear yourself to me, Talk about a total boss move. As she pulls back the fabric, the grim truth is finally revealed, deep, bloody gashes carved across his chest. His expression softens with worry as she pulls out her medicine bottle and begins carefully treating the raw wounds. E can only let out a pained groan as the medicine stings his skin. Looking closer, his eyes narrow with suspicion. This isn't a claw mark, it's a sword wound. What happened? She demands, her voice sharp with concern. E stays silent, looking away as his face flushes even deeper. Finally, she sighs, realizing he's not ready to spill his guts just yet. We all have our own secrets, she says softly, before making him promise that no matter what, he will never risk his life like this again. Nods, trusting his word completely. Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs her hand. Before she can even process what's happening, E pulls her into a tight, protective embrace. Our girl is completely frozen, her heart probably doing backflips in her chest. He leans his head against hers, softly whispering her name. Finally relaxes, melting into the hug as they sit together under the starlit sky. It's a rare, quiet moment of peace for the two of them. But wait, she's got a surprise. Oh right, I have something for you, E, she chirps, breaking the mood. She gives his chest a playful little poke, telling him he needs to let go so she can actually show him. E looks a bit reluctant to end the cuddle session, but he finally releases her so she can sit up. Reaching into her robes, she pulls out a small, mysterious amulet. She explains that it's a special charm from the Great Bliss Temple meant to keep him safe and ensure everything goes smoothly for him. She's dead serious about its power, even telling him he needs to wear it at all times, including when he's in the bath. He gives her a look that could melt butter and asks her to help him put it on. Our girl is absolutely stunned by how handsome he looks when he's actually being sweet. As she fastens the cord around his neck, she scolds him, "Don't smile like that again, E. How are people supposed to stay courteous when you smile at them like that?" He just chuckles, promising that from now on, he'll only ever smile for her. Talk about a literal power-up, a notification pops up showing he just gained 50 points of armor. In her head, is feeling pretty smug because she spent a ton of merits to get him this cheat item that can tank 50 surprise attacks. E notices her spacing out and asks what's on her mind. She just brushes it off, laughing that it's getting late and they should head home. Once they're back at the house, gets straight to work playing nurse, she carefully blows on a spoonful of hot soup, making sure it's just the right temperature before feeding it to him. She explains it's a special ginseng soup specifically for recovering from blood loss, and since he's been through the ringer, he needs to drink every drop. After putting the bowl aside, she tells him she's going to fetch some hot water. She stands up, insisting that he needs to wash all that blood and dirt off his skin. If he doesn't get clean, his wounds might get infected, and she's not about to let her favorite guy stay in such a mess. He is playing the pity card like a pro, looking absolutely pathetic as he claims he can't even lift his arms to wash his own back. Our girl is reeling, her face turning a bright shade of tomato as she stammers about the fact that he's a boy and she's a girl. He basically tells her that since she's already seen the full package, there's no point in worrying about propriety now, leaving completely speechless. She quickly caves to the guilt trip, telling him to hush because there is no way she could ever be disgusted by him. Night falls over the estate, and it's time for the main event. E settles into the bath, waiting for his personal scrubbing service. Approaches the tub looking like she's about to walk into a lion's den. She is blushing so hard her eyes are practically sparkling with pure panic. She tries to maintain her dignity by looking in the complete opposite direction while scrubbing blindly, but he isn't letting her off that easy. How do you plan to help me when you won't even look at me? He teases, forcing her to admit he has a point. She finally starts scrubbing his back, trying her absolute best to stay professional. But as she reaches for his shoulder, E decides to dial the tension up to 11 by grabbing her hand. He pulls her in close, whispering, "Wash here too," and that is the final straw for our poor heroine. Her brain completely short-circuits as a massive nosebleed erupts from the sheer intensity of the moment. She flees the scene at Mach speed, slamming the door behind her while screaming for him to just get some rest. Left alone in the steam, E just sits there looking incredibly smug. He brushes his hair back with a satisfied smirk, clearly enjoying the chaos he's caused. To him, our girl's panicked reaction was nothing short of cute. Meanwhile, under the cover of the starry night, someone else is having a much worse time over at the rejuvenation hall. The purple-haired loser from the earlier fight is demanding a cure for the mysterious poison E hit him with. Physician is confused, asking why the young master didn't just go to his own skilled family doctors. The guy snaps that his position in the family would be toast if anyone found out he got bodied and poisoned in a fight. No one can know about tonight, he growls, forcing the doctor to swear secrecy. Unfortunately for him, the news isn't good. The doctor can fix the scratches, but he doesn't recognize the poison at all. He warns the young master that this toxin will slowly weaken his constitution and destroy his meridians. The physician looks genuinely spooked by the complexity of the strike. As for the injured noble, he's left staring into the void, finally realizing that he went up against a truly powerful opponent. The masked figure doesn't waste time with words, shoving a mysterious pill right down the guy's throat. The man desperately tries to cough it up, gagging as he demands to know what he just swallowed. With a cold, piercing gaze, the masked person simply replies, poison. They give him a choice: copy the family's secret sword manual within 3 days or prepare for a very painful death. Looking at the bloodstains on the masked person's clothes, it's clear they aren't the type to make idle threats. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye under the glow of a full moon. Our sleazy young master walks down the dark alley, looking far too confident for a man with a ticking time bomb in his gut. He's wearing a smug grin because he thinks he's the one in control here. Up on the rooftops, his hidden guards are ready to pounce, whispering that they won't let the masked stranger leave alive tonight. As a heavy footstep echoes through the silence, the man spots his target and shouts, "You're here, where's my antidote?" But the masked figure is only interested in one thing: where's my manual? The man tosses a scroll over, snarling for the stranger to take it. The moment the masked figure catches the scroll, a wicked smirk spreads across the man's face. He signals his hidden goons with a sharp command: attack. Suddenly, assassins swarm from the rooftops like hungry vultures. But our masked hero isn't even flustered, calmly pulling out a small wooden box while admitting they aren't surprised by this betrayal. With a click of the mechanism, a hail of needles erupts, catching the assassins mid-air. They realize too late that these aren't just ordinary needles, they're coated in a deadly toxin. One by one, the guards hit the pavement with a heavy thud. How could this be? The man stammers, his plan falling apart before his eyes. The masked figure mockingly thanks him for bringing more servants and points out that they're all poisoned now. To make matters worse, they remind the man that his own poison is about to start its agonizing work. Right on cue, the man's chest feels like it's being ripped apart. He collapses to the ground, the pain becoming unbearable. "Help, help, it hurts so bad, just kill me," he screams, begging for an end to the torture. The masked figure offers a tiny glimmer of hope: show the movements of the sword manual and they'll provide a temporary cure. Desperate to stop the pain, the man agrees immediately, scrambling to his feet. But the masked person isn't finished yet, picking up a sword and noting that the man's lust and deceit have held back his true potential. To help him focus on his training, they decide to remove the root cause of his distractions once and for all, with a swift, brutal swing. The man is left screaming as blood splatters the ground. Let's just say he won't be getting distracted by any beauties ever again. The tea in town is piping hot, and it's not just the brew. Word on the street is that the absolute trash of the family young master finally got what was coming to him. The local gossipers are having a field day, laughing about how the man who spent his life torturing others has finally been neutered by a stray dog. Little do they know, the person responsible for that justice is standing right behind them. Our girl couldn't be happier, cheering that the world is finally a safer place now that can't harm anyone else. "If only I knew who did it, I'd thank them in person," she exclaims, while he just stands there with a mysterious, knowing look. He simply offers a soft smile, watching her celebrate the downfall of her enemy. With the threat gone, is ready to show E the surprise she's been working on, leading him toward a beautiful new estate. Hand in hand, they walk through the gates of a stunning property. The courtyard is lush, featuring a massive tree and a gorgeous pergola dripping with ripe purple grapes. E looks around in awe, taking in the peaceful atmosphere of the garden. "I arranged all of this myself," beams, looking like a proud homeowner. She explains that she used the fortune she made from her perfume business to buy this place just for him. "You won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore, E," she tells him warmly. "This is your home now." The word home hits E like a freight train, his eyes shimmering as he realizes he finally has a place where he belongs. They stand together under the vines, the air thick with emotion. Suddenly, E reaches out and takes her hands in his. It's our home, Art, he says softly. I love our home. Our heroine is momentarily stunned by the our part of that sentence, her heart doing backflips as she looks into his eyes. She starts blushing like crazy, realizing just how intimate this moment has become. Trying to regain her composure, she tells him to get settled while she goes to handle some business back at Tranquil Manor. She promises to visit him every single morning, even teasingly telling him not to be scared of being alone at night. E watches her with an intense gaze that says he's definitely not scared of the dark. Leans in close, squinting as she asks, "Did you grow taller, E?" The proximity is enough to make anyone melt, and for a second, time stands still. Feeling the heat, suddenly panics and makes a break for it. I have things to do, I'll visit when I'm free, she yells, waving goodbye as she sprints away. E stands among the flowers, watching his favorite person run off with a look of pure adoration. But our girl isn't just running away from her feelings. She's heading to a rundown temple where a group of orphans is waiting for her. It's Lady R, the kids cheer as she arrives with a basket full of warm buns. While she feeds them, she realizes that bringing snacks isn't enough to solve their problems. She announces her grand plan. She's going to buy a massive house and turn it into a nursery. Then all of you will have a place to live and learn, she tells them with a bright smile. The children are confused by the concept of learning, but they trust her completely. She pats a young boy's head, promising that she's already talking to a middleman to find them the perfect house. As she stands in the temple courtyard with the children, she feels like she's finally making a real difference. But she isn't as alone as she thinks. Up on the roof, E is lurking in the shadows, watching her every move with a smirk. So this is where she ran off to, he muses, his eyes narrowing playfully, to meet my little love rivals. Under the pale moonlight, a shadowy figure reports to his master about the city's real estate. He's managed to snag 2 large properties confiscated by the authorities and plans to hand them over to our girl, at a dirt cheap price. But that's not all the tea he's spilling. The family has put a bounty on the masked man who wrecked, and it looks like that sleazy beggar was kicked out of their mansion just yesterday. Apparently, the idiot tried to offer a beauty too, forgetting the man is literally castrated. Talk about a major social fit. Even weirder, the Green Gang seems to be playing bodyguard for him, so they clearly want him alive for something. The silver-haired master mulls over the name with a dangerous glint in his eye. Leave him for now, he commands, his voice cold as ice, but if he steps out of line, kill him. As the subordinate retreats and the gate clicks shut, the master is left alone under the grapes, bathed in the moon's glow. He's not just sitting pretty though, he's studying the sword stance, honing his skills while the world sleeps. Cut to the bustling capital city where the sun is high and the drama is brewing. We're at the Duke of Defense's estate, and the place is popping because it's the old madam's birthday. Everyone is bowing and scraping before the matriarch, trying to stay in her good graces. Madame Jin is thrilled to see her brother, Jin Yuan, made it back from the family mansion just in time for the festivities. He wouldn't miss it for the world, especially since their family is so tight with the dukes. Plus, he's brought a little something from the villages that's guaranteed to turn heads. He gestures for the guards to bring in the goods. And they haul in a massive chest. Inside, a hoard of mysterious white bottles. Madame Jin is skeptical, asking, "What's this, perfume?" But Jin Yuan smirks, knowing he's holding the ultimate trump card. "This isn't just any kind of perfume," he declares. As soon as the bottle is uncorked, the air fills with a scent so divine it literally summons a cloud of butterflies. Madame Jin can't believe her eyes as the colorful wings flutter around her. She looks like a literal goddess in her floral gown, surrounded by nature's fans. The scent is so powerful it catches the attention of Mew, who comes running to see what the hype is about. She's never smelled anything like it, it's even better than the top-tier stuff from House. Madame Jin beckons her over. But Jin Yuan has to tell to calm down. Would it hurt to act more restrained? He snaps as she leans in like a hungry puppy. He brags that back in town, they opened a dozen bottles and the butterfly swarm was basically a natural disaster. That's all needs to hear before she snatches the bottle right out of his hand. It smells so good, she giggles, completely obsessed. She inhales the fragrance like it's the breath of life. And when Jin Yuan demands it back, she gives him a big fat Her eyes sparkle with pure greed as she demands one of every scent he's got. Jin Yuan and are right back at it, bickering over his hoard of perfume like it's liquid gold. Is practically begging for the master perfumer to move to the capital, but Jin Yuan just smirks, telling her that the maker only has eyes for the Jin family. Their friend tries to play peacemaker, telling Jin Yuan to stop being such a miser and just give the girl a few more bottles. But the petty drama is cut short by a frantic scream for an imperial physician. A man rushes through the gardens, cradling a young boy who is absolutely covered in blood. The group is horrified as explains that little R cut his arm on a vase, and the bleeding is completely out of control. Loses it screaming, "What were the servants doing? How could they let something like this happen?" Jinyuan is confused, but the lady beside him drops a bombshell. The Mu family carries a terrifying hereditary illness. While they are all great martial artists, there is always one child whose blood simply will not clot, and even the imperial physicians are powerless to stop it. As the reality of the situation sinks in, Jinyuan's eyes go wide. "Wait, I might have a solution for this," he shouts before sprinting off toward his quarters. Inside the manor, the atmosphere is heavy with grief as the family gathers around the boy's bed. Physician Han looks defeated, admitting, "The wound's too big and there's too much blood. We can't stop the bleeding, I'm afraid." He bows in shame, telling General Mu that the young master won't be able to hold on much longer. Refuses to accept it, vowing to find a doctor among but the general just closes his eyes, whispering that it's already too late. Suddenly, a voice thunders through the room, "I have medicine that can staunch bleeding." Jinyuan bursts in, clutching a small white vial like a lifeline. The others are skeptical, telling him that normal medicine is useless for this condition. But Jinyuan isn't taking no for an answer, growling, "We never know if we don't try." Takes the bottle, his hands trembling as he uncorks it. As the liquid trickles out, the room goes silent. The medicine is a strange, glowing shade of emerald green. His eyes nearly pop out of her head. "That color, since when do medicines to staunch bleeding come in that color?" she shrieks. She lunges forward to stop him from using the mystery goo, but someone steps in her way, catching her by surprise. The onlookers gasp as the strange green liquid spills across the floor, someone nervously asking if the vibrant concoction is actually a deadly poison. But wait, look at the patient's arm. As the liquid makes contact, the flesh begins to knit back together in a literal miracle. Even though the cloth is still soaked in blood. The young man continues to rub the area. His eyes widening in total shock. "The wound healed how?" he shouts, unable to believe his own senses. The room erupts into a frantic discussion as everyone tries to process the medical impossibility they just witnessed. Desperate for more, the young master begs to sell him every bottle she has, promising to pay any price she names. Our girl looks like she's about to burst into tears, admitting that was her only bottle and she's a total klutz for knocking it over. Old Master Mew tries to calm the situation, thanking for preventing a funeral on his birthday, but he makes it clear the Mew Manor needs that recipe at any cost. Explains that the medicine came from her sworn sister, our girl, who learned her god-tier skills from a secluded master. The old master's interest is piqued, and he demands an introduction to this lady immediately. However, his family is hesitant. With her marriage ceremony coming up next month, it's not the best time for her to go trekking across the country. The family suggests just sending a letter to request her presence. And the young master agrees that they shouldn't trouble during such an important time. Instead, he decides to step up and travel to Sunview Town himself to meet and her master in person. As night falls over the city, another carriage bearing the Qin lantern rolls through the streets. Inside, Duke Qin's oldest son is absolutely reeling from the news that actually predicted the future and saved the Mew family from disaster. He realizes that if they can get to work for their mansion, they'll never have to worry about being manipulated by the wrong people again. They arrive at the secondary house with a clear mission, pulling the carriage up to the gates under the moonlight. Inside, a maid informs a veiled woman that two young masters have arrived to see her. But it seems our girl already knew they were coming. As she adjusts her veil, she calmly tells the maid to let them in, noting that it's finally time to bid them farewell. The maid is caught completely off guard, asking in a panic, "You're leaving, young lady?" It looks like is always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. The master of the house looks at our girl with concern, wondering if his servants have dared to mistreat her in any way. But our girl has bigger things on her mind than some rude maids. She recognizes him as the future head of Duke Qin's mansion. She drops a truth bomb right then and there, telling him that while she hasn't been mistreated, she senses a dark cloud of misfortune hanging over his entire family. "I admit that Duke Qin's mansion is a noble household, but a huge storm is coming," she warns, crossing her arms with total confidence. Of course, the younger brother isn't having it and screams that she's talking absolute nonsense. He points a finger at her, yelling that just because she saved his life once doesn't give her the right to spout lies and threaten them. Our girl doesn't even blink, coldly retorting that if this is how they react to the ugly truth, then the Qin family is well and truly doomed. She brushes them off, thanking them for the hospitality before turning to leave. Master Qin quickly grabs his brother's arm to keep him quiet. He realizes she knows something he doesn't and begs her to explain what she means by doomed. Our girl weaves a chilling tale of a peerless beauty who left behind an abandoned son and a fallen kingdom. She warns that someone they once cast away will return for blood, and no one in the family will survive the slaughter. The color drains from Master Chin's face as he's hit with a massive shock. He internally panics, wondering if she's talking about that incident, the one involving a certain mute boy that everyone thought was dead. Our girl just gives him a cryptic look, noting that when it rains, it really does pour. She smiles behind her veil, asking him if the world isn't just full of surprises. Is still trying to play the tough guy, claiming this revenge story sounds like a total fairy tale. But his brother snaps, shouting at him to show some respect to the young lady immediately. He tells that she is clearly masterful in her skills and must be treated with the utmost courtesy from now on. Master Chin bows his head, admitting he's impressed by her powers and begs for her help to stop the coming catastrophe. He even orders his hot-headed brother to apologize for his behavior. Swallowing his pride, bows and offers his apologies for speaking out of line. Our girl accepts it with a slight smile but tells them the time hasn't come yet, turning to walk out with Madam. Is baffled, shouting after her that he already apologized, so why is she leaving? He begs his brother to stop them. But Master Chin knows better than to force a powerful woman to stay. Instead, he decides to have someone follow them so they can visit her with gifts once she settles in. As they head back to their own place, the night air is thick with secrets. Madam reminds our girl that her destiny lies beside the Emperor, and that getting involved with the Chin family will only disrupt her path. She urges her not to let her heart soften just because a young Chin saved her when they were kids. You mustn't soften your heart and save them just because of that, she warns. Our girl calmly replies that she's already made up her mind. She insists on returning the kindness he once showed her, even if it meant going against her master's advice and coming to the capital early. As for her destiny as Empress, she brushes it off as a coincidence and warns Madam to never speak of it again, as it's a death sentence if word got out. Madam quickly apologizes and offers to get her ready for bed. Outside, the Duke's men are lurking in the shadows, planning to report everything back to their master. Little do they know our girl is 10 steps ahead of everyone. She lets out a dark, satisfied smirk. Looking directly at us, she reveals her true intentions. She's got the Chin family exactly where she wants them, hook, line, and sinker. High up in a mystical temple, the vibes are getting seriously spooky as the patriarch notes that the Emperor's star has split, forming a strange phantom. You told me before that lingers by the purple fortune, his disciple reminds him, looking up at the swirling cosmic energy. It seems a diabolical tyrant has been born, but strangely the around the star is actually lightening up, leading them to wonder if two Emperor stars now exist. The patriarch reveals a shocking secret: the sacred relic is no longer in Carefree Valley. Our white-haired beauty is devastated, realizing they might never find it now. Unless you let me leave the valley, she pleads, her eyes shimmering with determination. But the patriarch shuts her down immediately, telling her it's not time yet. He insists that only the fated one can bring her out, so she better get back to her training and summon that relic ASAP. After all, the change of a dynasty is never a playful matter, it's always bought with sacrifices of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, over at Duke Chin's mansion, the plotting is in full swing. The young master is skeptical, asking his father if the lady our girl is actually trustworthy. The Duke reflects on a child who went missing 3 years ago, whose mother was a beauty capable of bringing down a whole dynasty. He smirks, wondering how a lone little boy thinks he can destroy the powerful Chin family. He's planning something only the Emperor should be capable of. Just the thought of His Majesty has the Duke looking extra intense. Suddenly, a guard interrupts their tea time with an urgent report. He's been monitoring our girl and has some juicy gossip. She's apparently tight with someone named Master. Not only that, she picked the legendary Empress stick and claims she's only in the capital to repay the young master's kindness. The Duke nearly chokes, demanding to know if the guard is absolutely sure about the name. The guard doesn't blink, he's certain. The young master is totally lost, asking who this guy even is. The Duke stands up, looking like he's about to drop some major lore. 100 years ago, Master's name was known by everyone. He was a god-tier expert at divination who could see the past and future. Despite his age, he always looked like he was in his 20s. He's the one who created the Empress stick and hid it among 100 others. Legend says any lady who picks it is fated to end up as the Empress. But 20 years ago, the man just vanished into thin air, leaving the previous emperor to die while still searching for him. The young master is sweating now, admitting he doesn't even remember saving a little girl when he was young. The Duke doesn't care about his son's bad memory. If this girl is Truly's disciple, her powers are the real deal. He tells his son he's a lucky man because the heavens clearly want the Qin family to prosper for years to come. The son can't believe what he's hearing. But the Duke has already made up his mind. I shall visit this future empress myself, he declares. As they walk through the market, the locals can't help but gossip, whispering about the ugly birthmark on the tall man's face. Little do they know, it's actually a harmless pigment our girl whipped up from phoenix flowers. She beams at him, explaining that with this mark, he won't have to worry about creeps like bothering him on the streets anymore. Suddenly, a man with a scar over his eye stops in his tracks. It turns out he's one of young Master Fang's former guards, now working as a middleman in the city. He's more than happy to help Lady find some staff, especially since she saved his life once before. But as he tries to be friendly, he catches a glimpse of E's terrifying, soul-piercing glare. The poor guy starts sweating bullets under that murderous gaze. Our sweet, oblivious heroine just asks, "Why are you shivering in such hot weather?" while E looms behind her like a jealous shadow. They follow the nervous middleman inside to see the candidates. He's pulled together a talented group, including and even a scholar to handle the accounts. Is shocked to find a scholar in a place like this, but the man explains these people are the innocent family members of corrupt officials whose homes were raided. It's a tragic situation, and our girl's heart immediately goes out to them. E, ever the realist, warns her, you cannot save every suffering man in the world. But you know our girl, she's got a plan and a heart of gold. She takes the group to a newly established charity house. She tells the group that their new mission is to shelter and teach children who have no homes. And then she drops the ultimate bombshell. If they work hard and stay loyal for 5 years, she will return their life contracts and give them back their freedom. The servants are absolutely stunned, bowing down and swearing to do their absolute best for such a kind mistress. Watches them with a soft smile. Suddenly, her system pings with a massive plus 1,000 merit points, though she sighs thinking about how much debt she still has to pay back. He looks at her with genuine admiration, noting how kind she is even to strangers. Gets a bit flustered, her mind drifting to the calendar. She realizes that while the original host's birthday was in June, her own birthday is July 7th. Curious, she looks up at her protector and asks, "What about you, E?" His expression instantly turns cold and melancholic as he looks away, simply replying, "I don't have a birthday." "Would you like to share my birthday from now on, E?" our girl asks with the sweetest smile. E's eyes widen in pure shock. It's clear no one has ever offered him something so precious before. She gently takes his hands in hers, promising that from now on, they'll celebrate the day together every single year so he never has to feel lonely again. E looks like he's about to cry, whispering, "Do you mean it, R?" He searches her face, needing to know if she'll truly stay by his side and spend that day with him forever. Gives him an enthusiastic nod, but E's expression turns intense. "Mark your words, R," he warns, "I take everything you say to heart." He's looking at her with a gaze so heavy it could sink a ship. Our heroine doesn't back down, swearing that she'd never lie to him. Under a shower of falling petals, E finally softens. "I believe you," he says, holding her hands tight. Of course, our girl's internal monologue is screaming because she realizes she's just fallen for his charms. Again. The scene shifts to a table overflowing with delicious birthday treats. His family is all gathered, and her mother presents her with a box of beautiful accessories. It's a warm, lively celebration, but gaze drifts away from the crowd. She spots E standing alone by the door, watching her from the shadows. She makes a silent vow that their shared birthday will be the most unforgettable one yet. Fast forward to a gorgeous sunny morning at the tranquil manor. Over here, E calls out, skipping through a garden that looks like a literal paradise. She's thrilled that the academy is on break, giving them the perfect chance to enjoy the blooming flowers. E follows behind her, shielding them with a parasol. Very pretty indeed," he remarks, though his eyes are definitely pinned on our girl and not the flora. She starts pointing out all the different types, peonies, orchids, and irises as they walk through the waist-high blossoms. Feeling inspired, she starts weaving a delicate crown of white flowers. She reaches up and carefully places it on E's silver hair. "Here, E, try this on," she chirps. She steps back to admire her handiwork and can't help but blush. "So handsome, E." Not wanting to be outdone, E starts picking his own selection of pink roses. He's surprisingly skilled, weaving a masterpiece right before her eyes. He leans in close to place the crown on her head. "How is it? Do I look all right?" she asks, feeling a bit shy under his intense stare. He smiles that rare, heart-melting smile. "You look beautiful. To me, R is always the prettiest." The romantic atmosphere is suddenly cut short by a loud crack in the underbrush. Freezes, wondering what's going on. Before she can say a word, E's protective instincts kick into overdrive. He grabs her arm and drags her toward the cover of the tall grass. He whispers, pressing a finger to his lips as they crouch down. His eyes are sharp, scanning for the source of the noise. Through the flowers, they spot a mysterious man carrying a suspicious bundle. Who is this intruder, and what is he doing sneaking around the manor? Our girl is absolutely stunned, wondering how a disgraced man could even sneak back into the manor when he isn't even part of the family anymore. Her companion points out the obvious: the man definitely has a rat on the inside helping him out. He warns that is a compulsive gambler who will do anything for a payout, asking if she's ready for the trouble he's about to cause. His eyes narrow with cold determination. She knows a snake like that won't stop until he's forced to. They stand together in the garden, a storm brewing beneath their calm expressions. Under the cover of darkness, a carriage marked with the name speeds down a lonely road. Inside, a shady businessman is losing his mind with impatience. What's taking so long? Can he bring out the recipe or not? He barks, desperate to steal the family secrets before their business is snatched away. But his greedy rant is cut short when the horse screams in terror. Before he can even process what's happening, a blade slices through the carriage wall with a deadly whoosh. The assassin's strike is blindingly fast and surgical. Blood sprays across the interior as the man is sliced open, a scream of agony ripping from his throat. He looks out the window and freezes in pure terror. He recognizes that stance anywhere. The family's profound swordsmanship, he gasps. He desperately pulls his own weapon, demanding to know which family member has come to collect his head. The blades clash with a violent clang, sparks flying in the moonlight as the man struggles to keep up. But it's no contest. A sword pierces straight through his chest, leaving him coughing up a mouthful of crimson. This isn't possible. I'm a two. Why would my family send someone to kill me? He wheezes, his world fading to black. His sword hits the floor with a heavy thud, marking the end of his greedy ambitions. As the other man in the carriage screams for mercy, the masked warrior stands tall, his blade dripping with fresh blood. This way, he mutters coldly, none of you will be able to hurt R. He vanishes into the shadows, leaving a trail of bodies to ensure safety. Meanwhile, at the capital city gates, a different kind of tension is rising. A noble named is trying to convince Lady to head back home, insisting she shouldn't suffer through such a strenuous journey. But isn't having any of it. If you force me to return, then I'll just follow after you in secret, she shouts, her eyes full of fire. She's consumed by guilt for accidentally ruining a precious salve and insists on meeting the creator herself. Tries to get her to at least use the carriage, but she scoffs. She's trained in martial arts and is more than strong enough to ride horseback. With a sharp command to Gio, she kicks her horse into a gallop. The pair race off toward their destination, determined to settle the score. Inside the grand halls of Duke Chin's mansion, the old man is busy playing the humble host. He bows his head to the mysterious masked girl, begging for a way to save his family from the disaster she foretold. Our girl, or rather this mysterious, Lee coolly explains that they need to eliminate the source of the threat. She's got the intel, but the dirty work, that's entirely on them. When the Duke asks for her name, she gives him a fake one, Lei. The Duke is sold, immediately assigning his son to handle the disposal of the target. As she turns to leave, watches her with a gaze that's far from trusting. Once she's out the door, the Duke drops the act faster than a hot potato. Did you see that? He asks with a greedy glint in his eye. Is clueless, but the Duke thinks he has it all figured out. He's convinced Lee is head over heels for his son, and in his twisted mind, a woman in love is just a minion to be used. He wants to kill the child first, then seduce Lee to secure their family's future. Tries to bring up the fact that he's already married, but his dad couldn't care less, just take her as a concubine. Why the obsession? Because the Duke thinks the current emperor is a failure and that Lee is fated to be the next empress. If they own her, they own the throne. Bo's promising to make the old man proud. But little do they know, Lee is listening from the shadows and she is absolutely disgusted. More like you are the ones being used, she sneers to herself. It turns out the name Lee was her alias from her past life in the brothels. And here's the kicker, she isn't some random seer, she is actually. She survived the hanging by Lee by faking her death with her mother's help. Now she's back from the dead and ready for blood. I will have no other choice but to turn the world against you, she vows, determined to make her enemies pay. Her fist clenches with a rage that could burn the city down. Meanwhile, over at the Jin mansion, things are a lot less murderous but just as dramatic. Jin Yuan is busy praying to his ancestors, hoping will finally hand over the ointment formula to save his family from their strange ailments. But his mind drifts back to his time in Sunview Town, specifically to and a certain goddess he saw there. He can't help himself and decides to sneak a peek at a hidden portrait behind the ancestor tablets. He carefully unrolls the scroll, eyes filled with longing. But just as he's admiring the woman in the painting, a voice booms through the hall. Jin Yuan, what do you think you're doing? Our guy looks like he's just been caught red-handed in the worst way possible. How did you find this scroll, huh? And who let you open it, The old man bellows, giving his son a literal smackdown. Our poor young master is seeing stars, crying out, "Ow, father, stop hitting me, I'm sorry." He tries to defend himself, saying he was just curious about the woman in the drawing, but his dad isn't having any of it. Get out and never touch that scroll again, he screams, practically kicking his son out the door. Once he's alone, the old man's anger turns to pure heartbreak as he slowly unfurls the portrait. It's my fault, I couldn't even protect your only child, he whispers, tears streaming down his face. It turns out there's some deep-seated grudge here involving the Duke of Defense and a man named Qin, who he vows to make pay for what happened to the Jin family one day. The scene shifts to the mansion, and let me tell you, things are looking pretty grim. The family is in full mourning, wailing for their lost son. But grief quickly turns to a blame game when the head of the family demands an explanation from brother. Why did my son die by the family's profound ancestral swordsmanship? He demands, his voice shaking with rage. Brother is absolutely floored, protesting that was his own grandson and he'd never hurt him. But they aren't buying it, accusing the of harboring ill intent or finding a more powerful ally to help them backstab their old friends. Brother realizes they're being played, shouting that someone must be setting them up to pit the families against each other. In the corner, young R is sweating bullets, wondering if that mysterious masked man is the real culprit. Suddenly, his chest hitches with a sharp hiss of pain. He realizes the poison he took is starting to act up right now. When his uncle asks what's wrong, he puts on his best poker face and lies through his teeth, saying it just hurts to think about being gone. He quickly excuses himself, making a break for it as the others watch him go. Under the cover of night, R finally corners the masked man and demands to know, did you kill? The guy doesn't even blink, coolly responding, so what if I did? R tries to play tough, threatening to expose him to both families, but the masked man just smirks. Before you say anything, don't you need to know my identity first? He asks, reminding R that he's basically a ghost who can't be found. Desperate, R asks what he really wants. The masked man reaches into his robes and drops a bombshell. Do you want to be the master of the family? He holds out a mysterious pill, leaving R completely stunned. The masked man starts twisting the knife, reminding him that the family would disown him if they knew he gave away their secrets, and that he's now unable to produce an heir. He leans in close, whispering a devil's bargain, help him create a ruckus between the families, and he'll help R get rid of all his enemies. It's a brutal ultimatum, become the next master or spend the rest of his life as a crippled nobody. As the scholars wrap up their day at the academy, some are already planning their next drinking session. But E looks like he's a million miles away, lost in his own thoughts. That is until a familiar voice cuts through the air. E, our girl shouts, waving at him with the biggest smile on her face. E looks absolutely floored to see her. R, did you purposely come to fetch me? He asks, clearly touched. She explains that she's heading to Mount Euphoria to hunt for some flower seedlings and wants him to tag along. Come with me, E, she insists, and honestly, how could he ever say no to those eyes? The pair sets off under the bright afternoon sun, heading deep into the scenic mountain range. As they stroll through the tall grass, the atmosphere is peaceful, but E can sense a heavy vibe coming from her. R, is something on your mind? He asks gently. But before she can get a word out, her foot catches on a stray rock. Watch out, E yells, lunging forward as she loses her balance. In true romantic drama fashion, the two of them go tumbling down the grassy slope together. When they finally stop rolling, E is shielding her body with his own, taking the brunt of the impact. Panics, asking if he's hurt, but he doesn't care about a few scratches. As long as you're all right, R, so will I, he says, looking at her with pure devotion. He's still hovering over her in the grass, pressing her to tell him what's actually bothering her. Being this close to him has our girl's heart doing Olympic-level gymnastics, and her face is turning a bright shade of crimson. Once they regain their composure and sit up, she finally spills the tea. She tells him about catching, acting like a total snake, stealing money, and her secret perfume recipe. Her father was ready to go full beast mode and break the guy's legs, and for once, our girl didn't step in to play the innocent saint. E is 100% on her side. You did well, he assures her, explaining that being unconditionally merciful only lets people walk all over you. She admits she's feeling conflicted because even more people are starting to eye her success. E places a comforting hand on her shoulder, giving her some top-tier life advice. Do not blame yourself for other people's greed, he tells her, and you can practically see the weight lifting off her shoulders. Feeling much better, she gives him a bright, thankful smile. But then her sharp eyes catch something in the distance. She spots a patch of plants and her eyes literally turn into stars. Sugar cane, she squeals, looking like she just found buried treasure. She rushes over and tries to harvest a stalk, but she's huffing and puffing while the plant barely moves an inch. Let me help, he says, stepping up right behind her. He reaches around her to grab the stalk, and with one effortless move, he snaps it clean in half. Is absolutely stunned by the display of power. Wow, since when did you get so strong, E? She exclaims, taking the treat from him while looking totally impressed. E thinks he's all that now that he's grown some muscle, but isn't letting him forget who carried him for miles back in the day. Our girl secretly sighs, wishing she could use her strength talismans every day to keep him in his place. She holds up a thick stalk of sugar cane, promising him it's a sweet and tasty treat. E looks at it like it's an alien artifact, asking if it's even edible. He takes a big bite, but his face immediately goes into survival mode as he realizes it's like chewing on a tree branch. Our girl watches in pure shock as he actually struggles to swallow the entire fibrous mess. So how is it, she asks tentatively. When he confirms he actually gulped it down, she nearly loses it. You swallowed it? She screams while he just stands there looking completely confused. Can't stop laughing at how cute he is, apologizing for not being clearer. She has to give him a literal tutorial, bite the bark, chew the flesh, and spit the dry stuff out. He pouts, telling her not to make fun of him, but she just coos that he's way too adorable to resist. Actually, this little snack break gave our girl a brilliant idea to solve her family drama. She realizes that while perfume is great, sugar is the real business move. Her master plan: kick the toxic family out of Tranquil Manor and relocate them to a plantation to produce sugar. She'll give them the recipe and split the profits so they'll finally stop fighting over scraps, and she's even giving E a cut. E wonders if the family will actually agree to this. He looks at her intently, perhaps realizing just how sharp her mind is. But isn't playing games, they have no choice, she declares. It's my recipe and my business. Trying to lighten the mood, she asks if there's anything he's been wanting lately. E sees right through her. Is this your way of asking what presents I want for our birthday? He asks with a knowing look. Our girl gets flustered, her face turning bright red as she's caught red-handed. Instead of a physical gift, E says he has a special request in mind. Will that be all right, R? He asks, looking far too handsome for her sanity. Meanwhile, the vibe shifts completely as we head to Sunview Town under the cover of night. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere is dripping with tension. An elder slams his fist down in a rage, screaming that this is clearly an act of revenge. His son is convinced the family poisoned his brother to settle the score for death. He warns his father that someone is trying to exploit their weakness to take control of the Green Gang. The patriarch is out for blood, vowing to cleanse the family of any dirt that dares to set them up. But as the drama unfolds, a sinister smirk appears in the shadows. Someone is clearly enjoying this chaos as the night grows deeper. A mysterious masked master receives word that his orders have been carried out to the letter. But the next command is even more urgent. He wants a bag of items traded for cold, hard cash as quickly as possible. When the subordinate peeks inside, his jaw hits the floor. These are 100-year-old ginseng roots and they're worth a literal fortune. He nervously explains that he can't just pull that much money out of the casino at once and suggests hitting up an auction house for a better price. The master doesn't care about the profit, he just needs the funds delivered before the 7th. Meanwhile, a carriage marked with the Mew family crest is rolling into town. Inside, a very travel-weary lady is looking like she's about to lose her lunch, whining about how much longer this trip is going to take. Her companion isn't giving her any sympathy, telling her they're almost at Sunview Town. Our poor girl is practically in tears from the long journey, but just smirks, reminding her that she was the one bragging about her martial arts training and how she could easily go the distance. She gives him a massive and slams the curtain shut in his face. As they approach the gates, the crew realizes they've arrived just in time for the Chi festival. It's the one day of the year where the local ladies get to let loose, browse the markets, and show off their embroidery skills. His Highness decides they'll rest up at the Jin Mansion first, opting to visit after the festivities so he doesn't ruin her holiday. Back at the house, the festival vibes are in full swing as everyone gets dolled up. Our girl wakes up to find a mysterious gift waiting for her. She opens the box and gasps, it's a stunningly beautiful dress. She wonders if he prepared this especially for her. Great minds think alike, though, because she already had the embroidery house make a set of custom robes for him based on his exact measurements. When finally steps out, she looks absolutely breathtaking in her new red and white ensemble. The local girls can't stop gushing, telling her she looks like a total goddess. Is all smiles and blushes. But then she notices everyone else has gone quiet. As she turns around, her heart skipping a beat. as he walks in wearing the robes she bought him, looking every bit like the handsome lead of her dreams. He definitely understood the assignment. Our girl is absolutely smitten, thinking to herself how handsome E looks today. Local villagers try to swoop in, asking if he's heading to the festival alone, but he's already focused on his date. He extends a hand, softly saying, let's go." Can barely handle the eye contact as he looks at her with those dreamy eyes. His hand is right there waiting for hers. Our girl is blushing like a tomato, her heart doing backflips. Let's go to the temple fair, he decides, and honestly, we'd follow him anywhere. They walk hand in hand, looking like the ultimate power couple. The atmosphere is magical, with glowing lanterns lighting up the night sky. The entire street is a vibrant sea of red and gold. There are food stalls everywhere, from steaming dumplings to sweet treats. Little candy dolls and butterfly snacks are on display. The smell of fresh buns fills the air. Is ready to feast, exclaiming, "Let's try every food stall in the street, E." But they aren't exactly blending in, can't help but gossip, whispering about how handsome the young master is. They wonder who the lucky lady beside him is, assuming they must be from some wealthy, noble family. Starts feeling the heat from all those judging eyes, sweating bullets as the attention piles on. E notices her discomfort immediately. "Are there selling masks over there? Let's get one each," he suggests, always the protective gentleman. They find a stall filled with everything from fierce demons to cute animals. His eyes light up, thinking they're all so adorable. She picks out a bright tiger mask, calling it pretty. "Quick, E, try it on," she insists, excited to see him in it. As she gently reaches up to place the mask over his face. But as soon as it's on, a wave of hits her. "That's weird, you look familiar with the mask on. Where did I see that face before?" she wonders aloud. He doesn't miss a beat, smoothly pointing out that if two different people wore the same mask, they'd look similar anyway. Being our sweet and sometimes gullible heroine totally buys the logic. "Here, let me put yours on for you, R," he says, reaching for a cute rabbit mask. He carefully secures it on her, and with their identities hidden, she's finally ready to dive back into the fun. "It's okay, I prefer seeing it from here," sighs, watching the lanterns float by while thinking about the tragic legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. To our girl, a story where lovers only meet once a year is just too sorrowful, and she's not a fan of the heartbreak. E looks at her with those soft, melting eyes, agreeing that there's nothing more beautiful than a happy ending where everyone gets to stay with their loved ones. I agree, R," he whispers, looking like a total dreamboat under the willow trees. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Sunview Town, the festival is in full swing and it is absolutely lively. A spirited young lady is perched on a balcony, soaking in every bit of the festive atmosphere. She begs her companion to take her out into the crowd to browse the streets, but he's playing the responsible one card. As the granddaughter of the Duke of Defense, it'd be improper to mingle with the crowd like that, he warns, worried she might get lost. But she's not having it, literally tugging on his sleeve and whining that it's a waste to stay indoors. All right, stop tugging on my sleeve, we'll take a walk," he sighs, totally defeated by her pout. She gives him the biggest, brightest smile, calling him the absolute best. Just then, a guide mentions that the Jin family has constructed a magpie bridge for a special celebration tonight. Our girl is hyped, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Let's get going now." As evening settles over the rooftops and the lanterns begin to glow, the river transforms into a shimmering path of light. Back with our main couple is eager to join the tradition, suggesting to E that they light a lantern together. An old vendor tells her to pick a wish paper to stick on the lantern so her dreams can come true, while the other tags talk about being bonded and wed or finding true love. Our practical heroine's eyes lock onto something much more sensible. "This one," she declares, choosing a wish for longevity and peaceful days. E looks a bit stunned, asking if that's really all his little R wishes for. She turns the question back on him, asking if he's picked his own wish paper yet. "I already wrote mine in advance," he says smoothly, holding his lantern close. As they prepare to release them, the two lanterns drift off together into the shimmering water. Leans in, dying to know what he wrote. But E just gives her a mysterious, handsome smile and says it's a secret. Our girl is left totally confused, wondering why he's being so cryptic. He quickly changes the subject, insisting they visit the Magpie Bridge before heading home. Narrows her eyes, he's being awfully adamant about this specific bridge today. He's got to be up to something, she thinks, her heart racing as he gently takes her hand and leads her toward the celebration. He leads toward a beautiful boat waiting at the docks, but our girl is immediately panicking. He steps onto the deck and holds out a hand, softly telling her to come aboard. Is practically vibrating with anxiety, shouting, "E, we didn't rent any boats. We can't just board someone else's boat like that." But E just gives her that smooth, "Don't worry about it" smile. "It's all right, I did rent this boat. For you, he says, basically winning the award for the most romantic gesture of the night. Meanwhile, in a much less sparkly corner of town, some shady business is going down. Two men are plotting their next move, discussing how a certain lady told them they could get rid of their target if they find a family member who specializes in perfumes. They're planning to hit up a gambling den for intel, but they're starting to get suspicious of their source. Her predictions were too accurate, one of them mutters, sweating bullets. It's almost as if she's been here before and knows these people personally. They decide to dig into the family's history to uncover the truth behind these eerie predictions. Back on the water, the vibes are absolutely immaculate as lanterns drift past the boat under the starlight. Is totally dazzled, breathing out that it's so pretty. She's still worried about the price tag, but E just brushes it off like it's pocket chain. Then he reaches into his robes and pulls out a wooden box. This is my gift to you, he says warmly. Happy birthday. Our girl is confused because he already bought her the fancy robe and accessories she's wearing. But E insists those don't count and that this is his true gift. When she opens the box, her jaw hits the floor. It's filled with a massive stack of paper money. E, did you rob a bank? She gasps, wondering if her man has turned into a high-stakes criminal overnight. He chuckles and explains that he actually spent his time scaling Mount Euphoria to find rare, 100-year-old ginseng roots to sell. He knows how much she loves money, so he wanted to make sure she was taken care of. He reassures her that the cash was obtained honestly and legally, so she can spend it without a single worry. Realizes he was worried she was only making powerful friends because she was stressed about her finances. She looks him in the eye and promises that she knows her limits and would never disregard her own safety for the sake of gold. She tries to push the box back, knowing he must have risked his life on those mountain cliffs for her. But E isn't having any of it. He gently presses a finger to her lips, whispering to silence her protests. Once they arrive back at the shore, they walk together through a stunning display of lanterns and glowing butterflies. Donning her mask, looks at him curiously, asking, "You seemed pretty adamant about bringing me to the Magpie Bridge today, E. Is there a reason why?" The night sky suddenly erupts with a massive whoosh, as streaks of light race toward the stars. Everyone in the crowd stops in their tracks, shouting for their friends to look up at the dazzling display. Even our girl is caught off guard, her beautiful butterfly-patterned dress shimmering under the artificial glow. As the commoners gossip about which wealthy family could afford such a spectacle, E leans in close, his tiger mask hiding his smirk. "What do you think, R? Do you like it?" he asks softly. Is absolutely breathless, whispering that it's the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. She gets a bit sentimental, watching the sparks fade. Even if every explosion only lasts for a second, the fireworks bloom eternally within that very moment, she muses. She looks down at the intricate details of her outfit, the blue butterflies almost looking like they're about to fly away. Turning back to her companion, she hits him with the million-dollar question. "E, were you the one who prepared all of this?" He doesn't even try to play it cool, simply replying, "Yes." Our girl is touched, realizing he went through all this effort just to accompany her. She realizes this might be the very first time he's actually celebrated his own birthday. But then, the drama kicks in. She remembers her merit debt if she can't pay back what the original host owed. This could be the first and last birthday they ever spend together. A heavy thought crosses her mind. If she disappears, would he even miss her? She clutches the box in her hands, knowing she needs every bit of money to earn those life-saving merits. Trying to shake off the gloom, she looks him in the eye. "E, thank you for everything today. I had a great time," she says, her voice full of genuine affection. She decides to accept his gift, promising herself she'll work hard for a future where they can stay together. E is a total sweetheart, telling her that as long as she's happy, it's enough for him, but then pushes her luck, asking if there's anything he wants. The mood shifts instantly as E's tone gets deep and serious. "Do you mean it? Will you really agree to any request I make?" he asks, testing the waters. Our innocent girl just nods along with a cheerful "big mistake." He tells her to close her eyes and keep them shut. And like the trusting soul she is, she actually does it. Through the slits of his mask, E's gaze is intense, practically burning a hole through her. He slowly reaches up, lifting his mask just enough. They stand there on the bridge, surrounded by glowing lanterns and fluttering butterflies, looking like a scene straight out of a romance novel. He leans in, their lips inches apart, and the tension is high enough to snap a guitar string. But wait, just as the shippers are about to scream, a hand reaches out of nowhere and yanks E back. "What are you doing?" a voice thunders. It's the ultimate. Her brother has arrived, and he is absolutely fuming. "Who the hell are you? How dare you put your hands on my sister?" he bellows, drawing his sword. Is left blinking in confusion while E starts radiating a terrifyingly dark aura. Someone S about to catch these hands, and it's not going to be pretty. The stranger's hand clamps down on her arm, but our girl isn't having any of it. Hold on, are you all right? I am not your sister. She snaps back, making it crystal clear he's got the wrong girl. Pulls off her bunny mask, looking absolutely baffled by this sudden physical confrontation. The man immediately freezes, his face flushing with regret as he realizes his massive blunder. I am terribly sorry. You were wearing a mask and your outfit and figure resembled my sister too much, he stammers, trying to backtrack as fast as possible. He bows so low he's practically folding in half, explaining that he'd lost sight of his sibling and panicked when he saw. I thought this man was taking advantage of you, so I acted without thinking, he adds, offering his most sincere apologies for the misstep. Crosses her arms, completely unimpressed by his hero complex. What do you mean taking advantage? He and I were just standing close to one another. You should do something about your bad eyesight, she retorts, giving him a piece of her mind. The silver-haired hunk by her side, has seen enough and decides it's time to move on before things get even more awkward. The stranger keeps his head down, thanking her for her forgiveness, but as he looks up, his blood runs cold. He catches a glimpse of E's eyes, and the sheer intensity there makes him gasp. He can feel a literal wave of radiating from the man, realizing he just accidentally provoked a sleeping lion. He sighs to himself, knowing he's lucky to still have his head after interrupting what was clearly a private moment. As they walk away, the atmosphere is heavy enough to sink a ship, with E practically radiating angry steam. Looks up at him, her voice soft with concern. Are you still angry, E? She asks, hoping to break the tension. She tries to cheer him up, suggesting they find somewhere quiet where he can finally tell her what's on his mind. He offers her a small, tight smile, agreeing that they should just head home so they can talk in private. But the festival is in full swing and the shouts of come guess lantern riddles fill the air, distracting our heroine. His eyes light up at the sight of the crowd, pointing out how lively everything is. However, E's attention is suddenly snatched away by a face in the crowd. His expression shifts from irritation to pure, unadulterated shock as he spots a man walking by. That man, it's been years since then, but I would never mistake his appearance, he thinks, his internal monologue dripping with venom. He can't believe his eyes, wondering what on earth this person is doing here in Sunview Town. Just then, and appear out of the crowd, spotting their favorite person. Aunt, come and guess lantern riddles with us, they chirp, pulling her toward the fun. Sensing an opportunity to handle his business, E encourages her to go with them, is confused, asking, aren't you coming with me, E? He quickly spins a lie, looking downcast as he claims he must have dropped the precious amulet she got for him back by the river when that stranger grabbed her. He looks like he's about to cry, telling her the red string broke and he has to go back and find it immediately. His protective instincts kick in instantly. What, that man made you lose your amulet? She shouts, her anger shifting toward the stranger from earlier. She's ready to jump into action, declaring that she'll go back and help him search. But E catches her hand, stopping her in her tracks. No, there's too many people everywhere. I don't want you to get hurt looking for it with me, he insists, his voice firm. He tells her to stay put and wait for him, then turns around and marches off, his face darkening as he prepares to hunt down the man from his past. Coming, our girl calls out, ready to enjoy the festivities. The night is beautiful, lit by glowing lanterns under a full moon. But across town, things are getting much more tense. Who are you and what do you want? A man in red demands, clearly not used to uninvited guests. The visitor doesn't flinch, stating he needs the Green Gang's help to find someone. The local leader is skeptical, asking how he's supposed to find one face in a sea of people. The stranger gets specific, describing a youth of unparalleled beauty hiding within the family. This immediately sets off alarm bells for the leader. Are you here for the perfume recipe too? Don't even think about it. He spits, thinking this guy is just another corporate spy. He's ready for a fight, his fist clenching tight as he prepares to throw the guy out. He warns the stranger that they don't want to make an enemy of the Jin family, especially with their powerful connections to the capital. But the stranger just smirks, unimpressed by the local muscle. Oh, so the family is foregoing the opportunity to build connections with Capital City? He mocks. He reaches into his robes, asking, what do you think this is? He reveals a golden plaque from Duke Chin's mansion. The leader's jaw practically hits the floor. Duke Chin's mansion, he stammers, realizing he almost kicked out a VIP. He tries to play it cool, questioning if it's just a high-quality fake. So the stranger drops a cool million on the table, letting the mountain of cash and his high society accent do the talking. The leader realizes he's dealing with someone way above his pay grade. He finally folds, admitting there is indeed a beautiful youth in the family who is rarely seen in public. He takes the money and gives up the location, Prospering Fields Village. He's so eager to please now that he even offers his men to act as guides. Very well, the stranger says with a chilling smile. But his internal thoughts are way darker. He's planning a hit, thinking the youth was never supposed to exist and he won't let anyone threaten the Chin family status. Back at the fair, disaster strikes. Fire, run, help, people scream as the bridge suddenly goes up in flames. It's absolute chaos as the crowd panics and starts trampling one another. The kids are terrified, clinging to our girl and begging to leave. Realizes the entire street is a death trap filled with flammable lanterns. Her eyes narrow as she spots a way to keep the little ones safe. Climb up this tree first, she commands, wanting to get them above the rushing crowd. She helps them up, telling them to stay put and wait for her. The kids can only watch in tearful shock as she turns back. Is Aunt running toward the fire? One cries out as our girl sprints straight into the heart of the inferno. Amidst the chaos of the fire, a mother desperately screams for her child while the crowd crushes them. A hand reaches out, grabbing the little one just in time. It's our girl to the rescue, holding the terrified child close and promising to get them back to safety. Thank you, the mother cries as hands over the kid, but there's no time for celebrations. The inferno is spreading fast, turning the night sky into a hellish orange. No, she can't fight this alone, so she looks back at the blaze with fire in her own eyes. She calls out to the only thing that can help, System. Her foxy little helper pops up, yawning like he wasn't just summoned into a disaster zone. Is there any way to stop the fire from spreading? She demands, getting straight to the point. The fox takes his sweet time browsing the shop. He pulls out a highest-grade rainfall talisman that can cover 10 miles, but it comes with a catch. 2,000 merits, that's highway robbery, screams, realizing she's about to blow her entire life savings. The fox doesn't care about her wallet, telling her to take it or leave it because she's ruining his beauty sleep. She looks at the terrified families fleeing for their lives. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fist, she makes the ultimate sacrifice. I'll get it. With the soot-covered face of a true hero, she stands her ground as the building crackles above her. Suddenly, a massive beam of burning wood comes crashing down right on top of her. A loud boom echoes through the street as the structure collapses. Stumbles out of the dust, coughing her lungs out. A mysterious man in blue robes catches her, asking, "Are you all right, young lady?" Their eyes meet and the shock is mutual. "It's you," they both shout at the same time. The man is genuinely impressed, praising her for trying to save others while she's in danger herself. Panic erupts again as someone screams that the Magpie Bridge is about to collapse. Isn't here for small talk, snapping, now isn't the time to reminisce. Many people are still on that bridge. The man tries to usher her away to safety, insisting it's too dangerous. Do not worry, he promises, his gaze softening. I'll make sure to bring them out to safety. Watches him go, silent and determined. She pulls out the expensive talisman she just bought and activates it, sending a brilliant blue streak of light into the clouds. Finally, the heavens open up and a cooling rain begins to wash away the flames. The local authorities and the Jin family finally arrive on the scene to help with the rescue efforts. Everyone is working together, and on the count of 3, they prepare to lift the heavy debris. Our girl is right in the thick of it, showing off her strength as they heave a massive wooden beam aside. Despite the soot on her face, she's determined to save whoever is trapped. But wait, the rain has turned her clothes completely translucent and she hasn't even noticed. This handsome young master definitely noticed, and his face is turning redder than a beet. Before she can even process what's happening, swoops in with a cloak to shield her from prying eyes. He covers his face in embarrassment, telling her he'll handle the rest and that she needs to go dry off immediately. Finally looks down, realizing she's practically giving a free show, and her face explodes in a blush. She quickly pulls the cloak tight around her and gives him a shy thank you. Wrapped in his oversized garment, she listens as he offers to escort her to an inn to apologize for overstepping his boundaries. But isn't looking for a knight in shining armor today. She politely declines, mentioning her family is waiting for her outside. She flashes him a sweet smile, hoping they can just move on from this awkward encounter. As she bids him farewell and walks away, is left standing there looking like he just saw an angel. Suddenly, he spots something glimmering on the stone floor. It's a beautiful floral hairpin that must have fallen off during the chaos. "Wait, young lady, you dropped something," he shouts, but has already vanished into the sea of people. He's left holding her accessory, staring at it with a mix of curiosity and longing. Just then, a hand claps onto his shoulder. It's his companion, who is frantic with worry. Immediately goes into lecture mode, scolding her for running off on her own in an unfamiliar town. Tries to play the victim, claiming she was just worried about him after hearing about the fire. She hits him with the ultimate puppy dog eye combo, begging him not to be angry anymore. Sighs, totally defeated by her antics, but immediately spots the prize in his hand, Wait, why are you holding a woman's hairpin? She demands. He quickly pulls it out of her reach, insisting he just happened to find it on the ground. He carefully tucks it away, clearly not ready to let go of this little piece of our heroine just yet. Amidst the charred wreckage and puddles, the silver-haired hottie is absolutely spiraling. Didn't we agree to wait here? He whispers, his heart clearly in his throat as he stares at the destruction. He tries to convince himself that our girl is a total boss who can protect herself, but his white-knuckled grip tells a much more dramatic story. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his panic, it's calling out for him. He whips around, spotting her in the crowd, and the relief on his face is enough to melt a glacier. He doesn't even hesitate, sprinting toward her like his life depends on it. Before she can even explain where she's been, he pulls her into a massive, desperate hug. He holds her so tight you'd think he was afraid she'd vanish into thin air if he let go. It's all right now, everything is all right, he murmurs, finally finding his voice. He admits he was terrified something had happened to her, but just looks up at him with those big, innocent eyes. Why would you blame yourself for the fire, E? It was an accident and I'm all right, am I not? She says, trying to soothe his frayed nerves. She even tries to lighten the mood, joking that the rain made her look horrendous, though she's still serving top-tier visuals. But wait, the romantic mood shifts to danger zone instantly, his eyes lock onto her outfit. He stares at the dark cloak draped over her shoulders with pure unadulterated suspicion. Whose robe is that? He demands, his voice suddenly dropping 10 degrees into the sub-zero range. Completely oblivious to the jealousy radiating off him, explains it's from a nice, young master who helped her during the chaos. Just as a cold breeze sweeps through the air, our girl lets out a tiny. That is all the excuse he needs. He immediately yanks the stranger's robe off her shoulders with zero chill. He literally tosses the nice guy's cloak onto the dirty ground like it's radioactive trash, muttering, who knows if his robe is clean or not. The pettiness is off the charts. He immediately drapes his own pristine white robe over her, commanding, wear mine instead. Is absolutely floored by the audacity. Hey, why did you just throw that away? It doesn't even belong to me, she cries, wondering how on earth she's supposed to return it now. He just gives her the cold shoulder, dismissing the other guy as a total stranger and promising to pay him back later. Let's go home, we don't want you falling ill, he says, firmly guiding her away. As they walk, can't help but wonder if he's actually angry or just acting out of extreme concern for her. Meanwhile, the local townspeople are already gossiping about the miracle rain. It turns out the storm only fell over their town, putting out the fire just in time, a supernatural twist that has everyone wondering who or what brought the clouds. The pair finally arrives back at the estate under the cover of night. He doesn't waste any time telling her, quick, go change into the new robes in your room. He adds that he'll go prepare the hot water for her baths. But the look on his face is anything but warm. Our girl pushes open the door to her quarters and is immediately greeted by the sight of beautiful, fresh flowers. The room is perfectly prepared with everything set out on her dressing table. She spots 3 sets of stunning new robes laid out on the bed and wonders, did he save this room specifically for me? She changes into the vibrant red and white outfit, looking like an absolute princess. As she feels the high-quality fabric and begins to undo her hair, she suddenly freezes in horror. My pearl hairpin, it's gone, she gasps. Her heart sinks as she realizes she must have dropped it back on the bridge. That hairpin was a gift from E, and the thought of losing it is eating her alive. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door breaks her train of thought. One moment, she calls out, rushing toward the entrance. She pulls the door open with a creak, only to find E standing there looking like he's about to start a villain arc. His expression is so cold and intense that she can only manage a nervous, all right. A short while later is soaking in the hot bath, trying to relax. But instead of enjoying the steam, she's sinking underwater and blowing bubbles in distress. I don't understand, why is he suddenly so scary? She frets, wondering if she did something to offend him. She sighs deeply, mourning the fact that his first birthday celebration is ending on such a sour note. Not one to give up, she splashes around and decides she has to come up with a plan to lighten his mood later. Little does she know the drama is happening right outside her window. E is standing in the shadows, his eyes hooded and dark. He's currently fighting some seriously possessive demons, thinking to himself, I won't let anyone else leave their trace on you. As he watches her silhouette through the screen, his thoughts take a total turn. If only I could help you wash it off. He clenches his fist so hard the veins are popping, before slowly forcing himself to relax. No, I can't scare you away, he mutters to the night air. He knows how kind and patient she is, which only makes him feel more guilty about the darkness swirling in his mind. He stares at the ground, consumed by his internal struggle. You must never find out, I will not allow it, he vows, determined to keep his obsession hidden. Finally, finishes her bath and slides the window open. She looks out into the night, looking refreshed but still worried. Seeing E nearby, she bites her lip and asks tentatively, E, are you still angry at me? E just looks at her with a complicated, lingering silence, his expression softening just enough to keep her guessing. The night is still as we find our couple alone in the manor. E is being surprisingly attentive, carefully brushing through his long hair. Our girl tries to brush it off, telling him she can do it herself, but he gently insists on staying still so he doesn't accidentally pull a single strand, asks if he ever managed to find that lost amulet of his. He looks her dead in the eye and admits he'd never stop searching for it since it was a precious gift from her. Just gives a sweet smile, telling him she could have easily made him a new one if it was really gone. But then the mood shifts. She brings up their time on the Magpie Bridge, asking what it was he wanted to tell her back then. E gets this incredibly intense look on his face and asks, are you sure you want to know? Being our hopelessly earnest heroine, promises she'll fulfill any request he makes. Suddenly the tension snaps, lets out a startled ACK as he lunges forward. Before she can even process what's happening, his hand is on her chin, tilting her face up. E what? She starts to gasp, but he cuts her off by leaning in and pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. The drama is off the charts as he holds her close under the moonlight. You can practically hear her heart going against her ribs. Her eyes are wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Until she finally finds her footing and shoves him away with all her might. E what you? She screams, her face turning a shade of red that would put a cherry to shame. He just looks at her with those pained, longing eyes and whispers her name. Our girl is absolutely fuming, demanding to know if he has any idea what he just did. But E isn't backing down. He reminds her that they are supposed to be wed in the future, so as far as he's concerned, there's nothing wrong with showing his affection. He grabs her hands, reminding her of the promise she just made to grant his request. Tries to play the logic card, pointing out that they aren't even betrothed to each other anymore. But he doesn't care about technicalities. I adore you, he confesses, his voice trembling as he asks if she hates him or if she just doesn't feel the same. Slowly retracts her hands, her expression softening into something more somber. She tries to let him down easy, telling him he's still young and probably just confused his dependence on her for actual romance. She even starts blaming herself, thinking she misguided him and that accepting his feelings would only hurt him more in the long run. E has had enough of being treated like a little boy. I'm not a child anymore, he declares, looking her straight in the eye. He makes it crystal clear, he adores her romantically and he wants her more than anything if she'll have him. Stands there speechless. But inside, her thoughts are a mess. She knows he adores her, but she feels like she has no future here. If she can't accumulate enough merits, she'll be dead for real in just 5 years. Rather than giving him hope only to cause him agony later, she decides she has to nip this in the bud right now. She looks away, resolved to let him find someone else who can actually stay by his side forever. Drops the ultimate friendzone bomb, telling E that while she appreciates his devotion, she has only ever seen him as a brother. E looks like his entire world just imploded, staring at her in stunned silence. Not wanting to stay for the awkward aftermath, tells him it's getting late and she needs to head back to her brother's residence. But E isn't letting her walk away that easily. He starts spiraling into a tragic monologue about how he's known nothing but abandonment and people trying to sell him off for his looks. Our girl's footsteps falter as the guilt begins to weigh her down. She looks back to find him mid-breakdown, claiming that the only person he ever cared about only liked him out of pity. He hits her with the ultimate emotional manipulation, asking what the point of even living is if he can't be loved for who he is. His eyes go wide with horror as the vibe shifts from a sad rejection to a total emergency. E tosses his wooden tag to the floor with a definitive clatter. Screams his name, sensing the danger, but she's too late. In a terrifying display of desperation, E pulls out a dagger. Before she can even move, he stabs himself right in the chest. Is frantic, begging him to stop, but he tells her to stay away. He's completely lost it, holding the bloody blade to his own face and threatening to cut himself further if she dares to intervene. Sobbing and desperate to save his life, cracks under the pressure. I accept your feelings, E, I accept them, she screams, hoping to de-escalate the suicide attempt. She tries to buy herself some time, proposing that they are too young for marriage now, but if he still wants her in 5 years, they'll do it. Secretly, our poor heroine is just wondering if she'll even be alive in 5 years to face the music. He pauses, his chest still bleeding, and asks if she's actually telling the truth. To save him, literally swears on her life that she isn't lying. Finally, the knife clatters to the floor. He immediately grabs her, telling her to never speak of dying and promising she'll live a long life. But then, the red flags start flying at full mast. He demands that she cut off contact with all other men and never develop feelings for anyone else. Exhausted and trapped, just agrees to whatever he wants. He looks absolutely delighted, praising her for being so good to him. Our girl can only manage a wry smile, just wanting to get this man patched up. As she carefully dresses his wound, she's just relieved the blade didn't reach his heart. E watches her with a look of pure, chilling satisfaction. But the drama isn't over yet. Suddenly his head starts to swim. Her vision blurs and she collapses into total darkness. E catches her calling out her name as if he's worried, but his true colors finally show. As he looks down at her unconscious body, he scoffs, wondering how she likes the taste of her own medicine. Turns out the self-harm wasn't the only trick up his sleeve. He drugged her. Night falls over the estate as a moonlit silence settles in. Inside, the fire crackles under a pot of bitter medicine. While our girl lies unconscious, battling a heavy fever with a damp cloth pressed to her forehead. E is right there by her side, desperately checking her pulse. He lets out a shaky breath, realizing she likely fainted from the sheer shock of the fire and the freezing rain. But then things take a turn for the dramatic. E looks down at her with a gaze that is way too intense, whispering, "I'm sorry, R, but I didn't have any other choice." He actually thinks this disaster was the only way to force her to stay by his side forever. He leans in close to her sleeping face, his voice dropping to a chilling murmur as he tells her to stop trying to run away from him. Talk about a red flag, ladies. The sun rises on a new day. And finally groggily opens her eyes. Her mother is right there, hovering over her with a worried face. "Are you awake?" she cries out. Sits up, still feeling a bit dazed, surprised to see her mother in the room. Her mom explains that she nearly died of fright, thanking goodness that E came to find her last night after the fire broke out. His first thought, where is E? Her mother tells her he's busy boiling her medicine and offers to go whip up some food since she must be starving. Left alone for a moment, stares off into space, clearly suspicious about how convenient everything was. When E finally enters with a steaming bowl, doesn't give him a warm welcome, she gives him a cold look, telling him not to overthink his position. She lays down the law, warning him, "Last night is the last time you do anything like that again, or you might as well just kill me instead." E looks absolutely crushed, quickly promising it won't happen again, though his eyes tell a different story. Meanwhile, across town, some high-stakes spying is happening. A subordinate reports to his young master that the family did indeed purchase a handsome boy to be betrothed to their daughter, and that boy is currently skipping school. They've already set an ambush to confirm his identity, but there's a complication. "What is it?" the young master asks, narrowing his eyes. It turns out Mew, the prince of the Duke of Defense, has also been spotted in town. The young master is stunned. "Mew, what's he doing here?" Since their families are basically sworn enemies, he orders his men to shadow the prince with extreme caution. "Do not let them find you," he commands. And his subordinate quickly bows in agreement. Back at the quiet courtyard, is trying to relax and read a book while E dutifully fans the medicine fire. She tells him he doesn't need to skip his classes at the academy just to babysit her. But he isn't budging, insisting that recovery is a long process and she needs his care. Their quiet moment is shattered by a loud knock-knock at the gate. He freezes, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Who's knocking on the door?" he wonders, knowing that almost no one should have this address. He stands up, his body tense as he prepares to see who has tracked them down. Shopkeeper Jin arrives with an urgent message, apologizing for the sudden intrusion into her home. Our girl assumes it's just another update about her perfume business, but Jin looks serious and asks if they can speak privately inside. Leads the way, oblivious to the fact that E is lurking in the shadows, watching the exchange with a suspicious gaze. Once they're settled, Jin presents a handwritten letter from young Master Jin, urging her to take a look. As she reads, his expression shifts from curiosity to pure shock. He wants the recipe for the blood-stanching medicine, she asks, her heart sinking. Jin confirms the request, explaining that his family is closely tied to the Duke of Defense. To show their sincerity, a prince has even traveled all the way to Sunview Town just to meet her. Inside is sweating bullets. There is no recipe. She only created that medicine using her secret plant manipulation skill, and sharing that would be a total death sentence. "If someone happens to know the existence of my powers, it would only bring life-threatening danger to myself and the people around me," she thinks grimly. Thinking fast, she tells a white lie, claiming a mysterious master gave her the medicine to protect her brother. She firmly pushes the invitation back across the table, stating, "The truth is, I don't have the recipe at all. I'm afraid I won't be able to help." Jin doesn't back down, insisting that His Highness still wishes to meet her to express his gratitude for saving him. Looks completely torn, realizing she's being backed into a corner by royalty. Jin leaves a small gift outside as a gesture of goodwill and begs her to reconsider before taking his leave. When she steps outside with E, they find that small gift is actually a mountain of expensive treasures and fine silks. Lets out a massive sigh, feeling the pressure mounting. E, always the protective one, tells her, R, if you don't want to meet them, it's alright to just close the doors and ignore them. But our girl knows the world doesn't work like that. The Jin family relies on the Duke of Defense, and she might need that kind of power in her corner later. E's eyes narrow as he realizes the prince likely arrived with elite private guards from the Duke's mansion. A dark smirk plays on his lips as he recalls that even Duke Chin has been looking for him. Sensing his intensity, asks what's on his mind. E softens his gaze and tells her they can probably trust the Duke's mansion for now. However, he advises her not to be a pushover. Perhaps we can leave them to wait for a few days first, and then decide once we see their sincerity, he suggests. Totally agrees, wanting to vet their character first after the nightmare she went through with the family. She trusts Jin Yuan, but if this prince tries to bully her into giving up her secrets, she's prepared to cut ties with everyone. I'll have no other choice but to keep them at a respectable distance, she declares firmly. E praises her for the well-thought-out plan, causing our heroine to blush a deep crimson and stammer in embarrassment. But the mood flips when E suddenly asks her to teach him how to paint his face, leaving completely baffled. The subordinate rushes in, reporting that the target is finally on the move. They've set the trap by the Sun View Town moat, and once the sun dips below the horizon, they plan to confirm his identity and strike. Young Master Chin isn't taking any chances, ordering his men to lie in wait for the perfect moment. He scoffs at the situation, muttering, I'd like to see how someone who's been leeching off a village girl's family plans to annihilate my entire family. Down by the water, two figures stand near the fortress walls as the sky turns a fiery orange. One of them points out a medical herb, luring his companion closer to the edge of the moat. From the shadows, the young master watches like a hawk, his subordinate asking if it's time to move. Wait first, he whispers, I need to know how he looks. The mysterious figure with the long silver hair begins to turn. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the wind blows through those pale locks. The young master and his guard lean in, ready for a legendary face-off. But then they see it. It's not a handsome rival, it's a total jump scare of a human being covered in the most horrific, clownish makeup you've ever seen. MYEYES, the guards scream, practically blinded by the sheer audacity of that blue eyeshadow and pink blush. Young Master Chin is absolutely livid, shouting, not even the paper dolls you burn for the dead look as hideous as that. The subordinate tries to play it cool, suggesting they might have mistaken him for someone else. But the young master is so insulted he literally kicks his man to the ground, snapping, Do I look blind to you? He starts wondering if their informant lied to them, because surely the man they're looking for doesn't need to draw a whole new face to appear beautiful. He dismisses the guard but tells him to keep searching and have more locals confirm the identity of this creature. Have someone follow this person as well, he commands, suspecting there might still be a link to the family. He needs to find to confirm if they finally have their eyes on the right man. The subordinate scurries off as the last of the light fades from the sky. Later that night, the scene shifts to a local casino. Inside, the young master is pressing a man for a portrait of the youth they're hunting. A portrait, the man asks, looking nervous as the young master stares him down across the table. He claims he's not well versed in the art of painting and only saw the kid once. The young master's gaze turns icy as he asks, So you no longer wish to help then? The man in red starts sweating bullets, insisting he'd recognize the kid in a heartbeat if he saw him again. What is it? The young master demands. The man admits he's terrified because someone in the family is a martial arts expert who knows a profound ancestral swordsmanship. Little do they know, a silent observer is currently crouching on the roof tiles. It's a masked figure with silver hair, listening to every word of their pathetic little scheme. The man in red bows low, swearing the family's loyalty if the young master can just get rid of this threat. The young master just smirks, fully confident that his elite fighters can handle some village youth. But as they prepare to spar, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Young master, watch out, the guard screams. He lunges forward to protect his boss as a sudden attack strikes from the shadows. Before the young master can even blink, a powerful blow sends him reeling. Is being a total boss cornering the girl who tried to sabotage her? You pushing me with self-defense, so I won't hold that against you, she says calmly. But framing little mute for your mistakes, that's a no-go. The girl is shaking like a leaf, sobbing, I'm sorry, auntie, I was just so scared. She literally drops to her knees, begging not to tell Granny and promising to take over all of little mute's chores. Our girl just gives a smug little nod, now that's more like it, she purrs. She even plays the nice guy, helping the girl up while probably plotting her next 5 moves. Dinner time arrives and announces she's full and needs a serious family meeting. Her parents are already whispering about how their daughter has suddenly grown a backbone and seems like a different person. Once they're alone, the atmosphere is heavy. What's wrong? You're acting so solemn, her father asks, looking concerned. Puts on her best chosen one face and tells them not to be afraid because she has great news. She pulls out a glowing object and they look like they've seen a ghost. My God, what is that thing? They gasp in terror. Chill, guys, it's just a celestial palace given to me by an immortal, she lies through her teeth. Internally, she's laughing because this divine treasure is actually just a cheap music box she bought for 5 merits. She spins a wild story about meeting an immortal in a dream after she hit her head. She even claims her freckles are a punishment from the heavens for her past life's mistakes. She shows them the token and says she has to do good deeds to earn merits and ascend back to the heavens. Her parents are totally sold. I knew it, our daughter is a literal immortal, her mom cries out with joy. Decides to test the waters to see just how bad the original version of her was. So, did I do a lot of bad stuff before? She asks, looking all innocent. The parents look incredibly nervous. Her mom tries to play it off, saying she only hit and scolded little Mute a few times, which isn't a big deal. She even has the audacity to say saved him by bringing him from Mount Euphoria. Her dad's brain starts working overtime, connecting the mountain legends to his daughter's blessing. Makes them swear to keep it a secret. People would take advantage of such a blessing, her dad nods, looking all protective. Mission accomplished, our girl is just glad they bought her excuse for the personality transplant. Night falls and is on a mission to visit her favorite merit ATM, Little Mute. She sets up some ointment and supplies, and starts bandaging his arm, telling him he doesn't have to work until he's healed. He just glares at her with those suspicious, icy eyes. When she tries to be sweet, he just huffs and turns away. But then spots a mysterious pendant hanging from his neck. Before she can grab it, he slaps her hand away with a loud clap. Talk about a cold shoulder, he looks absolutely livid that she tried to touch his personal belongings. 3 days later, we're at the Jin family restaurant. The table is stacked with delicious, shimmering food. A prince named and a noble lady are waiting impatiently for Lady to arrive. They're desperate for a recipe and want to find her master. Finally, the servant announces her arrival. Stands up to greet the mysterious lady. As she walks in looking absolutely radiant in a red gown. The room practically glows with her presence. But as soon as they see her face, they're floored. It's you, they scream in unison. Looks like our girl's past is finally catching up to her. The man offers his deepest gratitude for the help she's provided. Please sit, lady, he says, treating her with the utmost respect. Our girl tries to play it cool, nodding politely while acknowledging his high status. He wastes no time getting to the point, thanking for the miraculous medicine that saved his brother's life and begging for an introduction to her mysterious master. Even the lady beside him is in awe, calling the medicine's effects absolutely miraculous. He explains that this isn't just about his family, this medicine could save thousands of soldiers on the front lines. Being the master of the reclusive teacher Lai explains that her master doesn't like dealing with strangers. But since they want it for the health of the country and not just for wealth, she claims she managed to convince him to make an exception. The man's eyes light up, he can't believe his luck. She keeps the ruse going, explaining that making the medicine is exhausting, so her master can only produce 10 bottles a month. Secretly, our girl is smirking because she knows this deal secures the Duke of Defense's backing for as long as his family stands. The man is totally sold, swearing the Mew family will be eternally grateful if the master bestows this gift upon them. Plays the humble card, asking only that they keep her master's existence a total secret to protect his peace. I am a man of my word, he promises, looking intensely sincere. The sister jumps in too, swearing her silence. But then drops the real kicker. For payment, she wants them to build charity houses for the poor and elderly. She stands there looking like a literal saint. The sister is floored, she's not asking for gold or titles for herself. The man is moved to his core, apologizing for judging her by common standards when she's clearly a selfless hero. He's so impressed he can barely look away. Meanwhile, is sweating bullets on the inside, thinking selfless, no way, I just need the merit points to stay alive. He vows that the Mew family will build a charity house in every single town they pass on the way back to the capital. Our girl hands over the secret ingredient list, which includes items like thistle and agrimony. She tells him she'll send someone to inform him as soon as the medicine is ready. He takes the list like it's a holy relic. But he's not letting her leave empty-handed. He pushes over a gift box as a personal thank you. Tries to wave it off, insisting Brother Yuan did the heavy lifting. But they aren't taking no for an answer, telling her she deserves at least this much. What is with my luck lately, she wonders, finally accepting the gift. As the siblings leave, the sister is gushing about how selfless Lady and her master are. They head down the stairs, with the sister realizing they'll be staying in Sunview Town quite a bit longer to wait for the medicine. The man doesn't seem to mind the delay one bit. But then the sister gets suspicious. When did you two actually meet? She asks. She suddenly remembers him coming back from the festival with a pearl hairpiece. Look at that blush, our cold prince is definitely feeling something. The sister starts teasing him about fate, causing him to pick up his pace to hide his red face as he rushes to get the ingredients. Smother arrives at the gates, hysterical and out of breath. The green gang broke E's leg, she cries out. Our girl is absolutely stunned, her heart dropping into her stomach. What? E is injured, when did that happen? She gasps as her mother explains that the green gang has been snatching people off the streets all morning. Her mother is a mess of tears, explaining how she accidentally ran into the thugs, and if he hadn't stepped in to protect her, she would have been the one in the hospital right now. After everything I did to him, I didn't expect him to rush up and protect me, she sobs, hammering her chest in guilt and swearing to treat him like her own son from now on. Doesn't waste a single second, sprinting past her mother and back into the house. She slams the bedroom door open with a loud bang. E, she screams, finding the silver-haired boy lying in bed with his leg heavily bandaged. She rushes to his side, her voice trembling. How are you feeling? Does it hurt a lot? She asks frantically. But E just gives her a gentle, tired smile that's way too calm for someone with a snapped limb. I'm all right, don't worry, he says softly. Your leg is broken, what do you mean you're all right? She yells, not buying his I'm fine act for a second. Then it hits her, she gave him a protective amulet. It should have kept him safe from any injury. She starts frantically feeling around his robes, searching for the charm. Did you remove the amulet I got you? She demands. E just sighs, looking more peaceful than a man with a shattered bone has any right to be. I'm all right, really, he insists. He waves her closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Come here, he says. As she leans in, he finally drops the bombshell. I'm not actually injured, I'm just pretending to be. Is completely floored, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Pretending, she repeats, her eyes wide with confusion. He explains that while the gang did try to hit him, the amulet kicked in and sent the force right back at them, leaving the thugs injured instead. So why the drama? Well, since is dead and the family is looking for the killer, E was worried they'd take their fury out on the family. By faking an injury, he has the perfect excuse for them to lay low and get out of town. I think it's best we return to Prospering Fields Village for the time being, he suggests. Realizes he's right, it's the move they have. You make a point, we'll do that, she agrees, relieved he isn't actually broken. E looks a bit guilty for the deception, though. I'm sorry, R, I didn't mean to deceive your mother, he apologizes. But just smiles. Honestly, her mother worrying about him isn't a bad thing at all. Considering how harsh her mother was to him before, this little stunt might actually make her treat him with some actual kindness for once. E's heart melts at her words. You're so good to me, R, he says, blushing slightly. She gives him a comforting pat on the head, glad their little family is finally bonding, even if it took a fake medical emergency to do it. Later that day, the sun is shining over their home as they prepare for the move. But the peace is interrupted by an expensive carriage and a line of guards standing at their gate. Inside's father is bowing to an esteemed guest. I apologize for not greeting you earlier, he says, explaining that was out collecting herbs. Steps into the room, her teal shoes clicking on the floor. She stops dead in her tracks when she sees who it is. Lady Mew, what are you doing here? She asks totally. Lady Mew's face lights up instantly. Oh, lady, she cries out with pure joy. She rushes over, apologizing for the uninvited visit and hoping she isn't a bother. Apparently, she's never left the capital city before and was so curious about the village life that she just had to see it for herself. Then comes the kicker. Could you let me stay for a few days, lady? She asks with a hopeful smile, brain short circuits. What? She stammers. She panics internally, thinking their entire family might lose their lives if anything happens to a high-ranking noble like Lady Mew while staying in their simple home. Lady Mew sees her hesitation and pulls a classic puppy dog face. Why can't I? She pouts while desperately tries to explain they don't have enough room. Don't chase me out, Lady Mew cries, looking like she's about to burst into tears. If it's an inconvenience, I'm willing to stay in someone else's home. She clings to his arm, refusing to take no for an answer. I'm not picky either, we're both girls, so why not sleep together, right? She chirps. Poor is stuck. She's being hugged by a human backpack who has zero intention of leaving, and it looks like her quiet village getaway just got a lot more crowded. Is playing nursemaid, peeling an apple while gushing about how surprisingly adorable Lady Mew turned out to be. Even though the lady bought out the house next door just to pester them, is shocked that she doesn't have an ounce of that typical noble arrogance. Our girl tells E that despite Lady Mew's high status, she's actually super approachable, even helping a gardener with a bucket of manure after he spilled some on her. Offers him a slice of the apple, but E is internally sulking, wondering why she keeps trying to push him toward another woman. He stares at the fruit, feeling the weight of her misunderstanding. He can see the sadness in her eyes as she tries to play matchmaker, even though it clearly hurts her. He finally takes a bite and swallows his pride along with it. He looks her dead in the eye and declares, "To me, R is always the best there is stunned into silence by his sudden confession. He makes it clear that once Lady Mew gets the medicine she's looking for, her and her entourage are hitting the road. Realizes she was overthinking the whole status thing and feels a bit silly for almost giving up on her man. Meanwhile, out on a treacherous mountain pass, a caravan is having a total disaster. What happened in front, a royal voice demands from the carriage. Turns out they crashed into a bullock cart and an entire carriage of precious blood-stanching herbs went right over the cliff. When the prince asks if they can just pick more, the news gets even worse. The summer heat has fried the fields and there won't be another batch ready for months. The prince is absolutely fuming. He snaps at his men to take the Mew family guards and get down that cliff to recover every single herb they dropped. Back in the city at an inn called Heaven One, a shady deal is going down. A man is bribing Madame Fang, promising her that his father, the exam invigilator, can secure her son's future in the Imperial Academy. Madame Fang listens intently, her face hidden. He smirks, knowing that with Duke Chin's backing, her son's success is guaranteed. In exchange for the favor, she slides over a special wooden badge. She's already sabotaged the Jin family's herb collection, and this badge will let his men bypass the city guards without a single question. He takes the prize with a greasy smile, thanking her for the gift. Night falls over Sunview Town, and the guards at the gate are on high alert. A group of riders thunders toward the entrance in the dead of night. They flash the stolen badge, leaving the guard stunned. "Open the gates," he shouts, and the intruders are in. Under the cover of darkness, a squad of ninjas starts creeping through the shadows. One of them readies a tool at a window, blowing knockout gas into the room to ensure no one wakes up to stop them. To make matters worse, they start dousing the exterior in oil. This isn't just a robbery, it's a cold-blooded assassination attempt. Thick smoke fills the air as the manor begins to crumble under the heat. Men are coughing and struggling to breathe on the soot-covered ground. "Fire," one of them screams, the realization of the trap hitting him like a freight train. The captain immediately takes charge, shouting, "3, go save our young lady, the rest of you follow me to the family to stop the blaze." But they aren't alone. As they rush out, they're intercepted by a group of shadowy figures waiting in the courtyard. "Who are you?" the guard bellows, his sword clashing against an intruder's blade in a shower of sparks. He quickly realizes these guys aren't just random thugs based on their lethal techniques and screams for a signal flare. A bright red light streaks into the night sky, a desperate plea for backup over the burning estate. Inside, the fire is spreading at an impossible speed, licking the roof of the main house. Thick black smoke pours through the barred windows, making the rooms a death trap. Suddenly snaps awake, his eyes wide as he takes in the chaos from his bed. He can hear the clashing of steel and the roar of the flames outside, wondering if these assassins are actually here for him. He remembers that our girl has the amulet, so she should be safe for now, meaning he can focus on clearing out the trash outside first. The fight outside is brutal, with swords clashing with enough force to vibrate the air. Suddenly leaps into the fray, soaring over the flames like a vengeful spirit. Donning a golden mask to hide his identity, he looks absolutely deadly under the moonlight. He lands with a heavy strike, drawing a pained ACK from his first victim. With a blur of purple motion, he starts dismantling the assassins one by one. One precise strike is all it takes to send another goon flying into the shadows. Meanwhile, our girl is staring at the destruction in horror, her hand clamped over her mouth as the heat singes the air. She's trembling as she watches her home turn to ash. "Mother, father, E," she cries out, desperate to find anyone who might still be trapped. But she's being hunted. An archer hidden in the trees takes aim, a flaming arrow notched and ready to end her. The arrow whistles through the air with a terrifying whoosh, but is watching from the rooftops. With a flick of his wrist, a blade intercepts the projectile midair, snapping it in two. The arrow thuds into the wall, and our girl notices the unmistakable smell of oil. This is arson, she realizes, her eyes narrowing in a flash of cold fury. She suspects the Mew family might be behind this, but she knows she has to prioritize saving the others first. It's time to get serious, System strength talisman, she commands, her voice ringing out over the crackle of the fire. A golden aura erupts around her as raw power flows through her veins. She slaps the talisman onto her chest and proceeds to smash through the burning debris like a human wrecking ball. The fire rages against the dark night sky. She finds people slumped near the well, but her heart sinks as she scans the faces. Where are you? She shouts, her voice cracking from the smoke. She's searched every corner, but he's nowhere to be found, making her fear he's been abducted by the attackers. No, I have to look outside, she thinks, pushing open the heavy front gates. Her eyes go wide with pure shock as the scene outside is revealed. Piled up in front of the entrance is a mountain of dead assassins, and our girl can only whisper, "What?" Heavy footsteps echo through the room, shattering the silence. Our girl spins around, her heart hammering against her ribs as she gasps, "Who are you?" Before she can even scream, a masked, silver-haired intruder pinches her throat and presses a cold blade against her neck, whispering a chilling. But then things get weird. Instead of attacking, he starts unbuckling his dark outer robes right in front of her. He sheds the assassin gear like a second skin, revealing a lighter outfit underneath. As he pulls down the mask, our heroine's breath hitches. She's completely floored, thinking to herself that she's never seen such an exquisite and ethereal face in her entire life. The man doesn't care about her internal fangirling, though. He presses the sword back to her throat, his eyes icy. "Tell anyone about me and I will kill you, understood?" he threatens. In the blink of an eye, he's gone, leaping out the window and into the night, leaving behind one final warning. "You saw no one tonight." She sinks to the floor, her legs turning to jelly. Just, who is he? She wonders, still shaken. Even though he literally just threatened to end her life, she can't help but swoon, thinking she's never seen anyone that handsome. "Get it together, girl." She quickly shakes off the daze, realizing she needs to check on the others. "No, now isn't the time to think about this. I have to make sure Lady is safe." She rushes out into the courtyard and finds, "Lady, are you all right?" she asks urgently. Looks a bit frazzled but relieved, admitting she doesn't know where the attackers came from, but she's just grateful for the Mew family's guards. As they try to process the chaos, looks off into the distance, sensing more trouble. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves thunders through the air as a group of riders arrives. It's to the rescue. He leaps into the fray, his sword flashing as he cuts down the remaining masked men with brutal efficiency. Seeing their numbers dwindle, one of the assassins groans that they're outnumbered. "Retreat," they shout, scrambling over the walls like rats to escape's wrath. Immediately rushes to side, his face etched with worry. "Are you all right?" he asks breathlessly. She gives him a soft smile, assuring him, "I'm all right." But when they turn to check on the guest of honor, the space where was standing is empty. "Lady," calls out, but she's already vanished into the shadows. While everyone is busy at the estate is already deep in the forest, she knows her parents and the others are safe now, so she has a different mission. "I can't find E anywhere," she mutters, hoping he's waiting for her at Mount Euphoria. She rounds a corner and there he is, the silver-haired mystery man. It's late, why are you here?" he asks, sounding genuinely surprised. She cries out his name, E, and runs toward him. She practically tackles him in a hug, sobbing with relief that he's okay while he hides something behind his back. He pulls out a stunning purple flower, the queen of the dark night. It only blooms at 11 p.m. and is rumored to have the power to bring someone back from the brink of death. He stayed out in the middle of a literal assassination plot just to find it for her. Reaches out, her heart melting at the gesture. She gently cups his face, her eyes full of concern. She tells him it's too dangerous for him to show his face right now and insists he should head to town and wait for her there instead. "Yes, I know," he says softly, watching her as she turns to head back. But the second her back is turned, his gentle aura vanishes. He stares into the darkness, a massive, glowing-eyed white tiger appearing at his side. "But before that, there's something that I need to do first," he growls, and you just know someone is about to have a very bad night. With the last bandage tightened, our girl lets out a sigh of relief. The villagers are practically falling at her feet, praising Lady and her incredible master for saving them from certain death, is internally screaming, "My master." She watches the flashback of that mysterious masked man absolutely wiping the floor with a dozen assassins, but apparently he vanished into the night as soon as the job was done. The villagers are desperate for a martial arts tip or two from such a legend. Thinking fast, our girl switches into full-blown actress mode. Well, my master is a bit of a hermit," she lies through her teeth, telling them he prefers the quiet and even she doesn't see him much. Meanwhile, the other lady in the group is completely. "That masked man, he's your master?" she gasps, begging to let her family thank him in person. She's already imagining him as a handsome, graceful genius of medicine and war. Honestly, same girl, get in line. Little do they know the master himself is lurking just behind a wall, watching the whole performance. He realizes didn't blow his cover, which buys her some major points. I suppose she can live for now, he muses, looking like the ultimate brooding edgelord. Keeps the charade going, claiming he's too busy making medicine to socialize. She tries to comfort the disappointed girl, saying, if it's fate, we will see him again. But the drama doesn't stop for a fan club meeting. Young Master Mew steps in looking serious. Enough idle chatter, we should get going soon, he warns, knowing the assassins could regroup. Nods, deciding it's time to move her family to the safety of Tranquil Manor. Mew orders the guards to throw the bodies into the houses and burn them to the ground. It sounds cold, but it's a brilliant cover-up. They'll spread the word that the family died in the fire so the enemies stop hunting them. Thank you for your help today, young Master Mew says, showing her gratitude. He plays it off cool, saying it's only fair since she saved his brother, as the carriages roll out under the cover of night. Our mysterious silver-haired protector watches them fade into the distance. He lingers in the ruins for a moment before disappearing into the shadows. Meanwhile, at a nearby inn, things are not going well for the bad guys. Their leader is lying in bed, clutching a nasty chest wound and sweating bullets. His subordinates are shaking, explaining that a man appeared from nowhere with mysterious martial arts they couldn't even touch. They tried to retreat with their wounded master. But then things got even weirder. A massive white tiger jumped out of the darkness. The guards are literally begging for punishment for failing so hard. The young master is fuming, realizing that Mew is definitely going to investigate this mess. He recalls a warning that their target was an extremely lucky man, and boy, was that an understatement. He's not giving up, though. One of you will stay here to keep us updated, he barks, planning to head to the Jin prefecture to borrow his uncle's army and call for reinforcements from the capital. This villain is definitely planning a major comeback. In Sunview Town, the streets are buzzing with the most tragic gossip. Word on the street is that a massive fire wiped out the entire family in Prospering Fields Village, leaving nothing behind but charred bones. How unfortunate, one passerby sighs, but they have no idea who's listening. Hidden behind a bamboo hat, a mysterious woman smirks at the news, thinking, that's great, even the heavens are on Duke Chin's side. She wastes no time and releases a messenger pigeon to carry the good news to her master. The bird takes flight, soaring through the clouds with a message that could change the fate of the empire. Meanwhile, at Tranquil Manor, things aren't quite as dead as the rumors suggest. Our girl is tending to her parents, who are safe and sound despite the shock. It's all thanks to the Duke of Defense's men that we're still alive, she reminds them, her eyes full of relief. She tells them to rest well, playing the part of the dutiful daughter to perfection. But as steps out of the room, her expression shifts. The soft look is gone, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze that says she's ready for whatever comes next. The next day in the capital city, the atmosphere is much more tense. Duke Chin receives the secret message, and his eyes widen as he reads the report. He rushes to Lady, reporting that the family was supposedly burned alive with 0 survivors. Lady stands there cold and unmoving, processing the news that her entire family is supposedly gone. All dead, huh? She thinks, her face twisting with dark satisfaction as she recalls the relatives who abandoned her and wanted her dead. But she's no fool. She clears her throat and reminds the Duke that without a corpse, they can't be sure the future emperor is actually dead. It would not be wise to relax so soon, Duke Chin, she warns, her voice dripping with icy caution. Duke Chin quickly agrees, promising to have his men keep looking until they can bring a corpse back to the capital. Lady then drops a bombshell, mentioning a drought in the Jin prefecture that hasn't even been made public yet. She suggests the Duke's son head there to help the people, which is really just a cover to hunt down their target. Duke Chin is absolutely stunned. How could she possibly know about the drought when only high-ranking officials were briefed? How do you know of this, lady? He demands, his suspicion reaching a breaking point. She shuts him down instantly, snapping that heaven's will is not something he can reveal. The Duke backs off, bowing respectfully and promising to ask the Emperor for the opportunity, but he's clearly starting to wonder just what kind of woman he's dealing with. As she walks away, Duke Chin watches her with growing unease. But Lady doesn't care, she just lets out a wicked little smile, knowing everything is falling perfectly into place. A severe drought has gripped the land, turning once lush fields into a cracked, dusty wasteland. With no harvests, the common folk are left with nothing to eat, let alone enough to pay their taxes. As the number of desperate refugees grows, their only hope lies in the local charity house. What a blessing, we're saved, they cry as food is finally distributed to the starving masses. Our nation is blessed to have someone as kind as you, lady, Brother Mew says, acknowledging her hard work. But our girl isn't celebrating yet. She shakes her head, worrying that the charity house will run out of porridge long before the rain returns. Brother Mew drops some heavy news. The Jin prefecture is already rioting, and greedy grain merchants are hoarding supplies to drive up prices. If we do not solve the root cause of this issue, the entire nation would go into chaos, he warns. As the prince of the Duke of Defense's mansion, Mew needs to head back to the capital to handle the crisis from the top. But he's not leaving our girl defenseless. He warns her that hoarding households might target her for cutting into their profits, so he leaves a squad of elite guards behind to protect her. "We are at your service, lady," they shout in unison, ready to catch hands for her. Bows her thanks, wishing him a safe journey as he departs with the medicine. "Be careful on the road," she calls out, waving as the carriage disappears into the distance. Little does she know, a mysterious silver-haired figure is watching the whole exchange from the shadows. He touches his forehead with a calculated smirk, thinking, "This will make things much easier for me." Later that night at the South Blow House, a desperate deal is being struck behind closed doors. Lan Chin, the house's top performer, begs a mysterious masked lord to buy his brother's freedom. "I'm willing to do anything you ask of me," he pleads, kneeling alongside his younger brother, Lan Mao. The masked man leans back, his voice dripping with ice. "Are you sure, even at the cost of your own life?" Young Lan Mao can't stand seeing his brother humiliated and tries to lash out. "Don't bully my brother," he screams, throwing a tantrum against the lord's leg. But the mood turns grim when Lan Chin pulls back his sleeve, revealing horrific, festering wounds that prove just how much he's suffered. Even the masked man is taken aback by the sight. With tears streaming down his face, Lan Chin declares he'll gladly give his lowly life if it means R can live a better one. Seeing his brother's sacrifice, Lan Mao's grief turns into a cold, hard rage. "I'll kill them all," he vows, promising to hunt down every man who sold them and hurt them. He bows low, begging the masked man, "Please take me in, master." A dark, satisfied smile plays on the lord's lips as he gives his final answer, "Very well." The sun rises over Tranquil Manor, but our girl isn't here to enjoy the view. She immediately calls out for her system. The sassy little fox mascot pops up with a welcome, but isn't in the mood for pleasantries. "Seedlings, I want to buy seedlings," she demands. She checks the shop and sees that her hard work giving out porridge to refugees earned her over 5,000 merits. Without hesitating, she spends nearly all of it. "I'll exchange 5,000 merits for 5,000 corn seedlings," she tells the fox, who happily accepts the patronage. Nose corn is the ultimate survival crop because it can grow even in a drought. She gets to work planting the seeds in the dry earth. "Plant manipulation skill activate," she cries, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Within seconds, vibrant green sprouts begin to poke through the soil. Our heroine is thrilled. With her skills speeding things up, she'll have a full harvest in just half a month. Her plan is to gather the new seeds and pass them out to the refugees so everyone can survive the famine. But while is playing harvest goddess, trouble is brewing under the blue sky. Half a month later, a massive force arrives. A man named Chin marches 3,000 soldiers into Sunview Town. Officially, he's there by imperial decree to help with the drought, but he's got a much darker personal agenda. He's been asking around and finally found a lead on someone from his past. He's told there's a performer in the South Blow House named Lan Chin who possesses an ethereal beauty. Chin narrows his eyes, thinking, "This time I'll make sure to kill him." Nearby, we see the target in question, a man with long silver hair looking incredibly somber. Chin wastes no time heading to the South Blow House. A pimp leads him down the hall, praising Lan Chin as their best performer. The moment they reach the door, Chin barks a cold leave to the staff. He steps inside, staring down at the silver-haired man sitting calmly on the floor. Chin's eyes widen in shock. Even after all these years, he can't believe how stunning the man looks. The performer looks up and gasps, "Chin, it's you?" He stands up, trembling with rage. "After all these years, I've already fled all the way here. Why can't you just leave me alone?" Chin just gives a wicked, predatory smirk. "You recognize me?" he asks. "Of course I do," Lan Chin snaps, his voice dripping with bitterness. He'll never forget how the people from the Duke's mansion treated him like trash when he was young. The two men stand in a tense silence. Until Chin lunges forward and grabs the man's pendant. He reads the name engraved on it, Lee. A dark shadow falls over Chin's face as he repeats the name like a curse. Suddenly, he draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring. The villainous Chin stands tall, looking down at his supposed rival with a sneer. He laughs like a total maniac, bragging to the ancestors about how he's finally cleared the path for his family's glory. But our silver-haired warrior isn't going down without a fight, growling that if he's headed to hell, he's dragging down with him. He lunges with a hidden blade, but is way too fast, dodging the strike and mocking him for being absolutely pathetic. "Guards, kill him," screams, and the soldiers don't hesitate to swarm. A blade flashes through the air in a deadly arc. And we see the brutal silhouette of the kill as blood splatters against the walls. Even as the light fades from his eyes, the fallen man has a chilling, satisfied smile on his face. He hits the floor with a heavy thud, seemingly defeated at last. Is absolutely gloating now, demanding they bring the body back to the capital to show his father just how capable he is. But wait, the smug look on his face vanishes the moment he touches the small wound on his chest. Young master, the guards cry out in terror. They realize the terrifying truth, that tiny scratch was from a poisoned dagger and the clock is ticking. Panic erupts as they scramble to find a physician, dragging their poison leader away before he kicks the bucket right there in the street. Meanwhile, the body of the silver-haired man is tossed into a carriage like trash. The townspeople can't stop whispering, wondering if the new commander just committed a cold-blooded murder in broad daylight. In the shadows, a young girl named Lan Mao stares at the scene with tears in her eyes, whispering for her brother. But then a familiar voice speaks up behind her. "Do you hate me?" asks the real silver-haired master. Plot twist of the century, the man who just died was a body double. Lan Mao shakes her head, insisting that she doesn't hate him because he saved them both, and her brother, Lan Qin, was willing to give his life for his master. It turns out this was all a calculated trap. Our master spread rumors about a youth resembling himself to lure the greedy into a false sense of victory. He had already spent the past month getting brutal revenge on everyone who ever hurt these siblings. Knowing Lan Qin was already dying from an illness, he used the boy's final moments to create the perfect decoy. He even personally groomed the boy to look exactly like his own reflection. By the time the body reaches the capital, it'll be too decayed for anyone to realize the swap, especially since no one has seen the real master in years. Placing a gentle hand on Lan Mao's head, he tells the fallen Lan Qin to rest well. As they walk away into the distance, he promises to watch over her from now on, leaving the villains to rot in the chaos he left behind. Physician works quickly, plunging needles into the commander's chest to stabilize the spreading darkness. "Physician, how is His Highness?" A soldier asks frantically, knowing that if word of this injury leaks before the mission is finished, their lives are forfeit. This is he, the army physician, and he looks grim. He explains that while he's suppressed the poison with acupuncture, it's only a temporary fix to keep the man breathing. To actually cure him, they need a miracle, the legendary Queen of the Dark Night flower. The catch, this flower only grows in the presence of flying serpents. These aren't just regular snakes, they're spiritual beasts, making the search for the flower a suicide mission. "Then what do we do?" the soldier cries, trembling. He doesn't waste a second, ordering a letter to be sent to Duke Qin immediately while posting a massive bounty for the flower, hoping someone is brave or crazy enough to find it. We shift scenes to a quiet inn. A few days have passed, and our girl is returning home with a basket full of freshly harvested corn. As she approaches, a door creaks open, and a pint-sized white-haired boy peeks out. Who are you looking for, miss?" he asks nervously. Sighs immediately turn into hearts because, let's be real, the kid is a total cutie. She can't resist giving him a head pat. "Aren't you cute, kid? What's your name?" she asks. But the little guy has a major ego. "I'm not cute and I'm not a kid, I'm Lan Mao, a handsome and reliable man," he huffs. He steps out to settle the confusion, introducing Lan Mao as his new helper. Tries to hide a snicker. It feels like just yesterday E was the one needing help and now he's the boss. E reaches out to take the heavy basket from her. His voice dropping to a gentle tone. "Look at you, you're all sweaty," he says, softly brushing her face. Our girl is blushing up a storm, while poor Lan Mao is stuck in the background, literally eating a bag of sugar to deal with the sweetness overload coming from these two. As they sit down for a warm meal, hands E a small bottle of ointment. E's heart skips a beat. He's been so careful to cover his tracks while out on his dangerous missions. Could she actually know what he's been doing? Stays silent, but she's using her secret weapon. "System stats," she commands. A digital screen flickers to life, showing that E's defense is at a dangerously low 11 out of 50. She realizes he's been through absolute hell and hasn't said a word to her about it. Despite the secrets between them, the two share a cozy moment of gratitude, but the danger looming over E's head is far from over. Our girl is out here doing the most, telling the hungry crowd there's plenty of food for everyone. And E are handing out seeds like they're the ultimate power couple, promising that as long as they work together, they'll survive the famine. The villagers are absolutely losing it, calling a saint while the merit points start raining down on her system. "No, you're all too kind," she says, playing the humble card perfectly. But inside, she knows the truth. Every person she saves is another merit point in the bank to keep her own skin safe. E, being the supportive king he is, pats her head and tells her there's no need to be humble because his R is just that kind. His inner monologue is screaming because he's being way too forward in public. The villagers are loving the PDA, laughing and calling them a sweet couple while noting how much her husband seems to adore her. But the cozy vibes don't last long when E's sharp eyes catch something suspicious. He spots a shady guy lurking behind a wall, clearly trying to gather intel on their operation. "Hey you," he calls out, confronting the man with a plate of corn in hand. He tries to play it cool, asking the guy if he's hungry. But the spy isn't buying it. "Do you think a few cobs of corn are enough to get me off your back?" he sneers. As he walks away, he drops a chilling warning to enjoy their meals while they still can. He knows right then that something is seriously wrong. Meanwhile, on the outskirts between provinces, a massive fight is breaking out, is absolutely wrecking shop, slicing through enemies with ease. The bandits are terrified, realizing they've run into actual trained troops and calling for a full retreat. Rushes over to make sure is okay, and he assures her he's fine. But the news isn't good. Refugees are flooding the province and the situation is getting desperate. Even worse, the yellow thieves are using the drought to recruit more desperate people into their ranks. The guards manage to drag one of the thieves before for interrogation. "Speak, how many of you are there?" demands, holding a sword to the guy's throat. The thief breaks immediately, shaking like a leaf as he confesses they plan to attack Sunview town next because they heard there's an abundance of corn there. His heart drops when he realizes there are over 10,000 thieves moving in and points out the obvious. Sunview town is exactly where he's staying. Isn't wasting a second, ordering his guards to follow him while sending back to the capital for safety. He knows the odds are stacked against them. He also knows the guy the emperor sent to protect the town is a total loser who won't stand a chance against a thief army. As he gallops toward the town, his only thought is of, "Please be safe," he prays, hoping he can reach her before the storm hits. In the outskirts of Sunview town, a soldier delivers some juicy intel. The town is hoarding a massive harvest of grain. But when he addresses his leader as "Your Highness," the man snaps. "I already told you to stop calling me that," he yells, bitter that his nation has completely forsaken him. His loyal soldier isn't backing down though, insisting that he's the only leader they recognize. They're planning a full-blown revolt to reclaim the throne because in their eyes he's second to no one. Our moody prince slams the table, declaring that this drought is just heaven's way of punishing the current king. He stares down at a map of Jin province, plotting his next move. He knows that if he can seize the grain and land of Sunview town, the rest of the province will fall like a house of cards. Sacrifices must be made to achieve great things, he sneers, looking like he's ready to burn it all down. He orders his troops to rest up because once reinforcements arrive, Sunview town is toast. 3 days later at a local inn, a soldier is side-eyeing a mysterious woman with a serious attitude problem. His elder quickly shushes him, explaining that Duke Qin sent her all the way from the capital to plan their next move. Oh, and catch this, she's also betrothed to His Highness. Inside, we see the Duke's son, Qin, looking like he's got one foot in the grave. It turns out the future Emperor Li managed to poison him with a rare toxin before being cornered, and our girl was sent here to find a cure. Duke Qin made her a deal: save his son and she'll be welcomed into the family as a noble wife. But judging by the way she's gritting her teeth, she isn't exactly thrilled about this promotion. She summons physician and demands to be taken to the ice house immediately. As they head down into the dark, the smell of rotting meat hits them like a truck. Our girl is livid. "How am I supposed to identify the body like this?" she screams at the doctor. The poor physician explains that because of the drought, ice is impossible to find, and they're lucky they managed to find any at all in such a small town. She grabs a torch and heads into the back, her face pale under her veil. She approaches a body covered by a sack and pulls it back to reveal a lifeless face. At first, it looks like she's breaking down, clutching her stomach in distress. The doctor watches her, thinking she's just another delicate lady who can't handle the sight of death. But then a chilling sound fills the room. She starts laughing. Her laughter turns into a full-on cackle that echoes through the morgue. Over a spray of blood, she finally lets out the truth: "I've finally killed you." E scoffs as he rips a bounty for the Queen of the Dark Knight right off the board, muttering that it's nothing but a futile effort. Struggles to keep up with his sudden pace, asking, "E, why are you walking so quickly?" He plays it cool, gently touching her face while claiming he just saw a nonsensical eyesore that needed to be removed. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by screaming villagers running for their lives. "Where are the bandits, mister?" our girl asks, stopping a terrified man in his tracks. He gasps out that the yellow thieves are raiding Spring Water Village and dragging villagers away as captives. He knows the local military is a complete joke. The commander is currently poisoned and the soldiers are nothing but talkative cowards. "Hurry back to Tranquil Manor," he tells, trying to push her towards safety. He tries to hand her the supplies and send her away, but isn't having it, grabbing his arm and worrying about the sheer number of enemies. "It's better than doing nothing at all," she insists, her eyes burning with determination. E tries to argue that as a man with martial arts and medical training, he should be the one to go. But our girl's sweet smile quickly softens his resolve. They share a tender, quiet moment amidst the falling petals, before deciding to face the coming storm together. Under the cover of a full moon, they find the village square filled with people tied up and begging for mercy. From the shadows of a stone wall, the duo watches the chaos unfold. A loud-mouthed bandit named brags to his men about blazing a trail for his highness. He narrows his eyes, realizing something is very off. Thieves don't usually refer to their leaders as royalty. Whispers that they're heavily outnumbered and need a solid plan. But E just tells her to hush and stuffs something into her mouth. He holds her chin firmly as he feeds her. "What did you give me? Now is hardly the time for food," she complains, though she can't help but admit it's actually pretty tasty. E explains that it's not a snack, but an antidote for a powerful fainting incense he developed. He checks the breeze, noting that the wind is blowing perfectly toward the enemy camp. "Watch," he whispers, lighting the drug and waiting for the knockout gas to drift right into the unsuspecting bandits. The guards are completely clueless as a strange scent fills the air, with one of them sniffing around and wondering what that smell is. He starts feeling dizzy, chalking it up to having one too many drinks. Seconds later, he's face down on the table, totally out for the count. It's a total knockout, and in no time, the entire camp of thugs is snoring on the cold stone floor. With the coast clear, our girl and her handsome protector, E, step out of the shadows. Immediately starts popping waking pills into the prisoners' mouths. A quick slice of the blade through their bonds, and these villagers are finally free. They immediately recognize her, gasping, "Why, your lady, you've come to save us." Quickly shushes them, warning that thieves could still be lurking nearby while handing over more medicine to wake the rest of the captives. It's a full-scale jailbreak under the cover of night. The group begins booking it through the forest, with urging everyone to keep running toward the safety of the commander's troops. Meanwhile, poor E has been demoted to a literal human horse for one of the kids. The little girl is having the time of her life, kicking her legs and shouting, "Run." Can't help but tease him, noting that he seems to be a natural with children. But E has zero chill and fires right back. "Do you like little girls? We can have one of our own if you want." Our girl is absolutely floored, her face turning a bright shade of red as she stammers in shock. Even the villagers start joining in, laughing and shouting about a wedding banquet, forcing a flustered to scream at them to just focus on running. Suddenly, E's expression hardens as he hears the rhythmic thumping of hooves. "Quick hide," he commands, sensing an approaching threat. Everyone dives into the bushes, terrified that the yellow thieves are about to descend upon them. A group of riders thunders through the clearing. Peeks out from behind a tree, her eyes widening as she recognizes the man in the lead. "It's Brother Mew, we're saved," she cries out in relief. E, on the other hand, looks like he just swallowed a lemon, grumbling, "The busybody is back." Dashes out from the tree line to flag them down. Mew nearly falls off his horse when he spots her in the moonlight. "Halt, stop everyone," he shouts, pulling his reins hard. Tries to explain the rescue. But Mew is too overcome with emotion to listen. He lunges forward, grabbing her shoulders in a desperate, trembling embrace. "Thank goodness, you're all right," he gasps, holding her tight. "Something tells me E is going to have a few choice words about this Brother Mew very soon. E isn't playing games today," gripping the newcomer's wrist with a look that could kill. "Hands off, or I'll chop them off," he growls. Prince Mew can feel the raw power radiating off this man, realizing instantly that this is no ordinary commoner. He doesn't even give him the satisfaction of a handshake, dismissively flicking the prince's hand away. Our girl quickly jumps in to play peacekeeper before a literal war starts in the middle of the woods, nervously asking if there's been some sort of misunderstanding. Mew narrows his eyes, recognizing E as the man who was by side before. He tries to keep it professional, asking for the young master's name since he didn't get a chance to ask during their last chaotic encounter. But E decides to skip the pleasantries and drop a total bombshell. "I am E.R.'s betrothed," he declares, pulling close. Mew looks like he just got hit by a carriage, his heart visibly sinking at the news that his favorite lady is already off the market. Is absolutely betrayed, looking like she wants the ground to swallow her whole. He isn't letting her off the hook either, reminding her that her parents basically bought him to be her future husband. "Do you wish to forego that promise now?" he asks with a smirk. Our poor heroine can't even deny it, stuttering out that he's technically right. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, she immediately pivots to the actual life-or-death situation. The yellow thieves are planning to conquer Sunview Town. E just smiles to himself, knowing exactly why she's suddenly so interested in military strategy. Mew explains that he discovered the thieves' plans while in Qing province and rushed back to warn everyone. But E is still in full hater mode, asking what a few hundred soldiers are supposed to do against a whole army. Prince Mew, you didn't rush back all the way here just to hand your life over on a silver platter, right? He mocks. Has to snap at him to behave. Trying her best to translate E's jerk speak into something slightly more helpful so Mew doesn't feel completely useless. Mew takes the hint that he's the third wheel here and prepares to head out, telling to stay safe. He mounts his horse, looking every bit the brooding noble, in his fancy embroidered cloak. E gets one last dig in, promising to protect her so the prince doesn't have to worry. Mew remains stoic, vowing to join up with the commander and send reinforcements back to the village. With a final farewell, he gallops into the night. The villagers are practically weeping with relief, thinking they're finally saved because the capital sent a prince. Once they're alone, turns on E, demanding to know why he was being such a menace to Mew. E doesn't even answer her, he just calmly tells the kid on his shoulders to be a good boy and close his eyes. Is Midrant complaining that he's treating this like a game? When E decide to silence her in the most effective way possible. Even the kid is blushing at the sheer audacity of this man. It looks like E is officially marking his territory, leaving our girl completely breathless. Under the shimmering moonlight, E pulls our girl close for a heart-stopping kiss, whispering her name with a longing that could melt ice. But the romantic tension snaps like a twig when she suddenly recoils, gripping his sleeve in a panic. I can't, she cries out, fleeing into the darkness while E watches her go, wondering if she'll ever truly open her heart to him. Even with a child perched on his shoulders, he can't shake the heavy sadness in his eyes as he wonders what has her so terrified. He softly comforts the little one, cooing that everything will be okay, before they both make a break for it through the woods. Meanwhile, our heroine is pulling off some serious gravity-defying moves as she leaps through the forest canopy. Elsewhere, the plot thickens as Mew arrives at Sunview Town with a small army of 200 personal guards. He stands outside the command center, looking like he's ready for war. He calls out for Brother, urgently reporting that the yellow thieves are tearing through the province and it's time to strike back. But apparently, the commander was busy catching some Z's after a long day of worrying. A masked woman named Lady Lay steps out, looking like she's about to give Mew a piece of her mind for making such a racket. Mew is not impressed by this blatant threat and wonders who this mystery girl even is. He tries to play nice, asking for her name while still demanding to see the commander. An aide jumps in to explain that Lady Li was sent by Duke Qin himself to take charge. Mew isn't buying it for a second, pointing out that he's seen zero effort to help the refugees since she showed up. He lets out a mocking laugh, sneering that people will think the commander is hiding behind a woman's skirts to do his dirty work. Get Qin out here right now, he demands, done with the games. Lady Li looks absolutely stunned by his audacity. Mew doesn't hold back, telling her that lives are on the line and he has zero time to waste on questionable people like her. She can only grit her teeth in frustration as he walks away. She claims the commander is too busy for distractions, but offers Mew half the soldiers since she holds the army seal. Mew counters immediately, demanding nearly the entire force to deal with the massive thief threat. She gives him a take it or leave it ultimatum of 2,000 men as the scene shifts to a nearby charity house. Refugees are gathered outside the humble building, seeking whatever help they can find. Doctors are busy tending to the wounded and weary. Watches the scene, tallying up the merits she's earned from helping, but her heart is heavy knowing her home village is still under the thumb of those thieves. She can only pray that Brother Mew succeeds in his mission and returns safely. Suddenly, an elderly woman notices something is wrong and asks R where he went. Our girl freezes, realizing her companion has vanished into thin air. While she's panicking, the drums of war begin to thunder. A massive black tide of soldiers marches through the mountain pass, their voices rising in a unified roar to kill the thieves. Mew leads the charge on horseback, looking every bit the heroic general. But look closely at the front lines. Disguised as a common soldier, E is marching right into the heart of the fire with a determined smirk. On the outskirts of Sunview Town, the tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Inside the rebel camp, a scout delivers some devastating news. Prince Mew is closing in with thousands of soldiers. This news sends the rebel leader into a total meltdown as he slams the table, screaming, "Is reclaiming the throne really this hard?" His subordinate, shaking in his boots, begs for a second chance, promising to bring back Mew's head on a silver platter. The prince waves him off like a fly. But as soon as the guy leaves, he admits that while his allies are useless, Mew is a beast that shouldn't be underestimated. Under the pale moonlight, the mountains echo with the screams of war. The rebels charge in with everything they've got. But our boy Mew isn't backing down, leading the charge with a defiant shout to fight. He locks blades with the enemy leader, easily staggering the foolish thief with his superior strength. But even a hero has his limits as the rebels prepare to swarm him. Mew realizes he's dangerously outnumbered and things are looking grim. Suddenly, a WOSH cuts through the air as a volley of darts rains down, dropping the rebels like flies. This gives Mew's men the opening they desperately needed to push back. Mew is left scratching his head, wondering if he has a secret guardian angel hiding in the shadows. And he's right, hidden behind a tree is a mysterious white-haired warrior impressed by Mew's guts. Time to do what Mew can't, he whispers, shedding his outer layers to reveal a stealth suit. In the blink of an eye, he's gone, soaring through the canopy like a shadow, with a golden mask concealing his face. He spots his target, the rebel prince trying to tuck tail and run. Found you, your highness, he smirks from the branches. He drops down and tosses a smoke bomb right into their path. Boom, the clearing turns into a coughing fit for the rebels. Before the prince can even see what hit him, the masked man is right behind him, delivering a swift strike to the neck. By the time the smoke clears, the prince has vanished into thin air. His guards are left looking like total idiots, wondering where their leader went. Little do they know, our mystery man is already miles away, making his grand escape on the back of a massive white tiger with the prince as his prize. Talk about a legendary exit. Deep in the shadows of a damp cave, our girl stands over her captive, a man bound tightly and struggling against his ropes. She stares down at him, her eyes narrowing as a sense of recognition hits her like a freight train. This man, he looks very familiar, she thinks, the gears in her head turning frantically. She clutches her head as the memories start to claw their way to the surface. Where on earth has she seen this face before? The fog in her mind clears, revealing a past filled with cold bars and misery. Since her earliest memories, she and her mother were kept like caged animals. She can still see her younger self huddled on the floor of a prison cell. Back then, the only faces she ever saw were Chin and his son, two people she learned to loathe with every fiber of her being. Even as a child, her heart was filled with a dark, burning promise: I'll kill them both. But there was someone else. She remembers a man in expensive, flowing robes arriving at their courtyard to see her mother. She couldn't hear their words, but the violence was unmistakable. He spent the whole time hitting her mother and screaming at her. When he was done, he callously locked her mother back in that filthy cage. Before he left, he looked at our girl, his eyes filled with a chilling loathing as if he were looking at a filthy beast. Then he simply turned his back and walked away, leaving her in the dark. Back in the present, our girl grabs the captive's chin, forcing him to look at her. The resemblance is uncanny. Is he his son? She wonders. To get the answers she needs, she doesn't waste time with a polite interrogation. She shoves a truth pill down his throat and waits for it to take hold. As his eyes grow dazed and unfocused, she knows he's under her spell. Speak, who are you? She demands, her voice echoing in the cave. The man's resistance is gone. I am Li Yao, he stammers. Our girl's eyes widen in shock. Li Yao, that means he's crown prince. The puzzle pieces finally click into place. The man who tormented her mother all those years ago was none other than the previous emperor. She recalls the official history. The previous emperor died 8 years ago during a bloody takeover. Prince and Duke Qin forged a decree to abolish Li Yao's title and seize the throne for themselves. They said you died 8 years ago during the takeover, she says, testing his story. Li Yao explains that it was all a lie to solidify the new emperor's power. He's been on the run for nearly a decade, building up the Yellow Thieves as a shadow army to reclaim his birthright. He even reveals he's hidden his father's will and the imperial jade seal in province. Our girl can't help but smirk behind her mask. What a delicious twist of fate. Having the dead crown prince in her hands is the ultimate weapon to annihilate the Qin family, but first she has a little costume change in mind. Lend me your robe for a while, she commands. While she's making moves in the dark, the rest of the world thinks the battle is over. After a night of fierce fighting, Mew's strategy has paid off, and his men are celebrating a massive victory over the thieves. They track the fleeing remnants of the crown prince's forces to a mountain path, where they find a gruesome scene. A body lies crushed under a massive boulder, its face completely disfigured and unrecognizable. The soldiers erupt in cheers, convinced they've finally eliminated the threat to the throne. All hail Prince Mew, they shout, already dreaming of the promotions and rewards waiting for them back home. As Mew leads his triumphant parade away from the mountains, they think they've won the day. But high above them, our girl watches the procession with a cold, mocking gaze. Enjoy my gift to you, Mew, she whispers into the night. They think they've found a corpse, but she's the one holding all the cards. The crowd is going wild because Prince Mew is back from the warpath, having totally crushed those yellow thieves. The streets are filled with cheers and relief as the victorious army marches through. Meanwhile, the captured thieves are getting a face full of rotten eggs and veggies from the angry citizens. Our girl is right there to welcome the hero home, telling him it's great to see him return victorious and well. But of course, E just has to swoop in and ruin the vibe, sarcastically congratulating the prince on catching the crown prince too. Mew tries to keep it professional despite the salt, claiming it's just his duty to help the common people. Being the sweetheart she is, invites Mew to the charity house to rest, but E immediately cuts her off. He insists that the king is waiting for an immediate report, clearly doing everything in his power to get his rival out of the picture. Even in their forms, you can see the sparks flying as E demands the captives be moved to the capital right now. Prince Mew has no choice but to mount his horse and ride out, though he definitely looks like he knows he's being played. E waves him off with a smug bye-bye while just hopes they'll all meet again soon. Once they're finally alone, calls him out, asking why he's targeting poor brother Mew. But E isn't in the mood for a lecture. He grabs her and pulls her close right there in the middle of the street. There was a child on my shoulders last time, so I couldn't do what I wanted, he growls, looking totally serious. He tells her he's decided it's time to reclaim what he's owed, and he's not waiting another second. Before she can even protest the public setting, he leans in and shuts her up with a massive, romantic kiss. His hands clench his clothes as the world around them turns into a blur of pink flowers. It's a full-on public display of affection, and the townspeople are definitely getting a front-row seat to the drama. When they finally break for air, is a blushing mess, her golden eyes wide with shock. She quickly tries to hide her face in his chest to escape the judging stares of the crowd. E tilts her chin up, his gaze incredibly possessive. "You're mine, R, don't fall for anyone else but me, okay?" he demands. He pulls her into a tight embrace, swearing that he'll never let her go. Our girl finally manages to get a word in, explaining that her relationship with Brother Mew is strictly platonic. She gently caresses his face, reminding him that she hasn't forgotten their 5-year promise and that he has absolutely nothing to worry about. Seeing her so sincere, E's cold, jealous exterior finally melts into a soft, genuine smile. He leans into her hand, whispering a soft apology and asking for her forgiveness. Can only sigh at her tricky man, realizing she's totally stuck with this jealous, possessive prince. High up on the moonlit peaks of Mount Euphoria, the air is thick with more than just mountain mist. Our resident schemer, Lee, is leading a squad of soldiers deep into the woods under the cover of darkness. Her nervous attendant warns her that the legendary queen of the Dark Night flower is guarded by a deadly 100-year-old flying serpent, but Lee doesn't give a damn about a little danger. To her, this rare plant isn't just a flower, it's her golden ticket to high society. "Chin's life is my ticket to becoming a noble lady," she thinks, her eyes gleaming with greed. She snaps at her guards to ensure her safety, threatening that they'll all pay if anything happens to her. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she spots her prize. Nestled in the brush is the glowing purple blossom she's been hunting for. She clutches it with a sinister smirk, thinking she's finally hit the jackpot. But the celebration is cut short when the attendant starts shaking like a leaf, warning everyone to be on high alert. Something massive is lurking in the shadows as they try to make their escape. Before anyone can blink, a giant black serpent lunges from the dark with its fangs bared. "Ah, the flying serpent," the soldiers scream in pure terror. Does Lee try to save her men? Please. She immediately uses the closest guard as a human shield, shoving the poor guy right into the beast's path to save her own skin. While she clutches her precious flower, the guard is snatched up and crushed by the snake's massive coils as he begs for help. What do we do?" she asks, looking at the rest of her men like they're just more fodder. She's actually annoyed that they're just standing there paralyzed while she's trying to make her get. The order is simple: run. The soldiers don't need to be told twice, abandoning their comrade to be eaten alive because it's better to sacrifice one than for all of us to die. The attendant actually has the nerve to think that while Lee is cruel, she made the right decision. Lee bolts into the night, leaving the carnage behind without a single regret, as the attendant muses that one life was a fair trade for the Queen of the Dark Night. Back at the camp, the remaining soldiers are actually cheering for her, hoping that when she marries the prince, they'll all be swimming in rewards. Lee just scoffs, glad her pawns aren't completely brainless. Meanwhile, back at the charity house, things are a lot more wholesome. Our girl is working hard, but she's worried that even her massive corn harvest won't be enough to end the drought. Her silver-haired companion agrees, noting that as long as the rain stays away, the people will keep suffering. Their conversation is interrupted by a sudden booming shout, "By His Majesty's decree." Everyone freezes in shock. An imperial messenger has arrived in full regalia, demanding that Sunview Town's lady present herself immediately. The family rushes out, tripping over themselves to meet the palace officials. Bows low, her heart racing as she prepares to hear her fate. It turns out her hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. The emperor has officially recognized her efforts in fighting the drought with her miracle corn. She's been summoned to the capital to receive a reward and teach her agricultural secrets to the entire empire. The villagers are ecstatic, hailing her as the hero who saved them all. But while celebrates, her silver-haired friend looks troubled. He knows the current emperor king is a man who stole the throne from the rightful crown prince. As he watches, a dark realization hits him. Could both the king and Li Yao be the sons of that same mysterious person? Our girl is on a mission, using the massive amount of merits she's earned, secretly swaps them for rainfall talismans, bringing life back to every drought-stricken land she passes. The locals can't believe their luck as the skies finally open up, washing away the despair of the long dry spell. But she doesn't stop there, she's also handing out corn seeds, becoming a literal saint to the refugees. By the time they reach their destination, she's racked up a staggering 600,000 merits, a total she's never even dreamed of achieving before, as the carriage rolls toward their next chapter. It takes one last look at the people she's helped. Finally, the group arrives at the grand gates of the capital city. He stares at the walls with a cold, determined gaze, thinking, no matter how hard you tried to chase me away, I've returned anyway. Our girl notices his dark mood and gently caresses his cheek, whispering his name to snap him out of it. He gives her a soft smile, trying to play it cool by telling her he's just a bit tired from the trip, but we know there's more to that brooding look than he's letting on. Being the chaotic sweetheart she is, immediately wants to go exploring. Let's go shop around first. Capital city is huge, so we must have some fun, she chirps. He agrees but stays cautious, telling them to go ahead while he and Lan Mao prepare their residence. He warns her that meeting His Majesty might take some time, so they should settle in for a long stay. Privately, he knows he has to keep a low profile because the Qin family has ears everywhere in the city. While soaking in the vibrant city life and admiring the local shops, our heroine is having the time of her life. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves shatters the peace. The demon is here to cause trouble again, hide everyone, the locals scream in terror. A spoiled brat on horseback comes charging through the crowd like he owns the place, shouting, "Make way, don't stand in my way." He's heading straight for the crowded market, screaming for everyone to get out of his path. His father is frozen in fear as the beast bears down on him. And her mother scream out in horror, thinking this is the end. But wait, our girl is always 3 steps ahead. She had already equipped the family with strength talismans. Instead of a tragedy, the horse hits her father like it ran into a literal brick wall and rebounds, sending the rider flying backward. The young master hits the pavement with a very satisfying thud. "Are you all right, dear?" the mother asks, while a dazed father wonders how on earth he's still standing. Breathes a massive sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars she exchanged those talismans to keep them safe from ordinary attacks. But the drama is just getting started. The brat's goons surround them, barking, "Stay right there, you collided with our young master, he's Duke Qin's second son, you're screwed." Her father isn't backing down though. "Your young master was the one in the wrong, how could you blame us instead?" he demands, standing his ground. Realizing they've just accidentally picked a fight with high-tier nobility on their first day, decides that discretion is the better part of valor. "Run," she screams, and the family bolts into the crowd before the guards can grab them. "Useless," he screams while delivering a stinging backhand to his own guard. The young master is absolutely seething, claiming that if anything happened to his precious self, his father would never forgive them. His eyes are practically bulging with rage as he looks down on his subordinates. He grabs the poor guy by the collar, demanding to know if he has something to say for himself, but the servant can only stutter in fear. There's no time for a lecture, though, because another guard points out that their targets are making a break for it. He shoves his servant aside like trash, promising to punish him later as he shifts his focus back to the chase. "Catch them," he bellows, leading his group of goons down the street in a frantic pursuit. Our girl glances over her shoulder and realizes the distance is closing fast. Suddenly, a grand building labeled Jin's Jade House comes into view, and it looks like their only hope. His eyes light up as she realizes where they are. "Mother, father, this way," she urges, dragging her hesitant parents toward the entrance while insisting there's no time to explain. They barely make it inside before the brat and his squad arrive at the door, certain they've cornered their prey. Chin storms into the shop, shouting for them to come out of hiding. But a calm, authoritative voice cuts through his tantrum, greeting the young master with absolutely zero intimidation. An elegant man steps forward, immediately calling out the brat by name, Chin. He scolds the boy for riding recklessly and causing trouble on the streets, asking if he thinks the city belongs to him. The young master's face drops as he realizes he's stepped into a major problem. He tries to play the victim, stuttering that they were the ones who knocked him off his horse. The shop owner isn't buying a single word of his nonsense. "I clearly saw you running into them," he says, effectively calling the boy a liar to his face. He goes for the jugular, reminding the brat that he's not even the first son of the mansion and has no right to his father's title. The roast continues as he warns the boy that his arrogance will eventually lead to a commoner getting fed up and stabbing him. He mocks the boy's great value and suggests he reconsider taking such risks. Chin is left speechless, trembling with a mix of fear and fury. Knowing he's outmatched because this man holds leverage over his family, the brat decides it's time to retreat. But before he can scurry away, the elder stops him in his tracks with a sharp hold on. What more do you want? The brat snaps, clearly at the end of his rope. The man demands a proper show of respect, hinting that the emperor might hear about his poor upbringing if he leaves without a word. Gritting his teeth and sweating bullets, the young master has to swallow his pride. He's forced to bow and humbly request to excuse himself like a disciplined child. The elder dismisses him with a cold wave, telling him the door is that way. The servants practically drag their master away, terrified of offending this powerful man any further. As they flee, the shop owner watches them go, noting that the duke's younger son is absolutely pathetic and has no potential for greatness. Our girl and her parents find safety inside the shop, bowing deeply to the mysterious man who saved them. "Thank you, shopkeeper, for helping us," says with a respectful gesture. The man just laughs it off, waving his hand as if saving them from a mob was just another Tuesday. But the parents are completely baffled. "I don't understand," her mother whispers. "How did you know to hide here?" Our girl gives a knowing look and replies, "Because we might know each other." The parents' faces go full cartoon mode in pure confusion because they've definitely never met this guy. Tells them to use their noses, and suddenly it clicks. There's a very familiar scent in the air. The shopkeeper smiles, explaining that he could smell her the moment she walked in because she carries the exact same fragrances he sells. Explains she saw the name Jin's Jade House on the door and followed her nose. The man's eyes light up as he realizes exactly who she is. "You must be the fragrance maker Jin Yuan met in Jin province." It turns out this is Jin Yuan's father. Since and Jin Yuan are sworn siblings, she's basically just found her new godfather. Talk about a small world. The parents are relieved, realizing that fate really is on their side today. Just then, the door swings open and Jin Yuan himself bursts in, looking like a total snack in his red robes. "I heard someone familiar was here," he shouts, thrilled to see her. He's already heard all about her heroics with the refugees and greets her parents with the utmost respect. Jin Yuan is ready to be the best host ever, offering to be their personal guide through the capital for the next few days. But has to turn him down. She knows the Qin family is lurking, and it's best to stay out of sight until the imperial decree officially arrives. Jin Yuan's expression shifts as he realizes she's right. He leans in close, whispering, "Did you bring her to capital city too?" Can't help but tease him back about his own goddess, leaving Jin Yuan a blushing, embarrassed mess. However, things take a serious turn as Jin Yuan thinks back to a letter he received. It warned that coming to the capital would put his life in grave danger. Despite the risks, they head over to check out the new residence the emperor provided for. It's a stunning, elegant mansion, a fitting reward for his hero. Inside, calls out to Yi to show him who's arrived. Jin Yuan stands there, stunned to see the man again. Yi is already acting like the ultimate house husband, having cleaned the entire place and unpacked everything for his R. Jin Yuan's jaw practically hits the floor. "Why, you can speak now, I thought you were mute," he stammers. He doesn't have time for the shock and awe, he's got business to attend to. "I have my own reasons for risking my life to come to the capital city," he says, his voice cold and serious. He cuts straight to the point. "You spoke about a portrait of a lady whom I look extremely similar to, where is it?" Jin Yuan looks nervous, explaining that the last time he tried to sneak a peek, his father caught him and put the ancestral hall under heavy guard. It's not going to be an easy heist, but he just gives a dark, determined smirk that tells us he's not taking no for an answer. "That will not be an issue," he says, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intent. "I will naturally find a way to take the portrait out." Two needles whistle through the night air, striking the guards in the neck before they can even let out a gasp. As they slump into a deep sleep, a mysterious silver-haired figure in a golden mask slips through the doors, whispering that he's finally made it inside. He moves past the rows of solemn ancestral tablets, his gaze sharp and focused. "According to Jin Yuan, this should be the one," he mutters, pulling down a specific wooden tablet from the shelf. With a sharp click, a hidden compartment opens and a scroll pops out. He catches the parchment and slowly unfurls it, only for his breath to hitch at the sight of the beautiful woman depicted within. "Mother," he gasps, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and agonizing pain. He stares at her unsullied, radiant image, a version of her he never got to see in the flesh. His mind flashes back to the scars and the horrific violence they both endured, and he wonders why he's weeping so uncontrollably for a portrait of a woman who, in his memory, only knew suffering and abuse. But his moment of grief is shattered by a heavy footstep. A hand reaches out to seize him, and he barely manages to block a sudden, aggressive strike. "Who are you?" a man bellows. "How dare you barge into the Jin ancestral hall?" In the heat of the scuffle, the youth's mask is torn away, exposing his face to the dim light. The older man freezes instantly, looking like he's just seen a ghost. Before our guy can even process the situation, the man lunges forward with terrifying speed. He grabs the youth by the shoulders, his voice shaking with disbelief as he asks who he is. "Why do you look so much like my dead younger sister?" he demands, his eyes searching the boy's face. The youth's eyes go wide as the realization hits him like a physical blow. Rage quickly replaces his shock and he grabs the man's collar, screaming, "You called my mother your younger sister, how dare you?" He spits out his resentment, demanding to know how such a powerful family could fail so miserably to protect one of their own. His fist clenches, years of bottled-up trauma pouring out in a torrent of fury. He reveals the bitter truth, that he and his mother were held captive and tortured at the Qin mansion for years while the Jin family remained completely absent. But instead of fighting back, the older man reaches out with a trembling hand to gently touch his cheek. "Thank heavens," he sobs, tears streaming down his face. "You really are our son. My nephew, you're still alive." He grips a scroll tightly, his voice trembling as he explains that he only kept the portrait in the ancestral hall because he couldn't bear for her to be forgotten. "She died and I never found out why," he sobs, revealing the heartbreaking truth that since she married out, she technically didn't have a place here, but he wanted her soul to have a home. Our girl is visibly shaken, wiping away tears as she asks, "Just what happened back then?" The man gazes out the window, his eyes heavy with the weight of the past, as he prepares to tell a story that began 20 years ago. It all started when his father, Jin Ling, saved a widow and her daughter from a group of bandits while traveling. It turns out that daughter was no ordinary girl. She had the supernatural ability to detect gold mines just by being near them. With her power, the Jin family struck it rich, quickly becoming one of the most powerful and wealthy families in the capital. To solidify their bond, the father eventually married the widow he had saved. This is how the family gained a stepsister, Jin, whom everyone affectionately called R. She was the light of their lives, a beautiful girl that the entire household absolutely adored. But then she laid eyes on the one man who would ruin everything. His name was Chin, a man who seemed like a dream but was actually a living nightmare. Their romance started like a drama when R was cornered by thugs in an alley. Chin swooped in like a hero, chasing the ruffians off and saving her just in time. Poor R was young and naive. She fell head over heels for the righteous prince of the Duke Chin mansion. Before long, a matchmaker arrived at their door to propose a union. There was a massive red flag, though Chin already had a main wife, but R was so blinded by her feelings that she ignored her family's protests and agreed to be his consort. On the surface, the wedding looked like a dream come true, but in reality, she was walking straight into a fiery hell. Once she moved into the Chin mansion, the gates were slammed shut, and her family was constantly turned away with pathetic excuses. On the rare occasion she was allowed to visit home, she was a shadow of her former self, leading her parents to beg her to get a divorce. But R wouldn't listen, even getting into a heated argument with her father to defend the man who was clearly destroying her. She eventually stormed out of the house, breaking all ties with her family and leaving her mother to fall ill from the stress. The narrator laments that back then, he was too young and foolish to see the hidden agony behind her tears as she walked away. Years of silence followed until one day, a servant came sprinting into the courtyard, gasping for breath. The news was a total death blow. A missive from the Duke's mansion confirmed that R was dead. The family's world shattered instantly, leaving them to wail her name in a house filled with nothing but regret and cold silence. A trembling hand pulls back the sheet and the room goes cold. It's R lying still and lifeless. The grief is suffocating, tears blurring the vision of those who loved her most. But before they can even process the loss, a cold hand grips an arm, it's Chin, and he's already over it. "You've already seen her body, it's time to bury her," he says, sounding more like he's taking out the trash than mourning a wife. "Her brother isn't having it, it's been years since we last saw R, tell us, how did she die?" he screams. Chin doesn't even blink as he delivers the ultimate insult, childbirth. The brother's eyes widen in disbelief. R was never even pregnant. He demands to know what they did to her, but Chin just pulls rank, reminding them that this is Duke Chin's mansion and they are nothing. He coldly orders his guards to chase them out. The Jin family pleads to take their daughter home, but they're met with cold steel and threats of force. The guards tackle the brother to the ground. And as he's pinned down, he reaches out one last time for his sister's hand. He cries, his voice breaking as the guards continue to restrain him. A single leaf falls as the heavy doors of the mansion slam shut on their grief. But the Jins aren't leaving empty-handed. Just as they're standing outside the gate, the brother spots something tucked away. "Father, look," he whispers. It's R's final will. As he reads her last words, the horrifying truth begins to unravel, and he realizes everything they knew was a lie. Years ago, the Qin family was in deep trouble. They'd secretly stolen over 1 million taels from the imperial treasury and were about to be caught. They were desperate for cash to replace what they stole, and they found their target in the wealthy Jin family. Qin didn't fall in love with he hunted her. He was the mastermind who hired thugs to corner her just so he could swoop in and play the hero. Poor innocent fell for the gentle trap, hook, line, and sinker. Once they were married, the Qins drained her dowry to pay back their debts to the treasury. When finally overheard the truth, she tried to hide, but the mask had already slipped. Qin grabbed her, his face twisting into something demonic. "If you ever dare to reveal a single word, I'll kill everyone in the Jin family," he hissed. To protect the ones she loved, our poor girl endured the abuse and the bruises in silence, distancing herself from her family to keep them safe. But now the Jins finally have the leverage they need. They've been waiting for the perfect moment for revenge, and they just found their secret weapon. Master Jin looks at the silver-haired youth before him, a realization hitting him like a freight train. His eyes bulge as he stammers out the question on everyone's mind: "You and Les, why you're Chin's son?" He is absolutely fuming, his face twitching with pure irritation. "Nonsense, there is no way I am his son," he screams, his form practically exploding with rage. He turns to the older man, explaining that the Duke called him a bastard child, so there's no way they could share blood. But when asked who his father actually is, the fire dies out and he looks away, admitting he has no idea. The truth is much darker than a simple family dispute. Ever since he could remember, a man named Qin kept and his mother locked away in a cell, subjecting them to endless torture until his mother couldn't take it anymore and ended her own life. After she passed, the Qin mansion didn't show an ounce of mercy. They sold him off to child traffickers. He spent years running for his life in the shadows until he finally met our girl, who was the only person to ever give him a real home. The older man is devastated, realizing this is his own nephew. "I am your uncle," he weeps. "I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you or your mother." To make amends, he hands a gold Jin family token. This isn't just a trinket. It allows him to withdraw up to 500 taels of silver from any of their shops, effectively making him a wealthy man overnight. Grips the token, noting that the Qin family thinks he's already dead after he faked his demise to escape Qin. His uncle warns him to be careful, though. The Qin family is currently at the height of their power, with deep ties to the Ministry of War and a sister serving as the emperor's favorite concubine. Defeating them right now is considered almost impossible. He looks at his hands, a grim smile touching his lips. "Then I will go against destiny and carve out my own path," he declares, his resolve hardening. Meanwhile, a few days later in the capital city, the Qin mansion is buzzing with excitement because the young master has finally returned. His family crowds around him, relieved that he made it back in one piece. However, the reunion is interrupted when a mysterious, veiled woman clears her throat. The Duke steps forward, bowing his head in gratitude to Lady Li. He credits her for getting rid of their enemy, Li, and risking her life to save his son. Looks over at her and gives a subtle, knowing nod. He walks over and takes her hand, his voice dropping to a romantic whisper as he tells her how taken he is by her beauty and bravery. He even kisses her hand right there in front of everyone. "Would you do me the pleasure of letting me stay forever by your side?" he asks, basically proposing on the spot. Li plays the part of the modest maiden perfectly, turning away and reminding him that he already has a wife. But doesn't care. He claims his marriage to Madame Su was just a boring arranged union and that he has zero feelings for her. He insists he could only ever truly love someone as beautiful and smart as Li. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the flirting. It's the wife herself, carrying a tray of tea. The atmosphere turns incredibly awkward in a heartbeat. This is Su Yuan, the princess consort of the mansion, and she looks like the picture of grace as she approaches. She offers Li a cup of tea, thanking her for saving her husband's life. Then she says something that shocks everyone: "We will be sisters, serving the same husband once you marry into the mansion." Li jumps up, acting like she's terrified of overstepping her boundaries. But Su Yuan just sighs sadly, explaining that it's normal for a successful man to have multiple wives. She reveals that she and have no children and her health has been failing lately. She actually encourages the union, hoping Li can be the one to finally continue the family bloodline. The Duke and are beaming, praising Madame Su for being such an understanding and noble woman. Complaining of a sudden chill, Su Yuan politely excuses herself to go rest. But the moment the door closes, the mask falls. Lee's eyes turn sharp and malicious. It's working, the medicine is working, she gloats internally. It turns out this heroine is a total snake. She bribed a maid to start poisoning the wife's tea the very first day she arrived. Her health isn't failing naturally, she's being slowly murdered. Lee sneers at the thought of being a mere concubine. She's going to make sure the wife dies so she can take her place as the one and only princess consort. Half a month later, the family finally gets their big break, a meeting with the emperor himself to discuss their massive corn harvest. To make sure they leave a lasting impression, and E are dressed to the absolute nines, looking more like a power couple than simple farmers. Even the elders are stunned, bragging about how the high-quality silks of the capital make our favorite duo look like literal royalty. E, being the smooth operator he is, can't help but flirt, telling our girl, "My looks pretty no matter what she wears." Poor is practically melting from embarrassment, begging him not to say such things in public, but the clock is ticking and a palace official urges them to move it along before they're late. Surprisingly, E stays behind, patting his head and explaining that the king only requested her and her family's presence. Our girl is a bit confused but heads off with Old Master, while E and Lanmao wave them off with a cheerful best of luck. The second they're out of sight, the smile vanishes from E's face, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. He's got his own dark agenda today, and it's time to get to work. While he's busy at the palace, a funeral is at the Qin mansion, marked by floating paper money and white mourning drapes. E has received word that Princess Consort Madame Su passed away from a mysterious illness, and he knows this crowded funeral is the perfect cover to sneak inside. Looking at the grieving crowd, E's eyes narrow as he spots the man of the hour, Qin. But wait, he's not the only one crashing the party. The fiery Mew is there too, and she looks like she's about to start a riot. E decides to stick to the shadows and head for the back entrance while everyone is distracted by the fireworks up front. And boy, is there drama. Mew isn't buying the sudden sickness story for 1 second. When Qin tries to play the grieving husband and thank her for coming, she snaps, screaming that her friend Su Yuan was in the pink of health until she married into this cursed mansion. She goes straight for the jugular, accusing him of already eyeing a replacement wife while his first one isn't even in the ground yet. She points right at the veiled woman standing next to him, mocking his terrible taste and calling him blind. "I came here to pay my respects to Su Yuan, not to deal with your ugly faces," she spits before storming out like the queen she is. Qin is fuming, but his new lady friend tells him to let it go. Apparently, being a duke's daughter gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card for being this iconic. Meanwhile, E and Lanmao are scaling the walls like seasoned ninjas. They land stealthily on the roof, and E gives the kid a quick pat on the head for following his teachings so well. He tells Lanmao to stay put and signal with bird chirps if anyone approaches, before diving deeper into the estate alone. As he touches down, the dark memories come flooding back. This place was a living hell for him and his mother. But he isn't a helpless child anymore. Pulling out a mask and flashing a chilling, villainous smirk, he vows, "This time I will bring hell to you." Finally, our girl and her parents make it outside the palace gates, away from all that suffocating royal tension. Is practically melting into a puddle of relief. "We're finally done, that was so scary in there, my legs are weak," she cries, looking like she's about to collapse from the sheer stress of it all. But the universe never lets her rest for long. Suddenly, her vision glitters with digital warning signs that would make anyone's head spin. Her little system Fox pops up with some wild news. Fragments of the merit system have been detected nearby. Doesn't hesitate, she quickly shoves her parents toward their carriage so she can handle this secret business alone. She demands to know what the deal is, and the system explains that a crucial fragment was lost during the chaos of her transmigration. The stakes are high. If she finds this piece, the system will be able to predict disasters and, more importantly for our girl, double the merits she earns for every good deed. Sighs turn into dollar signs instantly. "Where is it? I'll go look for it," she declares, already dreaming of that massive merit paycheck. But there's a catch. The system can only sense it within a certain range, and right now, the fragment is on the move. Our girl realizes the capital is massive, and finding one tiny moving object is going to be like finding a needle in a digital haystack. She starts a frantic search, even checking inside trash bins while herself runs circles in frustration. After what feels like hours of relentless searching, she's completely spent. "I'm exhausted," she groans, wondering if her protagonist's luck has finally run dry. She stares up at the sky, wondering if she should just keep wandering aimlessly and hope for a miracle. Suddenly, the sounds of a commotion break the silence. "You vixen, what's with your raunchy look?" followed by a loud smack. She looks over to see a classic villainous scene unfolding. Princess is brutally whipping a poor handmaiden for supposedly seducing Prince Mew. The princess is in a total murderous rage, screaming, "I'll kill you today if it's the last thing I do." The poor girl is covered in blood and gasping for air. realizes that if she doesn't act now, this girl is a goner. Thinking fast, our girl opens the system shop and exchanges her hard-earned merits for a wind talisman. Blow wind, she commands, activating the magic. A massive, localized hurricane slams right into the princess, completely ruining her dramatic moment and throwing her off balance. The crowd can't help but snicker at the disheveled royal. Sending her into a blind, humiliated fury, "I'll sew your lips together," she shrieks at the onlookers. While everyone is distracted and running for cover to avoid the princess's wrath, realizes her victim has completely vanished into thin air. Up on a nearby roof, hidden from the chaos, tells the terrified girl to stay low and keep quiet. She uses her powers to immediately start knitting the girl's wounds back together. The handmaiden stares at her hands in utter disbelief, gasping, "I'm healed." Is led toward a humble home, having safely escorted the girl she rescued from the marketplace. The girl lets out a sigh of relief, thanking our girl for bringing her back to the safety of her family after that terrifying ordeal with the princess. Suddenly, a woman in red's mother steps out, surprised to see a guest in their modest courtyard. Quickly explains that literally saved her life today, preventing princess from beating her to death in the middle of the street. Overwhelmed with gratitude, grabs his hands, declaring her family forever indebted, and our girl earns a well-deserved 200 merit points for her heroism. Insists she has to repay somehow, rummaging through her things with a desperate look in her eyes. She pulls out a small pouch and begs to accept it as a token of their thanks. The pouch is simple, but it's marked with a very specific, elegant character. When looks inside, she's stunned to find a piece of pure, valuable jade, an heirloom they're offering despite their obvious poverty. She tries to refuse such a heavy gift but won't hear of it. As stares at the pouch, a sense of hits her hard. She knows she's seen this character somewhere before. Meanwhile, shifting to her identity as our girl creeps through the courtyard storehouse of the Qin mansion, hoping to find answers about her past. She spots a familiar-looking tiger toy sitting on a barrel and stops dead in her tracks. Memories flood back of her mother hitting her in a drug-induced daze, only to apologize and coax her with this very toy afterward. Noticing a strange slit in the fabric, she investigates, and a hidden letter tumbles out into her hands. As she reads her mother's final words, the crushing truth is finally revealed. Her mother was drugged and forced by Qin to do his dirty work, using Yi's life as leverage. She chose to end her own life just to set her child free from being used as a pawn. Tears stream down our girl's face as she realizes her mother didn't hate her. She was a victim who sacrificed everything. The sorrow quickly turns into a cold, blinding rage. "I will kill everyone in Qin Mansion, mother," she vows, her eyes glowing with murderous intent. A sharp whistle pierces the air. It's a signal that someone is approaching. Ducks behind the door, her hand gripping her blade. The door creaks open, and who should walk in but the primary target of her hatred, Qin. Seeing her chance, our girl's blood boils and she prepares to strike. She leaps from the shadows like a vengeful ghost, aimed straight for the kill. Qin looks shocked as the masked assassin lunges, and the blade connects with his chest. But instead of blood, there's a metallic clank. Qin smirks, "Caught you." It turns out the rat was wearing golden flexible armor specifically designed to stop weapons, and he brought backup. Two elite martial artists drop from above, ready to turn our heroine into a pincushion. Her heart sinks as she realizes the horrifying truth. She didn't find that letter by accident, she walked right into a lethal trap. Lethal daggers slice through the air with a deadly whistle. Our masked intruder isn't going down easy, dancing through the guards like it's a choreographed performance. One guard takes a hit to the chest, gasping that there are even more of them lurking in the shadows. Before they can surround him, the white-haired mystery man scales the wall in a single bound. The guards can only stare in fide shock as their target vanishes into thin air. The young master isn't letting this slide, clutching his wounded shoulder while ordering his men to scour every inch of the mansion for the intruder. Hidden behind a pillar, our masked runaway catches his breath, knowing he needs a new exit strategy fast. He slips through the bamboo grove, a literal ghost in the garden. Meanwhile, a mysterious pouch is tossed through the air. Our girl catches it, staring at the name Yao stitched into the fabric. It's a familiar name. Where have I seen it before? She wonders, her internal lore clock ticking as she scans the crowd for the owner. She spots a suspicious figure in the distance, her curiosity definitely getting the better of her. Back at the balcony, the masked man spots a familiar face, Mew. With footsteps closing in on his position, he realizes he's running out of time and space. "I don't like this, but there's no other choice," he mutters, slipping into the nearest room. Inside, Mew is having a full-on emotional breakdown over her friend, crying about how no one in the mansion actually cares that she's gone. She's so lost in her grief that she doesn't notice the shadow looming behind her until he's practically touching her. Who are you? She gasps, spinning around in terror. Before she can let out a real scream, a gloved hand clamps over her mouth. He pins her against him, a sharp blade pressed right against her delicate throat. Do me a favor and I won't hurt you, he whispers directly into her ear. But wait, Mew freezes because that scent and that voice, they're way too familiar to be a total stranger. Outside, the guards are debating whether to barge in, but even they're creeped out by the fact that the princess consort's coffin is resting just inside. The masked man keeps his grip tight as the guards demand entry. The men outside recognize young Lady Mew's voice and hesitate, knowing the Duke of Defense's mansion isn't an enemy they want to make. Plays her part perfectly, blocking the way and screaming at them for trying to barge into a room of mourning. She threatens to tell the Emperor himself about their impudence, which is enough to make the guards shake in their boots. They beat a hasty retreat as she starts chucking books and teacups at them, calling them the most suspicious people on the property. Once they're gone, her anger turns toward the master of the house, cursing Chin for being an absolute beastard. She turns around to finally get answers from her captor, but she's talking to thin air. He left, she whispers, staring at the empty room where her mysterious visitor vanished like a dream. Someone calls out to Prince Mew, and he turns to find a familiar face. Lady, it really is you, he exclaims, clearly surprised to see her in the city. He can't help but notice how stunning she looks in her new attire, mentioning that he knew the king would reward the family, but he didn't expect to run into her so soon. Our girl is looking like a total princess in this outfit, but she's got more on her mind than just fashion. Suddenly, she remembers her mission. Have you heard of a foreign dancer by the name of? She asks urgently. Mew admits that while they aren't besties, they aren't exactly strangers either. Without wasting a second, grabs his hand and starts dragging him along, shouting that they need to get to the eatery because is about to lose her job. Mew is totally caught off guard by the sudden skinship and can't help but smile. Quickly realizes she's being a bit too hands-on and retreats, her face turning bright red. Jay, just come with me, I'll fill you in on the way, she stammers, trying to play it cool. As she runs ahead, Mew watches her with a look of pure longing, thinking to himself that for a moment it felt like she was actually his. Even as she leaves him in the dust, he whispers that he'll follow her wherever she goes. When they arrive at the eatery, the news is bad, is already gone. The owner explains that Princess demanded never be allowed to dance there again, and he didn't dare defy her. Mew is absolutely fuming, is out of control, he growls, angry that the princess almost beat to death and then got her fired. The owner begs for mercy, explaining that they are just trying to survive in the capital and can't afford to offend the royal family. Mew realizes there's nothing more to be done here and dismisses the man. Is confused and asks why the princess is so hostile. Mew sighs, explaining that while their families are political rivals, is actually obsessed with him. The problem, she's insanely jealous. If she even catches him looking at another woman, she makes that person a target. Just laughs it off, teasing him that his handsome looks are clearly to blame for all this drama. Mew just looks at her sadly, thinking that it doesn't matter how many women want him when the only one he desires doesn't even see him as a partner. Mentions that she already gave some ointment, so the dancer should be okay as long as she stays away from the princess. Mew promises to handle and check on himself. But then's eyes light up as she asks if Brother E is in the city too, suggesting they all go on an excursion together. She's clearly excited to see him, mentioning she has something important to ask him. She waves a cheerful goodbye to Mew and rushes off. Mew waves back with a bittersweet smile. He knows deep down that he can never win the competition for her heart against E. Meanwhile, we find E alone, looking incredibly emo as he stares at his mask. He looks lonely and lost in thought, until the doors fly open and bursts in calling his name. He turns around, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing her there is enough to make him tear up with joy. He doesn't say a word, he just pulls her into a crushing hug, whispering R. E is a total mess, clinging to like she's the only thing keeping him grounded. R, don't leave me, he whimpers, his voice trembling with years of suppressed pain. He finally pours his heart out, admitting he spent his whole life thinking his mother hated him because he was the product of a tragedy. But the truth finally came out, even though she never chose that life, she gave everything she had to protect her son. Our poor heroine holds him tight as he breaks down, sobbing into her shoulder and asking why he had to endure so much suffering. It's not your fault, she whispers, trying to mend the pieces of his shattered heart. Under the quiet night sky, the weight of his mother's sacrifice finally begins to sink in. Reminds him that the real villains are the people who drugged and hurt his mother, not the woman who cherished him most. She gently caresses his face, promising him that he'll never have to be alone again. The atmosphere shifts from heartbreaking to heart-melting as the two share a soft, tender kiss. E isn't ready to let her go just yet, nervously asking if she'll stay by his side for the rest of the night. She agrees, and the two finally drift off into a peaceful sleep together. Of course, our girl has to ruin the mood just a little bit by warning him, no weird stuff. You know precisely what I'm talking about, she huffs, her face turning a delicious shade of red. Morning arrives at the pavilion, and with it, a massive revelation. While they're still waking up, the sunlight catches a wooden tag around E's neck, and his eyes nearly pop out of her head. This is it, she shouts, lunging forward and startling the poor guy. She leaps out of bed to show him exactly what she found. She compares the tag to a pouch she came across, and the handwriting is an identical match. E stares at the fabric, his breath hitching as he realizes it's his mother's handwriting. He's suddenly desperate, demanding to know where she found it so they can find the owner. They track down the woman who owned the pouch, but the second she sees them, she starts acting incredibly shifty. She tries to play it off as a mistake, claiming it's just a worthless old money pouch and trying to snatch it back. E, currently disguised in a mask, isn't playing games today and stops her cold. Looking her dead in the eye, he prepares to drop a truth bomb. Do you perhaps know of a jinn, he asks. The woman looks like she's seen a ghost and immediately tries to kick them out, claiming she feels unwell. But E knows exactly how to push her buttons. I guess Jin's child will never get to take revenge then, he says, turning to leave. That stops her dead in her tracks, her face pale with shock. E slowly reaches up and pulls off his mask. The woman's jaw hits the floor as she stammers, it's you. And her companion can only watch the drama unfold in silence. The young master has returned from the dead, and he is not leaving without the full story. E stares at the woman in disbelief, his brow furrowed as he admits, you know me, but I do not recognize you. The woman's eyes well up with tears as she explains that she practically watched him grow up, at least until the villainous Chin started purging every handmaiden in sight. She reveals a shocking secret. E's mother was actually a princess from the western regions who fled to the Great Jade Empire, only to fall into Chin's marriage trap. As the pieces of the puzzle click together, E realizes she's telling the truth. The woman recounts the absolute hell his mother endured. Chin was so depraved that he even allowed a drunken guest to force himself on her just to satisfy a whim. Not long after that nightmare, E was born. Despite the horrific circumstances of his conception, his mother cherished him. He was the only thing keeping her alive in that house of horrors. But the cruelty didn't stop there. Chin began drugging his mother until she lost her mind, and this woman was the only one left to truly care for baby E. She only survived the massacre of the other servants because his mother begged for mercy, leading to her being exiled to a secondary residence. Years later, she saw his mother one last time, gaunt, caged, and dying from the constant drugging. In a final act of desperation, his mother handed her a treasure map, pleading with her to use it to save E's life. The woman managed to hide the map and strike a deal for E's freedom, narrowly escaping assassins as she fled into the night. Hearing that his mother died shortly after her escape, our girl is absolutely livid. How dare they, the Chins are too cruel, she snaps, her heart breaking for what E's family endured. Overwhelmed by the sacrifice this woman made, E's eyes soften. You saved me, he realizes. In a display of ultimate respect, he drops to his knees and bows deeply. He insists she isn't just a servant, but his nanny, the one person he owes his life to. The nanny warns him that the Chin mansion is incredibly powerful now, and he shouldn't seek revenge blindly. He goes cold, his face shadowed with a dark, vengeful aura that clearly says he isn't planning on letting this slide. He tries to reassure that he knows his limits. But as they walk away, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Reaches out to him, sensing the storm brewing inside him. If you plan to persuade me to do nothing, please don't, he says, his back turned. But our girl knows him better than that. She tells him she won't stop him because he'd hate himself forever if he didn't avenge his mother. She wraps him in a warm back hug, whispering, promise me you'll never forget that I'm right here, I will always be here for you. He finally melts, looking at with a soft, grateful smile. He pulls her into a tight embrace, whispering that the world is lucky to have someone like her. Go get lost, your medicine is completely useless, the guard barks, throwing another failed doctor out on his ear. Inside the mansion, Prince is practically on his deathbed, lamenting that not even the imperial physicians can save him. But just as things look their grimmest, a mysterious old Taoist named Master Ai appears. The guard is immediately hostile, snapping, this isn't a place for old beggars like you to beg for money. Unfazed by the insults, the master produces a glowing golden pill. He's so confident in his craft that he bets his own life on the result, promising to join the prince in the afterlife if it fails. With nothing left to lose, Prince tosses the pill back and swallows it whole. For a terrifying moment, the room goes silent. The guard loses his mind, grabbing the master's collar and screaming, "What did you feed His Highness? How can you compare your life with his?" The master just offers a serene smile. "Fret not, child, the effects will reveal themselves very soon." Suddenly, Prince gasps. I feel a burst of warmth gathering in my, he mumbles as his body begins to surge with energy. His muscles ripple and his strength returns in an instant. I think I'm all right again, he shouts, looking like he's ready to conquer the world in his high-energy form. The guard immediately switches from bully to biggest fan, prostrating himself and begging for forgiveness while Prince praises the master for giving him a second chance at life. Men prepare a banquet, the prince commands, his voice booming with newfound health. He declares that from now on, Master I is the most esteemed guest in the mansion, second only to His Excellency himself. The servants can only bow in awe as the miracle worker is ushered. The prince is so impressed he even offers to introduce the master to His Excellency, promising a life of ultimate wealth and success. But the master plays the humble card perfectly. "Wealth and glory mean little to me," he says, acting like a true saint. "I merely wish to help people." Little does the prince know this was all a masterfully crafted setup. Behind the masks are Boy E and his accomplice Smirk. Success, they think, knowing the prince fell for it hook, line, and sinker. While the boys are playing doctor in the city, the rest of the family is busy sweating it out in the cornfields under a new imperial edict. Our girl is exhausted after a long day of manual labor, when she happens to overhear some local girls gossiping. They're raving about the unreal Master Eye, claiming he's so powerful that Prince is not only alive but his concubines are already pregnant again. Smiles to herself, thinking, I wonder if E's plan is going smoothly. But her peaceful moment is shattered when the air begins to glitch with digital artifacts. Suddenly, a massive warning flashes across her vision. Her internal system goes into overdrive, screaming, "System shard detected." She looks up just in time to see a carriage speeding past. "System shard," she gasps, her eyes wide with shock. She scans the crowded street, desperately trying to pinpoint the source. Where is it, system? Realizing she's about to lose her chance, she pulls out a talisman. I need enough strength to follow that carriage. With a determined look, she pushes her body to the limit. I cannot lose sight of it again, she vows. Sprinting through the streets with incredible speed to hunt down her prize. Arrives at the Sioux mansion, the residence of the Minister of Revenue, ready to scout out her next move. She wonders if the minister's daughter is the one currently holding the elusive system shard. System, exchange merits for a concealment talisman, she commands, knowing she can't afford to be spotted. Her Fox system mascot pops up with a frantic warning. If she gets too close, the other holder will sense her presence immediately. Because the shard has already started growing on someone else, it's basically acting like a parasite that wants to consume the rest of the system, making the other holder's mortal enemy. I see, our girl mutters, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. She realizes she'll need to be much more careful if she wants to keep her head on her shoulders. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, tea is being served to a very mysterious young maiden. The minister Sue is practically groveling, begging this woman, Lady Lee, to become his second daughter to help restore the mansion's glory. Lee plays the part of the modest lady perfectly, acting ashamed that the minister would pour tea for her personally. However, Duke Chin is watching from the side, noting how nonchalantly she's accepting this massive change in status. The minister is desperate for a win, asking when they can arrange a wedding between Lee and the Duke's son to fix his crumbling reputation at court. Duke Chin isn't in the mood for small talk, though. He tells the minister he'll handle the wedding and orders him to dismiss everyone else so they can speak in private. Once the room falls into a tense silence, the Duke tries to explain the situation, but Lee stops him. She already knows exactly what's happening. She explains that the Empress's brother has introduced a master of medicine named I to the Emperor, and this new favorite is ruining the Duke's political leverage. The Duke can only nod in shock. Some people are reluctant to believe it without first seeing it with their own eyes, Lee says, knowing exactly why the Duke brought her here. The Duke is sweating internally, amazed that she's guessed his thoughts correctly yet again. But she's not done showing off. She calls out the three esteemed guests hiding in the inner chamber, telling them it's time to come out. Out steps first Consort Chin, the fourth prince and princess, all looking like they've just seen a ghost. The fourth prince is absolutely hyped, asking how she could possibly know who they were. He's grinning ear to ear, clearly impressed by her mysterious aura. The Duke starts bragging, I told you Lee had the ability to tell the future. Consort Chin decides to test her one more time, asking Lee to guess the real reason she came to visit today. Lee plays it cool, claiming she doesn't just guess, but interprets what the stars foretell. She then breaks down the entire succession battle between the first and fourth princes, exposing the court's deepest secrets. The royals are stunned. They can't understand how a girl who hasn't left the mansion can know the inner workings of the palace so perfectly. Consort Chin looks genuinely rattled by this girl's insight. Of course, but Lee begins ready to lay out her terms. She declares that she needs to see this master eye for herself to see his destiny before she can finalize a plan. She demands that the consort find a way to sneak her into the palace so she can confront her rival. The consort agrees immediately, seeing Lee as their best shot at power. The princess even scoffs, calling I a mere quack compared to Lee's brilliance. The fourth prince promises he won't forget her help, but Lee just bows, claiming she's merely fulfilling her duties to the Chin family. But as she looks up, her eyes tell a different story. This lady is definitely playing a much more dangerous game than anyone realizes. We find ourselves at the Su mansion, where a veiled woman named Lady Lee is casually enjoying a snack. But don't let the calm fool you. Inside, she's plotting something major. Looking at her reflection in the water, she's already dreaming of becoming Prince Chin's consort and living a life of pure luxury and prestige. She's totally convinced she's the chosen one and that the heavens have hand-delivered this glorious destiny just for her. Suddenly, she hears a rustle in the trees and snaps her head around, demanding who's there. She stares daggers into the shadows, but after a tense moment of silence, she wonders if her mind was just playing tricks on her. Little does she know, our girl and her fox companion are hiding right under her nose, sweating bullets behind a concealment talisman. Takes a deep breath to steady her nerves. She's buffed up with a strength talisman and has one goal: knock her out, grab the system shard, and get out of there. Let's do this, she cries, launching her surprise attack. But Lee isn't a chosen one for nothing. She senses the shift in the air and swings around instantly, sending sharp shards flying to block's path. Guards protect Lady Lee, she shrieks, and suddenly a full security detail swarms the air. Is forced to retreat, realizing that with a system shard protecting the villainess, this is going to be way harder than she thought. The guards are totally confused, claiming there's no one nearby, which sends Lee into a total style meltdown. Don't give me that nonsense. If I tell you there's someone, then there is, she screams, threatening to have their heads if anything happens to her. She orders them to hunt down the intruder immediately, confident that her special abilities would never steer her wrong. Back in the bushes, our poor heroine is panicking. What do we do now? She whispers, her eyes practically turning into puddles. The fox spirit decides it's time for extraordinary circumstances and summons the system. Realizes what's happening and tries to stop him, but it's too late. The fox is already busy pulling out smoke grenades and, wait, is that TNT? He tells her it's a kill-or-be-killed world, and if she hesitates, she'll lose her only chance. Before can even process the fact that they're about to commit a felony, the fox tosses a massive bomb right at the guards. The men barely have time to yell watch outs. Before the garden turns into a war zone, Lee is absolutely stunned, wondering how these weapons are just appearing out of thin air. A massive explosion rocks the mansion, leaving the guards face down in the dirt and totally unconscious. As the smoke slowly begins to disperse, grabs her reckless little foxy friend, looking absolutely horrified by the carnage. But the fox just stares her down with those tiny sunglasses, asking the ultimate question: would you rather they kill us instead? Our girl realizes the girl is still breathing, much to her surprise. Her sassy system cat spirit reminds her that the merit system doesn't allow killing, so she needs to focus on the mission. Go and retrieve the shard, it commands, warning her that more people are coming, quickly exchanges her hard-earned merits for a concealment talisman. She slaps it onto the unconscious girl, hiding her from view so they can work in peace. Let's begin, declares, focusing her spiritual energy. The retrieval process is anything but subtle, with golden light swirling around them as the shard is pulled to the surface. It clearly isn't a painless procedure as the girl Lee starts to struggle and groan in her sleep. She lets out a sharp cry of pain as the shard begins to separate from her soul. Grits her teeth, realizing this is way more difficult than she anticipated. Outside the invisible barrier, the young master and his guards finally arrive, demanding to know what happened to their men. The system cat starts panicking, shouting, "Hurry, someone's coming." It warns her that even if they're concealed, they'll be caught if someone literally bumps into them, is sweating bullets, trying to force the process to go faster. The young master looks at his unconscious guards in disbelief, shouting, "Where is Lee? Where did she go?" He orders his men to spread out and find her immediately, his voice filled with desperation. He can't lose her after all, she's the sharpest sword in his arsenal. Finally, with one last surge of power, the job is done, holds the glowing shard in her hand, breathing a sigh of relief. Time to go, the cat shouts as they prepare to make a run for it. But just as our girl starts to sprint away, a cold hand clamps firmly around her ankle. Freezes, her heart dropping into her stomach. Lee is awake and she looks absolutely murderous as she draws a hidden dagger. Before can even scream, the assassin lunges forward and drives the blade into her shoulder. Our poor heroine collapses to the ground, the pain flaring through her entire body. Lee glares at her with eyes full of hatred. But the effort has drained her, can barely move as she watches the assassin's silhouette from the ground. With a heavy thud, Lee loses consciousness once more, her body finally giving out. The young master spots her body appearing out of thin air and gasps, "How did she get there?" He doesn't see our invisible heroine as he rushes to the side of his fallen assassin. Manages to limp away into the trees, but the world is starting to spin. She looks down at the trail of blood she's leaving behind. Clutching her wound, her face goes pale with realization. That dagger was laced with poison, she gasps, realizing her situation just went from bad to deadly. The guards are on high alert, swarming the area as they shout for everyone to search every nook and cranny. The commander informs his men that an assassin has fled the Sioux mansion, and as the capital's elite guards, they can't afford to let this person slip away. It doesn't take long before a subordinate spots a grim discovery, fresh blood splattered against a brick wall. The commander approaches the site with caution, his expression tense. As he looks behind the crates, his eyes go wide with a mix of horror and realization. Even though the guard insists the blood trail leads right to that spot, the commander breaks into a cold sweat and tells them to keep moving. "Why do you not trust my words?" he snaps, using his authority to force the guards to back off. Once the area is clear and he's finally alone, he looks down with a pained, worried gaze. There, lying unconscious in the dirt and covered in wounds, is our poor girl. Meanwhile, in a realm of total darkness, Lady Lee finds herself wandering through a void of nothingness. "Where am I?" she asks, her voice trembling as she looks around the empty space. Suddenly, the very ground beneath her feet begins to crack and shatter like thin ice. She lets out a terrified scream as she falls into the abyss, only to jolt awake in her own bed, gasping for air. She clutches her chest, her heart racing from the nightmare. Her family members are at her bedside immediately, relieved that she's finally woken up. Disoriented, she asks how she even got back to her room. The memories of being attacked start flooding back, hitting her with a splitting headache that makes her wince in pain. Her brother pulls her into a comforting hug, telling her that everything is going to be all right now. He mentions that a physician checked her over and she's just a bit weak, but then he drops some heavy news. They have a meeting at the palace in a few days. Lee tries to focus her mind, reaching for her internal energy. But her eyes fill with pure dread as she realizes the truth. She can't sense her powers at all. As the old master watches her, he remarks that a small mishap surely wouldn't deter a talent like her. Internally, she's screaming because she knows if they find out she's lost her abilities, she is absolutely screwed. Thinking fast, she decides that the best defense is a good offense. "How could you question my abilities, old master?" she demands, acting deeply offended to hide her panic. She doubles down, scolding them for the pathetic guards they provided who failed to protect her or catch the culprit. The old master is completely taken aback, looking awkward as he apologizes for being so impatient. Sensing her opening, she tells them both to leave so she can get some rest. They finally exit, closing the door behind them and leaving the room silent. But the second she's alone, our girl dives under the covers in a full-blown panic, wondering how on earth she's going to fake her way through this. In the vast, silent void of her consciousness, a single crystal shard drifts through the stars. Inside, our girl is suspended in a deep, magical slumber, looking like a literal sleeping beauty. As she floats through the celestial darkness, a sudden surge of golden energy swirls beneath her. Then, with a deafening crack, the crystal shatters into a million pieces, releasing a blinding light as she finally breaks free from the abyss. Eyes flutter open, and she finds herself staring at a ceiling that definitely isn't her own. She groggily sits up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as she tries to piece together what happened. Looking around the lavish room, she realizes she's in a completely unfamiliar place. "Where am I?" she stammers, her voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, the door opens and a handsome man enters. "This is the Mew Mansion," he explains calmly. "You fainted, so I brought you here." Eyes go wide as she looks down at her attire. "My clothes," she squeaks, clutching the blankets. He's quick to reassure her, though, explaining that a maid named was the one who changed her and even tended to her injuries. Our girl lets out a massive sigh of relief, glad her modesty is still intact. The man, Brother Mew, sits by her side and offers her a bowl of medicinal soup. Immediately turns into a flustered mess, her face turning a bright shade of red. She tries to move, but a sharp pang of pain shoots through her chest. It hurts," she cries out. Mew warns her to stay still, noting that her wounds are still healing and the poison hasn't been fully expelled from her system yet. He gently holds out a spoonful of soup, and after a moment of hesitation, she accepts. It's a total K-drama moment as he feeds her spoon by spoon. The two of them framed perfectly by the blossoming flowers outside the window. Once the bowl is empty, his thoughts drift to her family, but Mew is 2 steps ahead of her. He reaches out to wipe a stray drop from her chin and says, I already sent someone to inform your parents. I told them you're staying here to discuss perfume business. Our heroine is touched by how incredibly considerate he's being. As he prepares to leave to let her rest, she can't help but ask, Brother Mew, are you really not going to ask me how I got these injuries? He stops and gives her a soft, trusting look. I trust Lady to tell me if she wishes to, he says, but if she does not, I will not push her to explain anything. He tells her to rest well and promises that no one else knows she's here. Clutches her chest, her heart fluttering. Brother Mew is truly good, she thinks to herself. However, things aren't quite as peaceful outside the room. As Mew walks through the hallway, he's intercepted by a woman who clearly has an axe to grind. I know you're well aware that there's no future between you two, she snaps, so why go so far to help and protect her? Mew doesn't even slow down, walking right past her while coldly stating, this does not concern you. Infuriated by his dismissal, she grabs his arm, shouting that she's angry on his behalf, causing the empty bowl in his hand to fall and shatter against the floor. The lady in orange is trying to talk some sense into the prince, pointing out that our girl is already betrothed to a childhood sweetheart and they're totally head over heels for each other. But the prince isn't hearing it. My feelings won't change whether she likes me back or not, he declares, officially entering his hopeless second lead era. He argues that his love and her engagement are two completely separate problems. As he picks up a bowl, he gets all poetic, saying that as long as she's happy and smiling, that's enough for him. He doesn't even care if she never loves him back, he's just glad she's a part of his life. He walks off, leaving the lady in orange fuming at his stubbornness. You idiot, she screams after him, while a mysterious silver-haired man watches the whole drama from the rooftops. Meanwhile, over at the princess's mansion, things are literally exploding. Her Highness is having a total meltdown because she heard there's another woman staying at its residence. A terrified servant explains that this girl is supposedly there for a perfume business, but the prince is treating her with exceptional care. The princess goes full demon mode, kicking her servants and screaming for them to get lost. She's not taking this lying down and demands her carriage be prepared immediately. She's heading to the duke's mansion to settle the score. As her carriage rolls through the dark streets, that silver-haired masked man is already on the move, leaping across the tiles. He drops down with lethal precision, delivering a swift strike to the driver's neck. The driver passes out cold and the carriage jolts to a sudden halt. Why did we stop? The princess demands, sounding annoyed as she reaches for the curtain. But her annoyance turns to pure horror when she sees who's waiting for her. The masked man looms over her, warning her to close her eyes if she wants to live. Terrified, she squeezes her eyes shut and starts sweating bullets. He casually invites himself into the carriage. And before she can even process what's happening, he forces a mysterious pill down her throat and commands her to swallow it. Our bratty princess is reduced to a sobbing mess, begging for mercy and promising to do anything as long as he doesn't kill her. But the man just sits back, looking way too relaxed for a kidnapper. He gives her a chilling smirk and says, quite the contrary, I'm here to help you. The masked man finally stands up, his voice low and dangerous. He leans in close, whispering a deal that sounds way too good to be true. Do as I say, he says, and I promise you Mew will marry you as you wish. But every deal with a villain has a catch, and this one involves a deadly poison with no antidote unless she stays obedient. Terrified for her life, she immediately begs for mercy, swearing to do whatever he wants. As he steps out into the night, he leaves her with a chilling reminder that he's always watching. He warns her that their goals are aligned, so she better not try any funny business. Our poor side character is left trembling, barely able to process the nightmare she's just entered. Once she's sure he's finally gone, she breaks down into a sobbing mess. She cries out for anyone to save her, but she's completely alone in her fear. Fast forward a few days later to the Duke of Defense's mansion. Our girl is finally feeling better and is ready to head home. Mew, being the perfect gentleman, offers to walk her back personally. He insists it's no trouble at all, giving her that dazzling smile. But before they can take a single step, grabs his arm, clearly not happy about this little outing. She bluntly tells him that already said she's fine on her own, so he should just stay put. She looks at, practically daring her to disagree, and our girl awkwardly nods along just to keep the peace. Starts her walk back solo, looking a bit small in the middle of the road. Behind her is busy dragging Mew back inside. He can only sigh, watching's back as she disappears into the distance with a look of pure longing. He stays there for a moment looking like a lost puppy. As navigates the busy city streets, she can't help but think that was acting super suspicious and strange. Suddenly, an old man wipes out right in front of her. The people around him just keep walking, whispering that it's probably a scam and they don't want to get blamed. The old man starts wailing about how cruel and heartless the world has become. Of course, our heroine's heart of gold won't let her just walk away. She offers to help him up, and the old man is suddenly all smiles, calling her a kind young maiden. He promises to repay her once they reach his place, but just tells him it's no trouble at all. She lets him lean on her arm as they walk through the winding alleys. Everything seems fine for a moment as they chat, until the old man's hand starts moving toward her waist. He reaches out and grabs her tightly, and the look on his face is anything but grandfatherly. Realizes way too late that she's walked straight into a trap, and the poor old man is anything but helpless. Just as thinks she's handling the situation, this sketchy guy tries to pull a fast one. He thinks he's just going to fake a fall into some boxes to frame her, but someone clearly changed the script behind his back. Our girl can only watch in horror as the act turns into a literal bloodbath. The poor guy realizes too late that his co-conspirators actually meant to kill him for real, as he's impaled by hidden spikes. His heart stops right there, leaving holding the bag for a murder she didn't commit. Naturally, the crowd is full of witnesses who immediately point the finger at her. Before she can even process the trauma, the city guards are already on her like white on rice. Murder in broad daylight, how bold of you, the guard shouts as he drags her away. They don't even let her get a word in before gagging her with a cloth to shut her up. As she's led through the streets, is racking her brain, why would anyone sacrifice a life just to frame her? Night falls and things go from bad to execution level worse as is tossed into the local dungeon. But she's not alone for long. Her parents are suddenly shoved into the cell right after her. Mother, father, why are you two here too? She cries out in shock. The guard sneers at them, dropping a massive truth bomb. The man who died was prince of the royal family. That means it's not just, the entire family is looking at a one-way trip to the chopping block. Knows she has her system and could bust out in a heartbeat, but she can't just leave her relatives in Jin province to suffer the consequences. With the imperial court breathing down their necks, there's nowhere to run. She's stuck wondering how on earth she's going to get out of this mess. Outside the dungeon, a familiar face shows up ready to cause a scene. The guards try to act tough, telling him this is a high court matter that's way above his pay grade. But our prince isn't having any of it, demanding to know exactly which higher-ups gave the order. The guards actually have the audacity to reach for their swords and threaten him. As if I would lose to you, he scoffs, drawing his blade with terrifying speed. In a literal blink of an eye, he sliced through the opposition and sheathed his sword like a total boss. The guards are left groveling on the floor in pain. Even as they warn him not to get involved, he makes his stance crystal clear. As long as is involved, then so am I, he declares, marching straight into the dark dungeon. He doesn't care about the rules or the higher-ups anymore. He strides past the bars, his eyes only searching for one person. When he finally finds her cell, he calls out her name with so much concern it could melt a stone. Rushes to the bars, her eyes welling up as she sees her savior. Brother Mew, she cries, finally feeling a glimmer of hope in this nightmare. Prince Mew stands outside the cold iron bars, promising the panicked family that he is there to uncover the truth. He knows character, but the evidence is stacked against her. He points out the glaring inconsistency. The guards say she pushed the man, but why were there boxes filled with rakes placed exactly where he would fall? His father realizes the gravity of the situation, stuttering out, Prince Mew, you mean? Someone is trying to frame us. Mew warns them to lower their voices, explaining that since Prince is dead, the stakes have shifted from a simple accident to a potential family execution. Our girl is shaking, clutching the bars as she asks her brother Mew what they can possibly do to survive this nightmare. Her parents have completely broken down, sobbing on the floor of the cell over their wretched misfortune. Mew tries to keep her steady, telling her that if he can find the real culprit, her punishment will be cleared. He reaches through the bars, gripping her hands in a silent promise of protection. Begs him for help, knowing he is the only one with the power to intervene. Her parents continue to wail, lamenting how their move to the capital city has turned into a death sentence. Mew looks at with a fierce intensity, vowing to himself that he will get her out of there even if it costs him his life. As he turns to leave, he tells her to endure the cell for just a few more days. Watches his retreating back, her heart sinking as she repeats his words, his life. Under the cover of night, Mew marches through the palace grounds with his men. His lead investigator reports a massive breakthrough. The boxes at the scene only appeared 2 days prior to the incident. Even more damning, they've discovered who the deceased prince was meeting with recently. It was Princess, a woman who usually wouldn't spare a glance for a prince with no status or power. Mew's eyes narrow as he realizes the pieces are starting to fit together. He heads straight to the princess's quarters, his arrival being announced with urgency. Princess is lounging inside, looking completely unbothered, her eyes lighting up at the mention of his name. She's so thrilled by his visit that she practically kicks her servant out of the way to get to him. She jumps down from her bed, barefoot and acting like a lovesick maiden. But Mew walks in looking like he's ready to tear the room apart. She tries to wrap herself around him, cooing about how he finally came to see her. Mew doesn't waste time with pleasantries, shoving her back and demanding to know exactly what she said to Prince. Instead of being intimidated, she just lets out a dark, chilling smirk. She turns to her attendants and coldly orders them all to leave the room. With a slow, deliberate movement, she begins to adjust her robes. She reclines back on the bed, looking at him with pure malice masked as playfulness as she says, "Come, lie down." This woman is absolutely unhinged. The manipulative beauty leans in with a smirk, offering not just evidence but herself as part of the prize. "What a great deal, wouldn't you say so?" she purrs, clearly enjoying the power she holds over him. She taunts him, warning that if he doesn't hurry, his people might meet their end on death row tomorrow. Breaks into a cold sweat, realizing she's dead serious. He storms out, throwing a final farewell, over his shoulder, desperate to find another way. However, the moment he steps outside, his men rush over with a grim delivery from the dungeon. She just giggles, telling him not to jump to conclusions as she leans in, wrapping herself around him like a snake. Then comes the ultimate threat. If he doesn't agree, tomorrow he won't be getting a robe, he'll be getting severed head. Driven into a corner, he barks out a fine and shoves her away in disgust. He sets the bloody robe aside, his heart heavy with the sacrifice he's about to make. To seal the deal, he bites his own finger, drawing blood to use as ink. Under her watchful, greedy gaze, he begins to write the contract. She looks like she's won the lottery, watching him sign his life away in red. He holds up the finished marriage promise, his voice dripping with venom. "Leave the family alone and I, Mew, will marry you." The guards are finally kicking our girl and her crew out of the dungeon, claiming it was all just a big misunderstanding. But wait, who's that lurking in the shadows? It's our mystery man in blue, watching her walk away with a heavy heart. His subordinates are losing their minds, shouting, "Your Highness, you sacrificed your entire future to protect them and they don't even know it was you." He just sighs, looking like the lead in a tragic drama, and whispers that as long as they are safe, nothing else matters. Back at the house, and the others are still trying to process how they got out so easily, suspecting something fishy is going on. They're greeted by the silver-haired hottie, who's already got baths and fresh clothes waiting for them. He's acting all sweet, ushering them inside to wash off the grime and dirt of the prison. But's intuition is tingling. He tells her to talk later after she changes out of those prisoner robes. But she freezes. "Wait, how did you know I would have to change?" She wonders, her internal alarm bells ringing loud and clear. He just pushes her along with a smile, but our girl knows something is definitely wrong. Meanwhile, over at the Duke of Defense's mansion, things are getting violent. The old Duke is absolutely livid, screaming at his son to kneel. It turns out the Prince Mew threw away his inheritance and his entire future just to marry a princess he doesn't even like, all to save. The Duke isn't having it and starts wailing on him with a cane, calling him a fool. Poor is watching this horror show in tears, crying out his name. Even as he's being beaten, stands his ground, saying he'll take any punishment for forsaking the family. The Duke is so enraged he actually breaks his cane over his son's back. Collapses, coughing up a pool of blood as the pain becomes unbearable. Rushes to his side, shielding him and begging the Duke to stop. But the old man is cold as ice, demanding to know if she's planning on disobeying him too. Tries to push her away, telling her he knew the consequences of his actions and would only feel more guilty if he got off easy. She refuses to move, clinging to him and sobbing that she'll endure the punishment with him. The Duke finally stalks off, but not before dropping a brutal sentence, is to kneel there for 3 whole days with no food or water. Is convinced the princess forced him into this absurd marriage and vows to go make her cancel the union. But as she leaves, the toll of the beating finally hits and our tragic hero collapses unconscious on the cold floor. Suspicious that something is afoot, our antagonist watches from the shadows as a woman tries to sneak away. She ducks behind a tree, wondering why someone as vain as her rival would suddenly start wearing a draped hat to hide her face. The mysterious woman in white thinks she's being subtle. But our girl is right on her heels, convinced she's about to uncover a massive secret. The trail leads straight to a high-end pavilion. Slips inside, scanning the room until she sees her target disappearing up the staircase. She follows stealthily, stopping just outside a private room when she hears a voice demanding an antidote. Holding her breath, she inches toward the door and gives it a tiny nudge to peek inside. Behind the door, the woman in white is blindfolded and fumbling at a table. She holds up a small pill, nervously asking, "How do I know for sure that this is the antidote?" A man wearing a mask just scoffs at her hesitation. "Do you have any other options?" he asks, his voice dripping with arrogance. His eyes go wide. She's definitely heard that voice before. The masked man doesn't hold back, explaining how he used Mew's feelings to frame the family just to save the woman he actually loves. Is reeling, she can't believe they've been working together this whole time. The man warns his co-conspirator that now that she has what she wants, she better stay far away from the family. Realizes this is the same masked man from Sunview Town, the one claimed was her master. The woman in white doesn't give a damn about commoners as long as her marriage is guaranteed. Disgusted, the masked man prepares to leave, telling her it's good riddance. She rips off her blindfold in a huff, screaming at him to remember to settle the bill on his way out. Outside the room is absolutely seething, cursing, and her master for their schemes. Later that afternoon, finds her target in the courtyard, turns around with a look of pure innocence, asking, "How can I help you?" But is beyond words, her fists clenched as she blames for everything that's gone wrong. Before can even react, lunges forward and delivers a massive, stinging slap right across our girl's face. Stands there, absolutely stunned by the physical and verbal assault. "What are you talking about?" she stammers, her hand pressed to her stinging cheek as she tries to process the venom in her friend's voice. Isn't holding back, screaming that while walked out of the dungeons without a single scratch, the villainess was busy using bloodied robes to trick her brother into thinking the absolute worst had happened. Our girl tries to explain that they were only following orders to change into prisoner robes, but logic doesn't matter to a sister watching her brother's life fall apart. "Fine, I'll say it blatantly then," spits out, her eyes burning with rage. The bombshell finally drops. To save from the dungeon, her brother had to sign a marriage promise to. The realization hits like a freight train, and she realizes the masked man has played them all like fiddles. She can't believe Brother Mew would go so far without saying a single word to her. A blush of shame creeps up her face as she realizes she can't honestly say she was totally oblivious to his feelings anymore. But isn't looking for a confession. She shoves hard, shouting that all of this misery is her fault because likes her enough to throw away his future and his happiness. "To save you, he's chosen to marry the princess and give up his right to inherit our father's title," cries, her own heart breaking for her brother's massive sacrifice. She views as a curse, wondering why the heavens would pull such a horrible prank on their family. When our poor heroine tries to reach out in comfort, snaps, "Don't touch me." Desperate to clear her name, swears on her life that she never plotted to hurt and hasn't even seen her master's true face since leaving town. Is floored, how could she blindly follow a man whose face she's never even seen? Reveals that the master is a man of ethereal beauty, making it clear she's seen the man behind the mask while was kept in the dark. Offers a final, hollow apology to the Mew family, but pushes her away for good, declaring that their families are officially done. As walks away, she makes it clear that whatever does from now on is none of her business. Our girl is left standing in the falling leaves, the weight of sacrifice crushing her spirit. After a somber moment of reflection, finds herself back inside, her mood as dark as the shadows in the room. Suddenly, the silver-haired master strolls in, acting like everything is perfectly fine and offering her candied haws like he didn't just ruin a man's life. "Am I a child to you?" she asks, her voice dripping with newfound resentment. He just chuckles and pats her head, promising to dote on her as if she were one. Isn't having it and swats his hand away with a sharp glare. She turns her back, demanding to know what he's really been up to these past few days. He casually explains his political maneuvering within the palace and his ongoing search for his birth father. But's patience has reached its limit. "Is that all?" she demands, searching for any hint of guilt for the trap he set. He plays dumb, looking completely innocent as he asks what could possibly be wrong. "Very well," she says, walking away with a coldness that matches the winter air. But as she leaves, his expression turns dark and ominous. "Let's hope you remain as frank. When I ask you this question again another day," he mutters, "and you just know the real drama is only getting started." The mysterious figure lands on the roof, looking like a total edgelord in his jagged mask. Suddenly, his foot hits an invisible barrier, stopping him dead in his tracks. He starts feeling around in the empty air, looking completely bewildered by the solid wall of nothingness. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes who's behind the trick. "I know it's you," he says smoothly. "There's no need to keep hiding." The invisibility veil peels away to reveal, and he's clearly impressed by her interesting angelic powers. Our girl isn't playing games tonight. She marches right up and rips that mask off his face to see who's been playing her. And there he is, the man she thought she could trust, looking far too smug for someone who just got caught red-handed. His heart sinks as the pieces finally fall into place. I should have known you were the masked man, she spits, accusing him of being the mastermind who used the fortress to take revenge on her family. But he just smiles that infuriatingly handsome smile, reminding her that she once said the family wasn't innocent either. Shakes her head, done with the excuses and the mind games. None of us were innocent, she whispers, we're all even. Then the hurt turns to pure rage as she screams, but why did you have to lie to me? She finally sees the truth behind his mercy. He didn't spare her because he cared. He just wanted to sink his claws into her powers. She realizes every talisman she gave him out of a sense of debt was just part of his sick ploy to keep her trapped by his side. He tries to reach out, his voice cracking as he pleads, "That's not true, R, let me explain myself." But she shoves him away with everything she's got. "Don't touch me," she cries, horrified that she actually fell for someone so terrifying. Backing away toward the edge of the roof, she asks one last question, desperate to know if he was the one who sabotaged Mu's future by involving the princess. A heavy silence falls over the moonlit roof as they stare each other down. Then a chilling laugh breaks the quiet. His eyes widen in fury. "What's so funny?" she demands. He literally throws his head back in a manic laughing fit, looking like he's finally lost his mind. He looks her dead in the eye, his expression turning cold and ruthless. "So what if I was?" Is stunned, unable to believe he could destroy lives and futures so casually. Before she can run, he lunges forward and grabs her wrist, pulling her flush against his chest. "There is nothing in this world I care about other than you," he growls, making it clear that 100 lives are a small price to pay for her. His obsession is on full display as he pins her with a gaze that says he'll never let go. "You are mine, R, no one can take you away from me." Do you still not understand my heart after all these years?" Lee asks, his voice practically dripping with obsession. He tightens his grip on her arm, insisting that he won't let anyone else linger by her side because she's the only person in this world he actually cares about. Our girl isn't having it and calls him straight up crazy, struggling to break free from his suffocating hold. When words don't work, goes full feral and sinks her teeth into his hand in a desperate bid for freedom. He's momentarily stunned by the pain, blood blooming across his skin as stares him down, trembling and terrified. They stand in a tense standoff under the moonlight, the air thick with resentment. Then he does something truly unhinged. He actually licks the blood off the bite mark. "Yeah, we've officially entered the red flag danger zone, folks." He gives her a chilling grin, his eyes reflecting the moon as he declares, "It is my honor to go crazy for you." Is horrified and begs him to give Brother Mew his life back, desperate not to spend the rest of her days drowning in remorse. But Lee just scoffs, explaining that since the marriage promise was an imperial order, the guy's head is as good as gone if he dares to back out now. He dismisses her guilt entirely, claiming the Mew family actually owes her a life anyway because of her medical help. When he tries to promise he'll leave the Mew family alone if she just obeys, finally snaps, telling him he knows absolutely nothing. Their silhouettes stand tense against the massive moon as she prepares to deliver the final blow. He's when she looks him in the eye and tells him to get lost and leave the family for good. "I told you to leave," she screams, reminding him that since he has the Jins now, he isn't some lonely orphan anymore. He looks genuinely hurt for a split second, asking how she can kick him out after her family were the ones who took him in. He turns away, his tone turning dark and possessive as he growls that she's never getting rid of him. He looks back with eyes full of cold malice. "I'll kill everyone in the family to pay for my broken heart," he threatens, his voice like ice. Can't believe the monster he's become, gasping out, "What did you say?" Without another word, he leaps off the roof, vanishing into the night sky. Our poor girl can only watch his retreating figure, shaking from the weight of his terrifying ultimatum. She collapses to her knees in tears, sobbing and wondering how on earth things ended up this messy. Meanwhile, Lee lands on a distant roof, his obsession still burning bright as he moves through the city. He continues his flight across the rooftops, calling out for his shadow guards Lanmao. He orders his subordinate to head back immediately and keep a constant, hidden watch on every single thing does. The guard obeys and vanishes into the shadows. Lee looks back toward the manor one last time, whispering to the wind that she'll understand one day that he's doing all of this for her. He pulls on a dark mask to hide his identity, slipping back into his role as a hidden player. Back at the manor, the windows remain open to the chilling night air. Finally falls into a deep, uneasy sleep, unaware that she's being watched while mysterious incense smoke curls through her room. The smoke thickens around his bed as he tosses and turns in a cold sweat. "And no," he moans, trapped in a vision of a dark, twisted forest filled with the cawing of crows. Our poor guy wanders aimlessly through the fog in his dreams, searching for an exit. Suddenly, he sees something horrifying and screams, "Stay away." A terrifying blue demon with glowing red eyes and horns emerges from the shadows. The beast pounces on him with a blood-curdling roar. It pins him down and he finds himself completely paralyzed and unable to move. The demon wraps its massive hands around his throat, choking the life out of him while laughing manically. "Young master, please let go," a desperate voice cries out through a flurry of glowing butterflies. He snaps awake suddenly, only to realize he isn't strangling a demon. He's got his hands locked around his maid's neck. The terrified girls rush away from the bed as he stares at his hands in sheer horror. "You almost strangled her to death," they cry, one of them clutching her bruised throat and coughing violently. He breaks down, sobbing into his hands as another nightmare ruins his sanity. Outside, the maids whisper that he's finally gone mad, which is why every other servant has already resigned. But wait, perched on the roof, a mysterious man with white hair and a mask watches the chaos. "Haha, that was fun," he sneers, clearly the one pulling the strings behind these visions. Sometime later, it's finally wedding season at Duke Chin's mansion. The place is decorated with red lanterns, but the turnout is, well, pretty pathetic. "Why are there only so many guests? A prince is getting married," Lee fusses, looking absolutely livid in her bridal red. Apparently, they're keeping it low profile because she's just a second daughter, but she doesn't care about the party. She just wants the title in the end. Suddenly, a sickly figure slowly approaches the couple. And he looks like a walking corpse with massive dark circles under his eyes. "What's going on? Your condition seems to be getting worse each day," the groom notes, looking genuinely concerned. Explains that the nightmares are relentless and even the physician's medicine does nothing to help. He just wants to take a nap and not ruin their big day, but Lee can't help but notice he's acting weirder and weirder as the days go by. "What happened to?" the man asks, looking for immediate answers. He reminds the veiled woman that as a disciple of Master, she should be able to read exactly what's going on with him. She nods, but her mind is miles away on her own survival. I understand," she stammers, while secretly plotting that being a prince consort isn't enough. She needs to secure her place by bearing a child for the Chin family as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the subject of their concern is looking like a literal walking corpse. The local gossip mill is in full swing as scholars whisper about how Chin has gone completely mad and is scaring away all the handmaidens. Overhears them, his face gaunt and his eyes sunken with dark circles that suggest he hasn't slept in weeks. The scholars don't stop there, mocking him by saying the twin Jades are now just a solo act for Brother Su. Enter Su, the youngest son of the Su family, looking incredibly smug behind his fan. He puts on a show of fake class, telling his friends it would be impolite to comment on his pitiful appearance. Our fallen golden boy is reaching his absolute breaking point, fuming as he remembers how these same people used to flock to him. But Su just keeps twisting the knife, laughing that seeing's current state is an interesting sight. "Shut your mouths," bellows, finally snapping under the weight of the humiliation. Su looks back with a look of pure disdain, unimpressed by the outburst. But he shouldn't have underestimated a man with nothing left to lose, as lunges forward with a feral scream. He tackles Su to the ground in a blind, violent rage. "Shut up, shut up, shut up," he screams, his hands locking like iron around Su's throat. The bystanders are paralyzed with fear, begging him to let go of Brother Su. They realize with horror that this isn't just a simple scuffle, is actually going to kill him right then and there. Su can barely wheeze out a plea for help as the life is slowly choked out of him. The other scholars finally jump in, trying to pry the madman off their friend. But it has developed some kind of demonic strength, and even two grown men can't pull him away. In a desperate move, one of the scholars grabs a massive rock from the garden. "I'll let go of him or I'll hit you," he warns, his voice trembling, doesn't even flinch, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated insanity. With a panicked "I'm sorry," the scholar brings the rock crashing down on his head. He screams in agony as the blow connects. But instead of letting go, he goes full animal mode and sinks his teeth directly into Su's neck. Blood sprays across the stone floor in a gruesome display of savagery. The witnesses collapse in terror, unable to process the horror they just participated in. One of them can barely find his voice as he stares at the carnage. "He's dead, Chin killed someone." The cry echoes through the courtyard, signaling the end of any normalcy for our characters. Guards finally swarm the area, using poles to pin the bloodstain to the ground as he continues to struggle. He's forced down into the dirt, looking completely broken and unhinged. Just then, a noble arrives and sees the body of his child, screaming out in grief for his son. Duke Chin is in full damage control mode, ordering the guests to clear out immediately while offering a cool 1,000 taels of silver to buy their silence. He gives them a look that promises a very permanent disappearance if they gossip, reminding them all that the Chin family's methods are anything but merciful. But Master Su isn't about to be paid off so easily. He lunges forward and grabs the Duke by the robes, screaming that his daughter already died in this mansion and now his son has been murdered too. Tries to play the "it was just an accident" card, but Master Su is beyond reason, demanding an explanation even if it costs him his life. Can only stand there sweating bullets as the tension reaches a breaking point. Looks at his father, begging him to say something to fix this disaster. And oh boy, does the Duke fix it in the most cold-blooded way possible. A life for a life, he declares, essentially gift-wrapping his other son to be taken away and punished however Master Su sees fit. Is absolutely horrified, but the Duke just snaps at him to shut up. The Duke leans in close to Master Su, whispering the ultimate villain logic. We can always conceive more sons, but it would be foolish to risk our family's decades of glory over this. It's a terrifyingly effective argument, and Master Su actually seems to consider the trade. As the guards drag the poor sacrificial lamb away, is desperate, arguing that the Su mansion is no match for them and they didn't have to give up his brother. But the Duke loses his patience, pinning against a pillar and explaining the cold hard facts of political life. If they waste their resources fighting the Su family now, they'll be too weak to fight Prince for the title of Crown Prince. Is forced to swallow his pride and submit. The Duke places a heavy hand on his shoulder, reminding him that he is the only legitimate son left now, so he better start acting like it. Agrees, but his fist is trembling with suppressed rage. Since he can't take his anger out on his father, he turns his fury toward the woman standing nearby. How could you not have predicted such a catastrophe? He screams, delivering a brutal slap that sends her flying to the ground. He's so far gone that he even raises his leg to start kicking her while she's down. Finally, the Duke steps in and tells him that's enough. He looks down at the trembling Lee on the floor and says, "You will do. Whatever he has planned for our poor girl next, it definitely isn't going to be a vacation." The Duke is absolutely fuming, rubbing his temples like he's got the world's worst migraine because someone named is on the brink of death. If you can't predict a disaster, then what use are you to me? He sneers, basically telling our girl she's one step away from the executioner's block. Lee isn't about to let this old man walk all over her though, letting out a sharp huff as she prepares her counterattack. She stands tall, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a dull blade. "I will not die," she declares with ice-cold confidence, leaving the Duke wondering just what kind of card she has hidden up her sleeve. She crosses her arms, a wicked smirk playing on her lips behind that veil. "Because, Duke Chin, your biggest enemy, Prince, will die soon," she reveals, dropping a total bombshell on the conversation. The news hits the Duke and his son like a physical blow, leaving them both completely stunned. The younger man immediately rushes over, grabbing her hands with desperation in his eyes. "Is that true, R?" he asks, hoping for a miracle. But she's not giving him a free pass that easily, snatching her hands back and reminding him that he literally just slapped her across the face a moment ago. The Duke isn't fully sold yet, his eyes narrowing as he considers the stakes. "But what if he doesn't die?" he asks, his voice dripping with suspicion. Lee doesn't blink, putting her own life on the line. "Then I will," she shouts, making a bet she better hope she can win. Seeing her conviction, the Duke finally cracks a smile, though it's definitely more creepy than comforting. "If you're so certain, then I am assured," he says, sounding way too happy about a potential death. He decides to investigate the prince's situation, but he's not letting her out of his sight, ordering her to stay put within the mansion walls. Our girl realizes she's just traded one cage for another. "He means to put me on house arrest," she thinks, the weight of her situation finally sinking in. She storms off with a huff, leaving the young man standing there looking like a kicked puppy. He watches her go, calling out her name, but she's already gone. Once she's alone, the bravado fades, and she's left praying to the heavens that her plan actually works, because if it doesn't, she's toast. Night falls over the capital, but while some are sleeping, others are getting up to no good. Inside a lavish palace, a man is knocking back drinks like there's no tomorrow. This guy is feeling himself, boasting about how some golden pill has him feeling like he's back in his prime and ready to fulfill his dream of meeting 3,000 ladies. Right on cue, a group of beauties are brought before him as a bribe from court officials who are desperate for those magical pills. He's loving the attention, getting handsy with the ladies and acting like the king of the world. He jokes about getting sick of too many beauties, but we all know this guy doesn't know the meaning of the word enough. Suddenly he stops in his tracks, something catching his eye through the crowd. He spots a mysterious woman standing among the others, her aura completely different from the rest. He practically drifts toward her, mesmerized by her scent. "Well, don't you smell good?" he drawls, his eyes filled with greed. This newcomer is a total knockout, looking like a dangerous siren ready to lure him to his doom. She leans in close, blowing a sweet, intoxicating breath right into his face. It works like a charm, leaving him dazed and drooling like a complete idiot. Oh, this one is good," he mutters, completely under her spell. She reaches out, her fingers tugging at his belt as she moves in for the kill. With a sultry look, she asks the question he's been dying to hear, "Won't you let me serve you tonight, your highness?" Lee is trying to buy our girl's affection with a whole new shop under the Jin family name, but isn't that easy to win over with shiny trinkets? When she rejects a hairpin, he goes full tyrant mode, ordering the poor craftsman to take 20 strikes just for failing to lift her mood. "Lee, do you need to make things difficult for them?" she cries out, absolutely horrified by his casual cruelty. To save the man's skin, she forces a smile and picks up the jewelry. "I love the hairpin, I'll take it, thank you, are you happy now?" she snaps, her eyes burning with resentment. She storms out, warning him that if he hurts those people, she'll only hate him even more. Lee just scoffs at the terrified worker, telling him he's lucky this time before turning to follow her. He's not giving up that easily and chases after her, shouting for his R to wait. The scene shifts to the White Horse Temple, a place covered in stunning peach blossoms. Tries to find some peace among the petals, but Lee is right on her heels, refusing to give her space. He plucks a flower, trying to be smooth by telling her it's as beautiful as she is. But isn't feeling the romance. She gives him a reality check, saying that just because a flower is beautiful doesn't mean you should pluck it and steal its freedom. This guy's response, he tells her he already bought the entire field, so whether they're on the branch or in her hand, they all belong to her. Talk about a massive red flag, can only sigh at his dense, possessive attitude. "You understand nothing," she screams, her patience finally hitting rock bottom. She turns to leave, but he's done playing nice. He grabs her arm, refusing to let her walk away from him again. He pulls her into a tight embrace, begging to know what he has to do for her forgiveness. "You promised me that you would stay by my side forever. You promised to marry me," he reminds her, sounding almost desperate. For a second, the air is thick with tension as they stare into each other's eyes amidst the falling blossoms. Decides to give him one last test. She tells him that if he comes with her to apologize to Brother Mew and helps nullify his marriage to the princess, then they can move on. She reaches out, touching his face as if looking for a spark of the man she used to know. But the mask slips instantly. "You want me to apologize? No way," he sneers, his ego clearly far more important than her feelings. Snatches her hand back, completely done with his excuses. He tries to pin her down by the shoulders, promising that once he's resolved things here, he'll tell her everything back in Sunview Town. "And how long will that be?" she demands, her eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. But as he holds her, she notices something terrifying on his skin. She grabs his arm, staring at his hand in absolute shock. Where did this dark, corrupted energy come from? He looks at her with those piercing eyes, acting like he has no idea what's wrong. But take one look at these poor souls. They're completely zonked out and drooling from whatever he's been giving them. "Our girl isn't falling for the act, though. Don't even think about lying to me," she snaps, recognizing the scent of poppy immediately and warning him that people could actually die. He just gives her a dangerous smirk, leaning in close. He tries to play it off as science, claiming it's just a medical ingredient for pain and insomnia. He even has the audacity to look hurt, mentioning how many people supposedly love the medicine he's created. Isn't backing down, though, pleading with him to stop exposing himself to something that's just as much a poison as it is a cure. Suddenly, the tension shifts as he gets right in her space. "Are you worried about me?" he asks, his voice dropping an octave. Our poor heroine's brain short-circuits, her face turning beet red as she screams that he's being ridiculous before making a run for it. She storms through the cherry blossoms, shouting for him to stay away because she needs some serious alone time. He just stands there looking like a snack, smugly reminding her that the entire forest belongs to him. "You can't escape from me anyway," he purrs, as stomps away, grumbling about how E is getting more shameless by the day. She doesn't notice where she's stepping. In a classic klutzy heroine move, she triggers a hidden trapdoor and goes flying. She takes a brutal tumble, smacking into every single stone step on the way down. The trapdoor slams shut and camouflages itself back into the grass like it was never there. Back on the surface, E is left totally confused, wondering where his favorite target disappeared to. Deep underground is seeing stars. She finally sits up, coughing from the dust and wondering where on earth she landed. She lights a small flame, realizing she's stumbled into a secret room hidden right under the White Horse Temple. She spots something glimmering in the dark, and her jaw hits the floor. It's a mountain of gold, at least 20,000 taels of the stuff. Her little fox companion pops out of nowhere, doing a literal happy dance. "Since you found it, why not take it?" he suggests, pointing out she could use it to help people when disaster strikes. Notices a wooden plaque on the wall. That reads, "Savior of the People." She realizes this is the legendary master, the very first abbot of the temple. This isn't just a random stash, it's a sacred treasure. Gazing at the fortune makes a solemn vow to the master's spirit. Rest assured, I will not use this gold for my own personal gain, she promises. She vows to use every bit of it to help the common people. As the gold begins to glow with her benevolence, the fox cheers them on. Yay, we're rich, he shouts as they start the long climb back up to reality. A heavy stone door rumbles open slowly as our heroine finally finds her way out. I think I'm out, whispers, realizing she's reached the White Horse Temple. The secret entrance seals shut behind her. She's genuinely impressed. Whoever built this hidden tunnel was a total genius. Our girl is feeling herself, thinking that with her skyrocketing luck and new system funds, she's going to be the ultimate philanthropist. But the mood shifts instantly when a sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why someone is hiding. As footsteps draw closer, peeks through a window. Inside, she sees a man explaining that he's resigned as commander of the guards to escape the palace's toxic chaos. It's Brother Mew, and he's not alone. Lady is there, absolutely fuming. You destroyed your future for Lady, she screams. Do you not regret it at all? Looks her in the eye and calmly states he has no regrets. Loses it, shrieking, she isn't worth it. He turns to his sister, revealing he knows exactly how mean she's been to our girl. Suddenly, he begins violently coughing up blood and rushes to him, crying that their father was way too harsh with his punishment. Outside is absolutely horizontal with shock, covering her mouth to keep from screaming. Even while hacking up a lung, pleads with his sister not to let live the rest of her life in guilt. Stands there, the weight of her brother's sacrifice finally sinking. She turns to leave, promising to visit again. Has to scramble to hide behind a pillar as the girl storms out. Lady calls out, deciding it's time to face the music. Spins around, looking like she's seen a ghost. Our girl plays it off, pretending she just arrived to pray for her family, and asks why Brother Mew looks like he's at death's door. Just scoffs, I'm surprised you still care about my brother. Our girl isn't deterred by the saltiness. She pulls out a red pouch and a glass bottle. This is a protective talisman and some ointment for his wounds, she explains. Please give them to him, I'm so sorry for what happened. When suddenly raises her hand, flinches, thinking she's about to get a 5-finger discount to the face again. But surprisingly, just takes the items and offers a quiet thank you. Tries to make a break for it before things get awkward. But barks, wait, stand there. Our poor heroine turns back, sweating bullets. Looks her dead in the eye and says, I slapped you last time, you can slap me back. Just gives a wry, tired smile. She reaches out toward her former bully. But instead of a slap, she pulls into a warm, sisterly hug. I'm terribly sorry, whispers, promising she'll do whatever it takes to change their fate. Inside Duke's mansion, the old guy is getting way too comfortable with his companion R. He's practically purring as he drinks the wine she offers, claiming that anything from her hands tastes like heaven. But R is playing a dangerous game, teasing him about how he's looking a bit thin lately. She leans in close, her eyes flashing with a wicked glint as she asks if he's even capable of satisfying her anymore. Offended, the Duke pushes her away, demanding to know what she implies by that. He starts bragging about his secret weapons, claiming he was the one who recommended the Imperial developments. He insists he has plenty of tricks up his sleeve to keep up with her. That's when R spots the real prize, a box of gold essence Martial dragon pills. A subtle, knowing smile plays on her lips as she realizes the plan is working perfectly. She suddenly pounces on the Duke, acting like she's burning up with desire and can't wait a second longer. While he's distracted by her charms, she eyes the open box of pills on the table. Her hand snatches one up in a flash. With a quick flick of her wrist, she tosses the prize out the window while the Duke is busy laughing. Outside, a masked accomplice is waiting and catches the loot with ease. He doesn't stick around, disappearing over the mansion walls into the night. The mansion remains quiet, with no one the wiser about the theft that just occurred. The next day, the atmosphere at Duke Chin's residence is the complete opposite of a party. A grim procession enters the hall, carrying the lifeless body of young master back to the family. Duke Chin can barely look at the stretcher, his face a mask of grief and shock. Poor is covered in blood, his life clearly ended by a brutal, fatal blow. The messenger delivers a chilling message from old Master Su, stating that a life has been taken for a life and the debt is settled. His brother collapses to the floor, screaming in agony over the loss of his sibling. Through his tears, he swears that once the fourth prince takes the throne, he will wipe the Su family off the face of the earth. Duke Chin, ever the cold strategist, orders the body to be buried in secret so they don't have to mourn openly and show weakness. As the body is carried away, the weight of the tragedy hangs heavy over the courtyard. Duke Chin wipes away his tears, quickly shifting back into cold-blooded mode. He turns to Lei, demanding an update on the operation against Duke. She reaches into her sleeve with a confident smirk. She pulls out one of the golden pills, revealing that she's already made progress in their scheme. The brother isn't satisfied with just one death, though. He growls that taking Duke's life won't be enough to pay for what happened to. Duke Chin asks what else he has in mind. With a murderous look in her eye, Lee declares that with this golden pill, she can take Ai's life as well. Over at Duke's mansion, a messenger bird lands gracefully on the finger of a mysterious woman. She reads the secret message with a devious smirk, whispering that things are finally coming to an end. Perfect, she sneers, I have long had enough of that old pig. As the bird takes flight again, she prepares for her final act. Inside the mansion, the sounds of intense gambling fill the air. Our schemer is facing off against Duke in a high-stakes game of dice. The die topples over, revealing a devastating result. It's a 6, I lost again, the Duke cries out, looking like his entire world just collapsed. The lady leans in with a predatory grin, reminding him of their agreement. They aren't stopping until they've done it 6 times tonight. The Duke looks absolutely horrified, stammering that not even a god has that much stamina. But she's prepared for his weakness and pulls out a mysterious wooden box. You have this, don't you? She asks, forcing a pill into his mouth. The Duke swallows it down without a choice. Suddenly, a surge of artificial energy hits him, and he roars with newfound vigor, calling her a little minx as he pounces. While things get heated at the Duke's place, the scene shifts to the quiet residence in the capital. Is sitting down for dinner, but the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. The elders at the table are sweating bullets, sensing the massive amount of salt in the room. Is busy giving the silver-haired E the absolute cold shoulder, refusing to even look at him. She huffs, clearly annoyed that he won't give her an inch of space. In her mind, she sees him as nothing more than a clingy puppy dog teleporting to her side every second. Fed up with the tension, shoots up from her seat and declares she's full. Not missing a beat, E stands up too, claiming he's finished as well. He follows her out of the room like a shadow. Peeks over her shoulder, her irritation reaching a boiling point. She finally turns around and snaps, how much more are you going to follow me? What are you, a dog? E looks at her with those puppy dog eyes, softly calling out R. She expects an apology or a deep confession, but instead, he leans in close just to tell her she has a grain of rice on her face. Our girl completely loses it, literally breathing fire at his dense, teasing attitude. As the stars watch on, the situation inside is getting pretty pathetic. I am at my limit, he gasps, looking completely drained as he loses his footing. He falls backwards, hitting the floor with a heavy thud, but he won't find any pity here, just stares down at him with a look of pure disappointment, asking, already? Are you even a man? Talk about a total ego death. Spots a familiar shadow lurking outside in the downpour. E looks like a literal drowned rat, but he has the audacity to look alert the second she notices him. It's late, R, you should be sleeping, he says, acting like he isn't standing in a monsoon. Our girl isn't having it and slams the window shut. She demands to know why he's been stalking her every move since they left the temple. E's excuse is as dramatic as he is. He claims he needs to keep her in his sight because he's terrified she'll disappear again. Turns around, her patience wearing thin. She pushes the window back open and screams, you dumb S, the rain and wind are howling tonight, why would you come here? She tosses an umbrella right at his head, calling him an idiot for good measure. As E picks up the gift, reminds him that he can't just follow her around forever. Things will happen and they'll come between us whether we want it or not, she warns. But E is in deep, confessing that she is the only person in the entire world he actually cares about. Just sighs, telling him that actions speak louder than words and she can't just forget what happened with Brother Mew. Return to your room and get some rest, she commands, shutting the window on him once and for all. But the peaceful night is cut short when a subordinate rushes up with urgent news. E walks away to hear the report, and his face drops when he hears the bombshell, Duke is dead. The gossip is that the Duke spent his final days partying with women before overdosing on his medication. E immediately realizes this is a setup. If the Emperor believes those pills were toxic, I is in grave danger. E isn't taking any chances and orders his man to find out exactly which women were visiting the Duke's mansion. He steals one last glance back at his room, before disappearing into the rainy night. From her window, our girl watches him go, her face etched with worry. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial Palace, the trap is already being sprung. You mean, the pills have poison in them? The Emperor asks, his voice dripping with suspicion. A court official falls to his knees, crying out that he is absolutely certain. He begs the Emperor to punish I for being an evil Taoist, demanding that his entire family pay the ultimate price. The Emperor is absolutely fuming, pointing out that everyone in the court has been popping these pills like candy, yet only Duke ended up dead. Duke Chin is currently kissing the floor, trembling as he tries to explain he's just looking out for the Emperor's life. He produces a pill he supposedly got from the late Duke, claiming he can prove it's pure poison. But the Emperor isn't playing games today. He pulls out one of his own personal pills and shoves it toward Duke Qin, demanding, "If you must prove something, then prove mine." Duke Qin is internally screaming because he only spiked the pill he brought with him. If the Emperor's pill comes back clean, he's getting a one-way ticket to the executioner's block for deception. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. "Why are you so nervous, Duke Qin? Go ahead and prove it," the Emperor mocks. Our guy is sweating bullets, looking like he's about to faint as he prepares the test. Suddenly, the Emperor starts coughing, and Duke Qin realizes his daughter-in-law, Li, has provided the perfect distraction. Using some serious ninja-level sleight of hand, he manages to swap the Emperor's safe pill for his poison one. He breathes a massive sigh of relief as the switch goes off without a hitch. "Please watch, Your Majesty," he says, dropping the pill into a cup. Immediately, the water turns a nasty shade of purple and starts emitting dark, ominous smoke. He pours the concoction onto a nearby potted plant, and the poor thing wilts instantly. The leaves turn brown and fall off in seconds, proving the medicine is actually a death sentence. The Emperor is stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor. "The pill is poisonous. How dare that evil Taoist try to harm me? Unforgivable," he roars. He's ready to call the guards and have the chaplain's head right now. But Duke Qin stops him, warning that the Taoist will be on high alert now that Duke is gone. He reveals that his daughter-in-law happens to be a disciple of the legendary master and has a much better plan. The Emperor is skeptical since everyone and their mother claims to be a disciple of these days, but he agrees to hear her out. A masked woman enters the room, looking every bit the mysterious expert. "Li humbly greets Your Majesty," she says, bowing low. The Emperor tells her to stand and speak her plan. She claims that in a few days, around 11:45 p.m., the Emperor will see the Taoist's true colors and secret plotting for himself. The Emperor isn't easily convinced, asking why he should believe her when his own Bureau of Astronomy found nothing. Li doesn't blink, betting the entire Qin mansion on the fact that everything she says is true. Duke Qin looks like his soul is leaving his body, but Li leans in, telling him they must show determination and sincerity. She's literally dragging the whole family into this life-or-death gamble, and Duke Qin has no choice but to fake a smile and agree. Finally, the Emperor relents, giving them 7 days to reveal the truth. Inside the room of elixirs, the atmosphere is thick with tension as the master realizes that with Duke dead, the Emperor is bound to get suspicious of their pills. He's worried because there's been absolutely no reaction from the palace, and in this world, silence is usually a death sentence. The older chaplain tries to stay optimistic, suggesting that maybe the Emperor just thinks the Duke died from partying a little too hard. But the master isn't buying it, warning that they are treading in dangerous waters and can't afford to be naive. Suddenly, an imperial order arrives, forcing the master to scramble and hide behind a veil. The chaplain puts on his best, humble servant face and tells the messenger to enter. Surprisingly, it seems like good news. The Emperor wants to reward them for the pills and invites the chaplain to a grand ceremony in 7 days. The master watches from the shadows, eyes narrowed with intense suspicion. The chaplain bows and scrapes, playing his part to perfection. As soon as the servant excuses himself, and the doors are safely shut, the old man practically does a victory dance, convinced they've still got the Emperor's trust. But the master isn't celebrating yet, clutching a charm and whispering, "Let's hope he still does." Meanwhile, things are getting weird in the city as red feathers begin to fall like a curse from the sky. The citizens are looking around in sheer terror, sensing that something is very, very wrong. It's a scene of pure chaos as people begin to flee. In the middle of the nightmare, a white-haired figure with blood-red markings turns around with a gaze that could pierce a soul. Our girl sits bolt upright in bed, gasping for air as the vision fades. "See, could it be some sort of omen?" she stammers, looking absolutely haunted by the dream. She can't just sit there while the world burns, so she throws off the covers. She calls out for answers, and Lanmao drops down from the rafters like a ninja. Isn't in the mood for games, she grabs him by the collar, demanding to know exactly what his master is up to this time. Lanmao tries to play the innocent card, swearing that his master hasn't done anything and she should just go back to sleep. Isn't having any of it, pushing him away and calling him just as shameless as his boss. Lanmao just laughs, asking her not to make his life difficult. Decides to test him with a riddle, asking what would cause a perfect sunny day to suddenly turn pitch black. Lanmao thinks it over for a second before the realization hits. With a chilling, wicked smile, he delivers the answer: someone must have died. He explains that when people die and their eyes close, the day turns to night for them forever. Stands there frozen, the word death echoing in her mind as she realizes her nightmare might be coming true. 7 days pass in a flash, and we find ourselves at a peaceful-looking manor. Our girl is just taking in the fresh air. But she's not alone. A cheeky companion lounging on the roof calls out, "Look at the bright sky, lady, it's a perfect day for sunbathing." Despite the calm vibes, intuition is screaming, "Why is my heart beating so fast?" She wonders, her thoughts immediately drifting to E. Across the capital, a grand ritual is as a priest searches for a sign. The scale of this ceremony is massive, with rows of soldiers standing at attention. The priest raises his staff to the heavens, shouting, "Our emperor has given his heart to the world, given his life to his people, and brought upon peace to this nation. He begs the heavens to bestow good fortune upon the Jade Empire." The emperor sits back, casually sipping his tea while the prayers continue. But the atmosphere among the guards is tense. In the shadows, a man in purple whispers, "Is it time yet?" to a mysterious veiled woman. She simply replies, "Soon," as she hides something beneath her robes. Suddenly, the priest's face pales as he realizes something is terribly wrong. He looks up in absolute horror. The sky begins to dim as a shadow creeps over the sun, the dreaded omen of the heavenly dog. The veiled woman smirks, thinking it's coming. She's playing with a cheat code, remembering from her past life that the heavenly dog only ate the sun once, and she's using that knowledge to frame her enemies. Down in the city, and her companion are caught in the middle of the panic. A perfect and bright day has suddenly turned dark and gloomy, she notes as the world turns blue. The man in purple seizes the moment, screaming, "The dog is eating the sun." Even the emperor can't stay seated, standing up as the darkness takes over. The streets descend into total madness as people drop their belongings and flee. Civilians are falling to their knees, begging the heavenly dog for mercy. Our girl tries to be the voice of reason, shouting, "Do not fear, everyone, this is merely a solar eclipse." This is the exact moment she saw in her dreams. As a transmigrator, she knows this is just an ordinary astronomical phenomenon, but to these people, it's a sign of a great catastrophe. Her only concern is finding her man. "Where are you, E?" she cries out, praying that he isn't in any danger. Back at the ritual, the trap is sprung. The man in purple points a finger at the priest, yelling, "How dare you? The moment you worship the heavens, they send their dog to eat our son." The poor priest is stammering, "That's not true," but the damage is done. The villain turns to the emperor, claiming I is the evil incarnation of the heavenly dog, sent to bring disaster. The prince steps forward, vowing to protect his father from this supposed evil. Swords are drawn, and the order is given, "Protect his majesty and grab a hold of that evil Taoist eye." "Watch out," the guards scream as a thick fog suddenly swallows the courtyard. It's total chaos, and the soldiers don't have a clue what's happening as they stumble through the haze. What's going on?" one stammers just as a massive explosion rocks the ground and sends bodies flying. In the middle of the storm stands the white-haired master, looking like an absolute god of war surrounded by a glowing barrier. The guards are convinced it's some kind of evil sorcery, but this man is just built different. "The chins, it's you again," he growls, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity behind his mask. One soldier is literally shaking in his boots, completely paralyzed by the man's sheer presence. Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through the noise, calling out for her husband, R. This is the young master's big moment. The imperial family is watching from the balcony, and he's determined to prove his worth. Even though his hand is trembling violently on his hilt, he's trying to psych himself up. "I will let the whole empire know my name today," he screams, charging toward the master with a total death wish. The battlefield turns into a literal bloodbath, with the command echoing out that anyone who beheads the master gets a massive promotion and a mountain of gold. But the master is struggling, his shield is starting to crack, and he knows he's running out of time. Thank goodness for his amulet, he thinks, realizing he has to make a break for it before the barrier fails completely. R tries to intercept him, shouting about the honor of the Chin family. But our master isn't in the mood for a monologue and delivers a satisfying oof, right to the guy's face with a well-placed boot. Tossing more smoke bombs to cover his tracks, the master leaps into the sky, shielding his companion. Another massive boom rocks the palace, leaving the guards blind and coughing. He's flying over the rooftops now, telling his talkative companion to shut up, so they can focus on the escape. R isn't giving up that easily, though, and orders the archers to ready their bows. He's desperately praying that they can end this right here, looking more like a stress than a hero. But wait, plot twist, it turns out there are moles everywhere. Two of the guards suddenly turn on their own, shouting, "It's time to repay our debt." They start cutting down their fellow soldiers to buy the master a few more precious seconds. The master looks back at his loyal men, and knowing this might be the last time he ever sees them. R is losing his mind. How many traitors have actually infiltrated the imperial palace? "Keep firing," he screams, and a little rain of arrows fills the sky. One arrow finally finds its mark, shattering the master's protective shield with a loud crack. The man the master was trying so hard to protect is hit multiple times, gasping out for his master as blood spills. With tears in his eyes, the master promises to take care of the man's family and ensure they live the rest of their lives in wealth. He's forced to make a heart-wrenching choice, fleeing over the roof alone as the arrows continue to pour down on his fallen friend. The masked girl is absolutely fuming because the big fish managed to slip through their fingers. Plays the part of the humble soldier, kneeling before the emperor and apologizing for his incompetence in failing to catch the evil sorcerer. But the court is already eating out of his hand, praising him as a true hero who saved them from certain doom. The empress seizes the opportunity, nudging the emperor to show some royal appreciation. The emperor is totally sold, declaring that bravery has returned light to the empire. He doesn't hold back on the rewards either, appointing as the new commander of the Forbidden Guards and tossing in a massive pile of gold and land for good measure. Talk about a promotion, the whole squad bows down, soaking in their newfound state. Meanwhile, our resident schemer is smirking behind her fan. With Duke dead, the first prince's inheritance is in shambles, and she has no intention of letting him near the crown. Her son is just as cold, determined not to let his mother's sacrifices go to waste. But the cleanup isn't over yet, the masked girl checks in with, who immediately puts his new authority to work, ordering a palace-wide manhunt for any spies or traitors who might be lurking in the shadows. The emperor is loving this proactive energy. The masked girl reminds him that Duke was the one who introduced the sorcerer to the palace, and that kind of treachery simply cannot be forgiven. The emperor snaps, his face twisting in rage. He immediately orders Duke's title to be reclaimed and demotes every single official associated with the family by 3 ranks. The decree is final. We shift scenes to a grimy bandit den on the outskirts of the capital. It's a somber sight as a bag of medicine is handed over to the survivors. Eat them, it'll help with your injuries, one man urges his wounded comrades. They're all just breathing a sigh of relief that they managed to scramble over the palace walls in time. One survivor is absolutely crushed, crying out to his master that both of his older brothers were slaughtered by. But the silver-haired master is there to catch him, promising that he won't let the man's bloodline end here. The subordinate is moved to tears by the kindness. The whole room is suddenly fired up, shouting about how the royals have been taking advantage of the people for years. The master stands tall, his eyes cold and focused. There is never a deadline for revenge, he declares, promising his followers that their day will come. The men go wild, pumping their fists and screaming for blood. Well, until the master goes full and tells them to shut up before the city guards hear them. The tough guys immediately cover their mouths in terror. Taking a seat, the master sighs. They're going to lay low for now and lick their wounds. But make no mistake, when the time is right, they're going to strike back with a vengeance. In the middle of the bustling town square, a crowd gathers around the latest imperial announcement. His father pushes through the commoners, his heart sinking as he catches sight of the new posters. He reaches out with a trembling hand, tearing one of the sheets from the wall. As the guards continue to shout about the high-stakes bounty, the poor man begins to sweat bullets, realizing the gravity of what he's holding. He tries to force a shaky, awkward smile to avoid drawing attention. But the moment he turns away, his face pales with pure dread. Rushing back to the family estate, he calls out, come quick." He slams the scroll onto the table, spreading it out as and her mother rush into the room. The poster is a death sentence. It's a wanted notice for a man who allegedly tried to assassinate the emperor, warning that his entire family and anyone hiding him will be executed. His mother gasps, her hand flying to her chest as she whispers, is that?" Her father confirms her fears, stating they've known this man for years and there's no way they could mistake his face for someone else's. The atmosphere is thick with terror as the mother realizes their entire household is now standing on the edge of a blade. Suddenly, the tension is shattered by a loud, mocking laugh. Our girl plays it off perfectly, teasing her parents for being senile. "Mother, father, maybe old age has dealt a toll on your eyesight," she chirps, pointing out that he is just a mere commoner and it's ridiculous to think he'd be an imperial assassin. Her father huffs, half relieved and half annoyed at being called old. "Little rascal, how could you mock your old man, Scram?" he shouts, though the panic has finally left his eyes. As her parents walk away, convinced it's just a coincidence. His playful mask instantly vanishes. She stares down at the poster, her expression turning cold and nervous as she realizes the master is in deep trouble. She storms out into the courtyard of the residence and demands that Lanmao show himself immediately. She tosses the wanted poster at him, demanding an explanation for the rumors that his master is an evil sorcerer who targeted the imperial family. She recalls the suspicious scent of poppies from earlier, realizing the pills they were making were far more dangerous than she thought. Losing her patience, she grabs Lanmao by the collar, screaming, "The whole capital is looking for him. Tell me, where is he?" When he refuses to speak, she reaches for his belt and pulls his own sword from its sheath. In a desperate move, our girl presses the cold steel against her own throat, threatening to end it all if he doesn't start talking or if he brings harm to her family. Lanmao's eyes widen in horror and he immediately drops to his knees. He throws himself forward, slamming his forehead against the dirt with a sickening thud. He doesn't stop, kowtowing repeatedly with enough force to crack the ground. Finally, he looks up, blood streaming down his face from the self-inflicted wound, and offers a chillingly loyal smile. "Lady R, if anyone should die, it should not be you," he declares. Our girl finally has enough of the drama and lowers her hand, her expression hidden in shadow. She tosses the sword aside because, let's face it, she was never going to actually use it. The man on the ground, despite the blood literally pouring down his face, actually has the audacity to smile. "I knew you cared about me, Lady R," he says, sounding way too pleased with himself. Huffs, shoving a jar of medicine at him. "Quick, take this ointment and stop the bleeding. All you two know is how to take advantage of my soft heart," she complains, though her actions say otherwise. He just keeps grinning like a fool, clearly not bothered by the massive head wound. As walks away, the man stands up, his playful expression vanishing as he watches her back. A few days later, the scene shifts to the bustling capital where a carriage is rolling through the streets. Inside, a man is gloating to a veiled woman named R about how they've successfully weakened the first prince's authority. He informs her that she's about to be officially instated as a fifth-rank prince's consort. R smirks behind her veil, thinking to herself, "This is what I am destined to have." But her power trip hits a massive speed bump when she looks out the window. Her eyes go wide as she spots someone in the crowd. "It's him, he's still alive," she gasps, her face pale with shock. She's practically shaking, wondering how he could possibly be walking around when his entire family was supposed to have been burnt alive. She was absolutely certain he was dead, but the ghost from her past is standing right there. Panicking, she orders to have someone follow the man immediately to find out exactly where he's staying. Meanwhile, back at the family manor, the atmosphere is a lot more wholesome. The sixth brother finally makes his grand entrance. The whole family gathers around to welcome him home after his long journey from the Jin province. Is over the moon to see him, and the two share a cute moment, noting that it's been at least 70 or 80 episodes since they last met. Is feeling himself, bragging about passing the autumn examinations and hoping the author gives him more screen time from now on. But then he asks the one question that makes freeze, "Oh, where's E?" Our girl starts sweating bullets, flashing a smile that screams, "I'm lying." "He's helping out at the cornfields while learning medicine, don't worry about him," she chirps, trying to sound convincing. Inside, her heart is racing as she wonders if she can keep up the act. Mentions he'll be staying with other scholars to study for the upcoming civil examinations. Tries to act casual, asking if he encountered anything weird on the road. He tells her that while the capital gates were being extra strict with screenings, his travel was mostly smooth. Stares out the window, her mind spinning with worry. "Let's hope I'm just overthinking this then," she whispers to herself. But she's not the only one on high alert. High up on the roof, a pair of ears twitch at the slightest sound. He snaps his eyes open, his gaze sharp and dangerous. Someone's here, he realizes, sitting up instantly. He scans the rooftops, but the intruders are fast. "Huh, they've disappeared," he mutters, realizing that the quiet life might be coming to an end. At the residence in the capital, things are finally looking up for our heroine's family. His father hands over the reins of a sturdy horse, insisting that as a new, he can't be seen walking around the city without proper transport. "Thank you, father," says, taking the reins with a grin. He waves goodbye as he sets off for the Imperial Academy, promising to visit during his breaks. But while everyone else is celebrating his success, looks on with a heavy heart, praying that nothing goes wrong on his journey. The ride through the Imperial lands is breathtaking and is busy soaking in the scenery, thinking about how relaxing the area is. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air as a hidden projectile strikes the horse right in the rump. The animal panics and bucks wildly, sending flying through the air. "Crap, I can't believe I'm going to die before I've made a name for myself," he cries out as he plunges headfirst toward a jagged rock. But just as he's about to meet a messy end, a blur of motion sweeps through the trees. A mysterious secret guard swoops in and catches him by the collar at the very last second. Is a coughing, terrified mess as he thanks his good friend for saving his life, but the guard just plays it cool, claiming he just happened to be passing by. The guard steps back to inspect the horse, quickly plucking out a hidden needle from the animal's hide. He tosses the evidence away with a flick of his wrist, which is enough to scare off the hidden assassin lurking in the shadows. The guard realizes that instincts were spot on, someone is definitely targeting her sixth brother. When asked if something is wrong, the guard puts on a fake smile and laughs it off, claiming the horse just hit some stones. Clueless as ever, thanks him again and continues on his way. Meanwhile, over at Duke Chin's mansion, the atmosphere is toxic as a voice demands to know why the mission failed. The assassin, a burly man named Scar, is acting like a total diva while sipping his tea. He explains that someone was protecting the kid in secret, and then he drops a bombshell. The villains are visibly annoyed by his attitude. But they listen as he mentions a son-in-law of unparalleled beauty living at the residence. This news sends a massive shockwave through the room. The veiled woman dismisses Scar, ordering him to find out who the protector is and kill the brother. She's absolutely fuming, slamming her chair as she demands to know how the family is still alive. "And that Lee, we saw his dead body," she screams. Her partner is sweating bullets, insisting that the man he killed had to be Lee because no one else could look so ethereal. The veiled woman isn't buying it, accusing of total incompetence and wondering if a body double was used to trick them. She decides it's better to accidentally kill an innocent person than let a potential threat roam free. Leaning in close, she tells to make the necessary preparations. She's done hiding, declaring that she will show herself this time and anyone who sees her true appearance must die. While the guard keeps a sharp eye on the Imperial Academy, everything seems peaceful for the family. But of course, peace never lasts long in these stories. A damsel in a pink dress suddenly takes a tumble right in front of him, letting out a pitiful ow. Being a total gentleman, the guard rushes over to help, asking if the young lady is all right. But when the lady turns around, our guard nearly has a heart attack. It's actually a bearded man in full drag with a star painted on his face, giving him a sultry wink. The guard is absolutely stricken, his soul practically leaving his body as he stares in horror. Burning red lips, the man coos, blowing a little puff of pink smoke into the guard's face. Before the poor guy can even process what's happening, he's grabbed by the collar. In a flash, the bearded distraction hauls the guard away at high speed. Talk about a kidnapping with style. Upstairs, a masked woman watches the scene with a cold smirk, realizing that the person protecting from the shadows has finally been dealt with. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting, also known as Sixth Uncle, is being led to a nearby eatery by a messenger who claims someone from his past wants to meet him. He's genuinely confused, wondering who in the world would even know him here in the capital city. He steps into the room and introduces himself, but the masked woman doesn't say a word. Instead, she drops to her knees in a dramatic display of grief, leaving Sixth Uncle completely baffled. "Sixth Uncle, it's me," she cries, finally pulling down her mask to reveal her face. Sixth Uncle looks like he's seen a ghost, stammering out her name, "Elle, but didn't you die?" She puts on an acting, sobbing about how she was barely breathing when she was found and sent away in secret. "I was a monster," she wails, claiming that seeing him again is heaven's way of letting her make up for her past sins. Sixth Uncle, being way too kind for his own good, takes her hands and tells her that to err is human. But isn't done with the drama yet. She refuses to stand up until he officially forgives her, showing off her bruised and battered appearance to milk every drop of sympathy. Hook, line, and sinker, he sighs and gives her his forgiveness. Dries her tears, thanking him for being such a knowledgeable and kind scholar. He tells her how he heard everyone in their village died in a fire, and then he immediately asks the big question, how is E? Sixth Uncle happily spills all the tea, explaining that our girl E and her aunt are doing amazing and are even getting married soon. As he talks, a dark, sinister look flashes in his eyes. She's clearly not happy about our heroine's success. He continues bragging about how received rewards from the emperor for her corn crops and offers to take to meet the grandparents. Sensing she's getting too close to the fire, pulls away, claiming she's just not ready to face the family yet and doesn't want to give the old folks a shock. Instead, she pivots the trap, suggesting that Sixth Uncle come with her to meet her husband in the capital city first. "Oh, Sixth Uncle, you're walking straight into the lion's den." A carriage rattles through the dense forest, carrying a man who is clearly having second thoughts about this trip. He looks over at his companion, wondering why on earth her husband lives so far away from civilization, and suggests they send a letter to the capital to let people know where they are. But just gives a chillingly calm laugh, telling her Sixth Uncle not to worry because she's already sent a letter of her own. Before the poor man can even process that, a thug looms up behind him like a nightmare. "Get over here," the brute snarls, muffling the uncle's screams as he promises that he'll be seeing and the rest of the family very, very soon. Back at the manor, a scream of "what" echoes through the halls. Our girl is absolutely reeling after reading a letter, and when her loyal guard Lanmao appears, he can see the pure panic in her eyes. She doesn't waste a second, shoving the paper into his hands and demanding he gather his men immediately to save her brother. The ransom note is short and terrifying. They have, and if she doesn't show up at mountain within 4 hours, he's a dead man. With a sharp whistle from Lan Mao, the courtyard is suddenly swarming with soldiers. He barks out orders for everyone to grab their weapons and prepare the carriage, making it clear that their only mission is to protect Lady at all costs. He pulls one soldier aside with an expression that says he knows this is going to be a suicide mission. The small army wastes no time racing toward mountain, but the terrain is a literal death trap. Suddenly, the sky darkens, not with clouds, but with a lethal rain of arrows. Lan Mao's eyes widen as he realizes they've walked straight into a massacre. Shields up, he screams, trying to rally the men. But the ambush is perfect, arrows find their marks, and the sound of ACK fills the air as soldiers begin to fall. As if arrows weren't enough, the very mountain seems to turn against them as massive boulders begin to rumble down the cliffs. Watch out, the men cry, but it's too late for many as the rocks crush everything in their path. To make matters worse, enemy reinforcements begin charging down the slopes to finish the job. Peeking out from the safety of her carriage, our girl is horrified by the carnage being carried out in her name. Even as the soldiers bled, they scream for her to stay back and stay safe. Realizing they are completely outmatched makes the hard call quick retreat. They manage to scramble back to a safe distance, but the damage is done. Ever the saint, our girl doesn't just sit in her carriage, she steps out to personally hand out medicine to the wounded men. They're moved to tears by her kindness, swearing they'd give their lives for her but isn't having it. She refuses to put them at any more risk and decides they need to leave and rethink their strategy. But as they prepare to move out, a strange, powerful gust of wind whips past. Lan Mao looks around, completely baffled, wondering why the wind is suddenly so strong and if something else, or someone else, is lurking in the shadows. Watches as a group of guards patrols the path ahead. She knows she can't let her family risk their lives for this mission, so she pulls out her secret weapons. With concealment talismans and strength talismans, I should be able to deal with this on my own, she whispers, ready to go full stealth mode. Our girl sneaks past the masked men in black, pressing herself against the trees to stay out of sight. She carefully maneuvers through the woods, making sure not to make a single sound. Good thing she's paying attention, because she narrowly misses stepping right into a nasty-looking bear trap hidden in the grass. She reaches the edge of a massive compound crawling with guards. Steeling her nerves at the entrance, she tells herself this is it. As she slips inside using her concealment, she realizes the guards in black look way too familiar. Her eyes widen as the realization hits her. These are the same assassins who started the fire back in Sunview Town. Who are they, and why won't they leave us alone? She wonders, her heart racing. She spots a building with extra security and realizes that has to be where her brother is being held. She manages to sneak right past the guards at the door, her heart hammering against her ribs. Inside, she finds her sixth brother tied up like a holiday roast in front of a pile of hay. One of the thugs rips off his blindfold, making him groan in pain. Quiet, do you want us to beat you up again? The guard snaps, but they have no idea what's coming for them. As the door shuts, the guards sense something is wrong. They turn around to face each other, confused by a sudden presence. Suddenly, drops her concealment right behind them. Before they can even blink, both guards are face down on the floor, knocked out cold. Is terrified, begging for mercy until reveals herself. It's me, don't worry, I'll get you out of here, she reassures him. He starts bawling like a baby, but she quickly shushes him so they don't get caught. When she asks who took him, he looks ashamed, admitting he was too naive and trusted the wrong person. He drops a total bombshell, is still alive, she was the one who deceived me and brought me here. Is stunned, she thought was long gone, but apparently the villainess is back and hungrier for revenge than ever. Our girl's brain is already working overtime, realizing must have been behind the fire too. She comes up with a brilliant plan. They'll swap clothes with the guards and use one of the thugs as a decoy. After a quick change, the two look like perfect little ninjas. They smear dirt on the guard's face and mess up his hair to make him look like a beaten-up. They drag the poor guy over to the hay to hide him away. Once the setup is done, they look totally convincing in their new gear. But has one more trick up her sleeve. Sleep, sixth brother, I cannot let you see my powers, she whispers, placing a hand on his head to knock him out so she can finish the escape using her magic. A mysterious figure in black sneaks through the gates, eyes darting around as they infiltrate the compound. She can't help but let out a smug laugh, thinking she's finally won. This time I'll definitely be able to kill and the others, she hisses, trying her best to blend in as a guard. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air asking if it's really. Doesn't hold back, ranting about her tragic past where she was sold to a brothel and how she's been tricked time and again after being reincarnated. Our spy is absolutely floored. Did she just hear that right? Reincarnated. Before she can spiral, she's nearly caught and has to bow in fake humility to avoid suspicion. The lady doesn't suspect a thing, telling her she's just in time and ordering her to come inside. The order is simple, take her outside. As they walk, the spy puts the pieces together, if Iza then has been her true target from the very start. It explains everything, from her ability to tell the future to the system shard she's been carrying. Meanwhile, at the foot of mountain, all hell is breaking loose. The guards are desperate, screaming to protect Lady at all costs as the enemy closes in. Lanmao is in the thick of it, looking around frantically for her master. Just as the sound of galloping hooves thunders through the forest, the master finally arrives with reinforcements, forcing the cowardly ninjas to tuck tail and run. Lanmao is overjoyed, practically leaping into her master's arms. But the relief is short-lived. Li demands to know where is, only to find the carriage completely empty. It looks like our girl used her celestial powers to sneak away so her friends wouldn't be put in any more danger. Li isn't letting this go. He leads his men straight to the mountain fortress, ready for a showdown. As they reach the gates, the villains are standing there waiting. Li's enemy looks like he's seen a ghost, stuttering, "Li, you're still alive." Li is officially done with the secret identity trope. "Cut the nonsense, we'll end this today," he growls, his voice dripping with authority. He steps forward, staring down and asking if she even recognizes him. But just gives him a blank stare and a confused "who?" leaving our hero looking absolutely done with her nonsense. The villain sneers, telling everyone to stop the nonsense and take a good look at his next move. To prove he isn't playing games, he brings out the family's sixth son, the very man who took our girl in all those years ago. With a cold glint in his eyes, he stands over the prisoner and commands everyone to watch closely. The poor man is absolutely terrified, muffled cries of "Your Highness, please," escaping from behind his gag. But mercy isn't on the menu today, as the villain delivers a lethal slash without a second thought. As the body hits the ground, Li stares down the killer with a stoic, unreadable expression. He doesn't even blink, his silver hair catching the light as he maintains a hauntingly calm silence. The villain laughs, mocking him for being an emotionless monster who wouldn't care about a meager life, but then he reveals his real ace in the hole. He lifts a dark cloak to reveal a captive girl, announcing her as Lace. Hidden in the shadows, our real girl is watching this whole mess unfold in her ninja gear, realizing with a shock that they've found a body double to use as bait. The villain presses a blade to the fake's neck, asking Lei what he thinks of this new development. Lee's eyes narrow, his hands tightening as he realizes the stakes just got a lot higher. Suddenly, a new player enters the fray as a man carries a struggling figure in a black bag across the field. Princess appears on the scene, looking absolutely horrified by the chaos. The villain and his accomplice are visibly shaken, realizing that having the actual royal family involved could ruin everything. "Save me," the princess screams, her voice echoing through the trees. The accomplice panics, whispering that they cannot afford to put a member of the royal family in jeopardy. Seeing his plan spiraling, the villain reluctantly agrees to a hostage exchange to settle the score. The two parties meet in the middle of a clearing, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. With a rough shove, the villain pushes the fake toward Lei. Lee immediately catches her, pulling her into a protective embrace. Are you all right?" he asks, his voice filled with genuine concern for the girl he thinks is his beloved. But as he holds her, the double reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a hidden dagger. Her face twists into a psychotic grin as she screams, "Die," and lunges for his heart. However, you can't fool a man like Lee that easily, and he catches her wrist midair. "What a crude trick," he growls, his face darkening as he tells her he could smell her stench from a mile away. He doesn't hesitate to retaliate, striking her down as she lets out a final, desperate scream. Just when you think he's safe, the princess yells for them to activate the trap. A sickening crack echoes through the air as the ground beneath Lee begins to shatter. The entire cliffside gives way and the villain screams, "Die in a ditch, Lee," as the hero falls toward the abyss. But our girl isn't about to let her man go down alone, and she sprints forward, shouting, "Not on my watch." She dives into the fray, tackling the villain with a fierce grip and shouting, "You're coming too." The three of them plummet into the dark void as the ground completely vanishes beneath them. The situation in the cave is absolute chaos. While one girl is completely out of it, our girl decides now is the perfect time to make a run for it. But she doesn't get far before a strong hand wraps around her waist. It's our mysterious white-haired hottie, and he's caught her red-handed. He looks down at her with a devastatingly smug smile, clearly enjoying her struggle. Meanwhile, the guy in the blue robes is having a total meltdown after a hard fall. Manages to squirm out of the handsome stranger's grip, only to be yelled at by the blue-robed jerk. "Who are you? How dare you betray me?" he screams. Our girl is not having it. She goes full fire mode, giving him a piece of her mind and a nice bonk on the head. "Watch yourself, you're my hostage now," she snaps, The jerk tries to act tough, claiming they'll never leave mountain alive. Tired of the noise, the white-haired man steps in. He shuts the guy up real quick by shoving a mysterious pill down his throat. As the guy chokes and sputters, asking what he just ate, the white-haired man gives him a chilling grin. Poison, of course, you'll listen and obey if you want to live. The guy tries to play the I'm a powerful noble card, but a dagger flying right between his legs shuts that down instantly. Would you like to be an eunuch instead? The white-haired man asks calmly. He threatens to end the guy's bloodline right then and there, making it impossible for him to succeed his father. Suddenly, the jerk loses all his bravado, begging for mercy because he's his father's only heir. The white-haired man demands the truth, asking why this man has been so adamant about killing him for all these years. The guy snaps, spewing venomous insults about the white-haired man's mother, calling her a vixen and a ray. You can practically see the murder in our white-haired lead's eyes as he reaches his breaking point. He slams the guy against the cave wall with a burst of power, dagger pressed against his throat. Get to the point, he growls. The guy trembles, finally letting the secret slip. Az listens in total shock. The truth finally comes out. The white-haired man's biological father wasn't just anyone, it was the previous emperor. You mean that man was the emperor? He stammers, his entire world crumbling as the truth finally hits him. Our girl rushes to his side, but the trauma is hitting him like a freight train. Lee, looking like a total bloody mess, decides now is the perfect time for a villainous monologue. The only reason the family is in this mess is because of you, he sneers, twistedly blaming E for every ounce of misfortune. But isn't about to let him break E's spirit and delivers a top-tier slap to shut him up. Don't listen to him, we're family, she cries, desperately trying to hold E together. Lee just laughs through the blood, calling E inferior simply because he has a heart. Suddenly, the princess chimes in from the top of the cliff, threatening to wipe out every single member of the Jin families. She's going full tyrant mode, ordering her men to capture the elders at the mansion immediately. E's loyal men step up, refusing to let the guards pass. But the princess just sneers down at them, calling them worthless pawns without their master. E looks like he's finally reached his absolute breaking point. The princess doesn't care, she's ready to burn both families to the ground to get what she wants. How despicable, mutters, watching the woman's cold-blooded display. Lee is still running his mouth, thinking he's won the mental game. But E slowly stands up and the entire vibe of the cave shifts instantly. He grabs Lee by the collar like a sack of potatoes. Can only watch in shock as E prepares to make a desperate move. In one smooth motion, he leaps out of the pit, dragging the villainous Lee with him. He lands right in front of the princess and her guards. He tosses Lee at her feet like he's taking out the trash, prompting her to scream for her. Then E asks the ultimate heartbreaking question, if I die, will you leave the families alone? Is absolutely terrified, begging him not to throw his life away. She desperately tries to call out for her system, but of course, the stupid thing is offline right when she needs it most. The villains see a golden opportunity and take it, agreeing that one life for two families is a great deal. E's followers are devastated, begging their master to reconsider this suicide mission. E walks slowly to the edge of the cliff, convinced that the world will finally be at peace if he's gone. Everyone watches in horror, tears streaming down their faces as the reality sets. He looks back at one last time with a look of pure sorrow. Take care of yourself, he whispers. She screams, reaching out as if she could stop time itself. But he just smiles peacefully and lets himself fall backward into the abyss. The thick mist swallows him whole in an instant, leaving our poor heroine screaming his name into the void as her world shatters. The air is thick with desperation as a lone figure screams out for E, watching the birds scatter across the desolate peaks. But while some are mourning, others are celebrating. This absolute snake of a woman cackles at the top of her lungs, shouting, finally, Lee is dead. Little does she know our girl is watching from the shadows, her eyes burning with a golden rage as she prepares to strike. She draws her blade, ready to end this once and for all, but her floating fox system suddenly manifests to block her path. Don't go near her, the fox warns, explaining that the villainess still possesses a system shard that could fuse back into her body if they make contact. Is absolutely livid, her voice trembling as she demands, the moment I decide to take revenge, you finally appear, but it's to stop me. She's so done with these games that she stomps the ground with enough force to shatter the earth beneath her feet. With tears of pure fury in her eyes, she stares down her enemies. Don't come close, she screams, or I'll make sure we all die here together, I don't care. Seeing that she's reached her breaking point, the cowards hide behind their guards while Barks orders at her own men to grab the hostage from the storeroom and move out. She's a leader who actually cares, commanding her squad not to engage in combat because she wants to minimize their injuries. As her team carries out the unconscious survivors, It turns out Lee was one step ahead of everyone. He wasn't unfazed because he was brave, he was unfazed because he had already been switched out. His ally warns the enemies that they are still poisoned and better leave the and Jin families alone if they want the antidote. With the threat established, the entire army begins their retreat from the fortress. Once they reach the safety of the woods, needs a moment to breathe, telling her subordinates to head back without her. She strips off her ninja disguise, tossing the dark robes aside to reveal her true self. But the grief is too much to handle. System, come out, she roars into the empty forest. She's rightfully pissed, demanding to know why the fox went offline when she needed to exchange her merits for help. The fox tries to play it cool, explaining that if she had touched the villainess, the shard's power would have been lost, but isn't hearing it. She breaks down, sobbing that if the system hadn't abandoned her, he wouldn't have had to die. That's when the fox drops a bombshell. Don't worry, he's alive. His eyes widen in total shock as she gasps, really. The fox begins to glow with an intense, divine light, realizing that the secret can't be kept any longer. Perhaps it's time, the fox whispers, placing a paw on her forehead, for me to tell you the truth of this world. As the memories flood back, is overwhelmed by visions of the past. Her very soul being pulled into a vortex of butterflies and ancient magic as the real story finally begins to unfold. In the first timeline, things were beyond twisted. Our girl wasn't the sweetheart we know, she was a heartless monster who brought Lee home just to torture him. While her family was falling apart and her cousin was being sold to a brothel to pay off a gambling debt. Lee was plotting his bloody revenge. At just 12 years old, the boy finally snapped, tying up and stabbing her in cold blood. It's a literal bloodbath as the silhouette of the evil girl falls. He didn't stop there, he burned the entire estate to the ground, leaving everyone to ash except for the cousin who'd already been sold away. Our original meta-gruesome end, trapped in a vat while the flames consumed her. Lee was left alone, wandering the wilderness. Until he was snatched up by bandits. He didn't just survive, he thrived in the chaos, invading cities and stealing riches. It wasn't until he reached the capital that he discovered the truth. He had royal blood in his veins. He transformed into a terrifying powerhouse, his eyes glowing with a thirst for total control. Over the next decade, he climbed the social ladder using the Jin family's wealth, poisoning the entire imperial court with poppies to pave his way to the top. He became the emperor's right-hand man. But being treated as a bastard child wasn't enough for him, he wanted the throne for himself. On the day of his coronation, watched from the crowd, realizing the boy she once knew was gone. As emperor, Li's ambition turned into a nightmare as he used poppy-infused poison to bring the entire continent to its knees. The world spiraled into addiction and war, collapsing under the weight of his tyranny. As these memories shatter like glass, the system's voice echoes, now do you understand? The mascot explains that to save civilization from total disintegration, it had to find a way to rewrite history. Realizes the first attempt to fix things involved. But the mascot admits that giving her a second chance was a catastrophic error. In that second timeline, used her future knowledge to manipulate Lee from the start. She even helped him burn down her own family home out of pure spite. She became his ultimate weapon, predicting disasters and fortunes to secure his power. Eventually becoming his queen. But it was a loveless disaster. Lee was so traumatized by the original's abuse that he couldn't stand the prospect of physical touch. He locked his queen in the palace and waged endless wars to satisfy his dark urges. Once again, the world was left in ruins, filled with the cries of the suffering. After 2 failed timelines, the mascot knew it needed to find the most suitable person possible. It crossed time and space to find our in her original world, a modern, successful woman. Our girl is stunned, realizing that was supposed to be the true protagonist of this story. I'm more of a backup plan, aren't I? She demands, her voice trembling with the realization. And the mascot doesn't sugarcoat it, coldly stating, you are right, you are a backup plan. The little furball system drops a massive truth bomb, telling that she's actually the world's last hope. It shows her a vision of Prince Mew, locked in a deadly duel against his greatest enemy. In the original timeline, both of them ended up dead. Even though Mew sacrificed everything to take the villain down with him, it wasn't enough to change the world's miserable fate. Brother Mew cries out, her heart breaking as she watches the gruesome scene unfold. But the system remains cold, insisting that without her intervention, this entire world is doomed to perish. Our girl has finally had enough of the riddles and glares at the creature, demanding to know what it really is and what it wants from her. The little guy suddenly gets a major ego boost, puffing out its chest to declare, I am God. The system explains that it left a shard of divine energy in the human realm to be guarded by a secret clan, waiting for a child of luck to find it. If this chosen one manages to claim that power, they might actually have a chance at stopping the total destruction of their world. We then see a trail of fresh blood and heavy footprints leading away from a riverbank. A lone, mysterious figure stands under the starlight, looking like they've just crawled out of a war zone. Suddenly, a massive beam of light streaks across the sky, crashing down toward a hidden ritual platform. A group of white-haired mystics watches the phenomenon in absolute awe, shouting that the Emperor's star has finally fallen and the chosen one has arrived. The injured man watches the sky, unaware that a whole squad of robed figures is already marching through the forest to find him. This Destiny clan moves with terrifying precision, sensing that their long-awaited moment is finally. The man is in terrible shape, his dark robes soaked through with blood that stains the grass beneath him. He's panting heavily, barely able to keep his eyes open as his strength rapidly fades away. Just as he's about to hit the ground, the entire clan reaches him and drops to their knees in perfect unison. The Destiny clan welcomes the Emperor Star. They shout, treating this broken, bleeding man like he's a literal deity descended from the heavens. The Emperor has officially reached his limit and his body finally gives out. The clan members rush forward to catch him before he falls, lifting his limp body with the utmost reverence. They begin to carry him away into the depths of the forest, while the young girl at the front of the group looks on with a solemn expression. The mysterious procession disappears into the misty trees, and it's clear that the gears of fate have officially started turning in a brand new direction. Time passed slowly but surely. From the golden leaves of autumn to the biting chill of winter. The world continued to turn until the spring rain finally melted the snow. As the grass turned green again, the political landscape was shifting just as drastically. Heartbroken by the news of Li's death, his loyalists swear a blood oath of vengeance while kneeling before his portrait. Meanwhile, Princess finally met her end, succumbing to the very poison Li had prepared. With her death, the marriage union was annulled, and a disheartened Mew volunteered to lead the battles at the borders. Watching him right away, finally realized the truth. Li never planned to ruin the man's life, but instead ensured the princess would die before they could ever be wed. But the fallout didn't stop there. Without the poppy pills, high officials and the emperor himself began suffering from severe withdrawal, living every day in total agony. Qin is having the worst time of all, spending his days screaming in misery and pain. To make matters worse for the family, the poison has left him unable to father children, causing Li's status in the mansion to absolutely plummet. Duke Qin is now desperate. With one son dead and the other crippled, there is no one left to succeed his title. Suddenly, wild rumors begin to spread through the capital that has lived two lives and holds the secret to rebirth. The Duke realizes that if she can predict the future, she might be the only one who can save his son and the family bloodline. Not wanting any part of that mess, takes her family and flees the capital for Jin province the moment her imperial orders are finished. 2 years pass in the blink of an eye, and we find ourselves at the escorts in Jin province. His parents are worried sick, asking if she truly believes the person she's looking for is still alive after 2 years of silence. "I will find him," she says, her voice filled with an unshakable resolve. Our girl has grown up beautifully, looking every bit the elegant lady as she prepares to head out yet again. Her escort team is waiting for her, ready to follow her lead. "Where are we going this time, Lady R?" they ask. Closes her eyes, tapping into that mysterious intuition of hers. Her eyes snap open, glowing with intensity as she gives the order, Qing City. The guards are hesitant, noting that the outskirts are crawling with dangerous bandits. But they quickly remind themselves that Lady R's predictions are never wrong, so if she says it's time to go, they're moving. The caravan sets off on its journey, traveling through the winding mountain passes as the sun begins to set. However, the peaceful scenery is quickly replaced by a nightmare. The road is littered with the bodies of fallen men. Crows have already descended, feasting on the victims of a fresh massacre. Blood soaks the earth around a discarded carriage wheel. The smell of blood is so strong, one of the men exclaims as the caravan pulls up to the site of the slaughter. Crows circle over a landscape drenched in blood as the moon hangs cold in the sky. The silence of the night is broken only by the fluttering of wings over a decimated village. "Kneel," a voice barks, followed by the heavy thud of a boot hitting flesh. A terrified man trembles on the ground with a cold blade pressed against his throat, sobbing for mercy. But mercy isn't on the menu tonight. A mysterious hooded figure tilts his chin up, her voice a chilling whisper as she commands, "Look into my eyes and tell me everything." As she pulls back her hood, her eyes glow with an eerie golden light. Under the weight of her supernatural gaze, the man's will breaks instantly. He confesses that 2 months ago, they slaughtered a group of merchants, but an elder and a child managed to escape. He saw a specific motif on their robes and knows they fled toward Qing City. Satisfied, the woman stands tall, her white robes flowing in the wind. We finally found the person Master is looking for, she declares. The scene shifts to the bustling gates of Qing City, where life seems far more peaceful, at least on the surface. As a carriage rolls through the entrance, a commotion breaks out in the streets. A wealthy man is absolutely losing it, screaming, "How dare you steal from me, brat?" He's relentlessly pummeling a small child on the ground, swearing he'll beat the kid to death for his crimes. Inside the carriage, the attendant looks on with concern. "Lady R, should we help?" she asks, her hand reaching for her weapon. Our girl, ever the observant one, stays calm. "We don't know what truly happened," she says, keeping her eyes fixed on the scene. "Let's watch first." The beating continues as the man rains down blows, while the kid desperately covers his head to survive. Eventually, the man huffs, realizing he's making a scene over a few measly coins. "Stubborn brat, fine, it's just a few tails anyway." He spits, giving the kid one final nasty kick for good measure. He storms off, leaving the boy lying motionless in the dirt. But as soon as the bully is gone, the kid's eyes snap open. He spits something out of his mouth, and it's a solid gold ingot. Despite being covered in bruises and blood, a cheeky smirk spreads across his face as he grabs his prize. He scrambles to his feet and sprints toward the local physician hall, shouting for physician because he finally has the money. The old doctor is horrified by the state of the boy, but the kid just beams with pride. "I stole it from the bully," he chirps. He explains that the man's money was dirty anyway, so he took it to help the people who actually need it. The physician sighs, dragging the little punk inside to patch him up while grumbling about how ridiculous he is. From her carriage, watches the pair disappear into the clinic, realizing there's much more to this thief than meets the eye. Physician is trying to get his patient to take it easy, telling him not to drink his medicine too fast. He's sympathetic, noting how lucky the man and his nephew were to make it into the city considering those ferocious bandits roaming the outskirts. Just then, a bruised and battered youth bursts into the room, frantically asking if his uncle is all right. The old man is horrified, seeing the kid covered in scratches and dirt. He's practically vibrating with anxiety, wondering how on earth he's supposed to explain these injuries to the boy's late father. But our little tough guy just flexes, promising he's strong enough to work and pay for the medicine himself. It's honestly heartbreaking to see him trying so hard, and the old man can only pat his head in sorrow. Suddenly, the door opens and in walks our girl, looking like an absolute goddess of mercy. She wastes no time and hands the physician an envelope, explaining she wants to donate some funds so the hall can purchase much-needed medicinal ingredients. The physician nearly has a heart attack when he sees the amount, 3,000 taels. He tries to decline, saying it's way too much, but isn't taking no for an answer. "Please take it," she says, "if not for yourself, then for the people of Qing City." We love a generous queen who knows how to make an entrance. Then turns her attention to the injured boy, mentioning she heard he was looking for work and needs a guide. She offers him the job with a smile that could melt ice, and honestly, who could say no to that face? Later that evening, the boy is packing his meager belongings. His uncle encourages him, saying that Lady is clearly kind and it's much safer to travel with her during all this chaos. But when the old man slips up and calls him young master, the mood shifts instantly. The boy's expression goes dark as he grits his teeth. "Do not call me that again," he snaps. "My father is dead and I am merely a commoner." The old servant drops to his knees, pleading with him to remember that he is the last of their bloodline and they must reclaim everything they lost. But the boy has had enough. He screams that staying alive is difficult enough without worrying about reclaiming a lost legacy. He argues that as commoners, they don't have to worry about disasters or people scheming against them. He stares down at a mysterious wooden box in his hands. He questions if standing at the top of the world and looking down on others is really so important. He's so frustrated he's ready to toss the box, shouting that so many have died just to protect it, but the servant begs him to calm down, insisting it's the last tie to his true identity. After a moment of heavy silence, he decides to tuck the secret away and hide the box for now. Looking out at the night sky, he whispers a final prayer, asking his father to watch over them from the heavens. The old woman is touched that spent months scouring every village for her medicine despite his young age. He's such a sweet kid, insisting that taking care of his family is just what a nephew is supposed to do. Our girl is listening in, noting that despite the heavy bandit infestation in Qing City, this little guy stayed incredibly brave. Mentions that while most bandits are gone, the Tiger Fortress is still lurking, but he's hopeful their suffering is finally coming to an end. As he clenches his fist, can see the weight he's been carrying on his small shoulders. Her heart just aches for him, she can only imagine how much he's had to endure. Trying to lighten the mood, the boy asks where she wants to go first. Looks out the window, her gaze turning serious as she surveys the land. How about the furthest in village here? She suggests, ready to make a real difference. Fast forward to that night and someone is pounding aggressively on a door. An old man rushes to see who it is, only to find a cold, white-haired woman and a squad of intimidating guards. He tries to tell them they're closed for the night, but she's not taking no for an answer. Where is, she demands, her voice full of authority. And check out those eyes, she's literally using some kind of hypnotic infinity glare on the poor man. Under her supernatural spell, the man spills everything, left with to help some disaster-stricken villagers. As soon as she turns to leave, the poor guy's legs give out from the sheer mental pressure. He realizes she messed with his mind and can only pray that stays safe from whatever these people are planning. The next day, the village is buzzing as gongs ring out to gather the crowd. Is out here doing the absolute most, handing out free porridge to everyone in sight. The villagers can't believe their luck, the rumors of the kind lady were true, and they're finally being saved from the famine. We're talking rice, meat, and even full-on livestock for their future farming needs. And his aunt are basically in shock, realizing they've landed the world's wealthiest and most generous employer. But of course, in this world, no good deed goes unpunished. A group of thugs suddenly crashes the party, led by a guy with a massive sword and a classic villain eye patch. You came here to give out money and food, right? Hand it over, he barks. Oh boy, these guys really picked the wrong lady to mess with. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife as the thugs begin to stagger back. Behind the scenes, San and his white-haired companion are practically vibrating with excitement. San looks like someone's finally causing trouble, the white-haired warrior smirks, but their hopes of a brawl are immediately dashed when our girl steps in to block them. The two elite fighters are instantly reduced to a pair of pouting, sobbing because won't let them have any fun. I'm so bored, let me fight, they wail. But has a much more calculated plan in mind. The lead thug, looking like he just stepped off a low-budget pirate set, brandishes his club and demands their supplies. Instead of trembling, calmly gestures toward the livestock. Go ahead, take as much as you can, she says with a chillingly polite smile. The eye patch boss is actually stunned. Oh, really? He stammers, suddenly worried that he's walking straight into a deadly trap. Ignores the thugs and turns her attention to the cowering villagers. She makes it crystal clear. There is only so much food. If they take them all, then there won't be anything left for you. She stares them down with those piercing golden eyes, dropping some harsh truth bombs. You cannot rely on others to help you all the time, she warns. Think carefully. The villagers are paralyzed with fear, whispering about revenge and the thugs' history of bullying. Seeing their hesitation, the thugs start loading up the sacks, laughing at how smart is for surrendering so easily. That's when the breaking point finally hits. A young man named Snaps, his face contorted with rage as he raises a staff. P, put it down, I said put it down, he roars, charging at the thieves. The eye patch boss is caught off guard for a split second, while an old man screams out in terror. But the courage of youth isn't enough to bridge the power gap, and the boss lands a brutal punch right to the kid's jaw. Those are our crops, cries out through the pain. The thugs immediately swarm him, sneering, brat, do you want to die? The old man rushes in, trying to shield the boy and begging him to run. But the thugs have no mercy for the elderly, heartlessly kicking the poor man to the dirt. They begin to stomp on, mocking him for being the only one with the spine to stand up for a village that's just watching him get beaten. The villagers watch in horror, realizing that the boy is actually going to die right in front of them. As the thugs pin him to the ground, the boss draws a massive, jagged blade. I'm going to kill you, what would that say about my reputation, huh? He snarls. Battered and bloodied, uses his last bit of strength to scream at his neighbors. If you cannot even protect your own things, how can you expect others to save you? A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the crowd. The boss just laughs, telling the kid not to waste his breath, as he raises his weapon high for the finishing blow. But suddenly, PAK. A rock flies out of nowhere and strikes the boss right in the head. Who did that? He screams, clutching his face in a blind rage. Suddenly, a literal rain of stones begins to pelt the thugs, sending them into a panicked, fight frenzy. The villagers have finally had enough. They stand together, eyes glowing with a murderous intent, brandishing pitchforks and scythes. The thugs realize the tide has turned, and their boss looks like he's about to wet himself. Run, wait for me, they scream, hauling tail out of the village as fast as their legs can carry them. The villagers crowd around, their eyes filled with newfound respect. You've helped us rediscover our courage, they cheer, thanking the young boy for standing up when no one else would. Our girl watches from the sidelines with a satisfied smirk, clearly proud of her little. Tries to play it cool, laughing off the praise while scratching his head, but he's definitely feeling the. However, the mood shifts when an elder approaches him with a heavy gaze. Young master, did you realize you exude the aura of a natural leader? He claims. Freezes, his eyes widening in total shock. The elder doesn't stop there, doubling down on the drama. You have the benevolence of a ruler, it is your destiny to rule over the world. Enough, barks, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden weight of a prophecy he never asked for. He storms off to sit by a tree, but is right there to comfort him with a gentle hand on his head. You did well today, she whispers before dropping a cryptic bombshell. Her voice turns icy as she gives him a direct order. Tell the villagers to evacuate their huts tomorrow night. She tells him to make sure everyone gathers in an opening with all their food and valuables. Is understandably confused. Why, he asks, his voice trembling. Looks back at him with a gaze that could pierce through stone. To stay alive, she says simply. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Qing City where the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. People are whispering about a midnight feast lured by the promise of wheat. The younger villagers are just excited about the food, joking that they'd wait all night if it meant a full belly. Meanwhile, Lanmao is working overtime to ensure the plan goes off without a hitch. Make sure everyone is outdoors during midnight, he thinks, remembering strict instructions. He doesn't fully understand the logic, but he's a loyal soldier. If that is what you wish, I'll have it done, Lady R, he vows. But things get weird when he hears that another group of mysterious people in long robes is giving the exact same orders. He wonders if he's working with them, but he has no idea how deep this rabbit hole goes. On the other end of the city, the true scale of the operation is revealed. Looking absolutely ethereal, asks if everything is prepared. Her subordinate confirms that the Nether Army is ready to forcefully remove anyone who refuses to leave their home. They've even stationed a team of physicians to handle the inevitable casualties. Our heroine stares out into the distance, her heart hardened for the coming storm. We must do our best to keep as many of them safe, she says. Not out of pure mercy, though, she knows the truth of the game they're playing. To her and her master, these people aren't just peasants, they are the most important assets for ruling the world. The moment has finally arrived and the stakes couldn't be higher. Our girl takes her position, centering her energy as the atmosphere turns heavy with anticipation. This isn't just a simple prayer. It's a massive magical formation, crackling with power as 5 figures in white robes channel their energy into the earth. Nearby, the team is on high alert, watching a swarm of rats scurry past. It's almost time. Lady R told us to be extra careful, they whisper, knowing the next few seconds will change everything. Suddenly, eyes snap open, glowing with a divine light. Now, she commands, and the world begins to scream. The ground beneath the unsuspecting guards begins to spiderweb and crack, the sheer force of the tremor sending them stumbling. The earth dragon is moving, watch out, they scream as the forest floor literally rips apart. It's absolute chaos as trees topple and the earth heaves like a living beast. Hold on tight, don't let go, the men shout, desperately clinging to ropes and each other to avoid being swallowed by the yawning chasms. Massive boulders tumble down the slopes, sealing off paths and reshaping the landscape in an instant. Back in the city, the panic is even worse. Citizens pour into the streets, screaming that the earth dragon has woken up. Debris rains down from the rooftops, narrowly missing those fleeing for their lives. Amidst the literal world-ending vibes, stands calm at the center of a protective barrier shielding her people from the destruction. Do not worry, we will be all right, she reassures them, her voice a steady anchor in the storm. Finally, the violent shaking begins to subside. The dust starts to settle, leaving the survivors gasping for air in a transformed world. As they realize they've survived the impossible, they turn to their savior with tears in their eyes. We're alive, thank goodness for Lady, they cry out, praising her name to the heavens. Our girl looks on, a mix of relief and worry on her face. Let's hope Lan Mao and San managed to lead most of Qing City's people to safety, she thinks, knowing the physical quake was only the beginning of the trouble. The city is a wreck, with debris scattered across the cobblestones and people wandering in a daze. But instead of finding help, the survivors are met with a different kind of disaster. A man tries to dig through the ruins of his home, crying out, "My money, my food, I must get them back." That's when the local authorities arrive, but they aren't here to pass out blankets. Young Master He, the magistrate's spoiled son, struts onto the scene with his guards like he owns the place. The desperate citizens beg him for help, but the trash bag just smirks. Get him, he orders his men. Instead of helping the wounded, the guards start snatching bags of food and coins right out of the hands of the survivors. Young Master He holds up a stolen pouch, laughing in their faces. I'm going to be rich, my father rules this city and the emperor is too far away to help you. One brave man finally snaps, pointing a finger at the tyrant. You already make us pay high taxes and now you're stealing our food? You're the true bandits of Qing City. The young master's face twists in rage. FB starred, do you know who rules Qing City? He screams, looming over the man with a heavy staff. He raises the weapon high, his eyes bloodshot with malice. Keep yapping and I'll beat you to death. The poor man can only shield his face, crying out for a help that seems like it's never coming. But karma just arrived and it brought a very sharp blade. A spray of blood paints the air. And suddenly, a terrifying figure in red with a demonic mask appears behind the young master. Before the brat can even realize his life is over, he's face down in the dirt. His reign of terror ended in a single stroke. The guards stand frozen, their hearts dropping into their stomachs as they stare at the masked warrior. The man in red points his sword at the remaining trash, his voice cold enough to freeze the sun. I want them. Dead? Oh. The local authorities are shaking in their boots, screaming about their magistrate connections, but our masked man isn't having it. He decides right then and there that the imperial court is too corrupt to exist, and it's time for a total overthrow. Panic erupts as the guards realize these aren't just random thugs, it's a full-blown rebellion. Save the citizens, the rebels cry, surging forward and slicing through the corruption with zero hesitation. The leader of the charge keeps the momentum going, shouting orders to secure the air. The people of Qing City are finally breathing a sigh of relief, realizing they don't have to suffer under a tyrant's thumb anymore. Your suffering ends today, the leader declares, brandishing his sword like a true hero. He rallies the crowd, shouting that they've come to rescue the entire city. He's even got a plan for the aftermath, directing the injured to seek out the physicians in white robes for food and shelter, while the rest of the men charge the local authorities. The streets are filled with cheers as the people hail them as their long-awaited saviors. As the citizens offer their heartfelt thanks, our masked antihero watches the scene unfold. He looks genuinely pleased with the chaos he's sparked. That's when the saintess floats in, practically worshipping the ground he walks on as she whispers, "Master, may this world be as you desire." He gives her a small scrap of praise, and she looks like she's just won the lottery. She gets a little too bold, though, reaching out and begging for more praise and a glimpse of the face behind the mask. He's immediately annoyed, letting out a sharp. Before she can blink, his hand is a blur as he grabs her. He lifts her right off the ground by her neck, his voice dripping with ice as he growls, "I thought I made it clear not to touch my mask." Most people would be terrified, but this girl is on another level of obsessed. She's actually blushing and thrilled that he's finally touching her. He tosses her to the ground like trash, telling her to go do her part. She just coughs and smiles, completely unfazed by the near-death experience. A subordinate arrives with news, informing her that they've finally tracked down their target in clearing Cloud's village. The saintess gets a creepy glint in her eyes, thinking about how happy her master will be once they finish the job. We shift to the peaceful clearing Cloud's village. But the peace doesn't last long as a powerful search spell begins to sweep through. Someone is activating their spiritual awareness, searching the area with terrifying speed. It doesn't take long for the spell to lock onto a target. And right there, caught in the spiritual radar, is the saintess, looking like the ultimate villain with a smile that screams nothing but trouble. A group of high-level pursuers led by a mysterious girl in white is closing in fast. She's relentless, shouting for her men to move quickly because their target, and a precious clan relic, is right within reach. Back at the camp, our girl feels a chill down her spine as she senses a murderous aura that feels way too much like the system. She realizes she's stumbled into something massive, likely involving a shard of the system itself protected by a mysterious clan. Without wasting a second, she barks orders at the escorts to pack up because they need to move now. Uncle and Aunt are caught off guard, but doesn't have time to explain the complex politics of divine clans. "Follow me," she yells, leading the group into the dark woods to make their escape. She's sweating, knowing she could easily outrun them alone, but she can't just leave her friends behind to face the music. Suddenly, the saintess appears out of thin air, blocking their path. She's got backup, and she isn't here to make friends, coldly ordering everyone to stay exactly where they are. Steps up, shielding her people, and demands, "W, who are you?" The two girls lock eyes, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a spirit blade. Both of them are sizing each other up, sensing a power that tells them this isn't going to be a simple skirmish. It's a literal face-off, and both are thinking the exact same thing: she won't be an easy opponent. The saintess decides to cut the small talk and focus on her master's mission. She points a finger directly at Poor and says, "You, follow us and we promise not to hurt anyone here." Is livid, checking with to see if he even knows this crazy lady, but he's just as confused as we are. Our girl isn't about to let some self-proclaimed saintess bully her crew. "He has to follow you when he doesn't even know who you are, just because you have power," she snaps. But the saintess doesn't care about logic. She makes it clear that this is an order and negotiations are off the table. The escorts are ready to throw down, refusing to be treated like pushovers. However, sees the grim truth: these enemies are elite and her men are going to get slaughtered if a fight breaks out. Sees the fear in her eyes and realizes that people are going to die just because of him. Making a heartbreaking decision, steps forward and says, "I'll follow you." He tells a devastated uncle and that this is the only way to keep everyone else safe. He starts to walk toward the enemy, leaving and the rest behind in the dust. But Uncle An isn't letting his boy go without a fight, drawing his blade and screaming, "Over my dead body." A sudden smack to the back of the neck shuts Uncle An up before he can do anything reckless. He hits the dirt hard, leaving our girl to stand her ground as the dust settles. The mysterious white-haired woman watches the scene with total boredom, whilst companion breathes a sigh of relief, crying out, "Lady R, thank you for saving Uncle N." Gives a solemn nod, her golden eyes fixed on the retreating enemy with an intensity that says this is far from over. She isn't letting this go, you can see the silent fury radiating off her. "We'll meet again," the antagonist's voice echoes through the trees as her troop vanishes into the shadows. But our girl has priorities, immediately ordering her people to get the injured back to Cloud's village for repairs and medical treatment. "I will return soon," she promises, and you know she's already cooking up a plan. Under the cold glow of the moon, and with the crows acting as silent witnesses, the villains retreat deep into the forest, staying wary of any pursuers. The white-haired woman approaches her prize, pulling back his collar to confirm his identity. "It really is you," she purrs, "also known as Lee, your father." A vision of the crown prince flashes through the air, and Poor looks like he's seen a ghost, realizing his royal secret is officially out. The villainess lets out a chilling laugh, mocking the idea that he'd ever return to the capital as emperor. She grabs his chin, forcing him to look at her as she demands, "Tell me, where did you put the imperial jade seal and the past emperor's will?" To make sure he talks, she activates her hypnotic powers, her eyes swirling with a terrifying, infinite golden light. Under the supernatural pressure, his mind begins to fracture as he stammers, "It's in." Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rips through the tree line, cutting him off just in time. The white-haired lady is caught completely off guard, her head snapping toward the rising pillar of fire. "Someone's here, go take a look," she barks at her guards, her composure momentarily shattered. They scramble toward the source of the blast, only to find a massive, empty crater smoking in the middle of the clearing. She stares at the hole in the ground, her mind racing as she realizes there's absolutely no one there. Her eyes widen in pure shock as the pieces click together. "It was a distraction," she screams, turning on her heel and rushing back to the prisoner before our girl can finish the heist. Just when things couldn't get more chaotic, a sharp strike to the neck sends the man straight to dreamland. Our girl stands over him as he faints, finally silencing the noise. The mysterious white-haired woman looks on with pure disgust, muttering, "How boring." While is relieved, thanking for saving Uncle N, our heroine simply nods, her eyes burning with a silent intensity. She looks absolutely done with these games. The white-haired woman decides to retreat for now, leaving with an ominous promise, "We'll meet again." Doesn't skip a beat, commanding her subordinates to bring the injured back to Cloud's village for immediate treatment. "I will return soon," she vows, her resolve unshakable. As crows take flight over the darkening mountains, a sense of dread settles over the forest. Deep in the woods, the villainess has right where she wants her. She leans in close, a wicked smirk on her face as she reveals the truth. "It really is you," she says, exposing as the daughter of Crown Prince. The poor girl is bound and trembling, her secret finally dragged into the light. The woman mocks her name, laughing at the idea that this girl would ever return to the capital to claim the throne. The interrogation turns physical as the woman grabs chin, demanding the location of the imperial jade seal and the past emperor's will. She activates a terrifying hypnotic power, her eyes glowing as she forces into a trance. It's working as resistance crumbles as she begins to whisper, "It's in." Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the trees. The villainess is snapped out of her focus, looking toward the rising smoke in shock. "Someone's here, go take a look," she barks at her guards. As fire and debris rain down in the distance, they arrive at the site only to find a massive, empty crater. The woman stares at the void, the gears in her head finally turning. "It was a distraction," she screams, turning on her heel and rushing back before she loses her prize for good. The bandits hear a suspicious noise and immediately suspect spies are lurking in the shadows. Our heroine and her young companion are cornered, with danger closing in from every side. A bandit leader named the Fourth spots them, but luckily he just thinks they're helpless civilians. He demands to know who they are and if they're connected to the mysterious men in black who have been terrorizing the area. Our girl puts on her best damsel in distress act, claiming they were just passing by when they were robbed by those very same men. She offers up a gold nugget, begging for their safety. Naturally, the greedy pig's eyes turn to stars as he snatches it up instantly. His lackeys are terrified of the men in black who have been wiping out every bandit group in the city, but is too distracted by the loot to listen. He hides the gold away. and orders the girls to be tied up so they can be presented to his big brother. They're marched through the fortress under heavy guard and brought straight to the main hall. Meet the leader of Tiger Fortress, who looks like he's had a few too many drinks. Instead of a warm welcome, gives a massive slap across the face. He knew exactly where that gold nugget was hidden and reaches right into the fat guy's clothes to take it. He reminds the group that everything collected must be offered to him. That's the rule of Tiger Fortress. Is fuming, swearing he'll make his boss pay for this humiliation one day. While the other bandits just laugh at his greed. Finally turns his attention to our heroine. What a pretty lady, he sneers, looking her up and down with a creepy grin. But our girl's companion isn't having it and delivers a swift kick, screaming pervert. The leader's face darkens instantly as he grabs the kid. Do you want to die, brat? He growls. Our heroine quickly steps in with some heavy flattery, calling him a mighty man who surely wouldn't lower himself to argue with a mere child. It works, he likes the ego boost and orders them to be untied. As the ropes are cut, he takes a long, hard look at her. I've decided, he announces with a laugh. The bandits immediately start cheering and offering their congratulations, while the young girl breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing exactly what he has in mind. Leans in close with his blade, asking if there's anything else she wants. Our girl doesn't even flinch, casually pushing the sword away with a smirk. While she's clearly got a plan, her companion is absolutely frantic, terrified of what's coming next. The bandit leader is absolutely floored that she's actually playing ball. His lackeys are even more delusional, cheering that she must have fallen for his handsomeness. Yeah, sure guys, and I'm the next emperor. Despite the ego boost, the leader is still suspicious, warning her that if this is a trick, he'll slaughter her entire family. But our girl doesn't even flinch. She plays him like a fine-tuned instrument, telling him she trusts he's a man of manners who wouldn't dream of taking a lady by force. Propose to me accordingly and I will marry you, she declares with the poise of a queen. The leader is actually charmed by her audacity, laughing that he's usually the one making the rules. He immediately orders his men to prepare a room for his future bride. Once she's tucked away behind guarded doors, her companion anxiously asks if she's serious about the marriage, just scoffs, of course not. She's just buying time. Her real plan? Use these greedy bandits as a meat shield against the mysterious men in black. She knows a bandit's greed has no ceiling, and that gold nugget she flashed earlier was the perfect bait to send them charging into a war they can't win. As they wait, her companion pulls out a small wooden box, looking incredibly serious. This is something very dangerous. I want you to hold on to it for me, she whispers. His eyes widen as she remembers the rumors of the deposed crown prince and the missing imperial jade seal. Realizing the weight of what she's holding, she accepts the box and expertly tucks it away into her spatial storage. Now with the prize secured, all that's left is to sit back and watch the fireworks. A few days later, the trap is finally sprung. Blinded by visions of gold, the bandits come sprinting through the woods like they've already won the lottery. A mountain of gold is waiting for us, their leader screams, waving his blade. They charge into the encampment with zero hesitation. One particularly cowardly bandit even plans to hide in the back while his brothers do the dirty work. At first, it looks like a total success as the men in black seem to panic and flee. The bandits start gloating, thinking they've successfully ambushed a weak settlement. But just as one bandit goes in for a kill, he's suddenly struck down. The smug smiles vanish instantly as a massive, disciplined army of black-clad warriors appears from the shadows. We're screwed, the bandits stammer, realizing they didn't stumble into a treasure hoard. They've been led straight into a death trap, completely surrounded by the very people they were trying to rob. The greedy bandit is literally shaking in his boots as he drops to his knees, begging for his life while clutching a fresh wound. Please have mercy, he wails, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. The master's protector isn't having any of it, delivering a swift kick that sends the man flying. Get lost, get your dirty claws off my master, she snaps, her patience clearly thinner than a silk thread. You can see the pure, unadulterated power in her eyes as she glares him down. Suddenly, a massive bag of gold is tossed onto the ground, sparking with enough wealth to make any commoner's heart skip a beat. The bandit's eyes literally turn into gold ingots, talk about being blinded by greed. But the honeymoon phase is short-lived when a cold blade is pressed right against his throat. The masked master towers over him, his voice a chilling whisper, "Gold or your life." My life, please don't kill me, good sir," the coward cries, kowtowing like his life depends on it because it does. Deep down, though, this snake is already plotting. I want both, he thinks, his inner fuming with rage. The master makes him an offer he can't refuse. Lead them to the Tiger Fortress and the gold is his. He agrees instantly, clutching the treasure like it's his firstborn child. Leave it to me, he cheers, already dreaming of his next betrayal. Back at the fortress, the guards spot a group approaching through the trees. It's the fourth, returning like a conquering hero with a line of prisoners and a massive haul of gold in tow. Big brother, these are for you, he shouts, presenting the treasure to the massive bandit leader. He even offers up the master's men as fugitive servants, acting like the most loyal subordinate in history. The leader is thrilled, pulling into an affectionate embrace. Well done, brother, he roars. But the boss didn't get to the top by being stupid. He knows is a cowardly, greedy rat and wonders why he'd ever share this much wealth. He eventually shrugs it off, figuring the little guy is too pathetic to actually pull off a real trick. Meanwhile, is smirking internally, planning to take it all back once the dust settles. Watching this display of brotherly love from the shadows, our girl is sweating bullets. She looks at the chaos unfolding and can't help but worry. I have a bad feeling about this, she mutters, and honestly, we do too. The air is thick with double happiness decorations, but inside there's nothing but pure panic. Our guy is pacing back and forth like his life depends on it, because honestly it does. He's ready to bolt but grabs his wrist, keeping him grounded. Don't forget the plan, she whispers, reminding him they've already drugged the water and just need to wait for everyone to pass out. Outside, the shadows are moving and the pressure is on to get the wine flowing. But these guys aren't just drinking, they're practically inhaling the booze like a school of thirsty fish. They're laughing and celebrating the big day while our team watches, hoping the poison kicks in before things get real. It's a total mess as they splash wine everywhere, oblivious to the fact that their drinks are spiked. The groom is loving every second of it, cheering for another bowl as the chaos continues. One of the big guys stands up, announcing he's got a special wedding gift for the brother. He presents a line of fugitives who are meant to be new servants, and the groom couldn't be happier. He's laughing like a maniac, thinking he's hit the jackpot. Then, the moment of truth arrives as the announcer shouts for the bride to be brought forward. Steps into the room, looking absolutely stunning in her red wedding silks. The crowd is speechless, completely mesmerized by how pretty our girl looks. Even the groom is so dazed, he's literally drooling at the sight of her. As the groom walks over, the guy in blue starts sweating bullets. Why are these guys still standing? The drug should have knocked them out ages ago. The groom reaches out a hand, his eyes fixed on. He's inches away from lifting that veil. But just as he's about to touch her, a mysterious white-haired warrior crashes through the window like a total boss. With one swift motion, he slashes right through the groom, sending blood flying. And her companion are frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. The rest of the gang realizes their boss has been ambushed and starts screaming in a panic. But the white-haired stranger stands tall, his sword dripping with blood as the groom falls. Our girl can only stare, her heart racing as her wedding day turns into a literal bloodbath. The guards draw their weapons, ready to paint the room red as the infiltration reaches its boiling point. They lunge forward with lethal intent, blades gleaming in the dim light of the hall. Total chaos erupts as a man is skewered, screaming in his final moments that the fourth has betrayed them all to the outsiders. That greedy traitor just laughs, shouting that it's every man for himself now. He's been promised the entire Tiger Fortress as a reward for his treachery, and he's already tasting the power. But his celebration is cut short when a lethal slash tears right through him, proving there's no honor among thieves. The fortress leader is barely holding on, his chest covered in blood as he realizes he was played from the very start. I won't go down that easily, he growls, eyes burning with a desperate, dying light. He swings his massive cleaver in a final, frantic attempt to take his enemies to the grave with him. But his heavy blade is stopped by a cold metallic clang that echoes through the room. The silver-haired master stands there, looking absolutely demonic behind that bone-white mask. His voice is a low, deadly crawl as he asks, "Which hand did you touch her veil with?" The leader can only stutter out a confused "what?" before he realizes he's already dead. In a single blinding flash, the master's blade slices through the air with surgical precision. The leader's arm is severed instantly, and he collapses to his knees, the life draining out of him. The master's eyes are filled with a murderous, possessive rage, warning everyone to keep their eyes off what belongs to him. Our poor can only watch in horror from the sidelines, screaming for him to stop this butcher shop. The leader hits the floor with a heavy thud, dead as a doornail. The traitoress thinks this is his big moment to take over, but the master is done playing games. "Silence," he commands, his aura alone enough to freeze the blood in everyone's veins. Is genuinely confused, asking his master why he's being treated like an enemy. "You are but a pest," the master scoffs, looking down at him with pure disgust. "What use are you to me?" Just like that, the traitor is tossed aside like trash, joining the leader on the floor. The remaining bandits are shaking in their boots, realizing they are trapped in a room with a monster. The master looms over the pile of bodies, offering a simple, chilling choice to the survivors. Surrender and I will let you live, he declares, his voice dripping with ice. Continue to fight and all you get is death. They don't need to be told twice. Realizing their leaders are nothing but meat, the entire fortress drops their weapons and falls to their knees. They press their heads to the floor, begging for a mercy that this masked devil rarely shows. The masked intruder stalks toward, his presence filling the room with a suffocating pressure. Our girl stands frozen in her wedding finery, her heart hammering against her ribs as she stares at the monster before her. He doesn't even flinch as he walks across the blood-stained floor, his eyes locked onto her. Before she can even think of an escape plan, he lunges forward and pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. Go away, she cries out, frantically trying to push him off, but it's useless. The man is a literal mountain. He reaches out a gloved hand, his movements slow and deliberate as he nears her face. Is trembling like a leaf, tears beginning to blur her vision as he grips the edges of her wedding veil. Only I get to remove your veil, understood? He demands with terrifying possessiveness. He declares that anyone else who dares to look at her must die, before asking where she has been hiding for the past few years. Finally, he pulls the mask away and world stands still, it's Lee. Instead of a sweet reunion, our girl immediately starts throwing punches at his chest. You were alive and you didn't think to tell me? She screams, her anger finally exploding through her tears. Lee doesn't fight back, simply pulling her closer and whispering, I am sorry, into her hair. He begs for her forgiveness, promising that he will never let anything hurt her. Once the initial shock wears off, pulls back, demanding to know where he's been for 2 years and who the mysterious men in black are. Lee looks pained, explaining that he desperately wanted to contact her but was physically unable to. It turns out that after his fall from the cliff, he was brought to Carefree Valley, where he spent a full year unconscious on a cooling jade bed. He survived on legendary medicinal concoctions, healing his shattered body until he became even stronger than before the accident. But the recovery had a dark side. He suffered from violent episodes where he would completely lose his mind. If not for the amulet you got me, I might not have regained consciousness, he admits, crediting her gift for saving his soul. The people of the valley saw him as a destined lord sent to lead them and bring order to the world. Using an ability inherited from his mother to sense gold mines, he amassed a fortune and raised a terrifying force known as the Nether Army. Looking out over his elite soldiers, he makes one thing clear: Lee has officially returned from hell and he's ready for war. He looks like he's seen a ghost as he whispers her name, his heart clearly in his throat. He doesn't waste another second, pulling our girl into a crushing embrace as if he's afraid she'll vanish if he lets go. But isn't just here for a reunion, she's got a deal to make. I know why you're here, she says, offering him the previous emperor's decree and the imperial jade seal. All she asks is that he lets go, promising the boy has no interest in the throne. E's eyes widen in shock. That boy is Crown Prince Lost son? He asks, the political implications hitting him like a freight train. While a nervous little witness watches from behind a pillar. Reaches into her sleeve and pulls out the wooden box containing the keys to the kingdom. She looks him dead in the eye, pleading with him to show mercy to the innocent and hold on to whatever humanity he has left. E takes the box, his expression unreadable as he tucks it away. He leans in close, giving her a tender promise. All right, R, I promise, he murmurs, before explaining he still has a fortress to claim and a few more heads to crack. He tells her to stay put and wait for him, and our girl flashes him a sweet smile, promising she isn't going anywhere. But as soon as he leaves, the mood shifts, sassy little fox system pops out, and she isn't feeling nearly as confident as she acted. She's noticed that E has become terrifyingly bloodthirsty lately, and she suspects the Destiny clan has a much darker agenda than just saving the world. She demands answers from her furry companion. The system explains that the Destiny clan is made of people with spiritual bodies meant to uphold the world's balance. They feed off the Emperor's fortune and merit, which gives them power no ordinary human could ever dream of wielding. Normally, these guys are locked away in Carefree Valley, only allowed out when the world descends into total chaos. But even the system admits things are getting weird. Lee's aggression is spiraling out of control, and that saintess she met earlier, definitely bad vibes. The fox warns her that E's hostility is peaking. He's only acting like a harmless puppy because she's around. Sighs, knowing she's the only thing standing between him and a total massacre. Suddenly, the doors burst open. A blindfolded woman slams her hand against the frame in a rage. What have you and Master done? She screeches, looking like she's ready to commit a crime. But if she thought was going to cower, she's got another thing coming. Our girl starts glowing with a massive surge of blue spiritual energy. She stares her challenger down, looking absolutely iconic as her power flares to life. The white-haired girl lunges forward with a lethal strike, but isn't some damsel in distress. She dodges the blade with effortless grace. With a swift, calculated movement, she disarms the attacker, sending the dagger spinning into the air. The girl clutches her wrist in pure shock, realizing she's completely outmatched by our girl's reflexes. Doesn't just let the weapons fall, she catches the daggers midair like a total boss, showing off her superior skills. Before the girl can even blink, teleports behind her with terrifying speed. She presses the cold steel right against the girl's throat, completely flipping the script. "Don't move," the blade seems to whisper as it presses firmly into her skin. The girl is absolutely fuming, screaming, "First you stole our relic, now you want to take my master too." Just gives her a "are you for real" look and shoves her away like she's yesterday's news. The girl stands there trembling and humiliated, unable to process how she lost so quickly. Our girl decides it's time for a little reality check. Spiritual items choose their masters. If the relic chose me, maybe I should be the saintess instead. "No, that's impossible," the girl shrieks, her entire worldview crumbling. Isn't done yet, daring the girl to try and kill her just to see how much master would make her regret it. The girl is absolutely seething with rage and desperation. "Who are you? Why are you acting so intimately with master?" she demands to know. Tosses the dagger aside like it's literal trash and drops the ultimate mic drop. "I am Lise, what's it to you?" The girl's brain practically short-circuits at the word. "I don't believe you," she screams, losing her mind and ready to throw hands again. But before the drama can escalate further, a massive sword descends from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. It slams into the floor, creating a barrier that stops the fight dead in its tracks. Looks over, sensing a powerful presence approaching. While the other girl looks like she's seen a ghost. Master Lee finally makes his grand entrance, backed by his entire squad and looking like he's ready to end someone's career. Master," the girl stammers, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. But instead of comfort, she gets a harsh, physical rebuke as he strikes her away for her insolence. The onlookers are stunned by the coldness of the master's reaction. Yet in her completely delusional mind, the girl just touches her cheek, whispering, "Master, touch me again." Talk about a toxic obsession. "Master, how could you hit our saintess?" The followers scream, acting like she's some fragile glass doll. But the master's men aren't in the mood for a lecture, firing back, "Shut your yapping mouths. No one is allowed to question master's actions." Our girl watches the petty squabble, realizing these so-called followers don't actually care about their leader, they're just looking for a way to gain power for themselves. Fed up with the noise, decides to show them who the real powerhouse is. "Enough," she bellows, unleashing a surge of energy that practically vibrates through the floor. The white-robed men are terrified, realizing this isn't just luck, it's the overwhelming power of the relic. They're forced to their knees, whispering in awe that she's somehow even more powerful than the actual saintess. Even the master can't hide his smirk, thinking to himself that this is exactly the kind of strength befitting the woman he intends to marry. The saintess is absolutely fuming, screaming at her men to get back up. But they're hesitating now, clearly seeing that its power is on a whole different level. Desperate to reclaim her dignity, the saintess rushes forward and makes a bold move, challenging to a bet for the title of Destiny Clan's saintess. Just stares at her unimpressed. "A bet," she repeats, her voice dripping with skepticism. The saintess lays out the terms. If the master becomes the new emperor, the winner of their rivalry takes the title of saintess. Literally can't help but laugh at the absurdity. "Your ignorance and overconfidence is hilarious," she scoffs, completely unbothered by the threat. She leans in close, making the saintess tremble as she accepts the useless bet, knowing full well she's going to win no matter what. Ready to leave the drama behind, calls out to the young boy to head out. But before they can go, the master commands the kid to come over. Our girl tries to reassure the nervous child, telling him that the master probably isn't a bad person, she thinks. Even she's sweating a little, not quite sure what the big guy is planning. The master surprises everyone by revealing that the boy's father is actually alive. He just used a body double to fake his death and hide him away. The poor kid is in shock, tears welling up as he asks, "Are really?" The master promises that time will prove he's telling the truth, though he admits it's mostly because the father is more useful to him alive than dead. The boy's hands shake as he processes the news. Before he bows respectfully, thanking the master for sparing his father. The master tells the boy that he should really thank himself for working so hard to stay alive, then turns to and tasks her with guarding the child personally. Meanwhile, the saintess is watching from the shadows, her face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. She glares at them with literal fire in her eyes, promising that one day she'll make them all pay. The battlefield is a grim scene of stretchers and blood, a heavy reminder of the price paid for this victory. Finally away from the carnage, our girl realizes she's a mess. "These robes are a hindrance, I'll have to change out of them," she mutters, looking for a moment of privacy. But she isn't as alone as she thought. E is just sitting there looking like a smug little, "What are you looking at?" she demands, caught completely off guard. He's clearly not planning on leaving, making her face turn a bright shade of crimson. No, I'm not going to change here, she screams, frantically shoving his face away while he just takes it with a grin. The playful mood shifts as E looks at her with an intensity that could melt ice. He takes her hands, pulling her close in the quiet room. For a second, hesitates and pulls away, her heart racing. The trauma of everything they've been through is catching up to her. I'm so scared, what if this is all just a beautiful dream? She whispers, her eyes filled with uncertainty. He doesn't miss a beat, he leans his face into her hand and says, believe it, then pinch me. Our girl doesn't hold back, giving his cheek a solid tug. Ow, he yelps, definitely feeling the reality of that one. He laughs through the pain, see, that hurt, which means all of this is not a dream. He gently takes her hands again, grounding her in the moment. Pulling her into a firm embrace, he whispers the words she's been waiting to hear, I'm back. They share a long, silent look, the air thick with years of unspoken longing. R.E. is back, he, before finally leaning in to seal the promise with a kiss. It's an emotional explosion as petals fall around them and can't help but let the tears flow. She clings to him like he's her entire world, finally letting go of the fear that he'd disappear again. He eventually sweeps her up and carries her over to the bed. As they lay together, the rest of the world ceases to exist. A hand reaches out to tug the curtains shut, giving them the privacy they've earned 10 times over. Behind the silk, their silhouettes merge into one as the night takes over. Much later, the room is silent save for the flicker of a single candle. He is out cold, looking more peaceful than he has in years. Stays awake, watching over him and gently stroking his face. He's in deep sleep. Who knows how long it must been since he last got a good night's rest, she wonders sadly. She leans down, her breath hitching as she looks at the man who went through hell to return to her side. Years, but I'm here now, she whispers, promising never to let him go again. The escorts finally arrive and the team is officially back together. A month flies by and Lee has officially taken full control of Qing City with his army of white-robed soldiers. He's not just a conqueror, though. He's a man of the people, declaring that they're done with the imperial court's insane taxes and forced labor. Talk about a glow-up for the city. The civilians are literally weeping with joy, finally able to breathe after years of oppression. Meanwhile, back at the capital, the political landscape is shifting in the worst way possible. The old emperor finally kicks the bucket due to his poppy addiction. But if you thought the eldest prince was next in line, think again, he's been completely sidelined after the last incident. Instead, the fourth prince snakes his way onto the throne with the backing of the powerful Qin mansion. This new regime is basically a puppet show. Qin is now the prince regent, and his son Qin is the new general of national defense. But isn't an idiot, he knows he's just a sacrificial lamb waiting for his turn at the chopping block. The new emperor immediately proves he's a total tyrant. He starts a massive palace renovation, dragging 30,000 men into labor and doubling taxes to pay for his vanity project. The poor civilians who barely survived a drought are pushed to their breaking point. General Mu tries to be the voice of reason, begging the emperor to think of the people. But the emperor is a sensitive little snowflake who feels undermined by anyone saying no. He humiliates General Mu in front of everyone, stripping him of 3 years' salary just to make a point. Then the emperor finally notices a big X on his map. Qing City has broken free. To punish the Mu family and weaken them further, the emperor listens to the duke's toxic advice. He appoints Mu to reconquer the city, essentially sending him on a mission to fight his own interests. Back in the city, news of the incoming general travels fast. Li looks at the report and calmly asks if this is a blessing or a curse. His white-haired apprentice is absolutely freaking out, shouting, bad news, of course, because Mu is the strongest general in the empire. But our girl is just sitting there with a smug little grin, looking totally unbothered. That's why I told you your divination needs more work, she says, there will not be war. She stands up with total boss energy, looking the girl dead in the eye. We will resolve this peacefully, she declares. The girl is stunned, realizing the stakes of their little wager. This is our bet, she gasps. His eyes sparkle with mischief as she lays down the law. If she's wrong, she gives up the relic, but if she's right, the girl has to hand over her position as saintess. The tension at the gates of Qing City is thick enough to cut with a sword. General Mu stares at the horizon, watching his massive army march toward the walls. He raises a hand, signaling his troops to halt as a wave of confusion washes over him. Everyone knows that the imperial court wants to oppress Qing City, so why isn't there a single soldier in sight? He mutters, suspicious of a trap. Suddenly, the heavy city gates begin to creak open. Mu braces himself for an ambush. But his jaw nearly hits the floor when he sees who's walking out. It's not a legion of soldiers, it's our girl, looking as calm as a summer breeze. Lady, it's really you, he gasps, stumbling off his horse in shock as she greets him warmly, calling him Brother Mu. His archers aren't feeling the reunion vibes, though, immediately drawing their bows. "Who are you? Stay away from our general," they scream. But Mew isn't having it. He raises his hand to stand them down, firmly stating, "I will talk to her." The soldiers reluctantly lower their weapons. And he approaches her, his voice a mix of worry and wonder. "What are you doing here?" he starts to ask. But wait, do you feel that? A sudden bone-chilling glare cuts through the air. Wall is just happy to see a familiar face. The master is lurking in the background with a dark aura so terrifying it turns the scene into a comedy of terrors. Poor brother Mew realizes he's basically walked into a lion's den and can only offer a weak "I understand," as he accepts the invitation inside. Outside, the army sets up camp, waiting for orders that might never come. Inside, the atmosphere is just as heavy as Mew pours some tea to steady his nerves. "I see, I'm glad you're still alive," he says softly. He reflects on how it's been 2 long years since they last met, remarking that fate truly is unpredictable for bringing them together under such strange circumstances. All the while, the master sits there looking incredibly smug and dangerous. The soldiers outside are sweating bullets, hoping their general can convince the enemy to surrender. But the peace is shattered when a white-haired girl bursts through the doors, cheering at the top of her lungs. "My master is so smart, I can't believe he managed to lure the opposing general into our base," she brags. Mew is on his feet in a second, hand on his hilt. "Who are you?" he demands. The girl doesn't do introductions, she does executions. "The one who's about to take your head," she screams, lunging at him with a dagger. A shadow flickers across the room. And before she can even touch him, the master intervenes with a savage kick that sends her flying. She hits the ground hard, gasping in total shock. As the master's boots slowly approach her, she looks up, trembling in fear. He towers over her, his voice dripping with lethal authority as he warns, "Do not try to presume your master's intentions." The guards waste no time hauling the white-haired woman away, with the master ordering them to keep her under lock and key. She isn't going down without a fight, though, screaming that he's going to regret this betrayal. As she's dragged out, she vows that one day he'll pay for choosing the wrong side. The white-haired man just shrugs it off with a smirk, apologizing to Brother Mew for the messy drama. Brother Mew takes a seat, playing it cool as if he didn't just witness a kidnapping. He admits that since they're technically on opposing sides, a little hostility was expected, but at least he didn't get a scratch on him. Still, he looks the master in the eye, calling him a traitor to the nation and warning him that if they don't reach an agreement today, they'll be meeting on the battlefield. But the master just chuckles, waving off the threat like it's a bad joke. He tells Brother Mew that he didn't bring him here to talk about war. In fact, whether a drop of blood is even spilled is entirely up to the general. Our girl stands by, watching the tension rise as Brother Mew asks what on earth he's getting at. Before he can get a straight answer, the master grabs his wrist, telling him there's something he absolutely needs to see. Takes over, dragging the bewildered general along as they head out. They travel to the outskirts of Qing City, where the golden fields are glowing under the sun. It's a peaceful paradise, with elderly farmers working the land and looking happier than ever. One of the aunties spots our girl and beams, calling out a warm hello to Lady. Waves back like the local celebrity she is, while the farmers insist on sharing their harvest with the newcomer. Poor Brother Mew ends up with his arms stuffed full of corn, looking completely overwhelmed. The farmers explain that while the rest of the world is suffering under the new emperor's insane taxes, they're doing just fine here. Brother Mew stands there in a daze, clutching his veggies and wondering how this traitorous city is more stable than the capital. He turns to, confused as to why she's doing all this when she isn't even the official governor. She just gives him a mysterious look and tells him they can talk more while they walk. They head back to the local authority building, a place that looks way too organized for a rebellion headquarters. The master orders the doors to be opened, revealing a room packed to the ceiling with records. Brother Mew steps inside, stunned by the sheer mountain of paperwork and scrolls. Curious, he reaches down and picks up one of the ledgers to see what they're really hiding. But as soon as his eyes hit the page, his face pales and he lets out a shocked gasp. Whatever is written in those books just changed the entire game. "You grew up in the capital city. I do not expect you to understand why," the silver-haired man says, his voice dripping with a cold, superior edge. Brother Mew looks like he's been hit by a freight train of reality as he sinks to the floor, surrounded by mountains of evidence. "I will," he whispers, finally agreeing to look into the corruption he's been blind to for so long. Seeing that the seed of doubt has been planted, our girl and the silver-haired man decide to retreat, leaving the soldier alone with his thoughts. Mew doesn't waste a second, diving headfirst into the scrolls. As the candle burns low, the flickering light reveals the growing horror on his face. Every page is a new layer of filth he never knew existed. His hands tremble as he grips the blue covers of the ledgers. What I've found doesn't match these records at all, he gasps, realizing his entire mission was based on a lie. The silver-haired man leans back, looking entirely too smug. Now, do you understand why Qing City welcomes us? He asks. Steps forward, her golden eyes full of conviction as she explains that they haven't just conquered the city, they've saved it, bringing justice back to the civilians. She points out that their army doesn't even pillage the locals. The soldiers work the fields themselves to harvest their own feed. The silver-haired man reaches out and throws open the shutters, revealing a city that is absolutely glowing with life and prosperity. What right do you have to destroy such a peaceful city? He demands, forcing Mew to look at the happiness his imperial court would see destroyed. Mew is sweating buckets now, his worldview shattering into a million pieces. Doesn't let up, reminding him that while this city thrives, the new emperor is busy splurging the nation's wealth while the people are in an uproar. She looks him straight in the eye and asks the ultimate question, Brother Mew, do you really believe the imperial court you defend is doing the right thing? It's the final blow. Mew collapses, burying his face in his hands as he cries out that he doesn't know what to do anymore. Let's go, I think Brother Mew needs some time alone, the silver-haired man says, leading out of the room. Behind the closing doors, Mew is left huddled on the floor, a broken man whispering his confusion to the empty air. Glances back, her expression softened by pity. Her companion sighs, noting that while they might not need his power, the world is desperate for kind men like him. If it were up to me, I really don't want to have to kill him, he admits as they walk into the night. Back in the archives, Mew is still spiraling, calling out to his father in his mind and asking if everything he was taught was a sham. A single, heavy tear falls from his hand as he faces the devastating possibility that he's been on the wrong side of history this whole time. But the drama is only just beginning. The scene shifts to a cold, damp stone cell. Sitting in the center of the room is a mysterious girl with long silver hair, dressed in pure white. As she lifts her head, her blindfold can't hide the terrifying power within, as her eyes glow with the golden light of the infinite. The situation in the empire is spiraling out of control as the new emperor jacks up taxes, forcing desperate civilians to flee their homes in search of a miracle. They all flock to Qing City, which luckily for them keeps its gates wide open for those in need. But peace is a luxury they can't afford. A messenger arrives on horseback with a decree from the imperial court, demanding that the troops immediately mobilize for battle. General Mew isn't playing along with these games, though. He takes the official scroll and rips it right in front of the messenger's face. I cannot heed His Majesty's every order mindlessly, he snaps, tossing the scraps of paper like they're nothing but trash. He makes it clear that as their general, he is the only one who decides when and if his men are put in harm's way. However, there's a snake in the grass, as one of the soldiers secretly vows to report this act of defiance to his true lord. Back at the hideout, the master slams a report down on the table, telling our girl that his spies have uncovered some major trouble. Picks up the letter, her eyes widening in shock. Brother Mew refused to dispatch his men, she asks, realizing just how much danger he's in. The master sighs, explaining that while Mew is a just man, he's far too much of a stickler for the rules to survive the absolute cesspool that is the imperial court. He explains the cold reality. Qin is pulling the strings at the capital, and he's just waiting for the Mew family to make a single mistake so he can uproot them once and for all. Sensing the impending bloodbath, the master orders Lan Mao to take the escorts and rush to the capital to protect the Mew family from the shadows. Quickly chimes in, reminding him, do not forget the Jin family as well. The master agrees, realizing it's finally time to let his enemies know that he is very much alive and coming for them. Meanwhile, over at the imperial palace, the emperor is having an absolute meltdown. Mew rejected my order, how dare he undermine me like this? He screams, throwing a tantrum and slamming the report onto the floor. But while the emperor is fuming, Duke Qin just starts laughing like a maniac. The duke calmly sips his tea, looking totally unbothered by the rebel. He tells the emperor to look at the bigger picture. They never actually expected the general to reclaim the city. The whole point was to weaken the Mew family's army. Now the general has basically walked right into their trap. How could we not take this great opportunity to kill him? The duke sneers, looking like the cat that swallowed the canary. The emperor's anger turns into a wicked grin, praising the duke for being such a witty, devious man. As the two villains share a disgusting laugh over their shared treachery, the emperor finally gives the order, convey my decree, lock down the Mew mansion, no one is to enter or exit. He's not stopping there though, he wants Mew dragged back to the capital to face the treatment of a common criminal. Take this, our girl screams, charging at a literal lion with nothing but a massive rock. She's terrified, but she's betting everything on the hope that can sense her life is in danger. Just as the lion lunges to make her his next meal, a blur of spots enters the fray. It's Parker. Even though he's covered in bandages, he leaps into action with a ferocious roar. He slams into the lion, pinning the beast down with raw power. The lion can't believe this mangy, injured leopard is still fighting back with such stubbornness. The two predators tear into each other in a brutal display of tooth and claw. But Parker is at his limit, his vision starting to fade as he realizes he can't hang on much longer. He looks back at and realizes he's the only thing standing between her and a gruesome death. I can't fall, he vows, pushing past his breaking point. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts from him as he lets out a soul-shaking roar. The lion is absolutely shook, wondering where this sudden burst of power came from. With one final desperate move, Parker slams the king of the jungle into the dirt. He goes absolutely feral, roaring over the fallen enemy. The lion's last thought is pure disbelief that he was taken down by a lowly three-streak beast. The dust settles, leaving the lion dead in a massive pool of blood. Can barely process what she's seeing as she stumbles toward the carnage. Blood is literally spurting everywhere. It's a grisly scene, and our girl realizes blood is pouring out of the beast like a fountain. While the scorpion beast watches from the shadows, frantically calls out for Parker. She steps into the warm blood, her heart sinking. She finds him collapsed and prays her eyes are playing tricks on her. But when she sees her hands covered in his blood, the reality hits her like a freight train. Blood, she screams, spiraling into a full-blown panic. She begs him to wake up, but he remains motionless. She tries to drag his heavy body, crying out in desperation. She's hysterical now, screaming his name into the void. The trauma and exhaustion finally become too much for our poor heroine. Her world goes dark as she collapses right next to her protector. A hand gently touches her hair, and for a second the sensation feels so familiar. It's the scorpion beast. He catches her before she hits the ground, and she realizes he's the one who saved her before. He tenderly wipes the grime from her face. Sorry, he mutters when she startles awake. But she doesn't care about herself. She immediately begs him to help her with Parker. The scorpion beast effortlessly hoists the leopard onto his shoulders. Is desperate for answers, asking how they can possibly wake him up. She can't understand how he got hurt this badly so quickly. She clings to Parker's paw, but the scorpion beast delivers the ultimate vibe check. He's going to die. You're lying, she shrieks, refusing to believe her strong mate could ever leave her. The scorpion beast just stares at her with a complicated expression, wondering if she'd ever feel the same way if he was the one dying. The scene shifts to the dark, damp Qing City dungeons. Our mysterious antagonist is locked up, but she's far from helpless. She calls over a guard who's foolish enough to think a blindfold makes her harmless. What do you want? He snaps, completely unaware he's walking into a trap. Behind that cloth, her eyes glow with a terrifying infinity symbol. With a single chilling command, she orders him to open the door. The poor guy's mind is instantly turned to mush as he mumbles his understanding and unlocks the gate. She steps out of her cell with a confident stride, leaving a trail of unconscious guards in her wake. This girl isn't just escaping, she's on a mission. She leaps into the night sky, soaring over the rooftops like a vengeful spirit. She lands gracefully, her eyes fixed on the target below. Found you, she whispers, her voice dripping with venom. She's ready to throw away every clan rule just to end our girl's life. I'm going to kill you, she seethes, her power flaring up with murderous intent. But wait, she spots something that makes her pause. In the courtyard below, someone is slumped over by the pond. It's Mew, and he's absolutely wasted, chugging wine like there's no tomorrow. He's a total mess, pathetically sobbing out's name in his drunken stupor. The villainess's expression shifts from rage to a wicked, twisted grin. She realizes he's hopelessly in love with our heroine and decides a quick death is far too kind. Since he's drunk and vulnerable, it's the perfect time to use her glamour magic to turn him into a pawn. She drops down from the roof, landing right in front of him. He's startled, but before he can even process who she is, she grabs his face, taunting him about his unrequited love. Let me help you, she chirps with a smile that would give anyone nightmares. Her eyes lock onto his, weaving a spell of obsession into his subconscious. Do as I say and she will belong to you, she promises, poisoning his mind. She whispers that they will be together forever, ensuring her trap is set and ready to spring. Back inside, our sweet hears a knock at the door and thinks her E has finally returned. But the moment she opens it, a shadow looms over her as a man barges into her room. It's Mew, and he immediately pulls her into a desperate, crushing hug. Is totally smelling the heavy scent of alcohol on him as he starts spiraling. I hate myself, he cries into her shoulder. I hate that I can only call you R when I'm drunk. Oh boy, the drama is officially off the charts. Brother Mew is on a mission, dragging our girl through the woods like he's completely lost his mind. She's pleading with him to stop, complaining that he's gripping her wrist way too hard, but he isn't listening. Little do they know is watching the whole drama unfold from the shadows. They finally come to a halt at the edge of a steep cliff. He finally lets go, but the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a spirit sword. Turning his back to the moonlight, he asks, what will you and Brother E do after this? Our heroine is totally lost, thinking he's just had one too many drinks because he's been acting sketchy all night. She tries to play it safe, suggesting they head back since it's getting late. But Mew isn't having it, letting out a sharp scoff as she reaches out. He turns around, his face a mask of desperation as he tells her there's something he's needed to ask for a long time. And then he drops the ultimate second lead bomb, have you ever considered me? The poor girl is absolutely stunned. She's staring at him, completely speechless as the weight of his confession hits her. But she's not about to lead him on. Being firm, she tells him there are no what-ifs, and that she's not even going to entertain the topic because she knows he'll just spiral into overthinking. Mew looks like his heart just got stepped on, whispering that she won't even lie to make him feel better. He's drowning in jealousy, wondering why it feels like he's losing her to another man when she was never his to begin with. Suddenly his eyes turn cold and he spits out, I hate him. He's losing it, ranting about how much he loathes that the other guy was there from the start and how much she adores him. Our girl realizes something is very wrong, shouting, Brother Mew, you've been bewitched. To her horror, he just smirks and agrees, saying that she has bewitched him. Watching from the brush, the real is shocked that he actually realized he's under a spell, since most people remain totally unaware. Mew throws his arms out, claiming he's never felt more sober and that the magic finally gave him the guts to say what's on his mind. He's got that classic glint in his eye now. Our heroine tries one last time to save him, pleading for him to come with her so she can clear the influence from his mind. But he snaps, grabbing her arm and refusing any help. She looks up at him, terrified of the man he's become. Standing right on the precipice, he drops a chilling line, I've decided. I want to be with you. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she realizes what he means. Before she can even scream, he pulls her over the edge and they plummet into the dark abyss together forever. Life is literally hanging by a thread, or rather a very thin hemline as she dangles over the jagged rocks below. Just as they're about to plummet, Brother Mew's hand shoots out, grabbing a stray branch with a desperate grip. It's a terrifying sight as they sway precariously over the abyss, suspended by nothing but pure willpower. Brother Mew cries out, her heart hammering against her ribs. She notices his right eye has finally returned to normal, realizing he's managed to suppress the dark powers that were twisting his mind. With one final surge of strength, he tosses our girl upward, sending her flying onto the safety of the cliff's edge. He scrambles up after her, panting as he offers a sincere apology to Lady. Isn't interested in a pity party, though, telling him, now isn't the time for this, let's go. But the white-haired brat isn't about to let her favorite toy walk away. As if, she sneers, focusing her mental energy to drag him back into the fog. Brother Mew collapses, clutching his head in agony as he struggles to regain control of his own mind. Seeing no other way out, his hand trembles as he reaches for his blade. In a move that's as badass as it is terrifying, he stabs himself right in the arm to let the sharp pain break the mental trance. He grunts as he pulls the bloody steel out, the shock of the wound clearing the cobwebs from his head. Sweat pours down his face, but his eyes are cold and focused. He fixes the antagonist with a glare that could melt iron. The girl staggers back in pure disbelief, gasping, he stabbed his arm to pull himself out of my control. Before she can even blink, Brother Mew is on the offensive, charging at her with his bloodied dagger. She turns tail to flee like the coward she is. But he's faster, delivering a satisfying kick that sends her soaring. She hits a tree with a sickening thud. Don't move, he growls, pinning her against the bark with his sword at her throat. He's done playing games, telling her point blank that she's not getting away with this. But just as we think our duo has the upper hand, footsteps echo through the forest. Suddenly, a literal army of white-robed soldiers emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding them. The villainess starts cackling like a true psycho, mocking them by asking what two people can possibly do against the entire Destiny clan. Our poor heroine and Brother Mew share a look of pure dread, realizing they've just jumped out of the frying pan and into a massive, heavily armed fire. Watches from the sidelines as the fake saintess tries to play the ultimate victim card, screaming to her master that she's being targeted for witnessing a secret elopement. The man in blue is absolutely floored by the audacity of this lie, struggling to even defend himself as he's painted as a cold-blooded murderer. Seeing this desperate, low-budget performance, our girl can't help but burst into a fit of laughter behind her sleeve. The saintess is absolutely fuming, snapping, what's so funny? But she doesn't get an answer. Instead, she gets a massive reality check in the form of a stinging slap across the face from her own master. She's left clutching her cheek in total disbelief, realizing her innocent act just went up in smoke. The master's eyes are filled with pure rage as he demands, "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Realizing the master is actually ready to end her right then and there, the fake saintess panics and orders her white-robed soldiers to protect her. But there's just one tiny problem: nobody moves. She screams for them to help her escape, but they stay rooted to the spot, looking at her with nothing but contempt. Steps forward, her voice dripping with disdain as she asks the girl if she's really that dense. Our heroine walks right through the ranks of the guards like she owns the place, announcing that the Destiny clan has officially revoked this brat's title. The soldiers finally find their voices, telling the fraud that her greed and arrogance have made her unworthy of the light. The ex-saintess completely loses it, screaming that this is all's fault while her world crumbles around her. But she doesn't have time to finish her tantrum before a blade flashes through the air with lethal precision. A swift strike leaves her with a bloody mark across her chest. As she falls to her knees, stands over her, looking down with zero pity for the woman who tried to ruin her. Even with blood on her lips, the villainess sputters that she'll never admit defeat. Isn't in the mood for a monologue, though. She places a hand on the girl's head before shoving her face first into the dirt. "Perhaps in your next life you'll learn your lesson," she says coldly as the light leaves the fraud's eyes. With the trash finally cleared away, every single soldier drops to their knees in unison. In a massive show of loyalty, they all bow low, hailing as their one true saintess. The wheels of fate are turning as Lan Mao arrives at the capital to extract the Jin family, while San reaches Jin province to bring the family safely to Qing City. But things are far more tense over at the Mu mansion. The place is crawling with guards, effectively turning the estate into a gilded cage. Inside, General Mu and R are losing hope. "It's been more than a week. Is this how it ends?" the general laments. R tries to stay strong, but her heart skips a beat when she hears a suspicious scratching sound coming from the floorboards. Suddenly, a stone tile pops up and a white-haired man leaps out like a literal jack-in-the-box. "Hello, it's me," he chirps with way too much energy for a secret mission. R is absolutely losing it, pointing a trembling finger at the intruder. General Mu quickly clamps a hand over her mouth to keep her from alerting the army outside. "R, not so loud," he hisses, realizing that an enemy wouldn't bother digging a tunnel just to say hi. The messenger drops the act and bows respectfully. "My master has tasked me to request an item," he explains. The general is skeptical, demanding to know what he's after. The man remains mysterious, refusing to reveal his master's name, but he gives them a glimmer of hope. "I assure you that what I request will get you out of this situation," he promises. Seeing no other choice, the general quickly pens a letter. "Make sure this gets to my son Mu, our lives depend on it," he says, handing over the scroll. The messenger takes it with a grim expression, noting that this isn't just about one family, it's for the sake of the entire nation. Before vanishing, he hands a small pouch to a stunned R. "My master wishes to pass this to you. There are instructions inside. Farewell," he says, disappearing back into the darkness. The two are left staring at the floor in a daze, wondering if they just hallucinated the whole thing. R is practically vibrating with questions. "Why don't we just escape using this tunnel?" she asks. But the general knows the score. The emperor's spies are everywhere in the capital, and a tunnel to the street doesn't mean safety. He realizes that this mysterious master needs them to stay put because they are more useful as inside players. Meanwhile, our white-haired ninja pops out of a crate in a nearby alley, totally undetected. He lets out a sharp whistle, summoning a massive eagle that circles down from the clouds. He catches the bird with practiced ease and secures a secret talisman to its leg. As he watches the messenger bird take flight, his playful demeanor vanishes. Donning a veiled hat to hide his face, he mutters to the wind, "The war has just begun." A day later, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a sword. General Mu stares at a letter in absolute horror, recognizing his father's handwriting and realizing the imperial court has his entire family under house arrest. Li doesn't miss the chance to rub it in, telling him that returning means death for everyone, while staying means only his family pays the price. Desperate to save them, the general orders his men to pack up and head straight for the capital city immediately. Li asks if Mu is finally ready to join his side, looking like a man who's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Mu is practically vibrating with agitation, convinced that if he just gets back, he can clear up this misunderstanding and change everything. Our girl can't help but look at him like he's lost his mind, asking, "How could you be so naive?" Li just sighs and tells her to forget it, pulling her away as they prepare to move out. Mu is still in deep denial, looking away with a grim expression. Li tells his people to let the general go his own way for now, while Mu screams at his troops that there's no time to lose. His soldiers shout their compliance, but Li knows the truth. He explains to that Mu has been loyal for so long, he won't believe the emperor wants him dead until he sees it for himself. I'm sure he'll understand very soon, Li predicts as they follow the path. The army marches through the lush forest, but the general's men are starting to sweat bullets when they realize they aren't alone. The rebel forces are tagging along right behind them, making it look like one giant unified army. Mu looks like he's about to have a literal aneurysm from the stress. He turns back to scream at the couple, I did not give the order to fight. If the imperial court finds that I've sided with you, I'm screwed. Li just gives him a cheeky smile, pointing out that the court likely doesn't care which side he's on anymore. Mu is absolutely done with these two, telling them to stop acting all lovey-dovey because it's making him physically sick. But Li don't care, sharing a sweet, knowing smile as they ride together. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the panic is setting. A scout rushes in to deliver an emergency report to the emperor, claiming Mu has teamed up with the rebels and is marching on the capital. The emperor is floored, screaming, has Mu rebelled against us? While some officials think this is great news to finally frame their rival, others are looking pretty grim. The messenger's voice trembles as he delivers the final blow. The man leading the charge is Li, a name that sends the court into a total frenzy because, as far as they knew, that man was long dead. The emperor is losing his mind because Li is back from the dead and stronger than ever. He orders a total crackdown on the Jin and families, but he's already too late. A messenger collapses in fear, delivering the news that both families have completely vanished. They're gone, the official screams, realizing they've been outplayed. He knows Li must have moved them already, so he calls for every province to mobilize their armies to stop the rebellion. He puts Qin in charge of the capital's defense, but the guy is internally shaking. With how weak I am, can I even hold them off? He wonders, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, our girl and Li are making a grand entrance, and the common folk are absolutely loving it. Oppression has finally pushed the people too far, and the empire is crumbling from the inside. New flags are rising, and cities are switching sides faster than you can blink because Li actually treats people like humans. Even Mu has arrived at the capital gates. But the reception is anything but warm. Qin looks down from the walls, screaming about how Mu is a traitor for siding with the rebels. Li just watches the drama unfold with a smug little smile. Mu is totally exasperated, shouting back, I didn't side with him, it's not my fault he's following me. Qin isn't buying it and pulls back his bow while Mu looks on in confusion. Li explains to our girl that the court's corruption is why everyone is cheering for them. It's not a rebellion, it's a reckoning. Can't explain yourself, can you, traitor? Qin yells before letting an arrow fly. Mu catches the thing midair like a total boss. He snaps it in his hand, reminding everyone that the Mu mansion has been loyal for years, and accuses Qin of being the one with ill intent. But Qin has gone full villain, demanding a total surrender with a sickeningly smug grin. Mu refuses to drop his guard and demands to speak with the emperor. Li whispers to that while Mu has a good heart, he's definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed. And he's right because Qin plays his trump card, parading Mu's entire family out in ropes. Seeing his parents and sister tied up and terrified, Mu's face turns pale with horror as he realizes the emperor has completely betrayed him. The general's father is held at sword point, but he refuses to let his son surrender, screaming for him to run while he still can. Our general looks like his entire world is crumbling, finally realizing his mistake in trusting an emperor whose mother is a Qin. Talk about a massive conflict of interest. The soldiers are shaking in their boots, knowing that whether they fight or not, the imperial court is going to brand them as rebels anyway. Qin watches the chaos like a vulture, knowing these men are at their absolute breaking point. He stares down the general, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Qin looks absolutely soulless, ready to enjoy the slaughter, but isn't just going to stand there and watch her family get destroyed. In a desperate move, the general raises his sword and offers a deal, his own life in exchange for the safety of his family and his loyal soldiers. The trash villain literally laughs in his face, enjoying the power trip way too much. Don't you think it's better if I kill you all? He sneers, his face twisting into something truly demonic. Is absolutely done with this guy's monologue, her face darkening with rage. She screams for her parents to move and tackles the villain from behind with everything she's got. The villain eats dirt, face planting right in front of everyone, and honestly, we love to see it. He scrambles up, pointing a finger and shrieking for his men to kill them all immediately. The general tries to stop the slaughter, while Qin just smiles like a creep, thinking he's already won. Little does he know, our girl has already used the distraction to break her parents' ropes. The guards swing their swords at her, but the blades hit a magical blue barrier, leaving completely unharmed. The villain is losing his mind, screaming about demonic power because he can't handle a little girl being stronger than his entire army. Swords are literally bouncing off her like she's made of steel, and she looks like a total boss. Turns out those talismans she had weren't just for show, they grant the user immense strength and total invincibility from physical weapons. Reaches the edge of the high wall. She doesn't hesitate for a second, leaping into the air and carrying both her parents down like a literal superhero. The soldiers below can't believe their eyes, wondering what kind of legendary martial arts could possibly allow someone to fly like that. The trio lands perfectly, the impact shaking the ground. Now that his family is safe, the general's eyes light up with a new fire, and his men immediately rally to protect him. With the hostages out of harm's way, the Mew family soldiers have absolutely nothing holding them back anymore. Our general reaches down and picks up his fallen blade. He raises his sword to the sky, shouting, "Wake up, Chin," as the real counterattack finally begins. The enemy soldiers are absolutely shook by what they're seeing on the battlefield. One of the ordinary soldiers from the Nether Army literally slices through a massive boulder like it's warm butter. The onlookers are losing their minds, screaming, "Did he just cut through rock?" It's not just one guy, either. These Nether Army soldiers are clearing obstacles with zero casualties on their side. The lady watching from the sidelines realizes why this army is so small. Each one of them is basically a walking cheat code. Our girl's allies are looking pretty inspired by this display of pure power. The white-haired master reveals his secret. He's been burning through merits to buy strength and Godspeed talismans for everyone. He points his sword forward and bellows, "Nether Army charge." A volley of arrows rains down on the city walls as the assault begins in earnest. Amidst the chaos, a soldier is yanked back by his sleeve. The enemy commander gets turned into a pincushion, taking several arrows to the chest. His own men are horrified, realizing their leaders are treating them like nothing more than human shields. The entire front line erupts into a series of massive explosions, leaving the city's defense in total tatters. Flash forward one whole month, and the city gate area looks like a total graveyard. The remaining guards are completely exhausted, barely able to hold their torches upright as they mourn their fallen comrades. Inside the palace, a hand slams onto a table as the emperor screams, "You dare." He's absolutely livid that after 30 days, his mighty empire hasn't been able to break past a small rebel army. The general, covered in bandages and blood, tries to explain that the rebels are basically invincible and can each take on 10 men at once. He even claims they're using the same demonic power that Ai's disciple once used. This does not go over well as the emperor loses his cool and hurls a cup right at the general's head. "Enough with your excuses," he roars, refusing to believe thousands of people could suddenly possess demonic powers. The general pleads, saying they've lost too many men and simply can't hold the line much longer. Internally, he's fuming, thinking, "If you're so brave, why don't you get off your throne and fight instead?" The emperor doesn't care about the body count, shouting, "Not enough men." He demands to know what happened to the soldiers from the other cities, wondering if they've all just died off. The general just stands there, sweating bullets and speechless. Back at the rebel barracks outside the city, a scout reports a team of men approaching from Yang province. A group of ferocious-looking riders gallops through the night, kicking up dust. The white-haired master prepares his magic, ready to wipe out what he thinks is a surprise attack. But suddenly, a white flag is raised high into the air. Instead of attacking, the lead rider screams that they aren't there to fight. They want to join General Mew and General Li. With sparkles in his eyes, the soldier begs for them to be allowed to join the rebel. The emperor's advisor is practically sweating through his robes, pointing out that nobody likes a ruler who only takes and never gives. He suggests a fake peace treaty just to lure the rebel forces into a deadly trap. But the emperor is more worried about his reputation than common sense. "The rebels, what will people think of me then?" he shouts, throwing a total tantrum. A shady advisor tries to sell it as a strategic ambush. But His Majesty isn't having it. "No pretending, we defeat them fair and square," he declares, which sounds noble until he adds that he's drafting literally everyone, men, women, and children, to die on the front lines. The general and advisor share a look that says, "We are so doomed." But orders are orders, so they bow and prepare for total chaos. Down in the city, things are looking bleak as the war drags on. A mysterious traveler tosses some coins to the needy. Listening to a father and daughter who were once wealthy, but are now starving because the army seized everything. Our mysterious hero, rocking some serious white hair and a veil, pulls out a buck and hands it over to the starving pair. He knows this war needs to end immediately because Master and Lady R wouldn't want the civilians to suffer like this. Suddenly, the fun police show up to ruin the moment. You too, a soldier barks. They're drafting the old man for the front lines and his daughter for the barracks. When the poor guy tries to explain he's already served and is far too old, the soldier literally kicks him while he's down. Enough excuses, a weak soldier is still a soldier. These guys are clearly the villains of the week, laughing at the misery they're causing. Then they spot our mysterious traveler. Hey, look, a young man. They corner him, accusing him of hiding while the nation burns. Our hero plays it cool, claiming he's not even from the capital. The soldiers don't care about your zip code. As long as you're a citizen of the empire, you're a target for the draft. But our hero is one step ahead, pointing to a document that says he already volunteered to join. The soldiers are thrilled, thinking they just got an easy recruit. Little do they know this is exactly what our hero wanted to get inside the gates. This might just work, he thinks, hiding a smirk behind that veil. As he's marched off with the other recruits, the higher-ups watch from the balcony. The general's son is clearly losing sleep over the state of the empire. Father, our men are dwindling and we are almost out of food. Can we still win this war? The father figure plays it off, claiming they have secret warehouses of food and promising massive rewards. But as he walks away to rest, his son is left standing there in the rain, wondering if his own father is a bigger liar than the enemy. The camp is a chaotic mess of wounded soldiers and the sharp scent of medicine. But amidst the recovery, our girl is busy arming herself, looking more determined than ever as she balances a sword and a hammer. Suddenly, a familiar figure with flowing silver hair walks through the grounds. He stops, a small smile playing on his lips as he spots a familiar face. Look who's here, he calls out. A man turns around, his face lighting up with pure joy as he recognizes the visitor. Freezes, her heart skipping a beat as she realizes who is standing right there. Tears immediately well up in her eyes, spilling over before she can even blink. She can't hold back a second longer and sprints toward him, screaming, "Dad, Dad," at the top of her lungs. Her father pulls her into a crushing hug, whispering, "I'm so proud of you, R," but wipes her eyes, her voice hardening with a new kind of resolve. "I'm not R anymore, father," she says, declaring that their ties to the imperial court are dead and buried, drops to his knees in a show of ultimate respect toward the silver-haired master. He thanks him for giving them a chance to live despite their past identities. "We will change our names and fight beside you from now on," he vows, ready to throw his life away for the master's cause. But the master shakes his head, looking toward the horizon with a gaze that sees a different future. "Not for my ideals," he corrects him. "Instead, we fight for a new beginning." He dreams of a world where everyone can finally choose their own path without being shackled by war. "This war is ending soon," he promises, his voice steady and full of conviction. He stands tall as the wind whips his cloak, declaring with absolute certainty, "And it'll be our world." Meanwhile, the situation at the capital city gates has turned into a literal nightmare. Siege engines are firing and the defense is crumbling under the weight of the assault. In the middle of the carnage, an old man is nearly struck down while trying to move supplies. His granddaughter rushes to his side, shielding him from a heartless commander. "My father already sacrificed himself at the front lines. How many more of us are you going to kill?" she screams through her tears, but the soldier doesn't have a shred of mercy in him. He barks back that once you put on the armor, you're just another body for the meat grinder, regardless of age. He's about to strike when a hand catches his weapon with lightning speed. "Enough," a cold voice commands. A silver-haired soldier twists the man's arm back, forcing him to stop his bullying. The commander is livid, barking, "Rookie, how dare you disobey orders? Do you want to die?" But our mysterious newcomer doesn't flinch for a second. He warns the man to stop acting like a tyrant unless he wants the entire army to defect right here and now. The bully breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's completely outmatched by this rookie. He humps and walks away, but the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. The young girl begs her grandfather to run away before they're killed for just being in the way. Her grandfather quickly muffles her, terrified that the wrong ears might hear her words and get them beheaded. But the silver-haired soldier hears everything, and his expression turns dark as he realizes just how rotten this system has become. The cruelty of war is on full display as a soldier mockingly tosses a bowl at a starving old man, telling him it's finally time to eat. The poor man looks up with hope in his eyes, thinking he might actually survive the day. But it was all a sick joke as the soldier delivers a brutal kick to the chest, telling him to stop with the nonsense. This monster stands over the dying man, threatening to send him straight to the front lines as cannon fodder. Rushes to the old man's side, crying out for her grandfather as she tries to shield him from further harm. Suddenly, a delicious aroma fills the air, and stomach can't help but react to the scent of actual food. Just over the massive stone walls, the enemy is flaunting their resources, letting the steam from their cooking pots drift over to the starving masses. While the commoners are eating dirt, the soldiers on the other side are feasting on roasted meat and hearty stews. Two figures in white robes appear on the battlements, carrying a massive red scroll. They unfurl a banner that promises free food and shelter to anyone who joins them. One of them raises the flag high, offering a literal lifeline to the desperate people below. The starving crowd stares up at the promise of survival, their resolve crumbling. "I am so hungry," one girl whispers, while others mutter about how their own soldiers treat them like animals rather than humans. They realize they're going to die here anyway, so why not take the chance? But General Qin isn't about to let his property walk away so easily, and he draws a flaming arrow. With a cold, calculated aim, he releases the shot. The arrow pierces the recruitment banner, setting the hope of the people ablaze. He barks at the crowd, declaring that this is exactly how traitors will be treated, death without trial. The people can only look on with hollow, terrified eyes as their last chance at life turns to ash. Qin knows his men are weak and the situation is dire, so he decides he must report this mess to the top. He heads to the palace, seeking an audience with the one man who can change things. He finds the emperor and offers a formal greeting, hoping for some leadership. The general looks stressed, his face dripping with sweat as he prepares to break the news about the starving front lines. Meanwhile, the emperor is sitting at a table overflowing with gourmet dishes. He takes a single bite of meat, but immediately spits it out in a disgusting display of entitlement, screaming about the foul taste. He flips the entire table in a blind rage, accusing the imperial chefs of slacking off just because there's a war going on. A terrified official grovels on the floor, pleading that they are doing their best while the soldiers at the front have absolutely nothing. The emperor doesn't care, he calls it tea, and screams that he shouldn't have to suffer just because the commoners are dying. He turns to the general, asking what he wants with an annoyed glare. Seeing that his ruler is a selfish brat who would rather waste a feast than feed a nation, Qin loses all hope and mumbles that it's nothing. As he walks away from the palace, he wonders why he ever expected justice from such a pathetic excuse for an emperor. Under the cover of darkness, a group of desperate men are trying to stage a daring escape. "It's secure, quick, let's get out of this hellhole," one of them whispers as they secure a makeshift rope to the stone battlements. They don't care about being called rebels anymore. To them, the terrifying General Qin is nothing more than a glorified gang leader. "Quick, go faster," the leader urges as they scramble to get over the wall before the patrol spots them. But their luck runs out instantly when a cold, chilling voice rings out from the shadows. "Fleeing from your position is punishable by death." The men drop to their knees in absolute terror, begging for their lives. They pour their hearts out, crying about how General Qin doesn't treat them like humans and how the emperor has completely forsaken his own citizens. But instead of drawing a blade to execute them, the mysterious silver-haired warrior reaches into his robes. He pulls out a secret message and hands it over to the trembling old man. "When you arrive at the other side, give this paper to one of the men there," he instructs firmly. The old man is stunned, realizing this warrior is actually a double agent working against the regime. He promises to deliver the message as he disappears over the edge of the wall. The warrior watches them go, his expression unreadable as he stands guard. From below, the voices of the man's family drift up, relieved that their grandfather made it out alive. To cover their tracks and make it look like an accident, the warrior swings his blade and cuts the vine rope. "It's almost time," he mutters, looking toward the horizon with a determined glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, back at the rebel barracks, things are finally looking a bit more hopeful. Our girl is absolutely stuffing her face with warm steamed buns, tears of joy streaming down her face because, let's be real, our poor heroine was starving. The refugees are finally feeling like they might actually survive this nightmare. A kind lady arrives with even more baskets of food, assuring everyone that they have more than enough to go around. The men are so grateful they offer to serve her in any way possible, but she tells them they don't have to serve anyone, they're all here to take their homes and their country back. Even the little ones are fired up and ready for a revolution. Just then, the old man from the wall arrives at the camp, looking for the person in charge. He hands over the secret message he was entrusted with. The lady's eyes go wide with shock as she reads the contents. "This is wonderful news, success is right before our eyes," she exclaims, her face lighting up with hope. She immediately turns to find our heroine shouting, "I must tell E about this." With the map finally in their hands, and the team realize they have the patrol routes needed to break through the Imperial defenses. Brother Mew is clearly a fanboy, telling our girl how infinitely impressed he is by her brilliant strategizing. The white-haired general can't help but laugh along, feeling the hype for the upcoming battle. He even gets a playful elbow to the ribs to keep him focused. It's a rare, wholesome moment for the trio as they share a laugh over the plans that are about to change history, 7585, but knows the stakes are life and death, her expression turning serious as she considers the weight of their next move. Muse slams his hands onto the table, declaring that they cannot afford to hesitate for a single second. He points out that the capital is running out of food and the army is losing their will to fight, making this the ultimate moment to strike. The air in the room turns heavy and the general realizes there's no turning back now. After a tense silence, the general admits he's always been impressed by Mu's leadership, but this level of resolve is next level. They lock hands in a firm grip, swearing to end the corrupted imperial reign once and for all. It's a total power move as the two leaders share a confident smile. Seeing the men finally united in their cause watches on, her heart full of hope for the future. Meanwhile, over at the city gates, the mood is way less festive. The enemy commander is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at his kneeling soldiers because the civilians have managed to slip through their fingers. He's a total piece of work, kicking a soldier and calling them all useless trash for failing their simple task. The guards can only tremble in fear as their leader's temper explodes. He draws his sword, looking like he's about to execute his own men just for the fun of it. But suddenly he freezes. He looks up at the night sky, stammering out a confused, "What is that?" He gets his answer in the most painful way possible as a rain of flaming arrows streaks toward the gate. The enemy is attacking, be alert, he screams, but it's a total disaster. The guards are caught completely off guard, falling left and right as the fire rains down on their heads. They try to scramble for their shields to mount a defense. But the revolution has already arrived at their doorstep. Brother Mew and the general raise their swords high, shouting for their men to stay on guard. Leading a massive army of rebels, they look like absolute legends ready to reclaim their destiny. "Charge," they roar as the gates go up in flames, time to end this once and for all. The capital city gates are a complete war zone. Soldiers are swarming the walls with ladders while the defense tries to hold them back. "Hit it with everything we've got, let's break those gates down," the attackers scream, slamming a massive battering ram into the entrance. But the defenders aren't budging, realizing the city's gates are way stronger than they anticipated. On top of the battlements, it's pure carnage as swords clash and the order to kill everyone on sight echoes through the smoke. "Charge," they yell as more and more men throw themselves into the meat grinder. Amidst the chaos, a soldier falls with a heavy thud. General stands there looking absolutely shaken by the carnage. But instead of leading his men, he decides to save his own skin. "Hold the fort, I'll go get reinforcements from the palace," he shouts before turning tail and fleeing like a coward. His men are rightfully losing their minds. "General, don't leave us here," they scream, realizing their leader has completely abandoned them to die. As smoke billows over the gate, the defense is officially falling apart. Rushes back to the Qin mansion, but he doesn't find a welcoming committee. He hears voices from behind the doors, commanding everyone to tie their luggage and move faster. Bruised and bleeding, he nudges the door open, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Inside, the mansion is in a frenzy of packing. Lord Qin, his own father, is prepping a secret escape. "It's only a matter of time before we lose control," the old man mutters. "We can only hope holds them down long enough for us to run." And then he says the quiet part out loud, "I can always raise another son, but the Qin mansion ends with me." Talk about father of the year, right? "Father," roars, slamming the doors open. Lord Qin freezes, looking like he just saw a ghost. How much did you hear?" the old man stammers but is already in his face. "You're running without me?" he demands, grabbing his father by the collar. His face is a mask of pure rage as he realizes he was just a sacrificial pawn. "What do you mean you can raise another son? What am I, some sort of sacrifice?" Instead of apologizing, Lord Qin smacks his hand away and tells him to watch his attitude. He goes on a full-blown narcissistic rant, calling a useless boy and accusing him of being selfish for not wanting to die for the family legacy. That was the final straw. "Enough," screams, his hand flying to his hilt. General Qin marches into the palace courtyard with his men, his expression grim as they cut through the grounds. The internal guards are immediately on high alert, shouting for them to stop. "What are you doing here, General Qin?" one guard demands, crossing his arms. "You should be where the battle is." Qin doesn't even offer an explanation, he just reaches for his sword with a look of pure desperation. The guard's eyes go wide as he stammers, "General Qin, what do you think you're doing?" The tension snaps when a royal boot steps onto the scene. It's the emperor, looking every bit the entitled ruler in his gold robes. Qin immediately drops into a formal salute, shouting that they are losing the battle at the city gates and desperately need the forbidden guards as reinforcements. But instead of showing any concern for his people, the emperor's face twists with rage. General Qin, how dare you stand before me? He screams, pointing a trembling finger. I am your emperor and you will kneel when you speak to me. Qin is practically vibrating with stress, pleading that now is not the time for ego. However, the elite forbidden guards just laugh, mocking him by saying they only answer to the emperor and Qin has no right to tell them where to go. The emperor doubles down on his narcissism, ranting that his safety is more important than anyone else's because without him, the nation is nothing. Our general finally realizes he's talking to a brick wall. You're still going to die once the rebel forces get here, he snaps. The emperor's response, a vicious slap that sends Qin's head spinning. How dare you speak to me like that? The tyrant shrieks while Qin is sprawled on the floor. The guards continue to jeer, asking Qin if he actually thinks he's the one in charge. The emperor continues his temper tantrum. But he's pushed Qin too far. The general draws his blade, his eyes burning with resolve. Without us, you would never have had a chance, he roars. The forbidden guards watch in absolute paralyzed shock. As Qin lunges forward and plunges his sword right through the emperor's chest. With the tyrant bleeding out, Qin turns to the stunned soldiers. What are you waiting for? He yells, holding his bloody sword high. We might still make it out of this alive with the forbidden guards fighting alongside us. He orders his men to kill anyone who resists. And the palace courtyard instantly turns into a chaotic battlefield as the coup begins in earnest. Meanwhile, back at the city walls, the situation has turned into a literal hellscape of fire and arrows. A mysterious white-haired warrior is moving like a ghost through the carnage, slaughtering anyone in his path. He reaches the massive wooden bar holding the entrance shut and heaves it open with ease. Master, he calls out to the approaching army, I've opened the city gates. Charge, the rebels scream, launching their final desperate assault on the city walls. The defending soldiers realize the jig is up, whispering in terror that their general has fled and the gates are wide open. Our silver-haired leader steps forward, his blade reflecting the cold sky as he offers a final ultimatum. Victory is set, surrender and you will be spared, he bellows, promising that prisoners of war won't be mistreated. One by one, the sound of steel hitting the pavement rings out like a funeral knell. I surrender, His Majesty and the general have already given up on us. The soldiers cry, realizing there's no point in dying for a king who already ran away. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of impending change as the path to the inner sanctum clears. The army marches into the palace courtyard, but the eerie silence sets everyone on edge. That's weird, we're not seeing any royal soldiers or forbidden guards. Did they all just run away? The lieutenant asks, his hand tightening on his hilt. Our leader stays sharp, knowing that a cornered beast is the most dangerous. With a heavy thud, he kicks open the final set of doors. They burst into the grand hall, only to find a scene of absolute carnage. Amidst a sea of corpses, a lone figure sits on the throne, laughing like a complete lunatic. It's Qin, and he looks like he's been bathing in the blood of his own men. The entire imperial palace has been turned into a slaughterhouse by his own hand. Even our battle-hardened rebels are stunned by the sheer madness of the display. His Majesty, someone whispers in disbelief, but the man on the throne just glares back with hollow, bloodshot eyes. I'm right here, so that makes me the new one. Kneel, my subjects, he screams, waving his sword at an audience of dead men. Our leader doesn't miss a beat, pointing his sword directly at the madman's throat. You're mad, Qin, he declares, just cackles, shouting that he was abandoned by everyone and fought for a month just to protect an empty city. If he can't rule a kingdom of the living, he's decided he will stand above everyone in death. Surrender, Qin, and accept your fate, our leader commands, his voice dripping with icy finality. The lieutenant looks on nervously, sensing that this won't end with shackles. Our leader stares him down, asking if he hasn't lost enough already. I will not put my fate in your hands, roars, and before anyone can react, he turns the blade on himself. Blood splatters across the golden hall as he impales himself directly to the throne he coveted so much. He chose a violent end over the humiliation of a trial. What an embarrassment, our leader scoffs, completely unimpressed by the theatrical suicide. He turns his back on the corpse, ordering his men to burn him in that ugly chair. Meanwhile, at the Qin mansion, the ground is already littered with the fallen. Lady R, the war is almost over. Why do you insist on coming here when it's so dangerous? Her companion asks, looking incredibly wary. But our girl has unfinished business, and a little bit of danger isn't going to stop her now. Standing amidst the aftermath of the battle, our girl knows the job isn't finished yet. There is someone I must see, she says, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. She makes her way to a secluded warehouse, where the heavy doors creak open to reveal a pathetic sight. There, tied to a wooden frame like the monster she is, sits. Approaches her slowly, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a blade. Alive, whispers, almost surprised the woman survived the carnage. Ever the bitter soul sneers back at her. I didn't think I'd see you again. Aunt, she spits, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she wonders if she's only still breathing just to witness face one last time. Our girl finally sees the truth behind the madness. I think I understand now. You are the reason for all this chaos, she declares, lifting's head to look her in the rage boils over as screams. You are the reason E had to live in the dark. You are the reason this world is in shambles. It's all your fault. In a desperate animalistic move, actually bites hand but doesn't flinch, she delivers a thunderous smack that sends the villain's head spinning. Realizes that some people are simply beyond redemption. Goes on a classic unhinged rant, screaming about how it was just lucky to be adored by everyone while she had to fight for every scrap. Was I supposed to beg for your kindness like some kind of mutt? She bellows, has heard enough of the pity party and shuts her up with 2 more rapid-fire slaps. Excuses, you're full of excuses, she yells. Loses what's left of her mind, shrieking, I'll kill you. But instead of striking again, pulls out a blade and cuts the ropes. The bindings fall to the floor, leaving standing there shivering and pathetic. Why don't you take a good look outside for yourself? Says, turning her back on the wreckage of a woman. The world is changing. As walks away, her companion wonders if they should really just leave her there. Our girl's response is cold and final. We may feel compassion for strays, but monsters? Leave her be. At the very least, we can let her die knowing all her plans failed. Staggers out of the building, her legs barely holding her up. She wanders into the courtyard, surrounded by the bodies of those she led to their doom. In the distance, she sees the imperial palace, her ultimate prize engulfed in flames. The reality of her total defeat crashes down and she falls to her knees. No, 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 she wails in despair. Her heart finally gives out and she collapses in the middle of the street, dying alone as the world moves on without her. With the villain gone, the dark clouds finally part. A new era begins at the imperial palace. It's a day of glory as and her man stand before the nation, not just as survivors, but as the new emperor and empress. The elders watch on with tears of joy. And all their allies cheer for the peace they fought so hard to achieve.